Chapter 1. The Three Excellent Cats of the New Era. Spring has arrived, bringing with it the revival of life and the season of reproduction for animals. The fragrance of fresh grass fills the air, mingling with the sweetness of dew, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. This is the morning park. Lin Lu leisurely reclines on a bench, using his fluffy paws to groom his fur, his keen eyes occasionally surveying the passing beauties. This one is large, that one is fair, and another is round. Suddenly, a pair of slender legs appears before him, wafting a subtle, alluring fragrance. Xiao Lu, have you been running around? In an instant, Lin Lu is lifted into the air, his paws flailing until he finally recognizes the familiar softness, prompting him to settle down. Looking up, he sees a delicate face, stunningly beautiful without a trace of makeup, with skin as smooth as jade. Today, Mu Yuqing is dressed in a pink tracksuit paired with gray hiking pants. Her long black hair tied back with a scrunchie, but a sporty wristband adorns her arm, presenting an image of youthful vigor and grace. Her athletic build, complemented by her alluring curves, is indeed exceptional. Meow. Upon realizing it is Mu Yuqing, Lin Lu immediately retracts his gaze, which had wandered off, his cheeks puffing up as he displays a particularly adorable expression. What creature is a woman? Surely, he understands the need to appease her. Otherwise, his chicken leg dinner for the night would be in jeopardy. Let's go home. Mu Yuqing, charmed by the little cat's expression, smiles and picks Lin Lu up. Heading home, tea last. Lin Lu escapes the confines of two towering mountains, finally inhaling the fresh air. Woman, do you wish to suffocate this cat? Hello, delivery. Just as they arrive home, the doorbell rings. Mu Yuqing opens the door to find the delivery man standing there. Upon seeing the sender's name listed as pet headquarters, she promptly signs for the package without hesitation. Upon unwrapping it, she uncovers a milky white collar. Seeing the exquisite collar, Mu Yuqing smiles, realizing the production team has indeed put forth great effort. Xiao Lu, look what I bought for you. With that thought, Mu Yuqing turns and calls into the house. Meow. At her call, Lin Lu leaps from his cat nest, springing into Mu Yuqing's embrace. However, upon seeing the milky white collar in her hand, he instantly displays an unwilling expression. What true man, nay, what true tomcat would wear such a thing? As a cat of the new era, he resolutely refuses to bow to malevolent forces. Today, even if he must run away from home, he shall never don this disgraceful collar. If you promise to wear the collar, they'll double the fish treats. Lin Lu swears this woman is tempting him. Yet, as a cat of the new era, he must steadfastly resist temptation to bravely confront the forces of evil. Thus, Lin Lu naturally threads his head through the collar. Attain must be said, the milky white collar is quite complimentary to his pristine fur, of course. He certainly isn't yielding because of the doubled fish treats, rather. He sincerely finds the collar rather aesthetically pleasing. I knew Xiao Lu would be the best. Holding Lin Lu, Mu Yuqing leans in to kiss his cheek. Naturally, Lin Lu vehemently opposes such affection, but as a pitiful little cat, what can he do? The next day, in the Pet Headquarters live broadcast room. Welcome to Pet Headquarters, I'm your host. And in, the camera reveals a fair-skinned, beautiful host donned in a white dress, exuding a cute and innocent charm. Her appearance instantly ignites the passionate atmosphere of the live broadcast. In, darling, it's chilly, dress warmly. What if it's chilly? Though the weather is cool, my heart remains firmly with an N. Another day of missing an N. To all of an ANS husbands, I bear unfortunate news. My friend is in the late stages of cancer, and his final wish is to see and dance. Yes, dance. 11-11-100-86. And is a renowned host in the country, celebrated for her sweet appearance and gentle voice, revered as the national goddess. At this moment, although Pet Headquarters is broadcasting across all platforms, to enhance interaction, a dedicated large screen has been set up in the studio to display viewer comments. Thus, Anna can see all the comments streaming in. Upon reading about her friend's terminal illness, she smiles slightly, saying, dancing is quite a challenge today, is a pet special, so I won't overshadow the main event. Now, let us welcome our world-class pet expert, Professor Hu Che, professor who graduated from the prestigious Caledonia University and has dedicated 23 years to pet research, currently working at the National Pet Research Institute. He has received numerous world-class awards in pet research, And as paper pets and humans won first prize of the 2022 World Pet Research Competition, filling a gap in domestic pet research, an ANS voice resonates throughout the live broadcast room, leaving the audience in awe. Such a distinguished expert is an authority. Securing his presence is no small feat. This episode of Pet Headquarters promises to be a grand affair. Hello, everyone. I am Huche. Just as N finishes speaking, an elderly man with a goat beard steps onto the stage, his face kind and his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Actually, there's no need for you to be overly astonished. I am no different from you. We are all merely ordinary people. Seeing the barrage of comments filled with praise, Huche chuckles. Wait, Professor Who, do you have a misunderstanding of what ordinary people are? What an ordinary person you are if you are one. Then what are we? The latest in the vernacular of Versailles. We are all just ordinary people. Professor Who, I have a question. Before the invention of glasses, what was the name of the cobra? If Neza had a stroke, would it be just one head, or would all three heads be affected? Cough, cough. I noticed everyone is asking for a dance. Should I also give you all an impromptu performance? It is evident that Professor Who is quite the lively character, and noticing the comments picking up speed, he jokes. Indeed, the comments quickly shift to, no, Professor Who, you should rest. Don't dance, you might hurt your back. Today is a special showcase for pets, and just take a break. I can't imagine what Professor Who dancing would look like. All right, back to the topic at hand. With such rich knowledge in pet research, how confident are you about explaining today's Pet Headquarters? Seeing the flood of comments, Anin can't help but chuckle, struggling to recall something somber to compose herself, before covering her mouth with a gentle laugh. Confidence? Who knows? Huche responds with a smile. When you've been in a job for a long time, you naturally become intimately familiar with the work, just like my electrician friend after 30 years. He can tell if there's electricity just by touch. Professor Who clearly possesses a knack for humor, delivering golden lines that leave the audience in stitches. Even in struggles to contain her laughter, but she hasn't forgotten her mission and promptly announces, without further ado, let's warmly invite the owner of this episode's participating pet, M. Yuching Chapter 1, the excellent cat of the new era. Spring has arrived, breathing life into the world once more, heralding the season of animal reproduction. The fragrant grass, the sweet dew, and even the air itself are infused with an intoxicating essence. Here lies a park at dawn. Lin Lu reclines leisurely on a bench, grooming his fluffy fur with his soft paws, his eyes occasionally surveying the passing beauties. This one is tall, that one is fair, and another is plump. Suddenly, a pair of delicate legs stands before him, wafting a subtle fragrance. Xiaolu, have you been running around? In an instant, Lin Lu is lifted into the air, his paws flailing momentarily until he recognizes the familiar softness and settles down. Looking up, a delicate face comes into view, exquisite and unadorned, flawless and smooth as mutton fat jade. Today, Mu Yuching dons a pink sports outfit paired with gray hiking pants, her long black hair tied back with a scrunchie, a sporty wristband adorning her arm, exuding youthfulness and vigor. Due to her athletic pursuits, her figure is tall and elegant, her curves perfect, complemented by an impressive bosom truly exceptional. Meow. Upon seeing Mu Yuching, Lin Lu quickly retracts his gaze, which had wandered, puffing out his cheeks in a most adorable manner. What creatures are women? He understands all too well the need for flattery. Otherwise, tonight's chicken leg would be in jeopardy. Let's go home. Mu Yuching, charmed by the little cat's expression, smiles and scoops Lin Lu up, heading homeward. At last, Lin Lu escapes from the confines of her ample bosom, finally inhaling the fresh air. Woman, do you wish to suffocate me? Hello, delivery. As soon as they arrive home, the doorbell rings. Mu Yuching opens the door to find the delivery person, and upon seeing the sender listed as the Pet Headquarters team, she promptly signs for the package. Upon unwrapping it, a milky white collar reveals itself. Seeing the exquisite collar, Mu Yuching smiles, evidently pleased with the thoughtfulness of the team. Xiaolu, come see what I brought for you. With that, she calls out to the interior of the house. Meow. Lin Lu, upon hearing her, leaps from his cat bed and bounds into Mu Yuching's arms. However, upon noticing the milky white collar in her hand, he instantly displays a reluctant expression. What dignified male cat would wear such a thing? As a cat of the new era, he resolutely refuses to bow to any evil forces. Today, even if it means running away from home, he will not don this disgraceful collar. If you promise to wear the collar, it'll double the fish treats. Lin Lu swears this woman is tempting him. Yet, as a noble cat of the new era, he must steadfastly resist temptation to bravely combat the forces of evil. Thus, he naturally slips his head through the collar. It must be said, the milky white collar does complement his pristine fur quite well, of course. He is not yielding due to the promise of double fish treats, but rather because he genuinely finds the collar aesthetically pleasing. I knew Xiao Lu was the most obedient. Mu Yuqing, holding Lin Lu, leans in to kiss his face. Naturally, Lin Lu vehemently resists such affection, but is a pitiful little cat. What can he do? The next day, in the Pet Headquarters live broadcast studio. Welcome everyone to Pet Headquarters. I am your host, and before the camera stand a fair-skinned, beautiful young woman clad in a white dress, her appearance sweet and innocent. The moment she appears, the atmosphere in the studio ignites with fervor. And dear, it's chilly. Dress warmly. What if it's cold? Although the weather is brisk, my heart remains warm with an N. Yet another day yearning for an N. To all of an ANS husbands, I have unfortunate news. Me friend is in the late stages of cancer, and his final wish is to see and perform a dance. Yes, dance for us. 1111-10086. And is a well-known host in the country, celebrated for her sweet appearance and gentle voice, revered as a national goddess. At this moment, while Pet Headquarters is live across all platforms, to enhance interaction, a dedicated large screen displaying comments has been set up in the studio. Thus, every comment is visible to an, and upon seeing the comment about her friend's terminal illness, she smiles gently and replies, "Dancing would indeed be a bit of a challenge. Today's focus is on pets, so I shall refrain from stealing the spotlight. Now, let us welcome our world-class pet expert, Professor Hu Che, professor who graduated from the prestigious Caledonia University and has dedicated 23 years to pet research, currently serving at the National Pet Research Institute. He has received numerous world-class awards in pet research, and his paper Pets and Humans won first place at the 2022 Global Pet Research Competition, filling a significant gap. In domestic pet studies, NNS voice resonates throughout the studio, astonishing the audience. Such a distinguished expert is a true authority, not easily acquired. This episode of Pet Headquarters has indeed spared no expense. Hello everyone. I am who CH. As soon as an finishes speaking, a small elderly man with a goatee steps forward from backstage, his face warm and his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Actually, there's no need for you to feel overly astonished. I am just an ordinary person like you. Seeing the screen filled with praises, Hu Che chuckles. Wow, Professor Hu, do you have some misunderstanding about ordinary people? What an extraordinary ordinary person. If you're ordinary, does that mean we're all worthless? Latest in the realm of humble bragging are all just ordinary people. Professor Hu, I have a question. Before the invention of glasses, what were cobras called? If Neza had a stroke, would it be one head or all three? Ahem, I noticed everyone was asking for a dance. Should I also entertain you with an impromptu performance? It is evident that Professor Hu is quite the lively character. Sensing the comments shifting in tone, he jokes. Sure enough, the comments quickly shift to, "No, Professor Hu, please take a break. You dancing? Aren't you worried about straining your back? Today is all about pets, and you should really take it easy. Can't even imagine what Professor Hu dancing would look like. All right, back to business with your wealth of knowledge and pet research. Do you feel confident about today's commentary on Pet Headquarters?" And then, observing the multitude of comments, struggles to suppress her laughter as she recalls something somber, finally covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. Confident? Only the wise can say. Hu Che responds with a smile. Once you've been doing a job for a long time, you naturally become very familiar with the content, just like my electrician friend after 30 years. He can tell if there's power just by touching it. Professor Hu is clearly a master of old anecdotes, delivering golden phrases that leave the audience in stitches. Even in can't help but chuckle. But she hasn't forgotten her mission and quickly interjects, without further ado, let us now warmly welcome the pet owner participating in this episode of Pet Headquarters, M.S. Mu Yuqing. Chapter 2. Pet Headquarters Live streaming. Mu Yuqing donned a lovely canary yellow dress, enhancing her fair complexion with exquisite makeup. Her long, lustrous black hair was elegantly swept up and held in place with a wooden hairpin, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Cradling a book in her arms only added to her unparalleled charm, evoking the essence of a delightful neighborly schoolgirl. As she gracefully emerged from backstage, she waved lightly at the camera, greeting, "Hello everyone. I am Mu Yuqing, and the pet I have brought is an adorable and well-behaved cat. Simultaneously, a captivating photograph of a cat appeared on the large screen in the live stream. While the image of the cat did not incite a frenzy, Mu Yuqing's beauty ignited a fervent uproar among the audience. Wow, the goddess! This is a true goddess. I dare say she surpasses Nen in beauty. Apologies to Nen. It's not that I don't love you enough, but Yuqing is simply too stunning. Listen up, everyone. Within 3 minutes, I demand all information about Goddess Yuqing. From this day forth, my heart no longer belongs solely to Nen. It now includes Goddess Yuqing as well. Indeed, Mu Yuqing's appearance was truly stunning, even causing Nen to momentarily lose her composure. Nevertheless, she remained mindful of her role, guiding Mu Yuqing to sit down before habitually inquiring. May I ask what profession you are engaged in, Miss Mu? In response, Mu Yuqing smiled graciously and replied, I am a senior student. At this moment, one cannot help but admire the wonders of the online community. Within a minute of Mu Yuqing's appearance, the barrage of comments began to flood in. Mu Yuqing? Isn't she the campus beauty from Jiang University? Senior Yuqing, do you remember me? I am your secret admirer from elementary school. Why is it that I only discovered our alma mater has such a level of campus beauty after graduating? Upon seeing the comments, Nen quickly realized and corrected herself, saying, So it turns out to be Senior Yuqing. Now, Senior Yuqing, your cat is participating in Pet Headquarters. Do you have confidence in it? Pet Headquarters is a program that documents the behaviors of pets when their owners are away, running in seasons of 6 months with 20 episodes each. Each episode features a different host, expert, pet, and guest. This particular episode marks the season finale, with the production team having specially invited the beloved host Nen and renowned Professor Hu Che to lead the show. Following this episode, the voting feature will be activated, and only the pet with the highest votes will receive a cash prize of 1 million yuan from the production team. However, this is not a certainty. Although Xiao Lu is undeniably cute and obedient, favoring quiet sunbathing, it may not capture the audience's attention like other more boisterous pets. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yuqing softly stated that her intention in signing Xiao Lu up for Pet Headquarters was not solely to win the 1 million yuan prize. Rather, she was intrigued to see how the intelligent Xiao Lu would behave in her absence. Understanding her pet's habits would surely lead to a better relationship, wouldn't it? Besides, she had observed previous episodes where other pets were lively and energetic. There was even a husky notorious for destroying homes, who maintained a high popularity. It was difficult for her to imagine how a quiet, obedient cat like Xiao Lu could possibly appeal to the audience. Professor Hu, upon hearing this, also chimed in, noting that when it comes to cats, the immediate association is often them lying around idly. Thank you for your insight, Professor. But is that truly the case? Let's find out together. Nen responded with a smile, signaling the director to switch the scene. The screen flickered and revealed Mu Yuqing's home, where a white cat was sleepily shaking its head, seemingly searching for something. Wow, the cat at Goddess Yuqing's home is truly adorable. With such a round face, I just want to cuddle it. Am I the only one noticing that Goddess Yuqing lives in a villa? The cat seems to be looking for something. Could it be searching for Goddess Yuqing? Meow? She has gone. Xiao Lu, not finding Mu Yuqing in the room, felt a twinge of confusion. After a moment, it dawned on him that Mu Yuqing mentioned needing to leave home for a few days, though he had not paid much attention to it at the time. Wait, what is going on? Alone at home. That means, suddenly, Xiao Lu perked up with renewed energy, hastening towards the door and pressing his ears against it, as if listening intently for something. Wow, what is this cat doing? Is it listening for footsteps? That movement is eerily similar to how I listen for my wife when she returns home. Soon after, the audience noticed that when no sound was heard, a sly smile crept across Xiao Li's face. He swiftly turned, leaped onto the sofa, and sprawled out. What the? This cat was genuinely listening for footsteps? Wow, why is the cat so happy that Goddess Yuqing is not home? Is it blissfully unaware of its fortune? That cat's actions and expressions make me fear it might just pop up and say, Brothers, let us game. Xiao Lu's actions left the live stream audience baffled. Was this truly the cat's first reaction upon discovering its owner was absent? Why did it feel so surreal? Professor Hu, what insights do you have regarding this behavior in cats? Nen and Mu Yuqing also looked on in mild bewilderment, with Nen promptly directing her question to Hu Che. In response, Professor Hu stroked his goatee and smiled. This behavior in cats, from the perspective of pet emotional studies, is termed concern. As is well known, cats are solitary creatures. When humans enter their lives, it is not as we might imagine, where they view us as masters or servants, but rather as companions. At this point, Mu Yuqing, Puzzled. Asked companions. Indeed, companions. In the eyes of a cat, it perceives the world as fraught with danger. This is why cats bury their waste, to prevent detection by predators. When their human companions are absent, it signifies to the cat that they have ventured out to hunt. However, at this time of day, cats typically do not consider it an appropriate hunting hour. In their view, the optimal time to venture out is at dawn. Thus, upon discovering their companion gone to hunt, cats may worry about the potential dangers they could encounter during a less than ideal hunting period. This explains why the little white cat was at the door, listening intently to confirm whether its companion was nearby. Professor Hu's explanation illuminated the minds of the audience, and Akin and Mu Yuqing nodded in understanding. Wow, as expected of a professor, this clarifies much. I thought it was impossible for a cat to exhibit such human-like behavior. The professor is truly concise and insightful. But wait, why did the cat then joyfully jump back onto the sofa? Professor Hu, having noticed this comment, promptly addressed it. Cats experience a range of emotions just like humans, but their methods of expression may differ. Therefore, what you perceive as joy is likely a manifestation of their concern. Moreover, this period coincides with the cat's resting time. Returning to the sofa suggests it seeks a comfortable spot to take another nap. Professor Hu's well-reasoned insights garnered widespread agreement from the audience. No wonder some individuals choose to keep cats, as it often seems that these felines spend their days in slumber. In truth, their circadian rhythms simply do not align with ours. The scene unfolding in the live broadcast appears to corroborate this notion. After Lin Lu leapt onto the sofa, he remained motionless for an extended period, seemingly drifting into a gentle slumber. Just as a minute passed, and everyone anticipated a tedious interlude of sleep, Lin Lu finally stirred. His paws subtly shifted, as if he were in search of something. At that moment, Mu Yuqing cast a puzzled glance towards Hu Che, questioning the prior assurance that the kitten would soon resume its nap. Logically, this should be a time for feline repose, yet nothing is absolute. After being domesticated, cats generally no longer require hunting for sustenance, thus affording them ample time for rest. This particular cat must have had sufficient rest and, feeling the absence of its owner, now sought out something to amuse itself. Upon hearing Professor Hu's words, the audience experienced a moment of enlightenment, understanding at last why the cat appeared to be searching for something. This was the reason. However, upon witnessing what Lin Lu had discovered, the fans were suddenly stirred into a frenzy. Chapter 3. Even a cat does not abandon the competition amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. Lin Lu retrieved a remote control from the crevice of the sofa. Instantly, the screen was inundated with a flurry of comments. Could it be that it's going to watch television? Why else would it bring out the remote? I am astounded. The goddess's cat is truly extraordinary. It can watch TV by itself. Little kitty, quickly play Raging Storm. Let's ride the wave with the big sister. I bet the cat will choose an animated show, perhaps Tom and Jerry. Do you think it sneaks in some cat videos when the owner is away? However, the audience was overthinking. It was highly unlikely that the cat would actually turn on the television. The remote was simply fortuitously found on the sofa, and it would likely play with it for a moment before discarding it. As the barrage of comments intensified, Professor Hu adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. If a cat could watch television, then a sow could surely climb a tree. In my decades of studying pets, I have yet to witness a cat intelligent enough to watch TV. Yuqing, has the remote always been on the sofa in your home? Anin inquired, also skeptical about the cat's capability to turn on the TV, and began chatting with Mu Yuqing. I don't watch much television, so I really haven't paid attention. Mu Yuqing replied with a thoughtful smile. It seemed she had not seen the remote in quite a while. Yet, just as they were conversing, Lin Lu boldly turned on the television in front of everyone. What? Wait, what? Weren't we told that after the establishment of the nation, animals were not allowed to become sentient? I am utterly flabbergasted. A cat turning on the TV by itself? How absurd can it get? The trio in the live stream was momentarily taken aback. Even Mu Yuqing displayed an expression of disbelief. Professor Hu, didn't you just say that a cat couldn't possibly turn on the TV? Anin questioned, puzzled as she turned to Hu Che. Surprise flickered in Professor Hu's eyes. Yet he firmly trusted his expertise and replied, Anin, pay close attention. The color of the power button on the remote is red. Cats are particularly sensitive to red, which is how it accidentally turned on the TV. However, even if it turned on the TV, it would have no idea how to play a program. What Hu Che did not mention was that the current televisions were so complicated that even he sometimes struggled to operate them, let alone a cat. The crowd looked toward the screen, where Lin Li's paw rested precisely on the power button of the remote, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. So it was merely a coincidence. Otherwise, a cat capable of operating a television would be too outrageous. Yuqing, has anything like this happened before when you were at home? Anin then directed her gaze towards Mu Yuqing, inquiring softly. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yuqing shook her head. She recalled that since Lin Lu arrived at her home, the television had not been turned on at all. It seemed it was genuinely just a coincidence, and everyone could continue watching with ease. Upon receiving her answer, Anin smiled at the camera, and the scene shifted back to Mu Yuqing's home. Why does everything require a membership? Lin Lu exclaimed, staring at the plethora of VIP and even SVIP options on the screen, feeling overwhelmed. It was a headache that in this day and age, one must spend money to access television programs, which required additional unlocking. With a slight movement of its paw, the cursor on the television flickered, ultimately landing on one of the scant free channels. To implement, execute, we must resolutely carry out. Well, at least the news channel escaped unscathed. However, it was good to see the struggles of people around the world alongside the happiness of our citizens. Look, even a cat has a higher level of awareness than we do. Oh my, this cat surely has aspirations for civil service. This era is so competitive that even cats are not spared. Students preparing for exams. Even the cat is watching the news. Shouldn't you all get back to studying? Are you sure this isn't because other programs require a membership? Look, here's an honest soul. Upon witnessing this scene, Huche suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and coughed awkwardly. After all, he had just confidently asserted that even if the cat turned on the TV, it could not possibly play any programs. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the news broadcast began to play. I know. This must also be a coincidence. Just as Professor Who felt awkward and at a loss for words, and then quickly provided him with an escape. Yes, indeed. This is merely a coincidence. After all, in the cat's perception, everything unknown is filled with curiosity. It just turned on the TV through the remote's power button, and in its curiosity about this object, it fiddled with it, fortuitously landing on the news broadcast, undergoing a kind of ideological enlightenment. Recalling his 2 decades of experience in pet research, Professor Who calmed himself and spoke in a measured tone, articulating his thoughts with poise, befitting a scholar of his stature. Ah, I did not realize that Xiao Lu enjoyed watching television. I shall let it watch more in the future. Mu Yuqing remarked thoughtfully as she observed Lin Lu activating the TV. Yuqing, you're mistaken. Cats are merely curious about unknown objects. They do not develop a long-lasting affection for anything, which is simply a fleeting interest. If you don't believe me, just watch. This cat will lose interest in the television within a minute and move on to something else. As soon as Mu Yuqing finished speaking, Huche countered her assertion. With decades of pet research experience, his words were the ultimate truth. Is that so? Mu Yuqing murmured, feeling as if the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Yet, in the next moment, she chose to trust the professor's expertise. Indeed, in the next scene, Lin Lu indeed leapt down from the sofa and landed on the coffee table. Wow, the professor was spot on. Professor Who, may I ask, do mermaids smell like fish? And does Sun Wukong's kidney stones count as pregnancy? Wow, I thought this cat had truly become sentient. It startled me. No wonder my cat seems curious about everything but never plays for long. It turns out it's like this. What is professionalism? This is true professionalism. With the flattery from the barrage of comments, Professor Who felt a surge of pride, his chest puffing up with satisfaction. It was indeed delightful to bask in the spotlight. Wait, what is this cat doing? Is it headed towards? Oh my, monsters. Monsters, go away, monsters, go away. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony. May the Bodhisattva bless us. In an instant, an influx of comments similarly captured the attention of the trio in the live stream. Their gazes converged on the screen, and they gaped in astonishment, their expressions bewildered. At that moment, a question loomed above them. Is this truly a cat? Chapter 4. Hey, is this the spirit of the? There's a cat that's become a spirit. Lin Lu picked up a bag of chips from the coffee table and leapt back onto the sofa. In a swift motion, a paw struck the bag, causing it to burst open instantaneously. After settling into a comfortable position, Lin Lu extracted a chip from the bag and popped it into his mouth. The scene presented was that of a cat lounging on the sofa, savoring chips while watching the news. Is this for real? If this weren't a live broadcast, one might assume it was a product of Photoshop. Wow, this cat's antics are nothing short of extraordinary. Can cats actually eat chips? Am I still dreaming? Should I go back to sleep? Hurry, go to the West and summon the Buddha. Professor Who, can cats really open packaging to snack on their own? Anin gaped in astonishment, enough to fit an egg in her mouth, but quickly regained her composure and turned to Huche. Upon hearing this, Huche couldn't help but scoff internally. Whether a cat could manage to open a challenging chip bag was a question he would have dismissed in the past. Yet today, it had undeniably expanded his understanding. However, as a leading scholar in the field, engaged in pet research for over 20 years, how could he admit ignorance? Certainly not. Such occurrences are indeed rare, yet we must recognize that all beings possess a spirit. While it is true that, generally, cats have limited intelligence, we cannot dismiss the existence of a select few that are exceptionally clever. Much like dogs, where one might encounter a foolish husky that wreaks havoc, there also exist remarkably intelligent border collies. After pondering for a moment, a confident smile crept onto Professor Who's lips. In his 2-decade-long career studying pets, addressing such matters was trivial. After all, it was merely a uniquely gifted cat, rare, but not impossible. So, does this imply that our little Lou is smarter than the average cat? Upon hearing this, Mu thoughtfully responded. Indeed, Professor Who affirmed, cats, in their everyday lives, often mimic their owners' behaviors. Just as Lin Lu had turned on the television and opened snacks, it was likely an unconscious imitation of you. Hu nodded with a smile as he explained. So, Professor Who, is it also little Lu imitating me when he plays with my phone? Mu Yuqing, somewhat skeptical, inquired. Glancing at the screen, her tone wavering. Yes, that is correct. Wait, what did you say? Playing with a phone? Hu instinctively nodded, but midway through, he paused and quickly spoke up. His gaze shifted to the screen, and he felt momentarily bewildered. Lin Lu had completely devoured the bag of chips, and the news broadcast was nearing its conclusion. Consequently, Lin Lu opened the drawer beneath the coffee table and retrieved a Fruit 13 Pro smartphone. Wow, I'm starting to lose my understanding of this live stream. Is this really reality and not a dream? I can't continue watching this. It might drive me to madness. A cat eating snacks while watching TV, then pulling out a smartphone out of boredom? Hello, is this the spirit of the? I need to report this. Yes, a cat has become a spirit. Please tell me this is all a figment of my imagination. Could it be that the ultimate goal of cats is to act as undercover agents sent from Cat Planet to infiltrate human society? A cat's phone is better than mine. Oh, heavens, what is the meaning of my existence? Yuqing, does your cat enjoy such luxuries? Does it have its own phone? After witnessing this, Anin finally snapped back to reality, jokingly addressing Mu Yuqing. No, this is my old discarded phone. I have no idea how it ended up in the drawer. Mu Yuqing vowed she had no inkling that Lin Lu was interested in phones. Otherwise, she would have purchased the latest 14 Pro model for him. Thankfully, she kept that thought to herself. Otherwise, countless people would be crying and clamoring to live with Mu Yuqing's cat. Little Lu must be a sneaky little thief. Discreetly relocating the phone, and ingested, passing the question to Hu. In truth, even without much experience in pet ownership, she understood what Lin Li's behavior signified. It implied the unbelievable, and it also suggested that the show was on the brink of going viral. An internet celebrity cat was on the rise. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, this cat exhibits remarkable mimicking behavior, and curiosity is inherent to its nature. Hence, when it sees its owner frequently holding a phone, it naturally becomes intrigued by this object. Thus, after Yuqing replaced her old phone, it unknowingly borrowed it. However, even if this cat were exceptionally intelligent, it could not fathom the purpose of a smartphone. Therefore, it remained in the drawer gathering dust until it fortuitously rediscovered it. Hu, adjusting his glasses, stroked his goatee and revealed a knowing smile, speaking softly. As expected of a professor, your explanation is quite reasonable. I mean, how could a cat possibly use a phone? In the eyes of a cat, a phone is akin to a brick. As Professor Hu just stated, within half a minute, the cat would likely completely lose interest in it. Congratulations to those above. You've all mastered the art of answering. I concur with Professor Hu. Of course, if Anin and Goddess Yuqing were to speak, they would undoubtedly be in agreement. The comments quickly harmonized once more. After all, how could one expect a cat to play with a phone? If a cat could truly operate a smartphone, then it must be true. As the audience engaged in lighthearted banter, Lin Lu pressed the power button, illuminating the screen. No one paid attention as the discussion shifted from international affairs to welfare websites. However, when the pudgy paw began to input the password digit by digit, everyone collectively held their breath. At the moment the password was entered correctly, an unprecedented silence fell over the live stream. Not a single comment appeared in the chat. All eyes were fixed on the astonishing scene before them, wide-eyed in disbelief. If everything prior could be attributed to coincidence, could the simultaneous correct entry of the 6-digit password also be deemed mere chance? If such coincidences truly existed, could one simply pick up a random bank card from the street and withdraw money? As the first question marks began to flood the chat, the screen was soon overwhelmed with them. At that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Even the 3 participants in the live stream were equally perplexed. Mu Yuqing was racking her brain, trying to recall when she had ever leaked her password to Lin Lu, and then cast a dubious glance at Hu Che, uncertain if he could provide any answers to this puzzling predicament. Meanwhile, Hu Che began to question his entire existence, wondering if his 2 decades of research had been misplaced. No, after all, he had been studying dogs. But as the live broadcast continued, he had no choice but to gather his courage and speak up. Chapter 5. Your teammate might be a cat. Earlier, we mentioned that this cat is quite intelligent, so it is not surprising that it can remember a few numerical combinations. However, its capabilities are limited to memorizing passwords. It is unlikely to operate much of the content on a smartphone. Hu Che adjusted his glasses, feeling an acute tension, as he had already faced numerous humiliations since the live broadcast commenced. This time, however, an unexpected incident was out of the question. After all, many people struggle to comprehend the complexities of modern smartphones, let alone a cat. No matter how clever this feline may be, it could hardly surpass human intellect, could it? I sense that matters are more intricate than they appear. What do you think a cat would do with a smartphone? Play games? Scroll through TikTok? Or perhaps browse the internet? I can't shake the feeling that Professor Hu's words are not as reliable as they once seemed. What are you all speculating about? Professor Hu is an expert. His words carry weight, yet some always assume they can outdo the authority of an expert. I believe Professor Hu is correct. I often come across clever cats and dogs on TikTok. It has been proven that with training, these pets can exhibit remarkable intelligence. But Goddess Yuqing mentioned that she had no idea her phone was missing. How could she train it? Are you foolish? Do you not understand the live broadcast script? Whoa, mate, I don't appreciate your tone. How could Goddess Yuqing possibly lie? Indeed, Goddess Yuqing is too beautiful to ever tell a falsehood. As the barrage of comments began, skepticism was prevalent. However, as the narrative progressed, the tides swiftly shifted. Indeed, Goddess Yuqing's beauty lent credence to her claims. Meow, shall we play a game? Lin Lu pondered for a moment, ultimately choosing a game titled King of Farmers, a game he often played in secret, away from Mu Yuqing. As he clicked the icon and the game sound activated, the comments erupted once more. What? Can it actually play games? This cat is extraordinary. Am I seeing this correctly? Is this a gaming live stream? But why is the streamer a cat? Wow, no wonder I always lose in this game. I had no idea my teammate might not even be human. Are you sure you're not just simply bad at it? People were cautioned not to be overly curious. It was merely a case of the cat accidentally tapping the screen. After all, the game's icon was quite prominent, especially on the homepage. Hu Che noticed the simultaneous gazes of Mu Yuqing and it directed toward him. As a qualified expert, he no longer needed to pose questions, for he could answer them himself. What astonished Mu Yuqing even more was that after spending so much time with Lin Lu, she had no inkling that he possessed such a skill. Had it not been for the show, she could only wonder how long he would have kept this from her. I refuse to believe it. If this cat accidentally touched the screen, I'll wash my hair upside down. I just witnessed it. The cat's paw was clearly and deliberately pressing on the game icon. I shall not believe anything you say today. Exactly, you old rascal. Not a word you say is trustworthy. Goddess Yuqing is right. A friend just informed me that there is indeed a cat live streaming gameplay. What? I told my mom that this cat plays games, and she slapped me with my favorite dish. This cat must either be possessed or hasn't drunk the soup of oblivion. Monsters begone. Monsters begone. Ah, I am losing my mind. Is this a dream or reality? Hello, is this the psychiatric hospital? Another one gone mad. Take them away. If this cat, as Professor Hu claims, merely mistouched the screen, yet can start a game on its own, I shall eat my computer monitor. The overwhelming flood of comments caused the live stream to stutter, with everyone debating whether it was indeed a case of accidental contact. Yet, Lin Li's subsequent actions left the audience momentarily speechless. He skillfully opened the ranked matches, and everyone could clearly see his rank, Bronze 3, indicating he had hardly played a few matches. Upon entering the game, Lin Lu wasted no time selecting Little Lu Bon and equipped it with Sprint. Whoa, this is solid proof now, isn't it? How else can we explain this? Everyone, look, Professor Hu's face is turning red. Seriously? Is everyone so calm about this? This cat is genuinely playing a game. What can we do if we are not calm? Call the police to report a cat wielding a machine gun chasing for people? Would they not think you were insane? To the person who just mentioned eating the monitor, please cooperate. Personally, I find eating a monitor rather hazardous. I recommend pairing it with some coolant for consumption. I am already eating it. I can no longer comment. Why is no one curious about how this cat learned to play games? Shouldn't we hear what Professor Who has to say? Listen to him. You dare trust an expert? At this point, I'm watching this live stream as if it were a science fiction film. People ought to believe in science. Huche's face flushed as he attempted to explain, but he could only muster a single sentence after a lengthy pause. Explain? What could he possibly elucidate? Even Jesus would find it incomprehensible. After uttering those words, he felt as though he had expended all his energy, collapsing onto the sofa, staring blankly at the camera. He was deeply questioning the validity of his 2 decades of research. Had it not been for the live stream, he would have slapped himself twice to ascertain whether he were dreaming. At that moment, Anne's eyes widened in disbelief. As a seasoned player of the game, she recognized just how adept Lin Li's recent maneuvers had been. This situation could not merely be attributed to cleverness. Yet, when she sought to understand the reason behind it, she caught sight of Huche slumped on the sofa and chose to swallow her questions. After all, a cat playing games was astonishing enough for the average person. But for an expert like Huche, it threatened to invalidate decades of study. It was an affront to his worldview, an upheaval of everything he believed. During this tumultuous moment, it was essential for him to regain his composure. However, mindful of the live broadcast, Anne, despite her inner shock, maintained her professionalism and inquired of Mu Yuqing. Yuqing, it seems your cat is indeed very clever, perhaps even a level of gaming addict. Mu Yuqing, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality, her large, bewildered eyes reflecting innocence. She had not realized that Lin Lu could play games. Was this truly the same cat she had spent every day with? Why did it suddenly feel so foreign? Everyone, place your bets. Let's guess how many kills little Li's Luban can achieve. What little Lu? You think you can call him that? This is Brother Cat, Lu Gu. What level are you at, that you dare to call me Lu Gu? I am already on my knees watching the live stream. My roommate just asked if I had lost my mind. I showed him the live stream, and now he is on his knees too. Please, everyone, calm down. The game is starting. Do not delay me from watching the Master S tutorial. Meanwhile, after loading, Lin Lu finally entered the game. Chapter 6. Begin your sacrificial performance, First Blood. As the game commenced, Lin Lu, controlling the diminutive hero, found himself propelled towards the enemy crystal, a brown tail trailing behind him along the mid lane. The opposing player, unaware of the impending doom, casually attacked, and just like that, the first kill was secured. In a fit of bravado, he began to showcase his return to base. What? The minion wave has barely passed the second tower, and we've already given away First Blood? I thought Brother Lu would demonstrate godly skills. It seems I was mistaken. No wonder teammates often die inexplicably. It turns out they are not human. It's evident that Cat Brother has grasped that this game is about tower pushing and is utterly fixated on the crystal. Oh, the familiar scene of the Bronze League, with a cat thrown into the mix. Meow. Those little short legs are not serving him well. Seeing the screen turn black, Lin Lu expressed his dissatisfaction. As a reborn individual, how could he falter in such a trivial game? It must surely be due to the inadequacies of those stubby legs, incapable of properly pressing the skill buttons. Nonetheless, the game had commenced, and adhering to his unwavering principle of rescuing his teammates, Lin Lu revived his character and re-entered the fray. This time, without the sprint ability, the diminutive hero's movements were noticeably sluggish, yet within less than half a minute, he met his demise once again. Meow. The screen blackened once more, and Lin Lu erupted in fury. You think I'm in dire straits? Just wait. I shall take this seriously. Equipped and ready, a rare look of seriousness crossed Lin Li's face as he brandished his weapon and charged once more into the fray. Defeat. 10 minutes later, the crystal shattered, accompanied by the lamenting voiceover. Lin Lu, incensed, reported all his teammates, deeming them utterly incompetent. Although he struggled at first to adapt to the cat-like controls, he had begun to focus after conceding 2 kills. Just look at what his teammates had done. They managed to lose this advantageous game. Gazing at his dismal record of 0-13-0, he wore a look of disappointment. Especially infuriating was the fact that opposing player had caused him to disconnect. As a cat of the new era, how could he possibly abandon his teammates? Such malicious allies deserve to be reported without mercy. What? Brother Lu is incredible. He is crushingly dominant. Win? Victory? Bro, are you in the wrong live stream? No. My friend told me that the middle number represents kills. The more, the better. What is wrong with that? Nothing much. You have a good friend. Seriously, can this be explained? That cat is hitting the report button. What cat? From now on, please call him Brother Lu. That child is too big to remain silent. Goddess Yuqing, you should take him to see a doctor. If it comes to that, Enroll the child in a class. Staying home without schooling isn't ideal. In the live stream, Anin and Mu Yuqing watched in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to the barrage of comments. Meanwhile, Huche lay sprawled on the sofa, his gaze vacant, remaining silent. Yuqing, little Lu's skills are impressive. You must frequently take him gaming. Let us add each other as friends and team up sometime. At this point, Anin decided not to ponder the logic of a cat playing games anymore. Lin Lu had already shocked her enough. She would treat everything as perfectly reasonable for the duration of the live stream. I don't really play games. Mu Yuqing hesitated before speaking. The presence of the cat she had been living with, paired with its peculiar appearance, left her far more astonished than Anon. That's all right. I will add little Lu as a friend and invite him to play. You don't mind, do you? Anon smiled, her composure as a seasoned host shining through. Shall I help you ask? Coming back to her senses, Mu Yuqing exchanged a knowing smile with Anon, covering her mouth as she replied. She understood now that Lin Lu was her cat, and the bond they shared could not be forsaken. Regardless of any secrets Lin Lu might hide, she could never abandon him. With this realization, the weight on her heart lightened considerably. Meanwhile, the comments began to buzz with activity. What? Anon, dear, take me along. Goddess Yuqing, it's all right if you don't play much. I can teach you step by step. Uffed, the one above. I heard your scheme all the way from First High School in Los Angeles. Dream on. With Brother Lu around, how could you possibly get a turn? I declare, from now on, I will be Brother Lee's #1 fan. Meow, shall we play another billion matches? After reporting all his teammates, Lin Lu glanced at the flashy interface, preparing for another match. Just then, his cat ears perked up. He seemed to hear a sound. Tap, tap, tap. Following the noise, Lin Lu looked towards the large window, where a dirty little yellow cat was pawing at the glass. Seeing this, he immediately set down his phone and approached the window. Meow? He inquired in feline language, questioning what the little yellow cat wanted. Meow? The little yellow cat responded in kind, looking at Lin Lu with a pleading gaze. In the scene, Lin Lu furrowed his brow and then jumped onto the balcony, opening the previously locked window. What? Could this be a female cat coming to find Brother Lu? Goddess Yuqing, stop watching and hurry home to catch them in the act. What are you all thinking? Brother Lu wouldn't be interested in that. Besides, this little yellow cat is male. Everyone, stop speculating. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a graduate of the Foreign Language Department, specializing in cat language. Let me help translate their conversation. Cat language is indeed a foreign language. That is quite reasonable. Don't interrupt. The translation is decent, but who said don't interrupt? Brother Lu or the little yellow cat? Can we not switch topics so abruptly? At least he has a PhD in a specialized field. Let him finish his sentence. Everyone, trust me, my words hold authority. Now, I shall begin the translation. The previous authority is still lying on the sofa. Yeah. Why is Professor Hu silent? 1111. 10086. Don't be dazed. Professor Hu, wake up and get hyped. Seeing the flood of comments calling for Professor Hu, Anon exchanged a wry smile with Huche. The vast online audience seemed insatiable for more of his analysis. Chapter 7. Foreign Language Department's Cat Language PhD Graduate Professor Hu. Are you feeling unwell? Would you like to take a break? Anon spoke with a wry smile, offering Huche a way out. As long as Huche left the live broadcast room, he would likely be free from further torment. After all, given his age, if he truly suffered a health issue, the production team could not escape blame. No, I'm fine. Just wait for me to get up. At that moment, Huche's dazed gaze regained its brilliance, as if he heard the call of countless netizens, and his confidence was rekindled. After all, the matter of why cats use electronic devices was not within his research scope. However, he was deeply knowledgeable about the social nature of cats. As for the way out Anon provided, he no longer needed it. What he required now was assistance to rise, for he was ready to impress. Please remain calm. Everyone, as we all know, cats are solitary creatures, yet they also possess their own social circles. Generally, even solitary cats establish connections with those around them. Within any circle, there tends to be a leader, and we know Xiao Lu is quite intelligent, so I surmise that he is the leader of the local cat community. However, as inherently solitary animals, even with a social circle, their cohesion remains relatively weak. The more Professor Hu spoke, the more animated he became, his confidence swelling. Moreover, we can observe that this little yellow cat is quite dirty, leading us to deduce that it is a stray. Therefore, the reason for the stray cat seeking out Xiao Lu should not be difficult to ascertain, right? Indeed, as a leader, one must first be willing to share. As Hu's words concluded, His glasses glimmered under the lights, exuding an air of confidence and wisdom, reminiscent of an ancient strategist orchestrating grand designs. Wow, Professor Who is standing up again. That man has returned, riding on a cloud of brilliance. I find Professor Who's analysis quite reasonable. Yet Anin and Goddess Yuching have valid points. Nonsense. I told you all, I am a PhD in cat language. Just now, the little yellow cat clearly said, Lugu. Our turf has been invaded. Lugu responded, What? Who dares to invade our turf? Gesturing to open a window, I'll deal with it once I get out. Yes, indeed. No wonder he is a PhD in cat language. The sense of a gangster film is already forming. No, it has been translated. However, I do believe this cat language PhD's translations are rather insightful. I still think Professor Who is correct. Anin and Goddess Yuching are right. Bro, stop licking. Anin and Goddess Yuching haven't even spoken. In the live broadcast room, Anin and Mu Yuching exchanged glances at the lively barrage of comments. Their expressions a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yet, when it came to who was right or wrong, they were uncertain. After all, judging by the results of the first half, Professor Who truly seemed to be rambling, having not made a single correct statement. Meow? Wait a moment. Linlo opened the window and was about to escape when he seemed to remember something. Muttering to himself, he dashed back. He first placed his phone back in the drawer, then ran to the cat food shelf in the corner. After a moment of frowning and thought, he selected a small bag of cat food, clamped it in his mouth, and returned to the windowsill. What? Did Professor Who win this round? Why does this feel so surreal? Can nonsense actually be accurate? Lugu is truly worthy of being the leader. It's rare for him to remember his subordinates. Are you sure Lugu isn't just hungry? He just finished a bag of chips. How could he be hungry again so soon? By the way, what about that cat language PhD? Did he run away? True to form, Professor Who indeed demonstrated an exceptional understanding of feline nature, and in witnessing this, displayed a hint of surprise and praised Huche. After all, having been wrong throughout the entire game, finally guessing correctly warranted encouragement. Hee. Upon hearing this, Huche grinned widely, genuinely delighted. What he did not mention was that when predicting Lin Lu's behavior, he had not only considered the typical social nature of cats, but had also engaged in a shallow degree of human perspective. I wondered why the cat food at home diminished so quickly, yet the cat showed no signs of weight gain. It turns out, guarding against external threats is easier than guarding against internal ones. Mu Yuching, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. She had not anticipated that the cat food she purchased for Lin Lu would end up being shared with stray cats. At that moment, she was unsure whether to commend Lin Lu for his compassion or chastise him for betraying her trust. Meow, continue. Lin Lu nudged the cat food towards the window, and the little yellow cat promptly bit onto the food bag. Together, the two cats successfully relocated the cat food. Such occurrences are quite common among pets. One can only admire the intelligence of the cats. Thus, it did not incite significant uproar. However, what transpired next caused the netizens to become restless once more. Although the portion of cat food was small, it was quite challenging for the cats to transport. Just moments ago, Lin Lu had struggled to move it from the shelf to the windowsill, expending considerable effort and time. Consequently, how to transport this bag of cat food now posed a dilemma. Meow, meow, meow. Lin Lu pondered for a moment before communicating with the little yellow cat. Does anyone have a grand plan? Translate, what did they say? Asked Professor Who. Isn't he the one specializing in pets? Does anyone actually believe cat language can be translated? I would do a headstand while washing my hair if that were true. Do you really think that cat language PhD is serious? Lugu. Wait, let us first stand the cat food upright. And then I'll be beside it while you push it over. Little yellow. Lugu, won't you get hurt doing that? Lugu, don't worry. My physique can handle it. Did you forget that we cats have 9 lives? Cat language PhD, why are you back again? Your previous translations were entirely incorrect, and no one believes you now. Wow, you're back? This translation seems even more absurd. Let us hear what Professor Who has to say. If Anin and Goddess Yuching weigh in, then their opinions hold merit. 111. 10086. My sincerest apologies. Everyone, I am a professor of pet studies, not a cat language PhD, so I cannot provide translations. Huche, noticing the barrage of comments, laughed and lightly teased the netizen who claimed to be a cat language PhD. Meanwhile, Anin exchanged a knowing glance with Mu Yuching, both shaking their heads. Not only could they not guarantee an understanding of cat language, but they also struggled with their own language. In the scene, the two cats began to execute Lin Lu's plan. Meow, let us go? At Lin Lu's command, both the little yellow cat and he exerted their strength. successfully standing the cat food bag upright. But wait, standing upright? Why did it feel as though events were unfolding in an utterly unbelievable direction? Chapter 8. The Expedition of the Cat Legion. After propping up a bag of cat food, Lin Lu strolled over and exchanged a knowing glance with the little yellow cat. Prompted by this silent communication, the little yellow cat gently nudged the bag with its paw, causing it to slowly topple and land on Lin Li's back. With a slight grunt, Lin Lu steadied the bag with his body. Observing this, the little yellow cat quickly crouched down and slipped through a gap on the other side. Then, Lin Li's paw curved slightly, and with a strong push from the little yellow cat's back, the bag of cat food was swiftly lifted and balanced on their two backs. After adjusting their positions to maintain equilibrium, the two cats strutted confidently outwards. What the? Incredible. Are cats really this intelligent? Did everyone notice that the translation by the PhD in cat language perfectly matched what was just said? No way. Is there really a major in cat language? Of course there is. Otherwise, why would the foreign language department be called that? Next, I, a proud graduate of the cat language program from a prestigious university, will provide a full translation of Lu Ji's dialogue. The individual identifying as the cat language PhD confidently changed their nickname and began to speak in the live stream. Is this reasonable? And Anne's eyes widened in astonishment as she observed the two cats' actions. Although this collaborative ability appeared simpler than electronic devices, devising such a method required considerable intellect and life experience. Is it truly possible for a cat to accomplish this? What a surprise. I have already made it clear that this little cat, Xiao Lu, is not like the others. It possesses remarkable intelligence. Therefore, it is not surprising that it could come up with such a solution, Hu Che remarked solemnly. How could anyone question its plausibility? If it were any other cat, perhaps that statement would hold some merit, but in the case of Xiao Lu, it is an entirely different story. Even if the person questioning it isn't in, it does not apply. In, taken aback, was left with a multitude of questions. Wait, Professor Hu, why have you suddenly changed your stance after being silent for so long? Mu Yuqing looked at Hu Che in surprise, wondering if he had become a devoted fan of Xiao Lu. At that moment, Lin Lu and the little yellow cat, carrying the bag of cat food, navigated through the winding paths of the villa area and arrived at a desolate piece of land outside. Meow. Setting the cat food down, Lin Lu took a deep breath and let out a resounding meow that echoed across the barren landscape. To his astonishment, cats began to gather from all directions. Among them were scruffy stray cats and pampered pet cats of various colors and breeds, including tabbies, ginger cats, British shorthairs, and more, all converging in one place. Upon counting, there were easily over 100 cats. Upon their arrival, the cats did not form a chaotic huddle, but instead aligned themselves in an orderly fashion. Categorized by size and shape, Lin Lu jumped onto a tree stump, surveying the scene below. What the? It seems the secret of cats being undercover agents on Earth can no longer be kept hidden. Is this the Cat Legion? Today, my worldview has been completely reshaped. The Cat Legion sets forth, leaving no grass unturned. The sacred flame shines bright. All my disciples, meow, 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 meow. I once thought the sacred flame meow, meow sect was merely an internet meme, yet it truly exists. Wait a moment. I just realized my cat left after receiving a call. It must have been summoned for a gang war. Come, let us chant together for our leader, Cat Lin. Lego. May his name resonate throughout the universe. Indeed, I have previously stated that cats possess their own social circles, and within these circles lie their leaders. Xiao Lu is undoubtedly the leader of the nearby feline community, which is hardly surprising. However, the number of members in this cat community exceeds my expectations. Upon noticing the astonished looks from an and Mu Yuqing, Hu Che elaborated further. In truth, the sight of over 100 cats lined up in formation had already expanded his understanding. While he was contemplating why cats are drawn to electronic devices, he realized that their social instincts were undeniably strong. It appears that he has been outsmarted by them. Xiao Lu is still the boss. Mu Yuqing was rendered speechless as she gazed at the unfolding scene. The gentle and obedient Xiao Lu before her was secretly the leader of a cat gang. It sounded like something straight out of a novel. But why has Xiao Lu summoned members of the cat community? Anin pondered aloud. However, halfway through her sentence, she recalled the cat language PhD's translation and wondered if Lin Lu truly intended to lead a group of cats into battle. Thus, she continued to inquire, could it really be for a gang fight, as suggested in the comments? Hu Che was momentarily dumbfounded. How could he possibly know the reason behind a gathering of cats? Yet, as a guest expert on the program, he felt compelled to respond. Perhaps, it might just be a casual gathering, to to share the stolen cat food among the members? However, a gang fight among cats is utterly impossible. I have already mentioned that cats are solitary creatures. While they do have social circles, their cohesion pales in comparison to that of social animals. Moreover, given the naturally cautious temperament of cats, how could they possibly engage in a fight? Huche's tone lacked the previous certainty. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his assertion that a cat gang fight was highly unlikely. After all, while he might not predict Linley's actions, not every cat is named Xiao. Having spent decades researching pets, if he couldn't even comprehend feline behavior, he wouldn't deserve the title of professor. Is that so? Although Huche's analysis was quite reasonable, and still felt something was amiss. I believe Professor Hu is correct. We rarely see cats gathering in large numbers, let alone engaging in fights. Dog packs, however, often engage in such behavior, which relates to their shared instincts. Exactly. Cats are inherently independent creatures. Expecting them to band together for a fight is rather unrealistic. While I agree with Professor Hu's insights, let us not forget that the leader of this cat community is Lego. If it is Lego, then I feel anything is possible. The sacred flame shines bright. Who dares to question our sacred flame, meow meow sect? At that moment, the user known as the cat language PhD finally chimed in. Everyone, please hold on. Lego is about to speak. Let me translate first. As soon as the cat language PhD's comment appeared, the viewers quickly calmed down, and the barrage of comments on the screen noticeably diminished, as they did not want to miss any of the translations. Chapter 9. The Fiery Pre-Battle Mobilization. Dear companions, today I received some unfortunate news. The landfill where our little yellow friends resided has been overrun, and a brother has tragically lost his life. Upon hearing this news, a heavy sorrow enveloped my heart. Must we, as felines, merely sit idly by in the face of the enemy's blade? After much contemplation, I concluded that we cannot allow our brother's blood to be shed in vain. Brothers, we may face death in battle, yet to evade it would only lead to a wretched existence. As cats, as a collective, how should we respond to such dire circumstances? We must bravely step forward, using our sharp claws to pierce the skull of the adversary, our fierce fangs to tear apart their chest, and our very flesh to resist the invasion. Let us unite, brothers, in vengeance for our fallen comrades. Lin Lu stood atop a tree stump, delivering an impassioned pre-battle speech in feline language, his gaze resolute, his presence radiant. Meow, vengeance, 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 vengeance. The fervor ignited within the bodies of the cats, their furs standing on end, as their cries soared through the heavens, resonating throughout the entire live stream. Is this the best you can do, cat language doctor? I admit, you may not be a great translator, but you are certainly a remarkable orator. Oh my, even a cat's speech is better than anything I could write. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to throw down. You should prepare. My cat just went out with a kitchen knife after watching the live stream with me. Cat language doctor, can you possibly be more outrageous? If those words were truly spoken by a cat, I'll eat my hat while standing on my head during the live stream. Whoa, there's a wolf in here, tricking us into feeding and entertaining him. Cat language doctor, I can't believe I trusted you. This is getting a bit too far-fetched. Cat language doctor, I didn't intend to be so outrageous, but I translated word for word what Lugus said, not daring to alter a single phrase. 6666. Your fabrications are so convincing that I almost believed you. Am I the only one who thinks the cat language doctor's translation is highly plausible? Just look at the cat's expressions, that fighting spirit, that fearless resolve. How could that be feigned? We know Lugu is making a pre-battle mobilization. But have you considered what the cat language doctor has translated? Can you really produce such an impassioned speech? Never mind, brothers. Let us see what Professor Hu has to say. Yes, let us hear from Professor Hu. If An and Goddess Yuqing speak, then they must be correct. As Professor Hu observed the barrage of comments, he halted his contemplation, sensing an ominous premonition. He had just confidently assured that there would be no cat gang conflict. Yet, witnessing the flames of determination igniting in each cat's eyes, he began to waver. As a professor who has dedicated decades to pet research, he understood this feline emotion all too well. Even an ordinary person could discern what it meant when a cat's fur bristled. It signified genuine anger, a precursor to imminent conflict. Professor Hu, what is your perspective on this matter? Indeed, and then immediately turned to Huche upon receiving the barrage of responses. Huche swallowed hard. As for my perspective, I am merely an observer. If he were to assert that the cats would indeed engage in battle, it would contradict his earlier claims and bring him embarrassment. Conversely, if he maintained that the cats would not clash, Given the current tension, he would still face ridicule. In essence, no matter how he responded, humiliation was inevitable. The only question was whether it would come from himself or his fans. After much deliberation, Huche resolved to be lenient on himself. Thus, he spoke. I concede that my earlier analysis may have been somewhat unexpected. I must acknowledge that Xiao Lu is not only intelligent, but also possesses remarkable leadership qualities. He has successfully altered my preconceived notions about cats through his unique feline abilities. We can see that every cat has begun to bristle. Everyone knows what this means for cats. Therefore, I believe the upcoming battle is unavoidable. However, I am curious as to what sort of animal would dare to oppose such a group of cats, another group of cats, or perhaps some other creature. Throughout this exchange, Huche maintained a smile, masking his own discomfort. Satisfied with his handling of the situation, he noted that the comments had shifted away from the previous incident, allowing him a moment of relief and quiet triumph. Do you find the cat language Dr.'s translation reliable? Anin nodded in response. Nearly all fans believed that a cat gang conflict was unavoidable. She feared that Professor Hu would continue to stubbornly deny the situation, potentially leading to dire consequences. Seeing Huche backtrack, she felt a sense of relief and continued the conversation. Do you believe I could write such an impassioned speech? Huche chuckled softly, wishing to convey that while there indeed exists a field of study in cat language, universities offering such programs are exceedingly rare, and the number of graduates is minuscule. Even if this fan happened to be a PhD in cat language, could such a fervent speech genuinely be articulated by a cat? What if a cat gang conflict occurs? Will Xiaolu be injured? The atmosphere in the live stream was electric, but only Mu Yuqing watched the screen with a worried expression, softly voicing her concerns. Over 100 cats. This spectacle may seem trivial to humans, but for cats, it is undoubtedly a grand scale. I am genuinely concerned for Lin Lu's safety. Oh. Anin and Huche were momentarily taken aback. Don't worry, Yuqing. I will immediately inform the production team to send someone to stand by nearby. If Xiao Lu encounters danger, we can respond swiftly. Anin quickly reacted, signaling towards the backstage. She should have anticipated that such a large-scale conflict would inevitably lead to casualties. If Xiao Lu were to suffer any harm, it would represent a significant loss for the production team. Moreover, she could not bear to witness such a clever and adorable cat meet with misfortune. Xiao Lu is exceptionally astute. Don't fret, Yuqing. He will surely understand the importance of self-preservation. Huche also quickly interjected to soothe Mu Yuqing's anxiety. After all, having spent decades in pet research, he understood the profound impact of losing a pet on its owner. Mu Yuqing responded softly, casting a grateful glance at the two, yet her worry persisted. What transpired next sent her heart spiraling into distress. Chapter 10, Confronting the Mastiff? Strike it with 2 slaps right away. What the heck? Is this what you call self-preservation? Legu, please don't. Hurry, is anyone nearby? Go save Legu. Where are the crew members? Have they arrived yet? They wouldn't still be on their way, would they? It's over, it's truly over. Legu is surely in grave danger. With the sacred fire burning brightly, and the holy light shining forth, all my disciples, meow, 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 meow. Master, safe travels. In the footage, Lin Lu advanced towards the dump accompanied by a group of cats. As he surveyed the increasingly dilapidated and filthy surroundings, the fans in the live stream became instantly agitated. A dump? Could the translation by the cat language doctor be true? Upon rounding a small hill made of garbage, Lin Lu finally encountered his adversary, a massive black mastiff. Its head bowed as it searched through the refuse, exuding an aura of ferocity and terror. Its powerful limbs, explosive muscle definition, glimmering sharp teeth, and menacing crimson eyes all hinted at the extraordinary nature of this foe. A mastiff? Everyone was taken aback upon seeing the formidable creature on screen. The mastiff, a large canine known for its loyalty and ferocity, has legends of single-handedly battling 3 wolves on the grasslands. It is easy to imagine just how terrifying such an animal could be. However, the fact that Lin Lu and his feline companions were pitted against such a vicious beast sent shivers down everyone's spine. Surely, they wouldn't engage in combat. Cats instinctively fear dogs, especially one as massive as a mastiff. Seeing Mu Yuqing restless, Huche quickly snapped back to reality and spoke softly. Cats are inherently cautious creatures. When encountering animals larger than themselves, they typically choose to retreat. With their agile physiques, they can often escape danger, which is why in rural areas, one frequently sees dogs chasing after cats, but to no avail. Yes, I also believe Legu is quite clever and would never act recklessly. Anin chimed in to comfort Mu Yuqing. After all, If a battle were to ensue, Lin Lu stood no chance against the enormous mastiff. Mu Yuqing, fidgeting nervously, clasped her hands together, her palms damp with sweat. After hearing Anin and Hu Che's words, she kept her anxious gaze fixed on the screen. But contrary to her expectations, Lin Lu boldly charged right up to the mastiff. Behind him, however, the hundreds of cats seemed hesitant, nowhere to be seen. Meow? So you're the one who killed my brother? The mastiff, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the tiny feline, displayed confusion in its eyes. Such a small, frail creature should have been terrified of it. So why did it dare to stand defiantly before him, brimming with audacity? Lin Lu wasted no time. With a powerful push from his hind legs, he leaped into action, swiftly delivering 2 resounding slaps across the mastiff's face. Meow? Do you know whose territory this is? How dare you come here and disrupt things? After slapping the mastiff, Lin Lu stepped back, standing atop the mound of garbage, looking down with an air of authority as if the fearsome mastiff was merely a pitiful, helpless mouse. The mastiff, momentarily stunned, took a while to regain its composure. It could hardly believe that this seemingly delicate creature dared to strike it. But as it came to its senses, its eyes darkened to a deeper crimson, a savage aura enveloping it, and deep growls erupted from its throat. Clearly, it was enraged. Although Lin Li's slap had not inflicted significant harm, the humiliation was profound. Being struck by such a seemingly frail creature ignited its fury. At this moment, all it wanted was to tear the cat to shreds and consume it piece by piece. The fans in the live stream were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. What the heck? Legu, you. What just happened? Did I just imagine that? Legu actually jumped up and slapped the mastiff twice. Normally, wouldn't a cat tremble in fear and run away upon seeing a mastiff? How did Legu muster the courage to give it 2 slaps? Goodness, with such audacity. Even Gao Qiqiang and Lu Huaqiang would have to acknowledge Legu. Chun Haonan and the crows would bow their heads in submission. Turns out, even dogs can receive 2 slaps, huh? What cat language, doctor? Is your translation accurate? Are you sure this isn't a case of mistaken identities? This is bad. The mastiff is about to strike. Upon seeing the last comment, the live stream fell silent, everyone tense and fixated on the screen. The mastiff, having endured such indignity, glared fiercely, its growls growing increasingly furious, its sharp teeth glimmering ominously, its gaping maw resembling a bottomless abyss. Its knees began to bend, preparing to launch an assault on Lin Lu. Meow, brothers, come out. It's just a little pug. Do you think your size makes you superior? Observing the mastiff's movements, Lin Lu remained composed, waving his paw with a command. Suddenly, countless cats peeked out from all directions, some glaring down from the garbage hill, others baring their teeth around the corners. An overwhelming multitude of cats approached from every angle: the summit of the garbage hill, the mid-slope, the base, the corners, and the edges of the grass. It was as if an endless tide of cats had surrounded the mastiff. Seeing such a massive gathering of cats, and sensing even more arriving, the mastiff hesitated. Though it viewed each cat as a fragile little creature, their collective presence transformed them into an enormous force. Despite its strength and size, it was not invincible. Faced with so many cats, it had no chance of victory. Its steps began to retreat slowly, and a wary expression flickered in its eyes. It was clearly intimidated. Meow? Weren't you just boasting? Slap. What level do you think you are to challenge me? Unexpectedly, before it could retreat much further, that very cat reappeared in its line of sight, leaping up to deliver another 2 slaps without hesitation. However, faced with such a multitude of cats, the mastiff could only growl in suppressed rage, unable to express its fury. Yet the look in its eyes betrayed it. Gone was the ferocity, replaced by a sense of retreat and evasion. Woof. I'm sorry, I was wrong. At this moment, it realized the dump was the cat's territory, and it had invaded and chased away the group of cats. Now, the cats had come for vengeance. Slap. Wrong? How dare you even acknowledge your mistake? Did you not know it was wrong when you killed my brother? Seeing the once proud mastiff with its head bowed, Lin Lu leaped up once more to deliver a slap, his fury palpable. Woof. I didn't kill your brother. The mastiff was taken aback, bewildered by the accusation. Who was it that dared to frame it? Chapter 11. Listening to your words is like listening to a discourse. The group of cats, remarkably agile, scattered in a frenzy upon her arrival, fleeing from the refuse heap. Yet, she had never harmed any cat. Otherwise, what would she be doing rummaging through the garbage? At this moment, the mastiff suddenly felt more wrong than Dou-yi herself. Lin Lu, upon hearing this, was equally perplexed, casting a scrutinizing glance at the little yellow cat. The mastiff's expression did not suggest deceit. Meow, Brother Lou, I truly do not know. When it was time to count the cats, we indeed found one missing. The little yellow cat, visibly anxious, spoke up. Even if it had 10 times the courage, it would never dare to deceive Brother Lou. Although Brother Lou treated his brothers well, sharing food with them, he despised being lied to. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Around them, silence reigned. The little yellow cat nervously watched Lin Lu, while the mastiff hung its head in silence. The mastiff, accustomed to dominance in the city, could not fathom why it encountered such a group of cats. Meanwhile, as Yiling pondered, the comments section erupted. What the heck? Are these still the adorable kittens? They just slapped the mastiff 3 times, and it didn't dare make a sound. If you were surrounded by so many cats, you wouldn't dare either. Come on. You're overestimating him. So you mean he is even less than a dog? Brother Lou is indeed impressive. Honestly, with over 100 cats, the mastiff shouldn't be this frightened, right? If we are not mistaken, the positioning of the cats is quite strategic, giving the mastiff the impression that it is surrounded by an army. Coupled with Brother Lee's audacity, it's no wonder it backed down. You should read more and not just feed pigs. This tactic clearly employs the strategy of deceiving the heavens, creating something from nothing, taking the initiative, and startling the snake in the grass. What? How can I believe a cat can utilize military tactics? Read the 36 stratagems and appreciate Brother Lou's life. What do you mean a cat? Is Brother Lou just any cat? Hey, cat language doctor, why aren't you translating the mastiff's words? Cat language doctor, I am a cat language expert, not a dog language one. Moreover, based on Brother Lou and the little yellow cat's remarks, do you not grasp the situation at hand? I understand now. It means the cats were not harmed by the mastiff. It just inexplicably received a few slaps. I must say, avenging a brother and daring to confront the mastiff head-on is commendable. If I had an older brother like Brother Lou, it would be worth it to fight to the death for him. Is there any chance I could be reborn as a cat? In the live stream, Mu upon seeing Lin Lu safe, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Professor Hu, however, was wide-eyed. He had confidently asserted that cats were inherently fearful of dogs and would surely scatter. Yet, Lin Lu did not adhere to the expected behavior and instead struck the mastiff twice. Clearly, Lin Lu was not an ordinary cat and could not be judged by common logic. But who could explain the situation of the other cats? When Lin Lu went to slap the mastiff, the other cats vanished without a trace. Professor Hu thought to himself that perhaps his 20 years of pet research had finally led to a successful prediction, though he felt a bit anxious for Lin Lu. Little did he know, this was all part of Lin Li's plan. Heavens, a cat using military strategy? How absurd can it get? Professor Hu questioned the rationality of the situation, and initially did not react, but, upon seeing the comments, was entirely captivated by them. A cat daring to confront the mastiff was one thing, but if this cat also understood military tactics, how could it not be more than extraordinary? This cat was either enlightened or transformed from a human. We must believe in science. In truth, many animals possess remarkable intelligence and adapt strategies when faced with formidable foes. Upon hearing this, Hu Che gave a smile that was more painful than crying, hesitantly responding, "Is this reasonable?" Reasonable? Not at all. He was now deeply skeptical that this cat was either a transformed human or something extraordinary. But what could he do? This was a live broadcast across all platforms. Was he to promote superstitions about reincarnation and spirits? Well, my little Lu is quite clever. At that moment, Mu Yuqing also smiled, genuinely pleased. As long as Lin Lu was safe, she felt reassured. However, upon hearing her, Professor Hu's lips twitched. After decades of pet research, he had never encountered such phenomena. This could hardly be described as mere cleverness. It was sheer genius. What does Professor Hu think Lin Lu will do next? Anan asked softly, though still shocked. She remembered they were live. What next? Hu Che felt a wave of confusion wash over him. How could he predict what this exceptional cat would do? He glanced at the comments, hesitantly stating, "This fan's analysis is quite insightful. Through the study of animal microexpressions, we can deduce that an unexpected event should arise at this moment. Lin Lu is likely to address this unforeseen circumstance." After finishing his response, Hu Che stroked his goatee, satisfied with his quick thinking, grateful not to embarrass himself publicly. Meanwhile, the fans were left puzzled. Listening to your words is like listening to a discourse. Professor Hu's analysis is quite reasonable, yet he has said nothing at all. How is Professor Hu's statement any different from Zhuangzhou's purification? An unexpected event occurred, so it needs to be resolved. That is very logical. Yes, just like saying I need to eat because I am hungry. Are all the brothers this talented? Can't anyone express themselves in fewer words? Seriously, who can't see that Brother Lo is going to resolve the issue? Do we need you to point that out? I say, it's still the cat language Dr. S translation that is reliable. Next, we should expect Detective Lu to embark on a Sherlock Holmes adventure. In the midst of this, Lin Lu, after a moment of contemplation, regained his focus, looking at the mastiff with its head bowed and the anxious little yellow cat. He spoke slowly. I will uncover the truth behind this matter. I shall not wrong any good dog, nor will I let any bad one go. Upon hearing this, both the little yellow cat and the mastiff exhaled in relief. Lin Lu then elegantly approached the mastiff once more. The mastiff, having just relaxed, tensed up again, worried it might receive another slap due to the lingering pain on its cheek. Meow, what is your name? Are you interested in joining me? Lin Lu inquired, his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon the mastiff. Although he had a considerable number of cats under his command, they were no match for a genuine threat. Today, had it not been for his slight cunning against the mastiff, the outcome could have been dire. Thus, he sought a formidable ally, and the mastiff was clearly a fitting choice. As Lin Li's words were translated by the cat language doctor, the live stream erupted once more. Chapter 12. Where there is a bite for me, there is a sip for you. What? A cat is preparing to recruit a Tibetan mastiff as a subordinate? Doctor. Cat language. Can your translation be any more ludicrous? Brother Lo, do not forget, you are still relying on the tiger's might. Once the mastiff sees through your scheme, there will be no escape. Shouldn't you run? 6666. Brother Lu truly lives up to his name. I have never seen a cat take a Tibetan mastiff as a subordinate. This is amusing. A mastiff serving a cat? That would be a disgrace to all dogs. Now that you are homeless, why not follow me? Where there is a bite for me, there is a sip for you. Lin Lu observed the hesitant expression on the mastiff's face, approached, and gently patted its shoulder, speaking softly. Since the mastiff had fallen to scavenging in a garbage dump, it must have its own untold struggles. For Lin Lu, this was an opportunity to bolster his own power. After all, even reincarnated as a cat, he did not wish to lead a tranquil life, basking in the sun and enjoying dried fish. Woof! The mastiff's eyes sparkled with interest. After a moment's hesitation, it finally said, Then I shall follow you, big brother. The mastiff possessed a certain intelligence. It understood that Lin Lu could rally such a large group of cats, indicating remarkable abilities. Being homeless and living in constant fear was far worse than taking a gamble. The thought of being humiliated by recognizing a cat as a big brother never crossed the mastiff's mind. What could be more painful than going hungry? Very well. Then you shall follow me. Work hard. From now on, call me Brother Lo. Upon hearing the mastiff's agreement, Lin Lu beamed with satisfaction, jumping up to pat the mastiff's head, and said gently, Now, we must clear your name. All cats, heed my command. Immediately search for the whereabouts of our lost brothers. I wish to see who dares to touch my brethren. As Lin Li's words echoed, over 100 cats swiftly sprang into action, scattering in all directions to search. The mastiff, head held high, was eager to join in. Anyone who harmed Brother Li's kin had also wronged it, especially since it had almost been wrongfully accused itself. You are new here, let them handle this. Come, I will first take you to fill your belly. Seeing the mastiff's expression, Lin Lu nodded in satisfaction. Dogs are known for their loyalty. Once they acknowledge you from the heart, betrayal becomes nearly impossible, unlike certain traitorous beings. Yes, Brother Lu. The mastiff exclaimed with joy. Having not eaten all day, its stomach pressing against its back. This was why it had reluctantly come to occupy the garbage dump. However, as this was the territory of Xiao Huang and others, all good food had long been divided among them, leaving nothing for the mastiff. Lin Lu then led the mastiff in a specific direction, maintaining a careful distance. This distance was perfect. It neither made the dog feel neglected nor hindered an escape in case of unforeseen events. Through their conversation, Lin Lu learned that the mastiff's name was Xiongba, a name resonating with power and fitting for its demeanor. Meanwhile, the live stream chat erupted once more. What? Brother Lu actually subdued that mastiff? Heavens, what am I seeing? A mastiff serving a cat? Is there no justice? Is there no law? So, it seems the translations by Dr. Cat Language were not mere tricks. Could it be that there really is a major in cat language in the foreign language department? Does this mean that the passionate speech earlier truly came from Brother Lo? My worldview is collapsing. What about yours? How absurd. Who would dare question my Brother Lo? I wish to be Brother Li's little brother. You're merely wishing. My cat is already trying to get Brother Li's phone number. It seems the feline plan on Earth cannot remain hidden any longer. The sacred fire blazes bright, illuminating the path of my disciples. Meow, meow, meow. A cat like Brother Lo is a blessing from the heavens to our sacred order. in the live stream room. In and her companions were left speechless, staring at each other in shock. What had they just witnessed? They had seen a cat command a Tibetan Mastiff as its subordinate. At that moment, Mu Yuqing felt a swirl of emotions. She had no idea her cat wielded such influence outside. Professor Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. What had he been studying all these years? And felt somewhat flustered, wondering how she could continue to host given such an extraordinary occurrence. Professor Hu, do you think there is any validity to Dr. Cat Language's translations? After a long silence, Anin finally regained her composure and posed the question to Hu Che. She too was eager to understand who this Dr. Cat Language truly was, and if the translations were mere coincidences or held genuine merit. Well, perhaps, maybe, there is a degree of accuracy, Hu Che replied, still astonished but managing to steady his thoughts. After all, it appeared that Dr. Cat Language's translations were more accurate than his own predictions. And where do you think little Lu will take the Mastiff to eat next? Anin inquired thoughtfully. I believe he will take the Mastiff home to get cat food. After all, dog food and cat food are not vastly different in composition, Hu Professor rationally concluded. Aside from that, I can think of no other possibilities. No matter how clever little Lu is, he surely wouldn't take the Mastiff to a restaurant to order a bowl of noodles, Hu Professor added, having thoroughly considered the matter to avoid any mistakes this time. And then turned her gaze towards Mu Yuqing, her eyes silently questioning. Yuqing, your household must have quite a large monthly consumption of cat food, right? After all, the Mastiff's size suggested a considerable appetite. Coupled with Lin Li's previous antics of smuggling cat food, this was evidently not the first time. Actually, not really, Mu Yuqing replied after a moment's hesitation, furrowing her brow in thought. Besides, there is hardly any food left on the cat food shelf. If little Lu were to feed it all to the Mastiff, he would soon go hungry himself. Her household's cat food consumption had always been reasonable. Otherwise, she would have noticed something amiss by now. Oh, what do you mean by that? Anin asked, surprised, as Mu Yuqing's demeanor did not suggest deceit. Yet, Lin Lu was caring for over 100 cats. Even if they didn't require his support for every meal, even occasional assistance would amount to a significant expense. It was hard to believe Mu Yuqing had not noticed. Upon hearing Mu Yuqing's words, Hu Che felt a sudden pang of realization. If he was not mistaken, his carefully considered predictions might again lead to an empty conclusion. At that moment, Lin Lu had already returned to the vicinity of the villa with the Mastiff. Chapter 13. Another madness upstairs. Meow. Follow me. Lin Lu took the lead, pushing open the villa's fence, while Xiong Ba cautiously trailed behind, his eyes wide with astonishment. This villa, owned by Lu Ge, was even more opulent and expansive than its previous owner's residence. Wait, how could a cat possess a villa? Surely, Lu Ji's owner must be exceptionally wealthy. As Lin Lu stepped inside, the interior of the villa was fully revealed in the live stream. The three-story villa boasted a garage, a garden, a swimming pool, a pavilion, and a pond. The entire structure exemplified classical Chinese architectural style, with intricate carvings and a timeless elegance that exuded grandeur. Wow, poverty has truly limited my imagination. This vast villa must cost several hundred thousand. Several hundred thousand? Whatever amount you have, I'll buy it. Hello everyone, I deal in real estate. If anyone is interested in purchasing a villa like Goddess Yuqing's, please contact me. The price is only 80 million. Wow, Goddess Yuqing is the legendary rich beauty, owning such a grand villa. Has anyone noticed that aside from Goddess Yuqing and Little Lu, there seems to be no one else living in this villa? Right? What is going on? Where are the maids? The butlers? Ah, forgive me. Why am I suddenly so envious of Lu Ge? It's truly better to have a good background than to struggle. Yuqing, don't you have a maid at home? Anin queried, observing the barrage of comments with curiosity. Yet what surprised her even more was the wealth of Mu Yuqing's family, of which she had previously been unaware. I rarely stay here. And since there's no one at home, I didn't hire a maid, Mu Yuqing replied honestly. This villa was quite far from Jiang University. And during her first 3 years, she resided in a nearby community due to her busy schedule. It was only during her senior year, when she had more free time, that she moved in. Additionally, she preferred tranquility, and since her parents were not in this city, she had no need for domestic help. What is this Versailles-style living? This is what it means. Buying a villa worth tens of millions and barely living in it. Can you donate it to me? If that is the case, Goddess Yuqing must have properties elsewhere as well. She is truly wealthy. Goddess Yuqing, do you need any cats or dogs? Look at me. I can charm better than Lu Ge. Do you really think you can compare with Lu Ge? Have you woken up? Cats and dogs are great, but first, can you accept neutering? Speaking of neutering, Lu Ge wouldn't. If you don't need your eyes upstairs, I suggest you donate them. Such an obvious symbol. Can you not see it? At that moment, Lin Lu had already led Xiong Ba to the front door. It featured a fingerprint password lock, and Lin Lu skillfully entered the code, causing the door to slide open automatically. Did anyone just see the password? What is it? Let us go steal from him. I can hear your scheming all the way from Los Angeles. When Lu Gu entered the password, his head conveniently blocked the camera. Your plans are foiled. Even if you saw the password, what would it matter? With your demeanor, do you really think you could enter such a high-end neighborhood? If caught by security, it would be quite a predicament. Meow, grab the package at the door. Upon seeing the door open, Lin Lu pointed with his paw in a specific direction. Speaking in a calm tone, Xiong Ba paused for a moment, then noticed a yellow package resting about 10 meters away on a flower bed. The package, wrapped in layers of yellow tape, measured about half a meter in width. Without hesitation, Xiong Ba approached and picked up the parcel, bringing it back in his mouth. Wait, is that Lu Gu's package? How absurd. From this position, if Lu Gu hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it belonged to someone else. Am I the only one curious about where Lu Ji's package is from? Online shopping? If it's online shopping, where did the money come from? A cat actually has its own package. Can it get any more ridiculous? My goodness, this world has gone mad, entirely mad. Hello, is this the mental hospital? Another one has gone mad upstairs. Not only the fans, but even the 3 people in the live stream were utterly bewildered. Yuqing, is this package yours? An gulped. Incredulity etched on her face as she asked Mu Yuqing. Surely, it couldn't be that little Lu had made a purchase himself? I'm not sure. Mu Yuqing responded with a hint of a wry smile. She didn't recall ordering anything recently. Moreover, her packages wouldn't be left so far away. However, she did remember seeing packages often placed in that spot, but she thought they belonged to a neighbor or were temporarily left there by community staff. Little did she expect that this was actually Lin Li's package. And then fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that the cat was earning a salary? After all, how could a cat afford to shop online? Yet, seeing Mu Yuqing's puzzled expression, she kept her thoughts to herself, realizing that Mu Yuqing was completely in the dark about all this. Wait, is it really Lu Gu's package? I'm curious, what's inside? An inflatable cat? I'm even more curious about where Lu Gu got the money. Can cats really earn a salary? Am I the only one astonished that a cat could shop online? Everyone in the live stream was left in utter confusion, and the comments exploded. Yet, Lin Lu and Xiong Ba strolled leisurely into the villa, the door closing automatically behind them, revealing a picturesque entrance adorned with mountain and water motifs, and a winding corridor leading into the depths. With a swaggering gait, Lin Lu trotted ahead while Xiong Ba, still clutching the package, followed closely behind. He now understood that Lu Gu truly regarded him as kin, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought him home. Passing through the long corridor and pavilion, they arrived at the door where Lin Lu had previously escaped. After his daring escape, he had taken the back cat door with little Huang to avoid revealing the villa's entire view. After entering another password, the door swung open, and Lin Lu strode in confidently, heading straight for the elevator. Xiong Ba, still holding the package, dared not relax. He was eager to learn how Lu Gu knew so much. Even the act of unlocking doors seemed beyond his grasp. To him, Lu Gu felt less like a cat and more like an enigmatic human. Before long, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Lu stepped inside, pressing the button for the second basement level, with Xiong Ba closely in tow. Inside the elevator, he finally set the package down to rest his mouth. Wow, there are actually 2 basement levels in this villa. It's enormous. Goddess Yuqing, living alone in such a vast villa, aren't you afraid? I can hear your scheming from miles away. What if I am afraid? Are you applying to be a security guard? A security guard? Choose me. Look at my 8-pack abs, how strong I am. As the elevator came to a stop at the second basement level, the doors opened, and Lin Lu stepped out, pausing at the door of a small room tucked in the corner. Chapter 14. The secret base approaching the familiar fingerprint lock with practiced ease. Lin Lu input the password, and the door swung open with a soft click. The modest room was shrouded in darkness, but as Lin Lu pressed the switch, it illuminated, revealing a surprising sight. Packages of all shapes and sizes were piled high within. Please tell me these aren't all things that Brother Lu purchased online. One exclaimed, Goodness, what a mountain of packages. How much money did this cost? Where did Brother Lu get all this money? Another questioned in disbelief. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that cat food? And there are cans of meat too. Someone remarked. Could it be that Brother Lu is stockpiling food for those cats? Another pondered. Damn, why am I even contemplating being Brother Li's underling? Someone lamented. Is it embarrassing to be Brother Li's underling? Another interjected. Silence. A cat that shops online, hoards food, plays with a smartphone, and has even tamed a mastiff as its subordinate. Let me just reflect quietly, someone replied. Who is this silence? In the live broadcast room. And Anne's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Mu Yuqing, her face betraying a look of astonishment. Did Mu Yuqing know from the start that Xiao Lu was extraordinary? Otherwise, how could one explain this room? The villa had numerous rooms, many of which were hardly used, and she had never paid attention. Yet, this room was familiar to her. One day, she had inadvertently discovered this space, only to find that its password was different from all the others. Since this room was seldom used, she had dismissed it from her mind. Feeling the weight of the gaze upon her, Mu Yuqing awkwardly spoke. Let's not even mention the others. I'm curious as well. How did Linla manage this? Besides, was it her phone that was used for payment? If so, why are there no shopping records or bank transaction notifications on her phone? This cat couldn't possibly have a secret stash outside, could it? Ah, foolish woman. Don't you realize why the password is different? Surely Brother Li changed it. Wait, a cat can change the password on a lock. I can't even do that. Enough already. I'm here berating my own cat for not being able to play games. You're right. In this day and age, how can there be a cat that can't play games? My cat has already taken me to the top of the leaderboard. Oh, I'm losing my mind. How can this cat be so outrageous? Why does everyone find this reasonable? Hello? Is this a mental hospital? Another one upstairs has gone mad. Let me clarify. This cat is Brother Lo. Lin Lu instructed Xiong Ba to place the parcel at the doorway before gracefully striding deeper into the room, eventually unearthing a package. He pointed at it and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Xiong Ba promptly stepped forward, tearing open the packaging, sending dog food scattering across the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, the famished Xiong Ba began to feast. Meanwhile, Lin Lu continued rummaging through the sea of packages, tossing a can of beef and 3 sausages to Xiong Ba before resting against a chair in the corner. At that moment, if Lin Lu had been handed a pair of sunglasses and a cigar, he would have perfectly embodied the image of a mafia boss. Is Brother Li's room a treasure trove? Can someone explain why a cat would stockpile dog food? I had a bowl of beef noodles for lunch, which I was quite satisfied with, until I laid eyes on Brother Li's collection. Why does a stray dog's diet seem superior to mine? Brother Lu, I earnestly ask you once more, are you still recruiting underlings? Oh dear, I'm starving. Canned beef. Premium sausages. Last time I hesitated for ages in the supermarket before passing them up. Wait for me. Once I finish this mouthful of instant noodles, I'll become Brother Li's underling. Still eating? My cat is already out the door after answering a phone call. Yuqing, your Xiao Lu is truly affluent. Observing the scene unfold, and then finally managed to extract a smile from her astonished face and spoke softly. Mu Yuqing, in response, offered an awkward yet polite smile. It seemed that Xiao Lu was indeed quite wealthy. But who could tell her where Xiao Li's money came from? Mu Yuqing once again retrieved her phone, scouring through various shopping apps, Taobao, JD, Pinduoduo, and others, but found no shopping records. I never anticipated that Xiao Lu had a secret base. Lin Lu, accompanied by the mastiff, indulged in a feast in the villa's basement, which once more contradicted Hu Che's predictions. His face turned awkward as he spoke. I am beginning to doubt my expertise. Could my decades of research and pet studies have been merely a dream? My well-considered predictions have all come to naught. It seems my purpose in this program is merely to be proven wrong. Professor Hu, you cannot be blamed. Who could have guessed that a cat would have a secret stash and a food depot? Ah, I've looked into it. Professor Hu's credentials are indeed authentic. Encountering a cat like Brother Lu, who defies all norms, is a true rarity. Brother Li's actions cannot be measured by conventional standards. Otherwise, one would inevitably face a harsh reality check. That being said, Professor Hu has put in considerable effort. Oh, what do you mean by that? Professor Hu's performance gives me a sense of I could do that too. Isn't that commendable? Seeing the supportive comments from the audience, Hu Che felt a swell of gratitude. He resolved to enhance his predictive success rate. Thus, he focused intently on the screen, searching for every subtle clue. Have you eaten enough? If so, please take your trash with you. Observing as the mastiff devoured a small bag of dog food, a can of beef, and 3 sausages with remarkable speed, Lin Lu calmly instructed. He then jumped down from the chair and made his way to the door. The mastiff, momentarily taken aback, sensing its fullness, hurriedly stuffed the sausage wrappers and the can's tin into the dog food bag, following closely behind Lin Lu. Well, I must say, Xiong Ba isn't lacking in intelligence. It even knows how to tidy up. I would love to have a dog like that. Don't even think about it. Good mastiffs are quite expensive, and large dogs are prohibited in the city. While Xiong Ba is clever, it still feels a bit dull compared to Brother Lo. Seriously? Are you comparing it to Brother Lu? Try a different cat. Dogs are generally known for their higher intelligence and understanding, with greater mimicking abilities. Thus, it is not surprising that they can help with tasks like tidying up. Seeing this, Professor Hu quickly interjected to explain. What a joke. If I can't even handle Linlu, this extraordinary feline, how could I possibly be unaware of canine behavior? I spent half a year living in the Tibetan region just to study mastiffs. Indeed, my dog helps with garbage duty and can even carry a basket. I once saw a dog on Douyin that could extinguish fires, watch children, and wash dishes. Dogs are inherently much smarter than cats. This is hardly surprising. Given that dogs are innately more intelligent than cats, can anyone explain Brother Li's situation? Need I say more? Brother Lu is no ordinary cat. Forget dogs. Can your intellect even compare to Brother Lu's? Wow, is that a personal attack? Quiet. It seems Brother Li's companions have made a discovery. Let's listen to how the cat language expert translates. Chapter 15. The hungry dogs of the North Junkyard. As Lin Lu and Xiong Ba ascended the stairs, they unexpectedly encountered Xiao Huang, who rushed over to deliver urgent news. Meow, Brother Lu. Brother Lu, De Hui is in danger. Xiao Huang, panting heavily, spoke hurriedly upon seeing Lin Lu. Lin Lu was taken aback. De Hui, like Xiao Huang, was a core member of their team. He had dispatched them to seek clues about their missing comrades. So why was there suddenly a threat? It's those cursed dogs from the North Junkyard. They were also responsible for the disappearance of our brothers. Xiao Huang exclaimed angrily. However, upon noticing Xiong Ba beside Lin Lu, he became somewhat awkward. Immediately notify the brothers. Assemble at the North Junkyard. Lin Lu commanded, his brows furrowing as he spoke. In the outskirts of the North District, Lin Lu did not hold absolute power. His time there had been brief, and his influence was quite limited. The dynamics of the North District could roughly be categorized into 3 dog packs and 1 cat. Indeed, unlike the solitary nature of cats, dogs preferred to band together. Moreover, their size gave them a natural advantage, rendering cats nearly helpless. The 3 dog factions were the hungry dogs of the North Junkyard, the short-haired yellow from Sanli Gourmet City, and the clever dogs of Ping'an Bridge. Each faction consisted of at least a dozen dogs, wielding considerable power. Previously, cats held no standing in the North District until Lin Lu arrived, uniting the cats to form a formidable team that could barely stand on equal footing with the 3 dog factions. The hungry dogs of the North Junkyard were the most closely aligned with Lin Li's faction, leading to frequent conflicts between them. In direct confrontations, the dog's inherent advantage meant Lin Lu's faction often faced defeat. It was unexpected that the hungry dogs would now dare to harm his brothers and even target his core member, De Hui, marking the beginning of an unrelenting vendetta. Prior to this day, Lin Lu might have chosen to retreat for the sake of his brothers' lives, opting to develop cautiously. However, times had changed. With Xiong Ba's presence, he felt confident enough to confront the hungry dogs of the North Junkyard. Xiong Ba, you heard it too. My brothers' lives are at stake, and I must avenge them. However, they are of your kind, and if you are unwilling to turn against your own, you need not join this battle. Lin Lu said, turning his gaze toward Xiong Ba. Brother Lu, your affairs are my affairs, and your brothers are my brothers. I am duty-bound to fight, and I hope you will permit me. Xiong Ba replied eagerly. Having followed Brother Lu and been treated to meat, such a big brother was hard to come by. Moreover, conflicts among dogs over territory were not uncommon. Had there not been numerous skirmishes between the hungry dogs and the short-haired yellow? Furthermore, with the hungry dogs having captured Brother Li's comrades, Xiong Ba was seething with anger over the injustice done to him. Good brother, then let us set out. Lin Lu exclaimed, touched, as he patted Xiong Ba's head gently. With that, the cat and dog raced toward the North Junkyard. Wow, another fight? I was a bit disappointed that the previous confrontation didn't de-escalate. Who would have thought it would take a turn? Brother Lu will surely win. Sacred fire shines bright, sacred light beams down. All my disciples, meow, meow, meow. I know the North Junkyard. There are dozens of dogs there. Can Brother Lu really win? Can we win? Just look at Xiong Ba. This breed is known as the Mastiff. Repeat after me, Mastiff. With Xiong Ba's involvement, there shouldn't be much of a problem. I feel like Xiong Ba could take them all on single-handedly. I admire Brother Lu's loyalty. He is willing to fight for his brothers. My cat just received a call and snatched a kitchen knife on the way out. Could that have been Brother Lu calling? Yuqing, Yuqing? Upon witnessing the scene in the translation by the cat language doctor, Anin felt uneasy and glanced at Mu Yuqing, who appeared increasingly anxious. Though Xiao Lu commanded over 100 cats and had a formidable ally like Xiong Ba, the comments indicated that there were dozens of dogs on the opposing side. In such a large-scale confrontation, Any unforeseen event could occur. Thus, Anin had no choice but to signal the recently returned production team to set off again. Why is Xiao Lu so fond of fighting? I thought he was quite obedient. Mu Yuqing was perplexed when she was beside Lin Lu. He had always presented himself as a docile cat, obedient to her every command. Why did he transform into such a fighter behind her back? Didn't he fear her worry? I can understand Xiao Lu, Anin reassured Mu Yuqing. As mentioned in the comments, Xiao Lu is a cat of great loyalty. He would never sit idly by while his companions are in peril. Rest assured, Xiao Lu is clever and will surely turn misfortune into fortune, emerging unscathed. Moreover, with a fearsome ally like the Mastiff, I believe Xiao Lu will return victorious without a doubt. Professor Hu, would you agree? Seeing the concern in Mu Yuqing's eyes, Anin quickly offered comfort while signaling to Hu Che. Hu Che understood immediately but felt troubled. As a specially invited expert for the production team, he believed it was his duty to speak the truth. As someone who had dedicated decades to pet research, he perceived Xiao Lu's situation as perilously dangerous. Unlike cats, dogs possessed a natural advantage in combat. Furthermore, given the circumstances, he surmised that the dogs at the North Junkyard were strays. Living at the bottom of society, strays relied on their instincts to survive, becoming increasingly aggressive and ferocious without discipline. Their combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary pet dogs. In contrast, Lin Lu's faction consisted of many pet cats, who lacked substantial combat capabilities. Under such conditions, even with Xiong Ba's presence, the odds of victory were slim. If he acted in accordance with an NS signal, it would likely lead to another inaccurate prediction, further undermining his credibility. Yet, seeing the confusion in Mu Yuqing's eyes, he hesitated to speak the truth and instead said, and it makes a valid point. It is well known that mastiffs are celebrated on the grasslands, often said to be able to take on 3 wolves. During Genghis Khan's era, there was even a fierce canine legion composed entirely of mastiffs. This illustrates the terrifying combat strength of mastiffs, making them formidable opponents against typical dog breeds. Moreover, with over 100 fearless cats and an excellent leader like Xiao Lu to guide them, they stand a decent chance. After speaking, Hu Che reclined on the sofa, staring listlessly at the ceiling. He could already envision the barrage of ridicule he would receive after yet another failed prediction. Chapter 16. The Cat Gang's Fierce Confrontation, Is It True? Upon hearing the words of Hu Che and Anin, Mu Yuqing felt a slight sense of relief, secretly cheering for Lin Lu. Her eyes, however, were fixed anxiously on the screen, reminiscent of a delicate wife yearning for her husband's victorious return. Meanwhile, in the frame, Lin Lu had led his formidable team on a long journey to the vicinity of the Northern Junkyard. Meow, Brother Lu, the brothers are all here. When do we strike? Xiao Huang gathered hundreds of cats, forming an orderly line before approaching Lin Lu with his query. He understood that this was a perilous battle, a fierce confrontation. The hungry dog Gray had dominated the Northern Junkyard for many years, its influence vast and formidable. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Now, Lin Li's gaze swept over the multitude of cats behind him, then glanced at the expansive and intricate terrain of the Northern Junkyard. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. With a subtle wave of his paw, the cats surged forth from various positions, streaming into the junkyard. At that moment, in the heart of the Northern Junkyard, dozens of dogs were gathered, eagerly preparing for action. Woof, brother. Are you sure Lin Lu will come to rescue this cat? A short-haired white dog stood atop a bloodied gray cat, its eyes glinting malevolently. As it spoke, the other dogs turned their gaze toward the leading hungry dog Gray. This was a gray mutt, its fur appearing as if singed by fire, marked with patches of varying shades reminiscent of repulsive psoriasis. The expression of hungry dog Gray was particularly menacing, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, revealing jagged fangs that emanated a foul stench. This was a dog that instilled dread at first sight. Bah! What? Do you doubt my words? Hungry dog Gray shot a fierce glare at the white dog, questioning it sharply. No, I wouldn't dare. The white dog quickly lowered its head, refraining from further comment. Renowned for its brutality, hungry dog Gray was merciless not only to enemies, but even to its own kin. Consequently, the mere glance from hungry dog Gray sent the white dog trembling in fear, hastily offering an apology. Just wait. Lin Lu must come. Hungry dog Gray cast a glance at the white dog and spoke softly. It knew Lin Li's character. He was loyal and righteous, which was precisely why he could unite the cats of the Northern Territory, amassing such a formidable force. If Lin Lu failed to arrive today, his reputation for loyalty would be irrevocably tarnished. And could he still command the unwavering loyalty of his feline followers? Thus, regardless of whether Lin Lu appeared or not, Hungry Dog Gray was bound to profit from this encounter. Meow, clap, clap, clap. Hungry Dog Gray, I hear you're waiting for me? Just as Hungry Dog Gray finished speaking, a feline cry echoed through the air. The dogs turned their attention, only to see a white cat darting between the abandoned vehicles, leaping onto the roof of the tallest bus. Looking down at the assorted dogs below, Lin Lu wore a playful smile, raising his paw in a casual wave. Lin Lu, I never expected you to truly dare come. At the sight of Lin Lu, a fierce glimmer emerged on Hungry Dog Gray's face, accompanied by a hint of shadow in its eyes. With a swift motion of its paw, dozens of dogs sprang into action, surrounding the bus completely. Now that Lin Lu had arrived, there would be no escape. Oh, why wouldn't I dare come? Is it because of your ugliness? Lin Lu, undeterred, laughed heartily, his eyes devoid of fear. Woof. Lin Lu, how dare you speak to my brother like that? You're facing death and still remain oblivious. The previously silent white dog stepped forward, hastily launching into a tirade against Lin Lu, eager to make an impression. There's no need to speak. You're hardly any better looking. Lin Lu furrowed his brow, glancing at the white dog before responding calmly. The white dog, incensed by this retort, sought to reply, but was interrupted by Hungry Dog Gray. Enough, Lin Lu. If you come down now and acknowledge your mistake, perhaps I might spare you and this dying cat. Hungry Dog Gray declared, kicking the nearly lifeless gray cat with a sinister grin. Heh, then why don't you come up here? Lin Lu retorted, bemused. He was atop the bus, entirely safe from the throng of dogs, who were rendered powerless against him. Hungry Dog Gray's suggestion to descend felt like an insult to his intelligence. Humph, obstinate and foolish. If you refuse my hospitality, then let us see if you truly possess a heart of stone, indifferent to your brother's fate. Hungry Dog Gray, sensing Lin Lu's defiance, scoffed coldly, raising its leg high to stomp on the gray cat's head. This blow, clearly delivered with intent, would leave the already feeble gray cat with no chance of survival. How despicable and shameless you are, Hungry Dog Gray. Lin Lu feigned outrage, scolding Hungry Dog Gray, though a glimmer of confidence sparkled in his eyes. What of it? Today, not only will this cat perish, but you shall remain here as well. Hungry Dog Gray, invigorated by Lin Lu's anger, felt emboldened. The pack of dogs had encircled the bus. Escape for Lin Lu was impossible. Its earlier attempts to coax Lin Lu down had merely been a ploy to avoid wasting time. With that, its paw came crashing down towards the gray cat. Woof. But just then, a deep bark resonated, booming like thunder. Hungry Dog Gray, caught off guard, faltered momentarily. In that instant of hesitation, a massive figure lunged at it. The colossal creature collided with Hungry Dog Gray, the force of the impact causing its insides to churn violently. In an instant, it was pinned to the ground by the imposing presence of Xiongba. Woof. As Hungry Dog Gray regained its senses and attempted to resist, it soon realized that it was no match for Xiongba in a one-on-one confrontation. Its struggles were futile against the overwhelming strength and razor-sharp teeth of Xiongba, which drew forth a torrent of blood. Damn it! What are you all doing? Come save me! Hungry Dog Gray, feeling overwhelmed by pain, cried out in terror. The pack of dogs stirred restlessly, eager to rush to Hungry Dog Gray's aid. Meow. But just then, from seemingly nowhere, a chorus of feline cries erupted. Every abandoned vehicle surrounding them was occupied by a watchful cat, their gazes fixed on the dogs, as if an endless army had assembled. The dogs hesitated, intimidated by the sheer number of cats, uncertain of how many were truly present. Moreover, the sight of the formidable mastiff was undeniably terrifying. Meow. Fellow canine brethren, I come today solely to rescue my brother and to punish the wicked, with no intention of wanton slaughter. Witnessing this scene, Lin Lu recognized that it was time for him to make a grand entrance. Thus, he took a graceful step forward, positioning himself prominently atop the bus. His paws raised to the heavens as he spoke with measured cadence. Chapter 17. The Law of the Jungle. How hypocritical. Lin Lu, do you not know how many cats there are? He is merely bluffing. Why don't you hurry and come to my rescue? If I perish, will he spare you? The famished dog, Gray, growled fiercely, lifting his bloodied head from beneath Xiongba's grasp. However, before his words could settle, Xiongba delivered a ruthless kick, causing Gray to grimace in pain. Brother, I am coming to save you, one dog declared, momentarily caught in indecision, their faces revealing a palpable hesitation. Yet, one short-haired white dog, previously scolded by Gray, dashed forward, lunging at Xiongba. Brothers, I am Lin Lu. My reputation as a cat of integrity is well known. Today, I shall punish the wicked. As long as you do not continue to aid the oppressors, I promise your safety, Linla proclaimed from atop the bus, his gaze sweeping over the anxious pack of dogs, the implicit threat in his words unmistakable. At that moment, seeing the short-haired white dog's stubbornness, a multitude of cats surged forth. Dozens of felines swiftly pinned the white dog to the ground, their sharp claws leaving crimson trails across its body. Despite the dog's numerical advantage in direct combat, the strength of many easily overpowered one, and the short-haired white dog soon lay gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Gray, engaged in a struggle with Xiongba, glanced back to witness the dire fate of the short-haired white dog, his eyes betraying a complex mix of emotions. As the leader of many dogs, he found it disheartening that only one dared to stand up in a moment of crisis. Whether it was resignation, loneliness, or regret he felt, he could not tell. Yet, Xiongba offered no time for contemplation. With a powerful swipe of his paw, he struck Gray's nape. A sickening crack echoed, and Gray's neck visibly contorted, the light in his eyes fading as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. A cloud of dust rising around him. The short-haired white dog, too, succumbed to the relentless assault of the cats, its body drenched in blood, lying still and defeated. This exemplifies the unyielding law of nature, the strong prey upon the weak. The cats dispersed, while Xiongba stood to the side, warily observing the remaining dogs. On the ground, 2 crimson corpses lay, still warm. Isn't this a tad too cruel, too bloody? The brutal law of the jungle in the animal kingdom is far removed from our peaceful society. Why do I suddenly feel a twinge of pity for Gray? Look at the feeble Gray and the cat brother of Lu who has perished. Do you not feel they are more pitiable? What pity? Gray provoked Lu first. Now he reaps what he sowed. But they should not be killed so easily. That is a life. Upstairs, listen to me. Go to the airport. Buy a ticket to Les Han, where there is a great Buddha. Ask him to rise and take your seat. Not killing Gray. What if he recovers and seeks revenge? Lu is not that foolish. TSK, when someone puts a knife to your throat, I hope you can be so altruistic. As the gruesome scene unfolded, the director swiftly applied a mosaic filter, albeit too late. The chaos ignited a heated debate among viewers. Yet, such matters are subjective. Everyone is entitled to their perspective. Fortunately, little Lu successfully intimidated the pack of dogs. In the live stream, and uncovered her mouth, her stomach churning, finally regaining her composure and exhaling. The sheer force of dozens of dogs was something Lin Li's 100 cats could not withstand. They were not intimidated. Rather, the cohesion of that team was simply insufficient. Hughes, however, shook his head in response. Typically, there are parallels between the human realm and the world of pets. A good leader often dictates the potential of a team. Just as Lin Lu led the cats fearlessly against the ferocious pack of dogs, demonstrating remarkable team cohesion, Gray evidently lacked such leadership qualities, relying solely on oppression and severity. Thus, when crisis struck, it was no surprise that only the short-haired white dog stepped forward. If roles were reversed, Husa believed that had Lin Lu been pinned beneath Xiongba, his 100 cats would not have hesitated to charge. Gray's defeat seemed all but inevitable. Yet, what delighted Husa most was that his prediction had come true. Although the rationale behind it was somewhat convoluted, the audience remained unaware, allowing him to bask in the glory of his foresight. I predicted this outcome, he proclaimed. I recognized early on that little Lu is an exceptional leader, and their team possesses extraordinary cohesion. They dare to fight. Any adversary facing such a team would surely find it daunting. Hence, Gray's loss was entirely justified. A smile graced Husa's lips as he spoke, his posture straightening. After decades in pet research, how could he possibly err in his predictions? Professor Hu is absolutely correct. If a leader only exploits their subordinates, draining them dry, that team is destined for failure, much like Gray. Anin nodded in agreement, her expression brightening. Anin is right. My boss is merely a tyrant who exploits his employees. I wish his company would collapse soon. That's just capital's usual tactics. What can we do about it? Mortgages and car loans have already crushed our lives, leaving us with no choices. If only I had a leader like Lo. Life should be a thrilling adventure. Why has it turned out this way? Has no one here encountered a good team? Anyone seeking a job change? Come to me. I'm a professional headhunter, ready to alleviate your career stress. I believe I found a relatively good team. My leaders are quite amiable. This indeed reflects a pressing societal issue. Once discussed, the conversation could easily spiral. However, it was not a topic suited for prolonged discourse. As this was merely a pet show, Anin turned her attention back to Mu Yuqing, gently inquiring. Yuching, was it just a false alarm? Mu Yuching, snapping back to reality, felt the sweat on her palms still lingering, her brow finally relaxing. I never expected us to win. Earlier, upon witnessing the formidable lineup of Gray's team, she had been on edge, contemplating leaving the live stream multiple times, only to be reassured by an to remain calm. After all, facing dozens of vicious dogs alone would have left her powerless, possibly even trapped. Thus, Anin had exerted every effort to keep Yuching there, assuring her that everything would turn out fine. Unexpectedly, little Lu had indeed emerged victorious, and with such ease. Chapter 18. A cat as the leader of a pack of dogs? Dear canine brethren, with the hunger of the greedy dog dispelled, it stands to reason that I too should take my leave. As the battle concluded, Lin Lu stood atop a grand bus, gazing down with an air of authority, as if surveying the realm. Woof. Lin Lu, what do you mean by that? One of the dogs questioned. You promised that as long as we did not strike, you would ensure our safety. Woof, woof indeed, echoed the chorus of dogs, their vigilance heightened as they fixated on the figure atop the bus. Rest assured, my word is my bond. I would never go back on my promise. However, my heart aches for you, my canine companions. Lin Lu's expression was calm, yet his voice bore a tinge of sorrow, evoking a sense of unease among the dogs. What trickery are you up to, Lin Lu? Inquired an elder speckled dog, stepping forward to confront him. My dear brethren, have you not suffered enough under the leadership of the greedy dog, enduring hunger and the chill of the northern wasteland? Lin Lu continued, ignoring the elder's challenge. A murmur rippled through the pack. His words struck a chord. Who among them was unaware of the plight of those in the northern junkyard? With no night markets or vegetable stalls in sight, they survived on scraps from garbage bins, barely scraping by. Yet, with dozens of dogs vying for the meager resources, it was a life of intermittent hunger. Attempts to persuade the greedy dog to expand their territory had been met with scorn. After all, as the leader, he consumed the best while disregarding the fate of those beneath him. So what, Lin Lu? What exactly are you trying to convey? The speckled dog pressed, confusion evident in his eyes. The others mirrored his uncertainty, skeptical that Lin Li's rhetoric was anything but an attempt to reopen old wounds. Now that the greedy dog is no more and you find yourselves without direction, why not join me instead? I assure you, with me, Lin Lu, there will be meat for you to feast upon and at least a bowl of soup for every one of you. Lin Lu wasted no time in laying bare his intentions. His aim was not merely to expand his influence, but to preempt any chaos that might arise from the vacuum of leadership left by the greedy dog's demise. The boundary between the northern junkyard and his own territory was perilously close. A disorganized pack could very well disrupt the peace he had cultivated. Even if they did not descend into chaos, the emergence of a respected and powerful dog could lead to inevitable conflict. In light of this, it was wiser to unify these dogs under his banner. Is this a joke? Can it be true? Murmured the audience in disbelief. A cat as the leader of a pack of dogs. Such tales are scarcely believable. Lin Lu is indeed remarkable. Will the pack consent to this? You fail to grasp Lin Li's noble intentions and the reasons behind his desire to unite the dogs. With his current trajectory, it seems unification of Jiang City is merely a matter of time. Glory be upon him, as the light shines brightest on those who follow him. I care not for the pack's agreement. I am prepared to offer my allegiance with fish treats as my token. Professor Hu, what is your perspective on this matter? In the live stream, Anin was taken aback by the barrage of comments, her mouth agape in astonishment. That is absurd, Uche exclaimed, instinctively dismissing the notion. Cats and dogs are inherently different, with distinct lifestyles. A cat leading a pack of dogs? Preposterous. Yet, when he caught sight of the imposing figure of Lin Lu, he fell silent. Perhaps it was not entirely impossible for a cat to command respect among dogs. After all, even a mastiff had bowed its proud head. What could a mere pack of strays possibly hold in arrogance? Yet, could Lin Lu truly earn the unwavering loyalty of an entire pack? That remained an open question. What nonsense are you speaking, Professor Hu? Anin queried, momentarily bewildered before she grasped his meaning. I meant you were speaking nonsense. Hu Che retorted. Didn't Ti Xiao Lo already tame a mastiff? What is to say he cannot manage a few dogs now? Hu Che's gaze shifted, and he cleared his throat, his tone softening. In his quest to avoid disgrace in pet research, he shot a look of apology towards Anin and curses. You old rascal. How dare you speak so of Anin? How dare you address Anin in such a manner? You old curmudgeon, I'll remember this. Old rascal. If you have the guts, state your address and let us settle this. Professor Hu makes a valid point. The mastiff is indeed a precedent. That is no argument at all, and Anin is always right. Come now. Can't you see Professor who is merely jesting? Look, here is a naive soul. And then hesitated. Then, upon catching Huche's eye, she chuckled softly. I had completely forgotten about the mastiff. So, Professor Hu, are you suggesting that this pack too will follow Xiaolu, just as the mastiff did? Huche paused, instinctively wanting to affirm her statement, but hesitated. Well, while Xiaolu is certainly making efforts to recruit the pack, not every dog has the same temperament. I believe the pack may indeed entertain Xiaolu's proposition, but there is also the possibility they might reject it. Now that S a real expert. Yes, it's possible they may agree, or they may refuse. No fault in that. Can I write on my exam that the answer could be A or B? Professor Who has perfectly encapsulated the essence of vacuous rhetoric. You've said so much yet arrived at nothing. Perhaps you should shift your research focus to the ocean. It's all just water. How is it that anyone can now claim the title of professor? And as the audience continued to poke fun at Huche, the dogs at the northern junkyard began to respond to Lin Li's words. Chapter 19. Following Brother Lo. No worries for food and drink. Why should we trust you? Besides, how can a cat be our leader? A commotion erupted among the pack of dogs, ultimately leading to the spotted hound stepping forward. Its expression darkened as it spoke. With the demise of the hungry gray dog and the short-haired white dog, it naturally held the highest esteem among the group. It believed it could unite the pack and assume leadership. Now, with Lin Lu attempting to intrude, the spotted hound was understandably reluctant. Bark. Yes, exactly. The other dogs echoed in agreement. The notion of serving a cat as a subordinate was utterly humiliating. After all, throughout history, cats have always been seen as trifling creatures before dogs. The idea of a cat becoming their leader was simply preposterous. Meow? Why should you believe me? Just based on my feline dignity, you should inquire about me in the northern part of the city. Have I ever mistreated my brothers? Lin Lu retorted. As for whether you are willing to abandon your rigid mindset for a brighter future and a better life, that is your own choice. However, there are indeed precedents of cats leading dogs. Xiongba, come forth. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu cast a glance at the spotted hound and spoke softly. After all, being merely animals, they lacked significant cunning, and the spotted hound had nearly laid its thoughts bare on its face. As soon as he finished speaking, another wave of agitation rippled through the pack, with discussions erupting all around. Lin Lu spoke the truth. Among the leaders of several factions in the northern city, he was renowned for his treatment of his subordinates. The dogs had heard of him to varying degrees, and, deep down, many believed his words. However, the idea of a cat as a subordinate still lingered heavily in their minds. After all, if they were to venture out and other dogs inquired about their leader, claiming it to be a cat would be a source of shame. At that moment, a deep growl resonated, echoing through the ears of all the dogs. Xiongba leaped from the spot where the hungry gray dog had lain, landing atop the hood of an abandoned car. The weight caused the tires to sink, and the hood was dented under the impact. I am following Brother Lo. Do you have any objections? Xiongba declared from atop the car, exuding an aura of authority and ferocity, fixing its gaze on the gathered dogs. To be candid, it felt no shame in following a cat. Moreover, after their recent interactions, it had gained a clearer understanding of what kind of cat Brother Lu was, further solidifying its resolve to stand by him. Bark. Brother, you are truly following Lin Lu? Xiongba's appearance shocked all the dogs. In the initial skirmish, though Xiongba had taken the lead in subduing the hungry gray dog, no one had conceived of Xiongba being a subordinate of Lin Lu. At best, it was an exchange of interests. What had Lin Lu offered to elicit Xiongba's assistance? Or perhaps, Xiongba had merely passed by coincidentally. The thought of Xiongba being Lin Li's subordinate was beyond their imagination. After all, the Mastiff held a significant status among them, proud and aloof, not easily comparable to ordinary dogs. The Mastiff's massive frame and fierce combat style provided a natural advantage, making it a dominant presence wherever it went. It was unheard of for it to be a subordinate. Moreover, to serve a cat as its leader? Do you even dare to call my name, Legu? Xiongba's eyes widened at the remark, fixating on the spotted hound, its mouth slightly agape, revealing sharp fangs that glinted menacingly in the sunlight. The spotted hound trembled under Xiongba's gaze, fear evident in its eyes as it stammered. I dare not. Brother Lu, I was wrong. The spotted hound had already lowered its head in apology to Lin Lu. Xiongba then turned its gaze to the other dogs, surveying them before speaking again. Do you still think I am deceiving you? As the eyes of the dogs met Xiongba's, none could maintain their pride, all bowing their heads. In the animal kingdom, the law of the jungle prevails. As canines, they inherently respected strength. This was also why they had hesitated to accept Lin Li's leadership. After all, A frail cat as their leader would struggle to command respect. But with Xiong as a shining example before them, what reason did they have to continue their defiance? Bark. I am willing to serve Brother Lu, to heed his commands, no matter the peril. So am I. I pledge my loyalty to Brother Lu, to stand by him through thick and thin. Me too. Soon, several dogs began to voice their allegiance, stepping forward to Lin Lu and bowing their heads in submission. Once the dam was broken, it was as if water spilled uncontrollably, one after another. More dogs positioned themselves before Lin Lu, eager to follow him. Only a handful of dogs remained hesitant, including the spotted hound. Meow, those unwilling to follow me. I do not wish to coerce. As long as you refrain from causing trouble on my territory in the future, there will be no issues, Lin Lu said, glancing at the few remaining hesitant dogs. As his words fell, 3 more dogs stepped forward, expressing their willingness to submit. The remaining dogs felt a sense of relief upon hearing Lin Li's words. Ultimately, the spotted hound, along with the few remaining dogs, slinked away from the northern junkyard. Their expressions a mix of hope for a new life and a hint of desolation. However, Lin Lu paid no mind to the future of the spotted hound and its companions. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Xiong. Wow, Brother Lu is truly impressive. He has indeed gathered a pack of dogs as his subordinates. I can't help but feel that the spotted hound and its companions will surely regret leaving today. Even I want to be Brother Li's subordinate. How can there be dogs still thinking of refusing? Truly ungrateful. Let us not be so harsh. Everyone has their own thoughts, including dogs. Perhaps they prefer a different life? With dozens of dogs under his command, Brother Li's power has never been stronger. I doubt there are any rivals left in the northern city. I'm just curious, with so many dogs, how will Brother Li manage to sustain them? Xiong, how about you take charge of these dog brothers from now on? Lin Lu pondered for a moment before speaking gently. Due to Mu Yuqing, he found it inconvenient to manage the team directly. Thus, he had divided his team into several leaders, each responsible for managing the members and reporting directly to him. Much like Xiao Huang, who managed the junkyard territory with dozens of followers, and De Hui, who led a market with a similar number. There was also a leader named Garfield, responsible for managing relationships among pet cats, without a specific territory. Now, with dozens of new dog brothers suddenly added to the mix, it was necessary to appoint another leader for management. However, while the dogs might respect Xiong, they would undoubtedly not accept another cat as their leader, making it unrealistic to assign a cat to that role. Thus, Lin Li's eyes fell upon Xiong, who had just aligned with him. Chapter 20. Beware of defamation. Wang. Leg. Is this not inappropriate? I have only just joined you, having accomplished nothing. How can I possibly shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Upon hearing this, Xiong felt a wave of emotion swell within him. It was only this morning that he had devoted himself to Leg. And in such a short time, Leg had treated him to sumptuous meals and delightful experiences, and now he was being entrusted with significant duties, elevated to a high position within the team. This kind of esteem made him feel as though he had found a kindred spirit. Meow, no need to say more. With you leading the pack of brothers, I am at ease. The other brothers had no objections either, right? However, Lin Lu interrupted Xiongba's words with a wave of his hand and spoke softly. He then cast his gaze upon the gathered dogs and cats, his meaning clear. Meow, good, don't decline. In this battle, you shall take the lead. How can you claim to have done nothing? Yes. Upon seeing this, Xiao Huang immediately stepped forward, speaking in a warm tone. Although Xiong had just seized his territory that morning, as they were now all under Leg, it was time to set aside past grievances. Hearing Xiao Huang's words, the other cats immediately echoed in agreement. Woof, Bagu, since Leg values you, you must lead us well so that Leg will not be disheartened. The pack of dogs chimed in, enthusiastically praising Xiongba's leadership. After all, acknowledging a cat as their leader might bring shame among their kind, but with a formidable mastiff like Xiongba at the helm, who would dare speak ill of them? Moreover, dogs naturally revered the strong. Woof, Leg's great kindness, Xiongba will never forget and shall henceforth follow Leg steadfastly. Xiongba fell silent for a moment, then suddenly knelt before Lin Lu, speaking earnestly. He had now completely succumbed to Lin Lu's influence, pledging his loyalty. All right, arrange the other dogs, and after we finish, have them come to the villa to find me, Lin Lu instructed before leading the group of cats back. In truth, he had much to consider. He had not originally intended to assault the northern scrapyard, but through a series of unforeseen events, he had ended up befriending Xiongba, breaching the northern scrapyard, and gathering a multitude of dogs. However, how to settle dozens of dogs was still a headache for Lin Lu. Should he let them remain in the northern scrapyard? What difference would that make compared to the previous methods used by the starving dogs? Wouldn't that mean he had gone back on his word? Xiao Huang, Garfield, you two come over later. I have something to instruct you. Lin Lu told the cats as they approached the vicinity of the villa, adding, Big Gray, just focus on recovering. If anything comes up, I will have Xiao Huang convey it to you. As they neared the villa, Lin Lu pondered over the arrangements for the dogs, while the live stream's comments section erupted with activity. Excuse me, is this a Hollywood blockbuster? Gangsters clashing. Loyal subordinates acknowledging their masters, and after the battle, they even hold a meeting to discuss the next steps. Cat language doctor, your translations are getting more and more absurd. Are you really a PhD in cat language? The battle has finally concluded, but it feels like there is still more to come. I thought it would be a fierce fight, but Xiongba showed up and swept everyone aside. Xiongba becoming the leader of the dogs was the expected outcome. Is this crazy storm too, the cat dog saga? Not to mention, Leg does have a bit of the cat-initiated aura. However, I am still curious about how Leg plans to settle these dogs. Will there be further escalation of conflicts? After all, I just heard there are still 2 significant dog factions in the northern region. After subduing the starving dogs crew, Leg will not just be the top force in the northern region, he might even dominate the entire pet community in Jiangcheng. I am very curious about what Leg will do next to refresh our worldview. Did Xiao Lu truly subdue dozens of dogs as his underlings? Watching the scene unfold on the screen, Mu Yuqing could hardly believe her eyes. Was the cat, proud and audacious, the same one she had spent so much time with? It felt almost surreal. If we are not all dreaming, it must be true. Anin was also astonished by Lin Li's overwhelming influence. The entire northern scrapyard, aside from the 5 dogs taken away by the spotted flower dog, had all surrendered to Lin Lu. This scene was so extraordinary that she questioned if she was dreaming. If it weren't for the live stream, she would have pinched her thigh to see if it hurt. Ouch! But the next moment, a painful hiss echoed, clearly indicating someone had started pinching their thigh. Ahem, there was just a mosquito. Hu Che felt the gaze of Mu Yuqing and Anin shift toward him, prompting an awkward smile. While he had thought there was a possibility of the dog group submitting to Lin Lu, his decades of experience in pet research had made him overly cautious, leading him to say such nonsense. After all, the more one delves into pet research, the more one understands what it means for a cat to lead a pack of dogs. Initially, he believed that if 3 to 5 dogs from the dozens in the northern scrap yard followed Lin Lu, it would already be a significant achievement. Who would have thought that only 3 to 5 dogs were unwilling to follow him? What on earth is happening in this world? A cat leading a pack of dogs. Could it be any more outrageous? Anin and Mu Yuqing couldn't help but twitch their lips upon hearing Hu Che's words. It was only early March, the season of blooming flowers. Where did a mosquito come from? Professor Hu's analysis had been validated. Truly, he was a top pet researcher in the country, and his perspective on pet behavior was beyond our comprehension. So, what does Professor Hu believe Lin Lu will do next regarding the dogs in the northern scrapyard? Or rather, how will he address the dogs' foraging difficulties? Anin seemed to take revenge on Hu Che for previously calling her nonsense. After a moment of silence, she looked up and gently addressed the screen. At that moment, Lin Lu was on the move, feeling somewhat bored, which is why she sought a topic to discuss. This was also part of the host's role. Wow, Anin, that is a bit excessive. Can a response that may agree or may refuse be called validation? Anin is right. Professor Hu is indeed a top pet researcher in the country, and his professional perspective on issues is something we cannot grasp. After all, ordinary people wouldn't articulate such vague statements. Not to mention, Anin has managed to handle a teammate like Professor Hu has become so lackadaisical. I just feel that an S question is quite sophisticated, don't you think? Yes, an S question is sophisticated, but whether the respondent is competent remains uncertain. 111-10086. Upon hearing this, Hu Che was immediately filled with questions, his expression revealing skepticism. Did they really mean it? And as for those comments, he might just sue them for defamation and personal attacks. However, an S words had already been spoken, and since this was live, there was no possibility of retracting them. Moreover, upon hearing the question, Mu Yuqing turned her head, her expression one of keen interest, further rendering Hu Che unable to find a reason to refuse. Thus, he could only brace himself and respond. Chapter 21. What? A cat opened Pinuduo. All I could fathom was that Xiao Lu would first distribute a portion of the food reserves to the pack of dogs, soothing their hearts. Following that, he would reallocate the territory he originally possessed, similarly expanding his influence to acquire more resources for the cats and dogs to forage. This was also the reason why Xiao Lu summoned Xiongba, Xiao Huang, and Garfield for a meeting. After a moment of contemplation, Hu-Che spoke softly. Even he was unaware that, unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to trust the translations of Dr. Cat language. Furthermore, his analysis did not stem from viewing the situation through the eyes of a mere cat, but rather from empathizing with Lin Li's identity, contemplating what should be done. Beyond that, he could not conceive of any other solution. Anan and Mu Yuqing nodded in agreement, as they too had been pondering and realized that apart from Hu-Che's insights, no alternative solutions presented themselves. This necessity compelled Lin Lu to expand his influence. Otherwise, given the current territory, the food would indeed be insufficient to sustain the growing pack of dogs. Professor Hu certainly possesses some wisdom, one commented. Aside from expanding his territory, Brother Lu has no other options. He cannot possibly diminish the quality of life for his comrades, another added. Indeed, if he chooses to squeeze resources from his brothers to share with the dogs, no matter how esteemed Brother Lu may be, the cats would certainly voice their dissent. Moreover, Brother Lu is not that kind of cat. Thus, is the only path forward to continue expanding his influence? Does that mean more battles are imminent? How bloody? I'm somewhat concerned about Brother Lu encountering unforeseen dangers with such frequent conflicts. Yet, there seems to be no other recourse. This is simply unavoidable. Alas, it is a pity that the cats and dogs must rely on scavenging discarded human food to survive. If only they could engage in production themselves. Engage in production? Are you jesting? Even science fiction wouldn't dare depict such a scenario. Enough of this chatter. Brother Lu has returned home. Let us observe how he chooses to proceed. Lin Lu trotted gracefully, swiftly returning to the villa. This time, he did not enter through the front door, but instead scaled the wall, making his way through the previously open window. Back in his room, Lin Lu headed to the bathroom, fetched a clean towel, and wiped away the dust from his body before leaping onto the sofa. Goodness, Brother Lu even wipes himself clean. My heavens. A cat that is so fastidious, who could possibly dislike him? Upon witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but wonder if Brother Lu could bathe himself too. Bathe? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Brother Lu climbed onto the stove to cook a couple of dishes. Watching my cat, who had just rolled in the mud, leap directly onto the bed, I could no longer contain my frustration. Where can I find a cat like Brother Lu? I want to adopt one. Dream on. Do you have enough resources to sustain Brother Lu? Yuqing, is Xiao Lu really that clean? Anan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy after observing Lin Li's actions. Such a considerate cat that doesn't dirty the home is indeed a blessing for any caretaker. Yes, Xiao Lu is very well behaved. Each time he returns home, he patiently waits at the door until I wipe him down before entering. Mu Yuqing remarked with a gentle laugh. This was precisely why she firmly believed that Lin Lu was an exceptionally well-mannered cat. Whenever she was around, Lin Li's actions embodied the ultimate dream cat for any caretaker. Anan and Mu Yuqing happily exchanged anecdotes about Lin Li's cleanliness, seemingly oblivious to the earlier display of Lin Li's audacious behavior at the garbage dump or his domineering presence at the scrapyard in the northern city. How could such behavior be associated with a well-behaved cat? Cats are inherently clean creatures. Feeling somewhat neglected, Hu-Che unexpectedly interjected, disrupting the jovial atmosphere. While it was true that cats are indeed very clean, even stray cats possess remarkably smooth fur, yet a cat like Lin Lu, who wipes his paws with a towel, is a rarity. Goodness, is Brother Lu going to log in again? Randomly selecting 4 lucky individuals to achieve a game failure? Brother Li's intellect is quite high, yet his gaming skills leave much to be desired. Brothers, log in and assist Brother Lu in overcoming his internet addiction. Just as the live stream was filled with tranquility, a new scene emerged on the screen. Lin Lu sat on the sofa, hunched over as he opened the drawer of the coffee table, retrieving his phone once more. This sight ignited a flurry of excitement in the comments. However, the audience was evidently disappointed. Lin Lu skillfully entered his password to unlock his phone. Yet he disregarded the game's icon on the homepage, opting instead to scroll through. Isn't Brother Lu supposed to play a game? Sigh, I logged in for this. What do you think Brother Lu is up to? Playing PUBG, TikTok, or the browser? Who knows? It's best not to speculate on Brother Li's actions, lest one ends up with a face full of slaps like a certain professor. Professor who? Are you being polite? Haha, that certain professor is quite unnecessary. Unbeknownst to Lin Lu, who was engrossed in his phone, he spotted a red icon and clicked on it without hesitation. Within this red icon, a white empty space formed a heart-shaped pattern, an application that countless netizens would recognize. Goodness, Pinduoduo. Is Brother Lu about to embark on his shopping journey? I told my mother there was a cat that could shop online, and I received 2 hefty slaps in return. The truth is finally revealed. Where did all those packages come from? Brother Li's little treasure trove is stored right here. and the mystery is about to unfold. Am I the only one who finds this absurd? A cat shopping online. Officer, there is a cat here that has gained sentience. You must take him for research. Oh, Professor who, is this a misclick? Anin exclaimed, unable to conceal her astonishment upon witnessing the scene. Her mouth agape. She seemed as if she could fit a sausage in there. After a moment, she regained her composure. Covering her mouth with her palm and gazing at Huche with wide eyes, softly inquiring. If a cat could play games, she could somewhat accept it. However, a cat shopping online. No, she could not accept that. After all, the Lin Lu in the game was not a fierce killer. He merely handed out his life to others, which was far less shocking. But shopping online? That was a skill many people struggled to master. Misclick? Huche glanced at Anin, hesitating to respond. He had previously suggested that Lin Li's game opening was indeed a misclick, but what followed? Afterward, he was left with a bruised face. Now, as this cat had opened Pinduoduo, he truly did not dare to assert whether it was a misclick. After all, how could it be possible for a cat to shop online? Chapter 22. The beginning of online shopping. It seemed impossible for an accidental touch to occur. Yet Huche found himself grappling with a perplexing notion. Could a cat truly engage in online shopping? Just then, his voice faltered, and his gaze became fixed upon the screen. Lin Lu deftly opened the search bar and typed in the keyword dog food. Instantly, a plethora of images materialized, each accompanied by dense product descriptions. Lin Lu began to meticulously select items, occasionally furrowing his brow as he navigated back to the previous page, seemingly pondering the cost-effectiveness of two types of dog food. What on earth am I witnessing? Is this real? Little question mark. Do you happen to have many friends? Logo can actually search for things? What just transpired? A cat can type? Please don't tell me that a cat can recognize words. Yuching, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and send Logo to school. If children are reading on their own, staying home all the time isn't an option. He must receive a 9-year compulsory education. I knew this cat looked familiar. Didn't he sit next to me during the college entrance examination? Exactly. I even copied 2 questions from it. What? I heard Logo was the top scorer in the national college entrance examination? Looking at my 3-year-old son who still can't write, I'm in agony. Honestly, raising a child is less rewarding than raising a cat. The scene unfolding was indeed shocking to the online viewers, leaving even the 3 individuals in the live broadcast in a state of disbelief. As if struck by a bolt from the blue. A cat can play video games, albeit poorly? That seemed plausible. A cat was the leader of its kind. Rallying a troop of cats? That appeared reasonable too. However, the notion of a cat publicly slapping a mastiff and commanding a pack of dogs as subordinates seemed less absurd. Yet, if they were to witness this cat typing out the words dog food using a 9-key input method, could they still attribute it to mere accidental touches? Perhaps it could be dismissed as a fluke if considered in isolation. However, given the recent events of it taming numerous dogs, coupled with Lin Li's deliberate selection process, it appeared that this was no longer a simple misstep. Is it necessary to stretch the absurdity even further? This cat had shattered their conventional views entirely. Yuching, have you ever considered sending little Lu to school? Anin gasped, her mouth agape, struggling to articulate her thoughts. What a ridiculous cat. If someone were to tell me this was a college student in disguise, I wouldn't find it surprising in the slightest. No, a college student wouldn't suffice. Little Li's eyes lacked that spark. It must be a high school student instead. I had no idea little Lu was this intelligent. Nu Yuching was left speechless, grappling with the incongruity of this revelation. Was this truly the same cat she remembered? Why had she not known that little Lu could not only shop online, but also read? As we are all aware, animals possess intelligence too. For instance, there exists a breed of dog known as the border collie, whose intellect rivals that of a 9-year-old human child. This implies that theoretically, such a dog could read, write, and even engage with mobile devices. As previously mentioned, little Lu's intelligence was not comparable to that of an ordinary cat. It could at least be likened to that of a border collie. Therefore, let us approach this phenomenon with a scientific perspective. It is not as extraordinary as it may seem. Huche pushed his chin up, closing his mouth, and spoke in a measured tone. After expressing his thoughts, he felt a sense of validation wash over him, a light smile gracing his features. Professor who makes a valid point. I own a border collie that watches television and recognizes words. There's nothing astonishing about this. Perhaps we simply lack sufficient exposure. Indeed, border collies possess high intelligence. Through imitation or practice, typing and browsing online is not beyond the realm of possibility. Please note that this is not a border collie live stream, but rather a cat live stream. Time for a brief lesson. While a border collie's intelligence may match that of a 9-year-old child, A cat's intelligence only reaches that of a 2-year-old child. Stop arguing, everyone. Professor Who has stated that little Lu is exceptional, being smarter than other cats. What if little Lu has a genetic mutation that enhances its brain development? Yes, I concur. What if little Lu is a hybrid of a border collie and a cat? Wow, you two are pushing it. I can overlook genetic mutations, but cross-species hybrids are a bit too far-fetched. Why do I get the feeling that Professor Who is teasing us? You're mistaken. Professor Who is merely entertaining himself while subtly mocking us. Exactly. How could anyone miss such an obvious presentation? Ultimately, Professor Who seems to doubt his own assertions. Do you think there is a possibility that this is a form of manipulation? Is anyone still surprised? Has T. Legu's astonishment been enough? At this point, I am utterly unfazed. No matter what Legu does, I no longer find it outrageous. Hold on, my mouth is dry. Let me wipe my saliva before continuing. Regardless, I believe we should approach this matter rationally and trust in science. Meow, this one will do. After an extensive selection process, Lin Lu finally settled on a brand of dog food named Sao, a universal fruit and vegetable milk 4 mix, beef-flavored option, weighing 200 pounds, totaling 450 yuan. This dog food wasn't particularly high quality, but for stray dogs, anything to eat was already a significant improvement. With a gentle tap of his paw, Lin Lu refrained from immediate payment and instead opened the address bar to add details. A flurry of typing ensued, with edits and revisions until completion. Only after this meticulous process did he contentedly click Pay Now, opting for WeChat as the payment method. As the password input screen appeared, the small cat deftly pressed in 6 digits, receiving a prompt that the payment was successful. The shipping information was instantly relayed. Jiang City, North District, Qingjiao Street. Yunlong West Road, North City Junkyard. Place in the 3rd blue abandoned SUV after entering through the east gate. Notify via text after placing it, as I am busy. Please do not disturb by phone. What on earth can one say about this? Is this really happening? Unbelievable. Not only did Legu select the suitable dog food and successfully complete the payment, but the shipping address is also meticulously detailed. I've been wondering how Legu managed so many deliveries. Now it all makes sense. This is beyond mere intelligence. I can't even fathom such detailed instructions. The delivery person might be left pondering whether to report this. I'm just curious. How did Legu come up with over 400 yuan to spend so casually? Blind student, you've uncovered a gem. Legu actually uses WeChat. I'm curious if Legu has any friends on WeChat. If so, who might they be? Perhaps another pet as clever as Legu? The barrage of comments surged once more, yet many viewers remained silent, still reeling from the astonishing spectacle before them. Chapter 23. Ordinary people, striving hard. The 3 individuals in the live streaming room were still reeling from the previous revelations when they saw Lin Li's familiar modification address. After the payment was successfully completed, they were once again left in a state of astonishment. How could a cat be so outrageous? Did it truly understand everything? Only Mu Yuqing gazed pensively at the industrial and commercial bank card ending in 5527, which Lin Lu had just used for his WeChat payment. Yuqing, little Lu, this is too unbelievable, isn't it? After a moment, and then finally regained her composure and spoke in shock. Hu Che, sitting nearby, pushed his jaw and, finding it immobile, gave it a forceful shove before finally managing to close it, almost dislocating it in the process. Damn it, can this cat not be so outrageous? Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqing remained silent for a moment, struggling to find an appropriate response. She too felt that little Li's actions were rather excessive. By the way, Yuqing, I just noticed little Li's adept payment method. I wanted to ask, does your cat also receive a salary? After a brief exchange, it seemed that Inen had accepted that they were still in the original world, and nothing fantastical had occurred. She finally spoke up. However, as she finished her question and met Mu Yuqing's bewildered gaze, her heart sank. Oh no, it was another day where the cat kept its owner in the dark. It seemed like she had a vague recollection. Mu Yuqing pondered for a moment before finally recalling, revealing a wry smile. The card ending in 5527 was one she had acquired during her freshman year, primarily for receiving scholarships. Indeed, her academic performance had been outstanding, consistently ranking among the top 3 in her class, naturally earning her a multitude of awards and scholarships, all deposited into this card. Additionally, the prize money from various competitions she participated in had also been channeled through this card, accumulating to over 100,000. However, after her senior year, her participation in competitions had dwindled, and that card had mysteriously disappeared. As the amount was not substantial, she had not paid much attention and thus did not seek it out. Little did she know, It had been quietly taken by this cat. You lost over 100,000 and you're not worried at all. Upon hearing Mu Yuqing's account, An's immediate reaction was disbelief. Then came admiration for Mu Yuqing's academic achievements, being able to secure scholarships throughout her university years. Is 100,000 a lot? Mu Yuqing queried, slightly puzzled. Yet, as she voiced the question, she fell into contemplation. It appeared she had never truly considered what 100,000 could buy, because, regardless of her purchases, her bank card always held a balance. Listen, is that even human language? Is 100,000 a lot? Indeed, not really, crying emoji. Those boys who have their eyes on Goddess Yuqing. Let's see how many of you have 100,000. This is just a display of wealth. Hey, is this a joke? I should report this, someone is flaunting. But Yuqing's family is genuinely wealthy. Perhaps 100,000 isn't much for them. Alas, poverty has limited your imagination. What is 100,000? To me, money is merely a number. 100,000? 100,000 is my life. 100,000 is indeed substantial. It could purchase dozens of mobile phones, over 10 computers, could serve as a down payment for a house in a small city, or even buy a car. An, for some reason, felt compelled to explain the value of 100,000 to Mu Yuqing. However, halfway through her thoughts, she remembered that the other party owned an 80 million villa and only occasionally stayed there, leaving her speechless. Indeed, sometimes, the pessimism of one person does not resonate with another. Yes, 100,000 is the equivalent of an ordinary person's salary for half a year. Hu Che interjected, his tone calm. What? Shrimp and pork heart? Look, a professor. An expert. That's what a professor is. That's what an expert is. Half a year for 100,000? I could swing a shovel at the construction site and still not earn that much. Please, let me become that ordinary. A monthly salary of 20,000 for an ordinary person? Sorry, I've embarrassed ordinary people. Am I even less than an ordinary person? Am I a beggar, enduring the boss's whims? Damn, the more I think about it, the angrier I become. I'm quitting. Ordinary person. From now on, I withdraw from the ranks of ordinary people and officially become part of the waste. No, everyone misunderstood my meaning. What I meant to say is that this is the salary level after ordinary people strive hard. Realizing the explosive response from the comments, Hu Che quickly knew he had misspoken and, in a panic, tried to clarify. To his surprise, the barrage of comments only intensified. Striving hard? New term. Striving hard, referring specifically to those earning $19,999 a month, who can break through to a $20,000 monthly salary with effort. Forget it. I'll just be a waste. Striving hard? I don't deserve it. How could an ordinary person's salary be so low? Isn't an ordinary person's salary $1 million to start? With effort leading to 10 million? This is true ordinariness and true striving hard. Many, referring to a mere 0.0000001 of the population. Forgive me at this rate. Let alone ordinary people, I might not even count as a person. I truly did not mean that. I intended to express. Hu Che, feeling helpless, wanted to cry but couldn't find the words to explain. What Professor Hu meant was that 100,000 is indeed a significant amount, even representing the annual income of many ordinary families. However, it was clear that the professor had been touched by the audience's enthusiasm and, in a moment of nervousness, had inadvertently misspoken. Fortunately, one can always make mistakes, and one can always trust in it. As a celebrated host in the country, An smiled and effortlessly helped Hu Che out of his predicament. Yes. How could an ordinary person earn over 100,000 in half a year? Upon hearing this, Hu Che immediately shot her a grateful glance and quickly responded. Sweat was visibly beading on his forehead, and after the comments quieted down, he finally took a deep breath, relieved. Let's see what little Lu will do next. Anin remarked, adding a note, signaling the director to enlarge the screen's view. On the couch, Lin Lu was still engrossed in his phone, deep in thought. However, due to the angle, the camera was conveniently obstructed by the cat's head, obscuring the screen's content. Yet everyone assumed he was still engaged with the previous platform. But now that the dog food had been purchased, what else was Lin Lu buying? Was it truly the case that 100,000 wasn't much and could be spent freely? A set for each dog seems rather nice. That takes care of the food for the entire pack. After much deliberation, Lin Lu finally completed his selections, successfully made his payment, exited the platform, and lazily turned over. With no burdens, he thought to himself that had he known solving the dog pack's feeding issue would be this simple, he wouldn't have bothered notifying Xiao Huang for a meeting. Now, it seemed he had other matters to attend to, leaving him unsatisfied. Forget it. I'll just scroll through Douyin to pass the time. Chapter 24. The influence of traditional culture. Lin Lu skillfully exited the back end of the platform and opened an icon resembling a black music note. What the heck? Ignore the nonsense from the professor. Look, Lugu has started scrolling through Douyin. Is it possible for a cat to scroll through Douyin? Given that Lugu was just playing games and browsing, it seems unsurprising for him to be on Douyin now. What do you think Lugu usually watches on Douyin? Boys content like knife forging, shipping containers, or excavators. How could a cat possibly be interested in those things? I bet he only watches cute pet videos. You're underestimating Lugu. With his status, he must be watching thrilling dramas like Crazy Racing. Do you think there's any chance he might watch videos of beautiful women? Absolutely not. A cat watching beautiful women? Besides, Goddess Yuqing's beauty is already apparent, which undoubtedly heightens Lu Ji's resistance to such distractions. Exactly, they belong to different species. Why would he watch beautiful women? Professor Hu, what do you think a cat would be interested in if it were to scroll through videos? Anin smiled and turned to Hu Che for his insight. Hu Che adjusted his glasses and took a deep breath. Having just misspoken and incurred the ire of the group, he knew it was crucial to redeem himself with careful consideration. As for what a cat might be drawn to, he would have dismissed the notion entirely before. With decades of experience in pet research, he understood feline behavior intimately. A cat, after all, could hardly be interested in videos. Their attention span would wane within mere minutes. However, having witnessed Lin Li's intelligence, he recognized that he could not view Lin Lu through the lens of a typical cat. After deep contemplation, he finally spoke. As we discussed earlier, Xiao Lu is an exceptionally intelligent cat, perhaps even surpassing the intelligence of a border collie. However, the inherent limitations of feline nature dictate its achievements. While Xiao Lu is astute, its intellect is akin to that of a 10-year-old child. Thus, its interests would likely align with those of a child that age. Perhaps animated shows like Boonie Bears or Pleasant Goat or even some gaming videos. After finishing, Hu Che stroked his goatee, satisfied with his analysis, believing it to be flawless from any perspective. I find Professor Hu's analysis quite reasonable. Indeed, he seems different from the average expert. His words carry a certain credibility. Yet, given Hu Che's past predictions, which have rarely been accurate, I can't shake a feeling of foreboding this time. Lugu was just playing games, so it's not surprising if he shows interest in gaming videos. I believe Hu Che's assertions may not be entirely accurate, as I'm quite interested in the videos he mentioned, and I'm 23. Let's not speculate. Lu Ji's thoughts are inscrutable, as the lively debate unfolded in the comments. The Douyin opening screen finally transitioned into video content. Hello everyone, I'm Tegan. The video commenced, revealing a humorous clip from a popular game. Observing this, Hu Che visibly relaxed, a broad smile spreading across his face. Wow, it really is a gaming video, Professor Hu finally guessed right. I suddenly understand why Lu Ji's gaming skills are so lacking. I told you, as a cat, Lugu wouldn't be interested in excavators, knife forging, or videos of beautiful women. However, before more comments could be posted, Lin Lu paused on the video for merely a second, then swiftly swiped it away with a flick of his paw. This caused embarrassment among those who had already typed their comments, prompting them to hastily delete their contributions. Everyone. Perhaps Xiao Lu simply wasn't interested in that video. Hu Che's smile faltered, his previously carefree expression turning serious. Reflecting on his decades of experience in pet research, he calmed himself and spoke slowly. Indeed, after swiping past the gaming video, two adorable brown bears appeared on Lin Li's screen. It seems Lu Ji's interest in games is minimal. He appears to prefer animated content. Yes, after all, animals likely resonate more with such material. Gaming is perhaps too complex for him. After watching the animated video, I can't help but feel that all of Lu Ji's behaviors suddenly seem quite reasonable. Lin Lu lingered on the animated video for 3 seconds, allowing Hu Che to completely relax. He had claimed to possess decades of insight into feline behavior. How could he possibly err? Yet his sense of security lasted only 3 seconds. With practiced ease, Lin Lu swiftly dismissed the video. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the live stream as Hu Che widened his eyes, pondering how to justify the situation. The comments section became silent, as viewers chose to observe the unfolding events. After Lin Lu quickly bypassed 5 or 6 videos, he finally paused on one. The words "Calm Heart" mantra graced the screen, accompanied by serene, enchanting background music, prompting the comments to harmonize. So, Lugu enjoys videos related to Taoism. I've heard of the Calm Heart mantra. It indeed evokes a sense of tranquility. If Lugu is fond of Taoist culture, could it be that he aspires to cultivate immortality? It's a pity that even a cat shows interest in traditional culture, yet few people are willing to explore it. In this frenetic and impatient pace of life, A moment with the calm heart mantra seems a splendid choice. Wait, let me put aside my work and relish this moment of peace. The crisp and tranquil sound is something cats also adore. Huche interjected at the opportune moment. Who would have thought a cat could appreciate Taoist culture? A heart is clear as water. Clear water is the heart. The gentle breeze stirs not. The ripples remain undisturbed. Alone in the bamboo grove, I sit. Longingly playing the zither, immersed in meditation, the venomous dragon slipping away. The video's prelude was lengthy, lasting over 5 seconds before the melodious chants imbued with Taoist essence finally resonated. However, as the sound emerged, a series of videos featuring beautiful women appeared on the screen, leaving the viewers momentarily stunned. The rhythmic beats and soul-stirring audio, coupled with images of various beauties, created an irresistible feast for the senses. A dual indulgence for both body and soul. In just over 10 seconds, each moment held the potential to sway hearts countless times. Even though the video concluded swiftly, the audience remained captivated. The livestream's comment section fell into a profound silence. Chapter 25. Where is the promised traditional culture? Meanwhile, Lin Li's cat fervently tapped on the phone, the red heart illuminating as the video began its second round of playback. Wait, what is this? Isn't this supposed to be about Taoist culture? Pure heart. It's merely a fixation on the mundane, not a pursuit of beauty. This heart-cleansing incantation has incorporated demonic arts. It is no longer the original Taoist spell. How dare this knave disturb my Taoist heart? Stop reciting it. 30 years of cultivation has been ruined, and my Taoist heart has collapsed. I cannot fathom that a cat genuinely enjoys watching videos of beautiful women. Can any of these girls compare to Goddess Yuqing? Though they may not rival Goddess Yuqing, who can resist the allure of beauty? It is an inescapable desire for every man. Indeed, males, are hardly to be trusted. As Huche gazed at the screen, he suddenly felt as if his mind had short-circuited. Wasn't the Taoist cultural incantation supposed to promote purity? How did it transform into a montage of various beauties? Yet, the rhythm, the timing, and the content of the video seemed rather appealing. Ah, Goddess Yuqing, little Lu. An uncovered her mouth in disbelief, casting several uncertain glances at Mu Yuqing. Although the video showcased numerous beauties, they were still no match for Mu Yuqing. Moreover, this was under the effects of makeup and filters. Little Lu. Mu Yuqing's fingers slightly pinched her skirt, her eyes ablaze with fury. Just as no woman could tolerate her boyfriend watching videos of beautiful women, Mu Yuqing felt equally displeased with her cat's interest in other beauties. Had those girls been more attractive than her, she might have been indifferent. But, Yuqing, you should calm down. Perhaps little Lu. Perhaps. Anin noticed the intensity of Mu Yuqing's gaze and paused momentarily. It seemed like another day of being blissfully ignorant for Mu Yuqing regarding her cat. Truly the epitome of innocence. However, seeing Mu Yuqing's impending fury, Anin felt a sense of foreboding and hurriedly sought to console her. Maybe little Lu is simply missing you and mistook the girls in the video for you? At that moment, Huche, realizing the situation, quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, the fire in Mu Yuqing's eyes diminished slightly. Seeing the effect of his words, Anin shot Huche a grateful glance, urging him to continue. Cats, after all, possess a limited ability to discern humans. They often view people as companions living together. Whenever their owners leave, cats perceive them as going out to hunt for food. Thus, with Yuqing still away from home, it is only natural for little Lu to feel anxious, worried, and experience a sense of longing. When it comes to nonsense, Huche is truly an expert. With a few well-chosen words, he managed to soothe Mu Yuqing's rising ire. Professor Hu, are you suggesting that little Lu is watching videos and frantically liking those dancing beauties out of a longing for me? A smile graced Mu Yuqing's face as she spoke softly. She believed that Huche's decades of experience in pet research must hold some truth. Little did she expect that even when she was out, little Lu would still think of her. Once the live stream concluded, she resolved to reward him with extra treats as compensation. Huche inhaled deeply, biting his lip in an unnatural manner as he responded, "Yes, indeed. Professor Hu's analysis is quite reasonable. I wondered how a cat could possibly be interested in videos of beautiful women. It turns out he misses Goddess Yuqing. Indeed, if I were a cat and had such a beautiful owner, I would want to be by her side every day. Yet I feel Professor Hu's explanation lacks credibility. Blind student, you've spotted the crux. I believe Professor Hu is merely fabricating words to console Goddess Yuqing. So, does this mean that Brother Lu is genuinely a lecherous creature? I find that plausible. The frantic tapping of hearts is understandable. But what about that drool nearly spilling out? You all are insufferable. Must you view a mere cat through such a lens? It simply misses its owner, yet you twist it into something else. Truly disappointing. Yes, yes. We're the disappointing ones while Brother Lu is lost in thoughts of beauty. Amidst the barrage of comments, Lin Lu finally sensed a twinge of discomfort. He began to slide down the video. The nation has yet to prosper. How can one indulge in romance? May the children of China soon break free from love. A new and uplifting background tune emerged from the video, which originated from Jiang University's Qingxian. Most notably, everyone recognized the star of the video, Jiang University's campus beauty, the special guest of the live stream, and Lin Li's owner, Mu Yuqing. Could this be too much of a coincidence? Little Lu, Brother Lu, you must. Damn. As Hu Che watched the image on the screen, he felt a surge of anxiety and silently prayed. Anan, sensing an ominous premonition, discreetly glanced at Mu Yuqing. Meanwhile, Mu Yuqing wore a joyous expression, pleased to see Lin Li's interest in her video. After all, he had just been missing her, and now he stumbled upon her video. What could be more delightful? However, Lin Lu lingered on this video for only a fleeting second before frowning and scrolling away. Instantly, an almost palpable aura of tension enveloped the entire live broadcast room. Anan fidgeted nervously while Hu Che gazed at the ceiling, on the verge of tears. The staff backstage anxiously watched the studio, fearing Mu Yuqing's wrath might lead her to shatter the large screen. After all, when a woman is angry, reason often goes out the window. Such broadcasting mishaps were not unprecedented. Wow, when Goddess Yuqing is angry, she looks so fierce, so beautiful, and adorably intimidating. Honestly, Brother Lu is truly crossing the line. He was just frantically liking the previous beauty montage and then nearly ignored Goddess Yuqing's video. Ignore? Brother Lu claims to have no knowledge of such a function. If he had known, he would have blocked it long ago. Goddess Yuqing, please remain calm. Don't let Brother Li's antics harm your health. Indeed, any damage to the items in the studio will result in compensation, especially for that old man who, we cannot risk him having a hypertension episode. Brother Lu is in grave danger. When Goddess Yuqing returns home, will she not withhold all his cat food? Brother Lu says, let her withhold it. Who isn't he a bit of surplus? Meanwhile, Lin Lu, comfortably seated on the sofa and scrolling through videos, suddenly felt an unsettling chill, prompting him to glance around uneasily. This sensation was akin to being targeted by something terrifying. Chapter 26, Brothers. There is a killing intent after observing the surroundings for a moment and finding nothing amiss. Lin Lu finally felt at ease again and continued to scroll through Douyin. Why should I be angry with a cat? In the live stream, Anan and Hu Che trembled in the thick atmosphere of hostility, only to suddenly feel the pressure dissipate, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Turning to look, they noticed Mu Yuqing's fury gradually retreating, murmuring to herself, Yuqing, don't take it too seriously. Little Lu is just a cat. What can it possibly understand? Just moments ago, Professor Hu had asserted that cats find it difficult to distinguish between different humans, so perhaps it simply did not recognize her. Observing Mu Yuqing's anger diminish, Anan patted her ample chest, letting out a breath of relief, and spoke softly. She hadn't expected such a coincidence. The video of a beautiful woman that had just been watched was indeed Mu Yuqing's. Indeed, it's also possible that little Lu reacted differently due to the background music. It is well known that both humans and cats are instinctively drawn to rhythmic sounds. Some even tap their legs or dance to the beat. I believe that little Lu's pawing at the screen was for this reason. We merely interpreted it as a like. Hu Che chimed in, demonstrating his expertise with logical reasoning that left no room for rebuttal. It's fine. I'm not angry. Why should I hold a grudge against a cat? Mu Yuqing's eyes flickered, her face betraying a hint of forced amusement, yet her gaze remained fixed on the screen. I'm truly impressed by Yuqing's ability to regulate her emotions, unlike my girlfriend, who takes days of coaxing when she gets angry. To the person above, let me share a trick. When your girlfriend is upset, just let her vent it out. What? An inflatable doll can get angry? Why do I feel that the calmer she appears, the more intense the storm that is about to come? Look quickly. Professor Hu is sweating profusely from the pressure exerted by Yuqing. Does this count as Yuqing being self-sufficient? I think it's little Lu who has crossed the line. When seeing Yuqing, he should at least watch a bit longer. Is anyone going to discuss whether Professor Hu's words hold any merit? Well, Hu Che, do you think your words make sense? Professor Hu's words are indeed questionable, but in an sentiments ring true. If little Lu scrolls to another video of a beautiful woman, will Yuqing explode? Another one? Do you underestimate little Lu? With a simple yet captivating background tune, Lin Lu's paw hovered over a video, lingering without descending. This immediately drew the attention of numerous fans. Wow. The waist of the lightning fox is like a killer's blade. I have always adored small animals, such as electric mice, lightning foxes, and Chingsy rabbits. I never imagined little Lou would also have such a love for them. Wait, let me take a screenshot to save. I'll print it out and burn it for my grandfather during Qingming Festival. He worked so hard in his lifetime. That waist, those legs. Little Lou has an eye for beauty. Does anyone know which Douyin influencer this is? Vulgar and indecent. Why do all males know? Why do all males enjoy these borderline videos? Whether it's borderline or not, I don't know. I just know no one in real life is willing to show me this. Yet she offers me her best side for free. This is not indecent. It's a societal benefit. Scientific studies show that watching beautiful women can enhance mental and physical health and prolong life. Don't you know? I don't even want to watch beautiful women, but for the sake of my health and to live a few more years, I must endure watching these videos day and night. Do you know how hard that is for me? Brothers, stop talking. There's a killing intent. The live stream instantly fell silent, and Anin and Hu Che trembled once more in the subtle yet palpable atmosphere of hostility. Although Mu Yuqing's fury was not as intense as before, her eyes remained glued to the screen, her delicate fingers fervently rubbing her skirt. A clear indication that she was on the brink of an outburst. Meow, what is this? Why do I feel like something is keeping tabs on me? Could it be that the video has come to life, and this woman is coveting me? While scrolling through videos, Lin Lu unconsciously shivered, glancing at the alluring figure on the screen and immediately sensing danger. He murmured to himself, hastily tapping a heart and swiftly scrolling away. Those waists, those legs, that figure. If I truly attract her attention, I fear my 10 kidneys wouldn't suffice. Cat language doctor, what did Lu just say? Where's the translation? Cat language doctor. Your translations have always been timely. Why is it delayed now? Cat language doctor, are you still there? Little Lu didn't linger on that video for long. Yuqing, please don't be upset any longer. Hey, I just took off my pants. How come Little Lu has already scrolled away? Indeed. Even such vulgar videos are intolerable for Little Lu, right? Why haven't we seen the cat language doctor's translation yet? It's hard to follow without subtitles. At that moment, the cat language doctor was conflicted, staring at her computer screen. The content she had already prepared was sitting in the chat box. Yet she hesitated to send it. Finally, she took a deep breath, placed her slender fingers on the keyboard, and deleted everything she had written. After a moment of hesitation, she typed, "What on earth did Lu just say? Why does it keep pushing me such vulgar videos? As a modern, well-rounded cat, how could I lose myself in such content? Moreover, this woman isn't even attractive. She can't compare to my master." Having completed her message, she hit send. Feeling a pang of guilt gnaw at her conscience, as if her professionalism had been insulted. However, she believed that this action could avert an impending conflict, making the sacrifice worthwhile. Furthermore, she cast a glance at Hu Che, who was sitting upright in the live stream. After all, even an expert professor can make mistakes. It would be reasonable for a recent graduate like her to have minor translation discrepancies, wouldn't it? What? Cat language doctor, did you get paid for this translation? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Those words could never come from Little Lu's mouth. Cat language doctor, is Little Lu holding a knife to your throat? If so, just give a sign. What you say and what you do are completely inconsistent. Has the cat language doctor been replaced? Cat language doctor, please trust in the professionalism of our foreign language department's doctorate in cat language. I think cat language doctor's translation is excellent. I always said Little Lu could never be a lecherous cat. You should know, to date, cat language doctor's translations have never been incorrect, unlike that certain professor. That certain professor says, "Thank you very much." Professor who was left in a state of confusion, pondering whether such manners were appropriate. Meanwhile, it was evident that Mu Yuqing had also noticed the cat language doctor's translation. Chapter 27. Meeting arrangements. Upon witnessing Dr. Cat's translations, Mu Yuqing's lips pursed slightly, and her tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. "Humph, Little Lu. At least you possess a modicum of conscience, remembering me." Little Lu had always been this way, clinging to her and obediently listening. A smile radiated from Mu Yuqing's face as she spoke softly. "And the current TikTok, why does it incessantly recommend these absurd videos for a mere cat? Once I return home, I will enable the teen mode for Little Lu. Indeed, it is evident that you share a profound bond," and responded somewhat nonchalantly. She felt that the translations provided by Dr. Cat seemed rather vague. Yet, the live stream must continue, and she did not delve deeper, instead leaning in to observe the screen. Just at that moment, a beautiful woman reappeared on Lin Li's phone screen, causing the atmosphere in the live stream to become subtly charged once more. As everyone searched for a plausible excuse, a savior finally emerged. In front of the grand floor-to-ceiling window, Xiao Huang was pawing at the glass with his little paws. Upon seeing this, Lin Lu skillfully exited the app, turned off the screen, and tucked the phone away in the first drawer of the coffee table. After completing this, he strolled to the window, leaped up, opened it, and slipped outside. Only Xiao Huang was at the window, for the cat door in the backyard was too small for Xiong Ba to fit through, leaving him to wait outside. Upon emerging through the cat door, Lin Lu and Xiao Huang immediately spotted the imposing figure of Xiong Ba. Beside Xiong Ba was a gray short-haired cat, none other than Garfield. As a member of the pet cat management, Garfield had his reasons. Typically, pet cats find it challenging to venture out at will. However, Garfield's owner, a foreigner named George, was often busy and frequently absent from home. Initially, Garfield was distressed by the closed windows and doors that barred him from exiting until Lin Lu discovered him and imparted the art of escape, granting him newfound freedom. Meow, Brother Lu. Woof, Brother Lu. Upon Lin Li's arrival, both Garfield and Xiong Ba spoke in unison, their eyes filled with respect. Have you managed the pack of dogs at the junkyard in the north? There shouldn't be any unrest, right? Lin Lu urged, pressing his paw down to signal everyone to relax before he spoke. Woo, Brother Lu, you can rest assured. The pack at the northern junkyard has long been famished. With such a wise and valiant leader like you willing to feed them, how could they possibly object? Xiong Ba exclaimed, his words laced with admiration. It must be said, dogs indeed possess a far greater intelligence than cats. Xiong Ba's flattery was far more pleasing than Xiao Huang's. Originally, this meeting was intended to address the food issues concerning the dogs at the northern junkyard. However, I have just contemplated a solution. Lin Lu smiled as he spoke. Brother Lu, our junkyard is willing to allocate 1/3 of our territory to the dog brothers. Hui has also instructed me to convey that the vegetable market is prepared to relinquish 1/3 of their share as well. I have already discussed this with Xiong Ba. Xiao Huang eagerly declared, fully aware of the importance of such matters. If 1/3 of the junkyard and vegetable market's portions were secured, it would suffice to feed the brothers at the northern junkyard. After a moment of silence, Xiong Ba cautiously replied, no, the brothers' portions cannot be altered. However, Lin Lu swiftly dismissed this proposal, shaking his head. Then, Brother Lu, if new territory is to be claimed, I am willing to lead the charge with the dog brothers from the northern junkyard. Xiong Ba's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke. In truth, when Xiao Huang proposed the allocation of shares, he instinctively knew that Brother Lu would not opt for that solution. Rather, he believed that with their current strength, acquiring additional territory to accommodate the dog pack from the northern junkyard would not be unfeasible. The vicious cycle of conquest and plunder must be avoided. Moreover, conflict inevitably leads to bloodshed and sacrifice, which he did not wish to witness. Unexpectedly, Lin Lu shook his head once more. If Lin Lu were inclined to engage in battle, he would have already unified the northern territory. Yet, he could not bear to see innocent cats fall in pools of blood or witness once brotherly bonds severed in an instant. His initial motivation to unify the feline community was solely to ensure that cats possessed their rightful status and could unite to repel invasions. What then shall we do? Lin Li's repeated refusals left the 2 cats and 1 dog present utterly dumbfounded, as they racked their brains but could conceive no alternative solutions. I have my own methods for handling this, Lin Lu declared. Xiong Ba, you must keep the dog pack calm. A shipment of dog food is expected to arrive at the northern junkyard the day after tomorrow. I will notify you then, and you can distribute it among the dog brothers. However, until then, the dogs must remain within their original foraging range for the time being. Please ensure their spirits are kept high. Upon hearing this, Xiong Ba nodded vigorously, harboring no doubts about Lin Li's capabilities. After all, the vast reserves of food in that room were beyond the reach of ordinary cats or even dogs. Yet, he remained curious about the specifics of Brother Li's plan. Garfield, while Hui recovers, if you have the time, please assist in overseeing the area, ensuring that no conflicts arise amongst the subordinates. Lin Lu then turned his gaze towards Garfield and spoke gently. Although he had unified the cat community, the intelligence of cats was quite limited, and feral cats were notoriously difficult to tame. Despite their respect for him, it was uncertain whether the cats could coexist harmoniously. This was precisely why he entrusted Garfield to oversee Hui's domain. After all, Garfield was selected from hundreds of cats as part of the management team, a testament to his superiority and relatively higher intelligence, enabling him to handle matters with greater efficacy. What about me? Xiao Huang, unwilling to be left out, promptly inquired. Patience. You two have a task. Lin Lu smiled slightly at Xiao Huang and replied. Your mission is to gather intelligence on the short-haired yellow cat at Sonley Food City and the clever one at Pingen Bridge. Lin Lu understood that news of his defeat of the famished Dahui and the subjugation of the Northern Junkyard's dog pack could hardly remain concealed. It was likely that, even at that moment, it had sent ripples throughout the Northern Territory. In response to his expansion, the short-haired yellow cat at Sonley Food City and the clever one at Pingen Bridge would undoubtedly take measures. However, the nature of these measures remained unknown, as his knowledge of the two dogs was quite limited. Thus, he assigned Xiao Huang to observe their movements closely. Chapter 28. Can cats really not eat meat? Are you serious, cat language doctor? Is this something a group of cats could actually say? Unbelievable. The linguistic artistry of cats surpasses my own prowess. What am I even doing with my life? Isn't Lu Ji's arrangement a tad too specific? Can a cat genuinely conceive such thoughts? Do you think it's possible that the translation industry inherently requires embellishment? I find the cat language doctor's translations quite credible. How dare you question the professionalism of a PhD in cat linguistics? I'm just curious about the short-haired yellow cat in Sonley Food City and the wise one at Pingen Bridge. What's their situation? Whatever the situation may be, in front of Legu, they are destined to crumble like a house of cards. Professor Hu, do you believe the translations from this cat language doctor make sense? Anun, having seen the translations, gasped softly and spoke. She wondered if the dialogues were too shocking. Could a cat truly articulate such words? There's some merit to it. Hu Che inhaled deeply and replied. In truth, he was at a loss for analysis, as Lin Lu, this cat, had completely surpassed his research scope. He wasn't surprised by Lin Li's arrangements in the slightest. Mu Yuqing swallowed nervously, contemplating the rapid developments orchestrated by Lin Lu. Could he possibly be on the path to creating a feline empire? The thought was terrifying. Would such a notion lead to scrutiny from the authorities? She suddenly regretted signing up for pet headquarters. As the trio in the live stream processed their shock, Lin Lu nonchalantly concluded the meeting. The two cats and one dog returned to their respective domains, and Lin Lu slipped through the cat door back into his room. Has Legu finished the meeting? Is it time for an intense and thrilling game? Legu should stick to Douyin. His videos are far more entertaining than mine. Indeed, what's so captivating about games? Legu is just not cut out for them. Legu, why not watch some television? I still haven't finished Raging Tide and am reluctant to leave this live stream. I say, you can't be too outrageous. Legu hasn't eaten yet. Do you think he's a robot cat? Oh right, Legu has gone so long without a meal. He must be off to have some cat food. Wow, a prophet. Caught it. Indeed, upon returning to his room, Lin Lu stood thoughtfully beneath the cat food shelf, seemingly deliberating on which type of cat food to choose. Lin Lu was not averse to cat food. Chicken-flavored, crunchy, it was quite palatable. Nevertheless, he preferred consuming meat directly. Oh no, I forgot to open the canned meat and dried fish for little Lu. At that moment, Mu Yuqing, watching the screen, gasped softly. As Lin Li's owner, she knew well that he demanded meat in every meal. However, canned food and dried fish were sealed in metal containers, which required effort to open. Surely little Lu couldn't manage that on his own. I believe little Lu might figure out a way. She mused. By the way, Professor Hu, what methods do cats typically use to open cans? Anun chimed in lightly but suddenly recalled the pet research professor beside her. Cans were notoriously difficult to open, and most cats lacked the strength to do so, rendering them uninterested. But little Lu was no ordinary cat. I suspect little Lu might try to pry open the can at some sharp edge, Hu Che responded thoughtfully, previously dismissive of Lin Li's actions. He had learned his lesson and was now brainstorming ways to assist him. Sharp edges? But we don't have those at home. Mu Yuqing pondered, shaking her head. She couldn't think of any hard, stable object that could fit into the can's pull tab. Surely, she wouldn't allow little Lu to wield scissors. Wait, scissors might actually work. She admired Hu Che for his unique perspective, a testament to his decades in pet research. Do you think there's a possibility that Legu might not eat from a can at all? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Didn't you hear Goddess Yuqing? Legu can't eat without meat. He simply cannot. Exactly. How could you doubt Goddess Yuqing's words? Goddess Yuqing is right. That's because Goddess Yuqing is at home. Thus, Legu has someone to open the cans for him. True, given Lu Ji's nature, even if he had to forego a meal, it shouldn't be a problem. But it is a problem. Just look at Lu Ji's little eyes. Indeed, after searching the cat food shelf, Lin Lu shook his head. The dry cat food was unappealing. He had been constipated lately and needed something with moisture. His gaze shifted to the can in the corner. Yet, after a brief pause, he shook his head again. He was tired of canned food, and opening it was a hassle, so he chose to abandon the idea. See, I told you. Legu can skip a meal without issue. Alas, it seems he must settle for cat food. I was hoping to witness a grand spectacle of him clawing open a can. Look good. I recommend you try the deep-sea cod flavor. I tasted it last time, and it was delightful. What? You actually ate cat food? Cat food isn't bad. It's not like humans can't eat it. But I still recommend trying to stick to reputable brands for quality and hygiene. Goddess Yuching, why not share your password with me? I live nearby and can help open a can for Lego. Wow, I can hear you're scheming from Mars. Having arrived at the house, why would we open a can? We should definitely prepare a couple of dishes for Lego and enjoy a drink. Huh, not eating from a can. Could it truly be my fault? Seeing Lin Lu walk away, Mu Yuqing's eyes flashed with confusion. But upon noticing the direction he was headed, she suddenly realized. How could this be? Hu Che, witnessing the event, felt equally perplexed and awkward. He had finally believed Lin Lu could manage, yet Lin Lu chose otherwise. This made him wonder if Lin Lu was secretly watching the live stream, deliberately opposing him. However, he seemed to forget that the idea of a cat using scissors to pry open a can was not something everyone could conceive, nor was it a thought every cat might have. Hey, Yuqing, what is little Lu doing in the kitchen? Anin asked, watching Lin Li's path on the screen, bewildered. Surely, little Lu wouldn't he think the cat food was unappetizing and attempt to cook? I just recalled there are packaged hot dogs in the kitchen. I didn't he expect little Lu to remember. He must be seeking hot dogs to eat. Mu Yuqing remarked, her gaze flickering with amusement as she spoke softly. The rubbery hot dogs were far easier for a cat to open than the metal cans. Chapter 29. Heating ham sausages in the microwave. Ham sausages? Compared to canned food, they are indeed a more reliable choice. Moreover, cats rather enjoy ham sausages. Upon hearing this, Anin pondered for a moment and remarked, yes, Xiaolu really does love ham sausages, but when I'm at home, I usually fry or roast them for him. When I'm not around, he has to make do with just a bite. Mu Yuqing nodded in agreement and gently added, in fact, Xiaolu prefers cooked food, but he can accept this ready-to-eat option. Indeed, on the screen, Lin Lu strutted into the kitchen with a cat-like gait. He adeptly leaped onto the countertop, opened a drawer, and retrieved a large bag of ham sausages wrapped in plastic. The viewers in the live stream had long since grown accustomed to this and were not overly surprised. Meow? 3 perhaps. Lin Lu licked his lips as he gazed at the orange packaging of the ham sausages. With a fully stocked pantry while Mu Yuqing was home, he hadn't had ham sausages in a while. Thus, he found the opening of the bag and carefully extracted 3 sausages, placing them on the countertop. After completing this task, he closed the cabinet door, picked up 1 sausage in his mouth, and strolled to the other side. Lin Li's sharp feline teeth made quick work of the plastic wrapping. With a gentle bite, he punctured it, and the savory aroma of the ham sausage filled his mouth. However, he did not rush to consume it. Instead, he clutched the sausage with his paws and deftly tore the packaging open, revealing the glistening red sausage beneath. Wow, even a cat is more skilled at unwrapping ham sausages than I am. I still rely purely on luck when I unwrap them. I'm curious, why doesn't Brother Lu just gnaw on it directly? Isn't that a bit redundant? Brother Lu is amazing. I'm getting hungry just watching. I think I'll go buy a ham sausage. What level of audacity is this, to think you can share the same food as Brother Lu? I'm curious about Brother Li's appetite. Does he really need 3 sausages at once? Do you think there's a chance Brother Lu is unwrapping them to prepare them further? Seriously, do you watch too many cartoons? This is a live broadcast, not a sci-fi movie. Right. And it's not a mythological tale either. Perhaps Brother Lu simply has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, which is why he unwraps them this way. As the barrage of comments flew through the live stream, Lin Lu had already removed the packaging from the ham sausage and took a few steps forward. Ahead of him stood a microwave. Wait, a microwave? Holding the ham sausage in his mouth, Lin Lu opened the microwave door with his paw and placed the sausage in the center of the turntable inside. What the heck? Can someone explain what Brother Lu is doing? Is he really planning to cook the ham sausage? Ugh. I can't believe this is actually happening. At this point, what else is there to say? If Brother Lu isn't intending to use the microwave to prepare the ham sausage, I'll eat a ton of dung upside down during my live stream. Someone is just looking for free food. But seriously, a cat using a microwave is utterly ridiculous. I wonder if Brother Lu intends to peel all 3 ham sausages before eating them? Professor Hu, what do you say? Can cats use microwaves? In the live stream, Anin's eyes widened, her shock palpable. After a moment, she turned her gaze toward Hu Che, softly inquiring. Hu Che gasped, feeling as though his mind had been hit with a ton of bricks. A cat that could cook was beyond the scope of his research. Theoretically speaking, cats and microwaves do not intersect, let alone cooking with one. Yet, we all know that Xiaolu is no ordinary feline. Given his adeptness with electronic devices, I believe operating a simple appliance like a microwave should be well within his capabilities. However, this is a live broadcast, and Hu Che felt compelled to respond. At this point, he had completely given up on rationality. He simply accepted that whatever this cat did was feasible. Besides, this cat truly could manage it. Yuqing, is Xiaolu this impressive at home? Anin asked, shifting her gaze back to Mu Yuqing. Yet upon seeing her bewildered expression, she understood that this was just another day of being outwitted by the cat. She was merely curious about just how exceptional Xiao Li's acting skills were. To have fooled even Mu Yuqing, who had been by his side every day. I didn't expect he could use a microwave, Mu Yuqing said, a wry smile creeping onto her face. Moments ago, she had worried about not helping Xiaolu open cans or fish treats, only to realize her concerns were entirely unfounded. How could such a cat possibly go hungry? While the audience remained astounded, Lin Lu efficiently repeated the process with the remaining 2 ham sausages. After successfully placing them in the microwave, he firmly closed the door with a paw and turned the timer dial halfway. Next, he grabbed all the discarded packaging from the countertop and trotted over to the trash can to dispose of it. Wow, Brother Lu is quite tidy, not littering. Goodness. Did I just witness a cat using a microwave to prepare ham sausages? I just told my mom that there is a cat that can cook, and now I'm in the psychiatric ward. Is there anything more absurd in this world? I thought I was useless, but after watching Brother Li's live stream, I realize I might not even measure up to a cat. Where does Brother Lu's intelligence come from? He can't be a mechanical cat with someone operating him behind the scenes, right? Speaking of mechanical cats, I can't help but think of a certain blue fat cat. Could Brother Lu have traveled back from the future? Then you should ask Brother Lu if he has a little pocket from which he can pull out useful items. I increasingly feel that this live broadcast is just the production team using cartoons to fool us. No, wait, what else does Brother Lu intend to do? While the microwave hummed, Lin Lu was not idle. He approached the spice station to select his seasonings. Their spice containers were lovely little glass jars with stainless steel lids and clasps. Lin Lu was quite pleased with this design, as his claws could easily fit between the 2 clasps. Since he was preparing grilled ham sausages, how could he possibly forego chili powder and cumin? Mu Yuqing would never have allowed such additions when she was home. Now, taking advantage of her absence, he decided to indulge himself with a bold approach, something outrageously spicy. Chapter 30. This must be a Sichuan cat. Lin Lu lifted the seasoning bottle and quietly waited by the microwave, hearing a pop as the microwave ceased its operation. He opened the door, allowing the steam to dissipate slightly before using his paw to sprinkle a generous amount of chili powder and cumin over the hot dog. Wow, does Lu Gu really add seasoning to his grilled sausage? Can cats eat spicy food? Look at the amount of chili Lu Gu added. He must be a Sichuan cat. Oh my, I'm utterly bewildered. A cat using a microwave to grill a hot dog is one thing, but he even adds chili powder and cumin? Lu Gu is amazing. My taste buds are completely tantalized. I'm going to grill a hot dog too. What level of sophistication is this? Eating the same hot dog as Lu Gu? Hey, Professor Hu, can cats eat spicy food? Anin could hardly conceal her astonishment, but soon realized the crux of the issue. She recalled that cats should not consume spicy food, right? No, Professor Hu replied, shaking his head. It is an undeniable fact that cats cannot eat spicy food. Their digestive systems are rather delicate, and spicy foods can be quite harsh on their intestines, leading to diarrhea. Therefore, most owners refrain from adding seasonings when feeding their cats. This is also why Mu Yuqing does not allow Lin Lu to have seasonings at home. Moreover, cats typically avoid consuming irritants in food, but since Xiao Lu had taken the initiative, it should signify that this amount of chili was within his tolerance. After all, we all know Xiao Lu is remarkably intelligent and wouldn't engage in self-destructive behavior. Professor Hu paused before continuing. Regarding Lin Lu, Professor Hu found that his decades of experience in pet research were rendered ineffective. A cat eating spicy food? What a joke. Generally, if food has even a hint of spiciness, cats would immediately turn away. Yet, Lin Lu was applying chili powder himself in front of everyone. Did Xiao Lu also enjoy flavorful food? Beside them, Mu Yuqing pondered aloud. Upon hearing Professor Hu elaborate on the implications of cats eating spicy food, she felt a wave of anxiety. But as she listened to the subsequent explanations, she began to feel relieved. Yes, Xiao Lu is so clever. How could he possibly harm himself? In reality, animals possess a keen understanding of what they can and cannot eat. If he were willing to indulge, it likely indicated that consuming this would not pose significant issues for him. Of course, this excludes any harmful substances maliciously hidden in food. Meow? That seems a bit too spicy. Gazing at the hot dog generously coated with spices, Lin Lu tentatively licked it with his tongue, quickly retracting it. As a cat, his sensitivity to flavors was considerably less than that of humans. Thus, he puffed out his cheeks, narrowed his eyes, and blew away a layer of chili powder from the hot dog. Once the dust settled, he took a cautious bite, delightful. Thus began the feast of the busy cat chef. As he savored his meal, wow, I thought Lugu was a Sichuan cat, but it turns out he had to blow away a layer of chili powder. I was so anxious just now. With that heavy amount of chili, I couldn't handle it myself. Thankfully, Lugu didn't dive right in. However, I must say, Lu Ji's pursuit of culinary refinement is astonishing. If it weren't for Lu Ji's paws being unable to handle pots and pans, this live stream could have turned into a cooking showcase. It smells so good. I want a grilled sausage too. I've already brought my cat to the microwave. If it doesn't grill a hot dog today, I'll grill it myself. Friendly reminder. Professor who has already stated that cats cannot eat spicy food. It's advisable for viewers to prioritize their cat's palatability when feeding them. Seeing the comments veering off course, Anin quickly smiled and gently interjected. Let us not have a bunch of people asking their cats if they like a hot dog coated in chili powder after today. One can only imagine the disdainful looks the cats would give them, akin to those directed at fools. Why would you think I make such a blunder in it? That hurts my feelings. It seems I'll have to eat the freshly grilled hot dog myself. Indeed, Anin, your words are quite hurtful. Who in their right mind would feed a cat a hot dog smeared with chili powder? Oh, they really don't eat it. Don't worry, Anin. I certainly won't be like those two fools upstairs. I don't even own a cat. Just now, I suggested my cat use the microwave to grill a hot dog, and guess what? It jumped right in. Your cat said, grill a hot dog? Aren't you making things difficult for me? Guys, don't say that. Just now, I tried to feed a stray cat a hot dog covered in chili powder and ended up getting slapped. Now I can't see straight. Remember, not every cat is named Xiaolo, and not every owner is a goddess like Yuqing. Meow. Just as the comments spiraled into chaos, Linla finished off 3 hot dogs. He grabbed a paper towel, turned on the faucet, dampened it slightly, and wiped down the microwave interior. Ensuring no trace was left behind, he tossed the towel into the trash and left, thoroughly satisfied. Wow, is this really my Lugu? He is so tidy. After cooking, he even puts the seasonings back in place and cleans the microwave. Why do I feel like Lugu is erasing evidence of a crime? No wonder Goddess Yuqing has been kept in the dark by Lugu. If I had such a cat, I wouldn't have noticed either. Lu Ji's methods do have flaws. The hot dog packaging and paper towels in the trash, and the missing hot dogs will surely be discovered. Do you think Goddess Yuqing would be so bored as to rummage through the trash? With such a large bag of hot dogs, who would notice if 3 were missing? Striving for perfection shouldn't be this way. It requires a process. It seems something strange has slipped in. I wondered what was going on. Xiao Lu was hiding things too well. Watching the scene unfold, Mu Yuqing couldn't help but twitch her lips. If she hadn't signed up for pet headquarters, she might have remained oblivious for a lifetime. Xiao Li's methods of covering his tracks are clearly those of a seasoned offender. Beside her, Anin couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a pang of sympathy for Mu Yuqing, who was kept in the dark by her own pet. When I get home, I'll confine him to a small dark room. Mu Yuqing snorted in response, clearly speaking in jest. How could she possibly confine the cat she adored? However, her current concern was whether Xiao Lu would drink water after finishing his meal, especially since she was not at home. This seemed to be a question worth pondering. Chapter 31. Discussing toxicity without mentioning dosage after finishing his ham sausage. Lin Lu tidied up the kitchen and stepped out, gazing at the empty living room. Suddenly feeling a pang of longing for Mu Yuqing. It was uncertain how many days it would be before she returned, and he could hardly subsist solely on ham sausages. As he strolled to the cat's drinking fountain, his paw was poised to descend, but hesitated. With that woman absent, did he truly need to drink this bland, tasteless purified water? After a moment's contemplation, he departed from the drinking fountain and approached the refrigerator in the living room. With a slight bend of his legs, he leapt onto the top of the refrigerator. Didn't Lugu just say he wanted water? What is he doing up there? Has he spotted a mouse? Are you kidding? What mouse would dare venture into Lugu's home? That would be courting death. Perhaps Lugu doesn't want the tasteless purified water and is seeking something sweet instead? Now that's a bit excessive. A cat refusing purified water while desiring sweet drinks? Wait, I recall there is a refrigerator in the kitchen too. Why is there another one in the living room? Is it not permissible for the wealthy to have multiple refrigerators? This one is specifically for food and beverages. Indeed, when I'm not home, little Lu wouldn't stick to the routine of drinking purified water. Seeing Lin Li's antics, Mu Yuqing couldn't help but smile wryly. Ah, Professor Who. Can cats actually drink beverages? And hearing this, was momentarily bewildered, as it was somewhat beyond her understanding. From what she knew, cats were not supposed to consume drinks. They can, but it depends on the type of beverage. For instance, dairy drinks like yogurt, goat milk, and cow's milk can be consumed in moderation without significant issues. However, carbonated drinks like cola, Sprite, and soda can harm a cat's gastrointestinal tract, so they are best avoided. Professor Who replied, his tone calm. He had been engaged in pet research for decades. Such knowledge was second nature to him. In truth, he wished to convey that cats were not as fragile as often presumed. Countless stray cats in the city faced a myriad of food options, and if they lacked basic discernment, how could they possibly survive? If they encountered something inedible, it would merely cause temporary discomfort, not death. Therefore, as long as a cat was willing to consume something, it was not a grave matter. Naturally, one should not force-feed a cat what it refuses to eat. Dear viewers, remember that cats can drink small amounts of yogurt, goat milk, and cow's milk, but never offer them carbonated drinks. Anin explained with a cheerful tone. Anin is absolutely right. Don't worry, Anin, we're not that foolish. Though Professor Who's predictions about little Lou's behavior may not always hit the mark, his knowledge is invaluable. Can cats really not drink carbonated beverages at all? Definitely. Didn't you hear Professor Who say that carbonated drinks irritate a cat's stomach? But I think a cat wouldn't consume that much anyway. Not even a little. It's about responsibility towards the cat. Then, what is going on with Lu right now? The scene on the screen flickered, showing Lin Lu standing atop the refrigerator. Having opened the door, gazing at the array of beverages, some of which bore unfamiliar names, he felt momentarily dazzled. Yet, he did not forget his purpose. After all, to remain true to one's original intention is paramount. Thus, he leapt down from the refrigerator, rummaged through its contents, and kicked out a can of cola. Thud. The can struck the floor with a dull thud. Satisfied with his goal accomplished, Lin Lu jumped down and dashed behind the refrigerator door, leaping up to slam it shut, executing the action seamlessly. Wait. Lu, don't. Cola is a carbonated drink. You can't drink that. I'm just curious. Doesn't it hurt when he slams into things? Out of all these drinks, why did he specifically choose cola? Right? I saw Evian mineral water. Why not choose that? As I said, Lu must be craving something sweet, so he wouldn't opt for mineral water. Besides, do you only recognize Evian? What about the Conan niggery beside it? Stop it. Don't you recognize the label on the water container above the cat's drinking fountain? That is Voss. Let us not argue. Anyway, since Lu didn't choose that philosophy, I feel it's a loss. And I didn't expect that Goddess Yuching's home is so affluent. They have every flavor of philosophy. What is that? How can something with such an ugly package be worth anything? It's probably just an IQ tax from foreign capitalists. Exactly. It's an IQ tax, scoffs. Over 4,000 for a bottle? I can't afford that. Wait. What? For such a small bottle of juice, it's more expensive than Mount I? Over 4,000 for a bottle of juice. My goodness. The world of the wealthy is beyond imagination. Lu chose the most ordinary cola from all these expensive drinks. Isn't that wasteful? Could it be that Lu simply doesn't care and just wants to enjoy his favorite, the most common cola? Seeing the lavish scene inside the refrigerator, Anin was equally astonished. There were at least a dozen expensive drinks she could name. Not to mention, there were many she didn't recognize, but looked quite pricey. I usually don't drink much. I just grab whatever. I mostly drink hot water since it's beneficial for health. Mu Yuqing nodded in agreement. The beverages at home were merely for occasional enjoyment or when guests visited. However, upon witnessing Lin Lu's careful selection of a can of cola, Mu Yuqing suddenly stood up. Professor Who's earlier words echoed in her mind. Cats shouldn't drink carbonated beverages as they could irritate their stomachs. This cat was anything but easy to manage. Yuqing, don't fret. Little Lu is different from ordinary cats. He surely knows which foods are harmful. Besides, discussing toxicity without mentioning dosage is merely absurd. If little Lu only consumes a small amount, it shouldn't have significant repercussions. Noticing Mu Yuqing's worried expression, Professor Who hastily reassured her while feeling a twinge of anxiety himself. This cat was unpredictable. He hoped it wouldn't end up causing trouble for itself. Chapter 32. The Cat Who Loves Cola. Meow. How do I open this thing? Lin Lu stared helplessly at the can of cola he had chosen. The structure of this item was quite similar to that of a tin can. Had he known how to open a pull-tab can, he wouldn't have had to toil away heating up a sausage in the microwave earlier. Surely, he couldn't just return the hard-won cola now? As for the precious beverage mentioned in the live chat, Lin Lu admitted he was just a simpleton, unfamiliar with any of them. Sigh. Having finally the chance to drink cola, how could he simply give up? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Lu pushed the cola can to the coffee table, exerting all his strength to set it upright. Once this was accomplished, he didn't attend to the cola immediately, but rather went to the kitchen to fetch a plastic basin, placing it in front of the cola can. What is Brother Lu up to? I'm just as baffled. Could it be that Brother Lu can't open the pull tab can? I can't help but laugh. Brother Lu might just want to play for a while, not genuinely intending to drink cola. Is there a possibility that Brother Li's intelligence surpasses yours, hence your inability to comprehend? What could Xiao Lu be planning? In the live chat, the three viewers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Lin Li's intentions. Among them, Mu Yuqing appeared contemplative, though her brow was slightly furrowed. She had previously considered that if Xiao Lu wanted to eat from a tin can, he could pry it open with scissors. In this case, he should be applying the same method. But what did the basin signify? She then turned her gaze to Hu Che, softly inquiring. Hu Che, upon hearing her, was instantly perplexed. How could he possibly know what the other party intended? Though he worked in pet research, what pet drinks cola on its own? This didn't align with his field of study. Xiao Lu must have his reasons, and they would soon find out. Meanwhile, Anin was equally curious about Lin Li's actions. After hearing Mu Yuqing's question, she looked at Hu Che with keen interest, but upon seeing his distressed expression, her heart sank. It seemed yet another day beyond the scope of their research. Thus, she interjected to ease the situation. Just as everyone was left in the dark regarding Lin Li's actions, he finally rummaged through drawers and found a pair of scissors. Dragging them over to the cola can with his paw, he truly was using scissors. Mu Yuqing's heart skipped a beat, feeling somewhat satisfied. It appeared that this cat's thoughts were not too difficult to decipher. Yet she remained puzzled about the purpose of the plastic basin. However, Lin Li's next move immediately unraveled the mystery. He approached the cola can, clamped the scissors in his mouth, and forcefully stabbed the can. The sharp tip of the scissors easily pierced the aluminum packaging, and dark brown cola gushed forth. Lin Lu quickly withdrew the scissors and carelessly tossed them aside. The cola streamed out in a line, perfectly landing in the plastic basin. Seeing this, Lin Lu leaned down to lick a bit of the cola, savoring the familiar taste. It was delightful. After tasting for a moment, he swallowed, enjoying the cool sensation. After indulging in a few sips, he paused. After all, this was a carbonated drink. Excessive consumption was unwise, and merely satisfying his craving would suffice. Moreover, with his size reduced, he didn't need to drink excessively. He walked over to the cat-specific water dispenser, pressed the button, and fresh water from Voss, Norway, gushed out, crisp and sweet, utterly delicious. Oh my. The purpose of the plastic basin is revealed here. I never considered that. If it were me, I would have just stabbed it with the scissors, resulting in a cola-soaked floor. I told you, Brother Lu's intelligence completely surpasses yours. It's only natural you can't grasp it. Brother Lu indeed has his own measures. After a few sips, he opts for water. Isn't that obvious? Brother Lu drinking cola is akin to us drinking alcohol. How could it quench thirst? Believe it or not, I've seen people drink alcohol to quench thirst. Some people just love to argue. They don't care about their health. Our Brother Lu, however, does. What is this? It makes no sense at all. Forget it. I'm not watching anymore. This script is so forced. Wow, there is someone who just critiques without reason. If you don't like it, just leave. Honestly, if I had just walked in, I might suspect this is scripted, haha. But I'm not a keyboard warrior, so I want to just spout off. Forget it. Let us just focus on Brother Lu. Wow, Brother Lu truly loves cleanliness. The barrage of comments flowed seamlessly, yet it barely affected Lin Lu. After finishing his water, he returned to the coffee table, leaping up to extract a tissue from the box before landing back on the wooden floor. He pressed the tissue against the scissors to wipe off the cola residue. Returning to the cola can, he cleaned up the cola that had spilled onto the floor. During this process, Lin Lu jumped onto the coffee table to grab 3 more tissues, ensuring everything was spotless. Naturally, the used tissues were all discarded into the trash can. After completing this task, he returned the scissors to their original place. Meow, it seems this will take a little while longer. Back at the coffee table, Lin Lu noticed the cola can was still spewing liquid, prompting him to ponder. He then returned to the sofa, skillfully opening the first drawer to retrieve his phone. Could it be that Brother Lu has OCD, cleaning everything so thoroughly? If Brother Lu weren't a cat, I'd definitely consider him as a boyfriend. Goodness, if Brother Lu weren't a cat, those wishing to be his girlfriend would probably line up from Beijing to Shanghai. How could you stand a chance? Even if I don't seek Brother Lu as a boyfriend, you could still look at me. I'm equally tidy. What level are you? To even compare with my Brother Li's cleanliness? Is Brother Lu a housekeeper too? Responsible for cleaning the house. I want a cat like that. Am I the only one intrigued that Brother Lu has taken out his phone? Seeing Lin Lu's actions, and then couldn't he help but be taken aback. He was truly the dream cat of countless litter box attendants. How fortunate Mu Yuqing was to have such a cat. Yet, upon reflection, Anin realized that given Mu Yuqing's background, it was equally fortunate for Lin Lu to enter such a family as a pet. It was indeed a mutual stroke of luck that brought them together as a family. Originally, Xiao Lu was a stray cat. I found him in school and brought him home. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqing's face instantly beamed with pride, recalling the moment she and Lin Lu first met. Chapter 33. The year I lost my cat in the drizzling rain. At that time, Xiao Lu was nothing more than a scruffy stray cat. Hiding amidst the bushes of the school, her eyes filled with innocence and helplessness, cautiously observing the world around her with a wary gaze, appearing quite pitiful. Strangely enough, this feline would flee in terror upon encountering others, yet she would obediently follow only when faced with her. It was precisely this connection that led her to bring the stray cat home, providing it with a bath, deworming, and vaccinations. During these procedures, the cat was remarkably docile. It was commonly said that cats feared water and would struggle during baths, but this little stray remained unusually calm, fixated on her own reflection, almost entranced. This brought her immense joy, prompting the name Xiao Lu. Perhaps this was fate. She offered Lin Lu a better life, and in return, Lin Lu brought her happiness and joy, truly a fortunate arrangement for both. Hey, why does this cat look so familiar? Isn't this the cat I lost? Wow, your intentions are as clear as day. I could hear your scheming from Mars. The person above is mistaken. Lu Gu is my long-lost cat. I remember vividly walking joyfully with Lu Gu along the paths of Jiangda, in the gentle drizzle, when I bent down to tie my shoelaces, and when I looked up, Lu Gu had vanished. I searched for ages, only to find out that you, Goddess Yuqing, had taken her. Can you please return her to me? Uft. You really know how to spin a story. Looking at your profile, I'm quite skeptical about how you made it to Jiangxing. Moreover, who refers to their own cat as Lu Gu? Why not say you were looking for a bush to relieve yourself, and then Lu Gu just disappeared? Both of you above are imposters. I am Lu Gu's truest owner. Stop arguing. Based on Lu Gu's lifestyle, can you even afford to take care of her? A bunch of paupers. I bet the supplies in Lu Gu's secret stash would cost you half a year's salary. You are openly flaunting your wealth. Everyone, stop the drama. Xiao Lu is a kitten born from the school cat of Jiangda. I have confirmed this. No one can take my Xiao Lu away. Seeing the barrage of comments, Mu Yuqing pouted in dissatisfaction and spoke softly. The school cat she mentioned was also a stray, but it had become beloved by the students due to its presence on campus, leading to numerous videos circulating online. Over 5 years at Jiangda, no one had come forward to adopt the cat. Furthermore, how could a kitten born from the school cat possibly have an owner? This group of netizens was merely trying to snatch away her beloved Xiao Lu. She would never allow that to happen. It's evident that the bond between Yuqing and Xiao Lu is incredibly strong. But the netizens are just joking. Don't take it to heart, Yuqing, Anin said with a light chuckle, noticing the possessive demeanor of Mu Yuqing. Indeed, everyone tends to feel protective over their cherished belongings when others express interest. Seeing Anin's comment, Mu Yuqing's pout softened slightly, yet she still huffed adorably, exuding a charming air of pride. Wow, Goddess Yuqing is simply breathtaking. I'm utterly captivated. It's all your fault for insisting that Lu Gu belongs to you, which has upset Goddess Yuqing. Goddess Yuqing, please don't be angry. Come, let me give you a hug. Who are you to claim ownership of Lu Gu alongside Goddess Yuqing? Honestly, Yuqing's haughty demeanor is utterly enchanting. What? Is Goddess Yuqing's cool facade not appealing? What? Is Goddess Yuqing's adorable side not charming? Wow, you're all just rambling. How could Goddess Yuqing ever look anything less than stunning? Everyone, please stop teasing Goddess Yuqing. If she cries, I'll have to comfort her. I must say, some individuals are already talking nonsense in broad daylight. What are you all discussing? I only want to see Lu Gu. Women merely slow my draw. It was clear that the netizens were quite enthusiastic about Mu Yuqing. However, let us return to the matter at hand and observe what actions Xiao Lu might take next that would delight us. Professor Hu. Xiao Lu has taken out her phone again. What do you think she will do next? Seeing the comments praising Mu Yuqing's beauty, Anin bit her lip, feeling somewhat displeased. Indeed, men are creatures who easily shift their affections. Previously, the comments hailed An as the most beautiful. Yet with just a pout and a proud expression from Mu Yuqing, they had all changed their tune. However, this was still the live broadcast of Pet Headquarters. So while tangents were acceptable, They could not stray too far. Thus, after formulating a question, she tossed it to Hu Che. I believe Xiao Lu will play with her phone next. Hu Che was momentarily taken aback. What sort of question was this? Though he had dedicated decades to pet research, he was not an expert in mobile technology. Many features of phones seemed quite foreign to him. How could he possibly predict Lin Lu's next move? Thus, he responded rather dismissively. Anin, my dear, are you feeling jealous? Ha. No. Anin is also very beautiful, the most beautiful. Thus, while Goddess Yuqing is the white moonlight in every man's heart, Anin is undoubtedly the one every man dreams of marrying. Indeed, their styles are entirely different. Oh, I still believe Anin is prettier. If I had to choose, I would certainly pick Anin. Brothers, while comforting Anin is important, can we not be disingenuous? I still think Goddess Yuqing is genuinely beautiful. Both are lovely in their own right, hence I choose Goddess Yuqing. Really? What gives you the right to make such judgments? Exactly. Only children make choices. I'm an adult. I want both. Did I just hear Professor Hu say something? What is the difference between his words and silence? Listening to him is no different than not listening. What is the use? Any normal person would know that Lu Gu is about to play with her phone. Did we need him to say that? Enough of the nonsense. I feel I could be an expert professor too. Let us be understanding. Professor Hu is getting on in years. It's normal to be a bit muddled. Shoo, don't say any more. Watch Lu Gu wow. Just as the comments heated up, Lin Lu finally unlocked her phone again, her paw lightly tapping the screen, locking onto an application. Chapter 34. A cat playing Battle Royale? As Lin Li's paw descended, the opening animation of a game suddenly unfolded. This scene undoubtedly ignited a storm of excitement within the live stream. Wait, is this? Lin Lu can actually play Battle Royale? Sigh. Another day to witness a novice cat streaming gameplay. How many matches do you think Lin Lu can start in a minute? Is this a parachute simulator? Why is Lin Lu playing this game? A cat playing Battle Royale? Can it get any more absurd? Guess whether Lin Lu will land in a box. Do we even need to guess? If Lin Lu doesn't land in a box, I'll live stream myself doing handstands while eating 3 pounds of, well, you know, quit tricking us for food every day and find something productive to do. If Lin Lu doesn't land in a box, I'll eat 4 pounds. You all have quite the appetite, huh? I'll stick to eating my computer screen. No need to compete with you. Can that little paw of Lin Lu actually hit anyone? It wouldn't be some kind of human outline cat, would it? Why do you all assume Lin Lu can't do it? What if he is actually exceptionally skilled at Battle Royale? Exactly. What did Lin Lu's cat do to deserve your disbelief? I believe that since Lin Lu chose to play Battle Royale, he must possess some skill. For those still holding out hope for Lin Lu's Battle Royale prowess, you might want to consider his level in another game, Mobile Legends. I'm dying of laughter. If Lin Lu manages to get even 1 kill, I'll eat an extra pound. With so many betting on eating, shouldn't you take a look at Lin Lu's phone screen first? Those betting on eating, don't run off just yet. I've taken a screenshot, and that includes those aiming to eat their computer screens. As the game animation flickered by, Lin Lu skillfully tapped away at a myriad of notifications with his little paw. His gaming ID proudly appeared on the phone screen. St. Martin, the Sniper, a rather audacious name. Most importantly, beside the ID, his level had reached a remarkable 37, clearly indicating he was no novice player. Although Lin Lu's actual skill remained a mystery, his level suggested that he would most likely not meet the fate predicted in the comments. It's just a level, and you all are panicking. What does a level even mean in the context of a cat playing? TSK. Just a level, and you're all getting cocky. I'll reiterate. If Lin Lu gets even 1 kill, I'll eat an extra pound. I don't quite understand games, but does dying every round still grant experience? What if Lin Lu is an especially cautious cat, merely wanting to enjoy the scenery on the map? The truth is, levels mean little. Lin Lu has already managed to rank up in Mobile Legends. Have you all seen his gameplay? I stand firm. If I say I'll eat 3 pounds, I will. No matter what. Initially prepared to flee at the thought of eating, several fans steadied their resolve upon reading the comments. Indeed, it was just a level, which meant little. After all, could a mere cat truly achieve extraordinary feats? Unbeknownst to Lin Lu, after a brief contemplation, he selected the island map's Spring Garden mode and initiated the game. After a brief wait of 3 to 4 seconds, the game's loading screen appeared, and moments later, he successfully entered the game. Wait, what? Those betting on eating have finally been caught. God of War mark? Is this a joke? A cat playing Battle Royale has achieved the invincible God of War? Is this even possible? Good grief, I'm stuck at the Glory Crown rank. Heavens, has the world gone mad? Hello? Is this a mental hospital? Someone's gone mad upstairs. Take them away. Brothers, don't give up. If Lin Lu plays defensively, reaching the invincible god of war is still feasible. Exactly. Don't be scared. A 0 KD can still achieve invincible god of war. What is there to fear? Could it be? Are you genuinely believing a cat can excel at gaming? And what if this account isn't even Lin Lu's? Oh, Yuching, does Little Lu still play Battle Royale? What a multi-talented individual. In the live stream, and covered her mouth in astonishment as she observed the screen's unfolding events. She had assumed, based on Lin Li's gaming prowess, that he would not show interest in games beyond Mobile Legends. To her surprise, he appeared quite adept at Battle Royale. I'm not entirely sure. I usually don't play games. Mu Yuching responded, shaking her head, though she did not play games. The comments and in Anne's expressions indicated that Little Li's rank in Battle Royale was quite high. This rank isn't excessively high. With time, an ordinary person could achieve it. But for a cat, it's almost unfathomable, and Anne explained softly. In truth, she too had never played this game. However, as a host, one must be somewhat informed to adapt to any situation. Oh, is that so? Mu Yuching mused, noting silently that Little Lu enjoys gaming. Meanwhile, while Anun and Mu Yuching conversed, Huche buried his face deep into the sofa, internally chanting, "Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me." For him, Battle Royale was a particularly foreign term. He truly feared that Anun would soon ask, "Professor Hu, what do you think of Little Lu's gameplay?" After all, despite dedicating decades to pet research, he had only a rudimentary understanding of electronic products. Who would have imagined that a cat could navigate a smartphone and expertly play games? If someone had told him that a cat could play games, he would have suggested they see a psychiatrist. However, from today onward, his entire worldview had been upended. Decades of pet research experience seemed utterly irrelevant. Who could understand his plight? Fortunately, Anna merely shot him a glance before frowning slightly, offering a helpless smile as she turned her gaze back to the screen. On the screen, Lin Lu lounged on the sofa, phone in paw, evidently enjoying himself. His in-game character had boarded the plane. Glancing at the map, Lin Lu set his sights on a central location known as the Spring Garden. This was a newly launched mode on the island map, where players could gain a second parachute opportunity after their first death within a specified time frame. Consequently, it quickly garnered immense popularity among players, with at least 30 people aiming to land there in every match. As a skilled cat, Lin Lu naturally would not hesitate. After marking his destination, he leaped from the plane. Chapter 35, Which Chicken Dinner Technique Reigns Supreme? In the game, Lin Li's teammates witnessed the audacious prowess of the player known as Saint Martin, the sniper god, and without hesitation, chose to follow suit. As the flight path reached the skies above the Spring Garden, Lin Lu deftly pressed the button to glide, successfully deploying his parachute as he approached the Spring Garden. With his sights set firmly on the auspicious drop, there lay an airdrop, promising superior supplies. Even during his descent, he pulled up the interface to survey the situation behind him. A dark curtain of parachutes descended upon the entire Spring Garden. Remarkably, these players landed slightly behind Lin Lu. To his delight, he secured the coveted airdrop weapon, an August, along with level 3 armor. With his weapon in hand, Lin Lu acted without hesitation, turning to fire at the multitude of parachutes in the air. The rapid gunfire echoed, followed by a cloud of crimson mist. The left side of the game's interface displayed, Saint Martin, the sniper god, has knocked down AI Pin Kai Huishu. Seeing the enemy fall, Lin Lu remained unfazed, raising his weapon for another shot. After another burst of gunfire, the left interface again announced, Saint Martin, the sniper god, has knocked down that man. After taking down 2 opponents, noticing that most parachutists had landed, Lin Lu abandoned his pursuit and slipped into the Yearbeast's lair. What the hell? Is Lin Gu really this formidable? He took down 2 upon landing? What happened to those who were just eliminated? And Lin Gu, who gains weight for each kill? What flavor of defeat do you prefer? Cold or hot? I'm ready to serve. Seriously, with skills like that, is he not using hacks? Of course not. Explain how he landed first if he isn't. Stop the chatter, let's just play another game. From the perspective of a professional chicken dinner player, Lin Ji's maneuvers, from the angled parachute descent to mid-air adjustments and decisive shooting, are impeccable. This is absurd. A cat playing a game can outperform me. This world is insane. Am I hallucinating? Goodness, a cat has become a genius. Please spare me. Hello, is this a mental hospital? Another one has gone mad. By the way, where did those who doubted Lin Ji's skills go? And the ones who live-streamed their defeats? Nobody remembers that I mentioned eating my computer screen, right? Good, very good. I've taken screenshots of those who faltered. Not one will escape. To the one who suggested eating the screen, might I recommend pairing it with some cooling liquid? Just eating the screen might choke you. If I recall correctly, the last person who suggested eating a computer screen is now ashes in a blazing fire, right? Quiet. Can't you just appreciate Lin Ji's skills? Lin Lu, deftly maneuvering his character, swiftly raided the Year Beast's lair. Even the Year Beast itself could not escape its fate, disintegrating into shimmering particles after absorbing a hail of bullets. Yet, with the August in hand, Lin Lu suddenly froze. The sound effects on his phone hinted at faint footsteps. He stealthily approached the door, readying a grenade. Glancing at the countdown on the screen, he threw the grenade just as 2 seconds remained. The grenade sailed through the empty courtyard, crashing through a window of another room. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted, and the tremor reverberated through the air. You have used a fragmentation grenade to eliminate the player. The screen below detailed the takedown. Witnessing this, Lin Lu wasted no time, charging out with his weapon, vaulting over the windowsill, and unleashing a barrage upon the prone enemy. What the hell? Lin Gu can even master instant grenades? Still claiming he is not hacking? I was watching closely. The enemy's head was concealed. How could Lin Gu possibly know they were there? Perhaps you should consider donating your ears. How could you not hear such obvious footsteps? Lin Gu's grenade play was truly divine. Is this a new chicken dinner streamer? Wow, such high popularity. Why hadn't I noticed before? Wait, where's the streamer? Is this cat a special effect? Newcomer, zip it and watch closely. It can't be. Lin Ji's skills in other games are so poor. How can his chicken dinner skills be so exceptional? I can't pull off those maneuvers, yet a cat can? Is this not suspicious? Wait, we're watching a panoramic view, and all of Lin Ji's gameplay is in full view. How could he be hacking? Sigh, is it really that hard for some to accept their own shortcomings? It's not that hard to admit being mediocre at a game, but being outdone by a cat? That is truly hard to swallow. Stop talking, I just want some peace. Who is this Peace? You don't know who Peace is? It's a poetic reference. Who is this poetic reference? Enough. In the live stream, the three observers exchanged glances as they witnessed Lin Li's gameplay. Even without gaming experience, they could tell that Lin Li's maneuvers were impressive. But how could a cat possess such remarkable gaming skills? Could it be that the spirit of a professional player resided within this feline? If Lin Lu were an avid gamer, his proficiency would be quite understandable. After all, skill is earned through practice, much like how a friend of mine, a seasoned electrician, can tell if a wire is live by merely touching it. As the crowd's gaze turned towards him, Huche could no longer pretend to be oblivious and reluctantly spoke with a wry smile. He had no clear understanding of what Lin Li's skills meant, but felt it was simply a level of expertise attainable through diligent practice. To alleviate his own embarrassment, he skillfully tossed out a quip, hoping to divert the audience's attention from his shortcomings. Professor who speaks the truth, though our Lin Lu is but a mere cat. Should he specialize in a particular game, achieving such feats after ample practice should not be insurmountable. Anan, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment before softly responding. She too did not grasp the full significance of Lin Li's skills, only recognizing their flair. Yet, it seems to be a level that can be attained with time and practice. Professor Hu and in Anne's words have rekindled my confidence in chicken dinner. I can't wait to log in for a game, and surely, it will be another day of landing in a box. Professor Hu and in are right. While Lin Ji's maneuvers are impressive, they are achievable by anyone who plays this game regularly. Perhaps everyone is overreacting. Indeed, they are achievable. But have you all overlooked a crucial point? What point? That is, for humans, mastering such maneuvers requires consistent practice. Why then is it so effortless for a cat? Wow. Blind one, you've hit the nail on the head. Exactly. Practice and frequent play are measured by human standards. Yet Lin Gu is a cat. If that is the case, Lin Ji's skills seem even more extraordinary. Chapter 36. 1 Thunder, 4 Kills, a heavenly performance in the enchanting new spring garden. Lin Lu's character leapt and tumbled with grace, his August unleashing sparks, rendering him invincible. Soon, the title of the Eliminator was claimed by none other than Lin Lu. Wow, number 3, that was truly impressive, exclaimed a voice over the team mic, filled with awe, belonging to a cute girl. Lin Lu paused momentarily, his grip on the gun faltering slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure and unleashed a volley of bullets, dispatching the old coin at the doorway. Did these women not realize how alluring their voices could be? While he found the girl's voice captivating, he could only emit a series of meow sounds in response. Unable to articulate his thoughts. Help! Someone is coming. Suddenly, the girl's panicked voice echoed through the mic. Without hesitation, Lin Lu aimed his weapon and moved toward her direction. Wow, that girl's voice is sweet enough to melt hearts. Honestly, I think her voice is even more delightful than an and goddess Yuqing. I must remember her ID. I'm adding her as a friend. Oh my, just the thought of that voice excites me. This is going to be epic. I can't take it. That voice is too enchanting. Brothers, hold it together. Such a lovely voice. Could it be a voice changer? Don't let it outshine yours. What's wrong with that voice? Just because it's charming? Unbelievable. You're a wolf in sheep's clothing. As Lin Lu approached the girl's location, he paused at the foot of the stairs, ears perked, listening intently. The sound of multiple footsteps echoed, at least 3 individuals. The girl, terrified, crouched motionless in a corner, contemplating her escape to join her fallen teammates. Number 3, they outnumber you. Perhaps you should retreat and leave me, she urged, her voice softening as she noticed Lin Li's approach. After all, she could respawn after being eliminated, which wouldn't affect her gaming experience. Abandon my teammates? I cannot, Lin Lu murmured, licking his lips, before commanding his character to leap through the window with his August drawn. What? Cat language, doctor. Can you translate what Brother Lu just said? How can you not save your teammates? You just witnessed one fall at your feet. Brother Lu, don't be absurd. If you're trying to impress that girl, just say so. Don't act all noble. What do you mean? Brother Li's obviously taken a fancy to that girl. That's just shameless. Chat, don't be ridiculous. How could Brother Lu, as a cat, be lusting after someone? What is wrong with a cat? It's not neutered. You, shameless, despicable. I'm reporting you. Lin Lu, blissfully unaware of the chat's banter, stood vigilantly at the stairway, pondering the situation. What was this talk of leaving teammates behind? He had been minding his own business when a teammate, bloodied, collapsed before him. As a rational cat, would he not be frightened? Naturally. Thus, he darted away to seek cover. Was there anything wrong with that? No. And if a minute later, that teammate succumbed, was that a fault of his? Absolutely not. After all, who could blame him for accidentally stepping on an ant while passing by? Such is the law of karma. Good deeds beget good fortune, while evil deeds bring about retribution. It is not that justice is delayed, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. Wow, a full squad. Upon discerning the footsteps, Lin Li's expression darkened. The frightened girl remained huddled in the corner, while the 4 enemies above stomped around, nearly shaking the floor. Lin Li's heart sank as he calculated their combat strength. A 1 against 4 seemed manageable, yet with the girl included, it became a daunting task. After all, she had been hiding in the corner since parachuting into the new spring garden, not daring to move. What expectations could he have for such a teammate? Just don't toss a grenade at my feet once I've taken down these 4. That would be a blessing. Ding. An opportunity arose as gunfire erupted from within the building, clearly indicating that the full squad had spotted a new adversary and was gathering at the window to face outward. Lin Lu seized the moment, producing a fragmentation grenade. Did someone just pull a grenade pin? Did you hear that? The gunfire abruptly ceased, and one of the squad members, puzzled, inquired. I did. I was about to throw it. Another teammate replied, holding a grenade of his own. Hearing this, the first member felt a flicker of confusion. How could he hear 2 grenade pins being pulled? Yet he dismissed the thought, raising his weapon to continue firing at the enemy in another building. Wow, are they not even going to take cover? Realizing the 4 enemies remained stationary, huddled together, Lin Lu was taken aback. He initially believed his grenade would merely take out 1, opening the field for himself. Little did he expect such a delightful surprise. Boom. The grenade ricocheted off the wall and landed at the feet of the unsuspecting 4. It was only then they realized something was amiss, as they turned to evade. A burst of flames erupted before them, and the screen faded to black and white. What the hell? Is this a cheat? 1 thunder for kills? A perfectly synchronized family? Brother Lu must be a god of grenades. This is absurd. Surely, it deserves a spot in the best kill compilations of the year. Seriously, I'm curious, did Brother Lu hire actors? Why didn't those 4 take cover when they heard the grenade? Not only did they not dodge, but they even crouched together. Who else would they explode if not themselves? Is this truly a maneuver executed by a cat? I can hardly believe it. Damn, 1 thunder for kills, and a successful rescue of the fair maiden. I'm green with envy. I thought Brother Lu was done for. Yet look at this. Number 3. That was incredibly cool. While the cute girl trembled in the corner, the chaos from the 4-man squad ceased, and the interface below her display illuminated with Lin Lu's glorious achievement. 1 thunder for kills. Chapter 37. The average person can manage with just hands. Upon hearing the adorably soft voice of number 1, Lin Lu felt his heart melt. and a confident smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. With a deft flick of his paw, he selected a quick voice message in the chat. Don't be timid. Let us go together. Wow, did you all hear that? Brother Lu is calling us to join in. That might not be such a good idea. Let us take turns. Yes, yes, Brother Lu, why don't you go first? Wow, the wheels are literally rolling over my face. Are you all a bunch of rascals? How can you interpret Brother Lu's casual voice message like that? Brother Lu can genuinely understand human speech. That statement seems valid, yet there appears to be something amiss. Brother Li's skills are simply astonishing. How does he manage it? Hey, guys, I'm also a cute girl. Can someone take me to play chicken dinner? Can you get a chicken dinner? If you can eat, you can join? Bro, you're not making any sense. A single grenade eliminated 4 enemies. I heard in the comments that such a feat is quite challenging to achieve. In the live stream, upon witnessing Lin Li's maneuver, Anin was momentarily stunned. She perceived that little Lu had merely tossed a grenade nonchalantly, dispatching 4 foes effortlessly, as if no skill was required at all. Yet, why did the comments express such awe? In truth, this operation isn't particularly difficult. Any average person with hands could manage it. However, little Lu is a cat, which is why the audience found it so remarkable. Beside her, Huche sat upright, realizing it was time for his explanatory interlude. Although he did not play games and was entirely ignorant of what chicken dinner entailed, that did not impede his tendency for whimsical commentary. Or rather, how could it be whimsical? It should be regarded as a thorough explanation. After all, during his studies in pet research, he had also taken psychology courses, primarily to better understand the inner workings of pets. Yet, he had acquired some insight into human psychology as well. Thus, he eagerly began to elucidate, though he couldn't grasp the game's visuals. What had Lin Lu just executed? He had done almost nothing, merely thrown a grenade. Was such an action truly difficult? Frankly speaking, even if he had never played a game, he could pull it off. 66666. Indeed, any average person can manage with just hands. I didn't realize Professor Hu was such a master of words. Anyone with hands can do it. I'm the exception since I have none. Seriously, Huche is truly deserving of the title of expert professor. Why are you all challenging Professor Hu? Look at his name, Huche, which means nonsense. Professor Hu, you're not just here to amuse us, are you? I think what Professor Hu said is quite accurate. I could have done that just now too. That full team was foolish. Not only did they not dodge upon hearing the grenade sound, but they stood so close together. However, to stealthily approach, timing the grenade throw, discerning the positions of 4 players by ear, determining the angle for the throw, and the precise timing for detonation. All these elements are essential. Isn't that skill? Let us be understanding. This old man probably doesn't play games and is merely a cloud player. What is there to argue about? Amidst the lively banter in the comments, Lin Lu had already led the girl to eliminate all the enemies in the new spring garden. Lin Lu's tally of defeated foes had surged to a terrifying 15. Of course, throughout this encounter, number 1 had simply played the role of a pretty face, while Lin Lu danced through the corners of the new spring garden, picking off enemies one by one. Wow, number 3, you're incredible. Can we be friends so you can guide me? The eyes of the number 1 girl sparkled with admiration for the seemingly godlike figure of Lin Lu, prompting her to exclaim in awe. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu paused, nearly unleashing a flurry of meows over the team mic. Fortunately, he remembered his identity as a cat, which led him to dismiss her with indifference. Women are merely pink skulls. No matter how beautiful the exterior, they are all quite similar. At most, it might affect his shooting speed, but beyond that, they hold no value. He was a creature of virtue, with the nation not yet prosperous. How could he indulge in romantic pursuits? Thus, he chose to ignore number 1's request entirely. Oh my gosh. Why can't I encounter such girls when I play games? Is it possible that you did, but your skills are just too lacking? What skills? Game skills or what? What a pity. Brother Lu is merely a cat. If it were me, I would have already charmed the girls to the point of breathlessness. Is that really a proper expression? Wow, can you all stop this? I'm utterly fed up. I want to block the comments. Yet I fear missing the translations from cat language doctor. What nonsense. I'm not clear on what you're saying. Is normal common interaction a crime? Yes. This is slander. We should sue you for defamation. As number 1 noticed Lin Lu's silence, her interest in continuing the conversation waned. Trailing behind him like a little shadow, Lin Lu, accompanied by the girl, began to roam the entire island map, behaving like 2 bullies, causing even passing dogs to feel the sting of bullets. Along the way, they rescued 2 teammates who had perished in the new spring garden. One teammate had initially been quite vocal about Lin Lu's earlier refusal to aid him. However, upon witnessing Lin Lu's prowess, he wisely chose to remain silent. With teammates bolstering his confidence, Lin Lu grew increasingly reckless, shooting at anyone in sight and attacking every dog encountered. Perhaps, due to the heavens being unobservant, the imagined justice did not descend. After eliminating the last enemy on the map, Lin Li's team finally secured a chicken dinner. This is utterly unscientific. Photon, can't you open your eyes and see? A cat like this is ruining the game environment. Are they waiting for the new year to ban him? Wow, Brother Lo actually won a chicken dinner? This is too impressive. Is this truly an operation executed by a cat? I feel some streamers couldn't even reach this level. What? A cat? Is this not the work of a former professional player? Incredible. Brother Lo, take me along. Take you? Do you possess a voice as delightful as number 1S? No, but I can say brother. Wow, please don't discuss Brother Lo. As the game concluded, Lin Lu glanced at the screen displaying his MVP status. 25 kills, 0 deaths, 8 assists, and 5,432 damage, and a slight smile crept across his face. This game was perhaps too easy. Alas, yet another day of invincibility. Who else remains? Upon concluding the game, a team invitation promptly appeared at the bottom of the screen. Lin Lu took a glance, noticing it was from the number 1 girl. However, just as he was about to click accept, an unexpected event unfolded. Chapter 38. The Peking opera cat Lin Lu gazed in bewilderment at the screen displaying the content. What on earth? Is my account really banned? It all stemmed from a moment when he heard the voice of a cute girl, which caused his shooting speed to accelerate, resulting in the demise of a few unsuspecting players. Is this truly grounds for a ban? He pondered, recalling the so-called prophet who had predicted his fate. Wasn't there just a crow's mouth that foretold this? Surely, it must be cheating. How could a mere cat execute such feats? Someone argued. Can't you see? Brother Li's every move is under scrutiny. There's no time for cheating. Another retorted. Doesn't this indicate that Brother Li's skills have reached a level that the officials deem akin to cheating? I think it was that incredible 4-kill grenade earlier that left me utterly stunned, came another voice. The review won't take long. It should be reinstated shortly. But Brother Lu has already exited the app. Bored, Lin Lu decided to watch some television before sleep. He glanced outside, noting the fading light, and felt a wave of lethargy wash over him. He rose to turn on the room lights and returned to the sofa, holding his phone. Yet he couldn't think of what to do. With a soft sigh, he tossed the phone back into the drawer and murmured, "Shall I watch some TV? Brother Lu, let us catch up on the Racing Storm. I haven't finished it yet." You haven't finished the Racing Storm? Let me spoil it for you. Gao Qiqiang dies. And it's quite a tragic end, shot right in the forehead by an akin. Yes, Gao Gu is dead. And an akin weeps inconsolably after so many years of love, just when they were about to wed. What a pity. I think an akin is rather despicable. Crazy Donkey adored him, yet he stubbornly pursued Gao Qiqiang. Who can argue otherwise? An akin resorted to any means necessary to win Gao Qiqiang, even fixating on Su Jiang after discovering Gao Qiqiang's secret affection for him, ultimately bringing him down. Hold on, isn't this plot a bit off? What's wrong with it? Goodness, this can't be the Racing Storm. It sounds more like chaos. This is the first time I've heard such a ludicrous storyline. Where did you find this pirated drama? I say, let us watch Who Is He. It also stars Zhang Duo. Buddy, that character is pronounced it. Heart's Desire is also a good watch. It's quite nice. Go watch it yourself. After the cat language doctor translated Lin Li's words, the comments section erupted into chaos, with everyone suggesting and speculating on what drama Lin Lu might choose to watch. Even the 3 in the live stream joined in the conversation. The Racing Storm has indeed gained popularity lately. I feel that Xiao Lu possesses a certain cat Qiqiang vibe. Perhaps he might choose this drama. Anin caught a glimpse of the comments and couldn't help but chuckle at the chaotic plot. Had she not already seen the Racing Storm, she might have been led astray by the comments. Yet, she believed that as the leader of the cat gang, Xiao Lu would likely prefer such dramas. I have a different perspective. After all, Xiao Lu is merely a cat. Even if his intelligence is high, it still resembles that of a child. Therefore, he might enjoy animated series like Bears on the Run or Tom and Jerry. The Racing Storm might be too profound for him to grasp. Nearby, Huche interjected with a differing opinion. Come on, I've studied pets for decades and understand cats thoroughly. How could a cat enjoy a drama like the Racing Storm? I think the Racing Storm is more probable. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be animated. The two held firm to their contrasting views. Anin argued that Xiao Lu displayed a mature and composed character, making animated shows seem excessively juvenile. In contrast, Hu Che maintained that regardless of Xiao Lu's apparent maturity, he remained a cat at heart. No matter how intelligent he was still a child in essence, making it far more likely that he would prefer animated series. Just as the two debated fervently, Mu Yuqing suddenly burst into laughter, prompting an awkward silence. They were speculating without even asking Lin Li's owner directly. Certainly, while Mu Yuqing might not know all of Xiao Li's preferences, she should have some insight into his taste in television. I'm not sure what dramas Xiao Lu enjoys since we moved into the villa, but back in our old neighborhood, Xiao Lu was particularly fond of. Seeing the focused attention on her, Mu Yuqing smiled behind her hand. However, before she could finish her sentence, a new scene flashed on the screen, accompanied by a voice. Since I have accompanied the king through numerous battles, enduring hardships year after year, I resent the tyrannical Qin that brings suffering to the people. A segment of singing erupted, leaving everyone dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief. Goodness, Peking opera? I can't believe my eyes. Is it true that Brother Lu enjoys Peking opera? How unique. Who would have thought a cat would relish Peking opera? Brother Lu said that as cats grow older, they shouldn't behave like children, fixating on shows like the racing Storm or Tom and Jerry. Is Brother Lu's preference for Peking opera even normal? Doesn't Brother Lu love watching beautiful women? Why would he choose Peking opera over dramas featuring so many actresses? What is wrong with Peking opera? It's wonderful. I love listening to it. Exactly. I used to change the channel whenever Peking opera came on, but now I enjoy it for some reason. Yuqing, is this the show that Xiao Lu likes? Anin was equally astonished, her mouth agape as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. So, at home, my grandfather occasionally watches Peking opera, but my father rarely does. Does that mean it's typically a preference of the elderly? Why would a young cat like Xiao Lu enjoy Peking opera? Indeed. Mu Yuqing nodded with a wry smile. In truth, how did she discover Lin Lu's fondness for Peking opera? It was simply because, during one of her television sessions, a scene incorporated a segment of Peking opera. Upon hearing it, Xiao Lu displayed immense enjoyment. Consequently, she began playing Peking opera for him, during which he would sit in rapt silence. This left her utterly perplexed. Chapter 39. Another vibrant day, gazing intently at the screen. Lin Lu was captivated by the performance of Peking opera, leaving Anin bewildered. Was this truly a program that a cat would relish? Meanwhile, Hu Che, witnessing this scene, was equally perplexed. He believed Lin Li's intellect was akin to that of a child, content with watching cartoons like Boony Bears or Tom and Jerry. Yet here he was, engrossed in Peking opera, a stark contradiction that felt like a profound defeat for Hu Che. Nevertheless, as he observed the performance, a flicker of excitement danced in Hu Che's eyes. Indeed, as a member of the older generation, his passion for Peking opera far surpassed that for any other show. Thus, the live broadcast of Pet Camp transformed into a Peking opera showcase, compelling millions of viewers to embrace traditional culture. I can't take it anymore. This is utterly tedious. I'll just scroll through Douyin for a bit before returning. Hold on, brother, I'm going to. Forget it. I'll join you as well. If anything new comes up, give me a nudge. It's already dark. I'm off to cook dinner. After a day of streaming, it's been quite fulfilling. A foot soak tonight would make it perfect. Brother upstairs. Don't forget to invite me for the foot soak. Boredom has struck. I'm off to play games. I can't believe I perform worse than a cat. Perhaps I'll even encounter a lovely lady with a charming voice. Better to sleep. Dreams encompass everything. Lagu, could you possibly switch the program? As Professor Hu said, even Tom and Jerry would suffice. I truly don't understand you people. What is wrong with Peking opera? I simply adore it, reveling in the essence of traditional culture. Exactly. Today's youth are far too restless. Isn't it nice to listen to Peking opera? As the Peking opera aired, the viewership gradually dwindled to a mere 30,000. The production team grew anxious. Yet their hands were tied. They couldn't possibly call Lin Lu to change the channel, could they? The trio in the studio, witnessing the decline in fans, could only exchange resigned smiles. Coincidentally, it was mealtime, prompting them to retreat to the back in shifts for their boxed lunches. Unbeknownst to Lin Lu, he hummed along with the opera, a habit rooted in his past life. His grandfather had a profound affection for Peking opera, with its melodies perpetually echoing through their home. Growing up alongside his grandfather, Lin Lu had absorbed this love for the art. As the opera's melodies faded into the background, Lin Lu, weary from the day's exertions, felt his eyelids grow heavy. Noticing the time, 10 o'clock, he fought off his drowsiness, rose to switch off the television, and extinguished the lights before curling up in his cat bed. The weather dictated that the warmth of the bed was far more inviting. With the lights dimmed, the live stream succumbed to darkness as well. Moments later, soft snores filled the air. Observing this scene, the three in the studio finally breathed a sigh of relief. Typically, Pet Camp concluded its broadcasts in the evening. Despite the collar camera's night mode, the quality deteriorated without sufficient light. When Lin Lu had turned on the peaking opera, the sky was already dimming, and they had anticipated wrapping up. Yet, Lin Lu had unexpectedly illuminated the room, leaving the production team without a valid reason to end the stream. Thus, they were unwittingly forced to extend their hours. Even seated on a plush sofa, a day of streaming could wear one out. Thank you for tuning in to Pet Camp. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Good night, everyone. Akin finally managed to smile, her exhausted face brightening as she spoke. Indeed, the peaking opera had lulled her into a near hypnotic state. Had it not been for her steadfast will, she would have likely drifted off to sleep. Good night. Beside her, Mu Yuqing echoed the sentiment, her spirits comparatively higher. Supporting Lin Lu's preference for peaking opera, she found it far from dull. See you. Hu Che, brimming with excitement, remarked. Having a penchant for peaking opera, he was fully engaged throughout the evening's broadcast. What could be more delightful than working while indulging in one's favorite program? Earning money while enjoying a cherished pastime was a rare pleasure. I'm so sleepy. Good night, Akin. Farewell, Goddess Yuqing. Akin and Goddess Yuqing, take care. Staying up too late isn't good for your skin. Yes. Good night, Akin. Good night, Goddess Yuqing. Is no one concerned about Professor Hu? He is of a certain age and needs his rest, you know. Good night, Akin. Good night, Goddess Yuqing. Right, farewell, Hu Che. A few scattered comments floated by, as most viewers had succumbed to slumber under the opera's soothing spell. The screen then faded to black, signaling the end of the broadcast. The first day of Pet Camp had concluded joyfully, yet the day's surprises lingered in many minds as they drifted into dreams. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Lin Lu awoke and emerged from his cat bed. With feline grace, he made his way to the coffee table, retrieving his phone from the first drawer. A quick glance at the time revealed it was only 6 o'clock. 8 hours of sleep was ample for him. Thus, he trotted to the cat food shelf, pondering what to have for breakfast. After a brief deliberation, Lin Lu settled on a brand of cat food known for its delectable taste. He removed the food from the shelf, poured a small amount into his bowl, and returned the bag to its place. However, Lin Lu did not rush to eat. Instead, he leaped onto the refrigerator, opening its door. As the saying goes, one should eat well in the morning, have a hearty lunch, and consume less in the evening. On this new, invigorating day, a mere bowl of cat food would not suffice. From the refrigerator, he quickly selected a carton of milk, pulling it down. He hopped down, just as he had with the cola the previous day, closed the refrigerator door, and brought the milk to his bowl. With both milk and cat food at hand, just as Lin Lu was about to indulge, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Chapter 40. I advise you to be kind. He had always been accustomed to consuming cat food and milk separately. However, if the two were combined, wouldn't it create a more delectable and nutritious breakfast? It was akin to the pairing of milk with oatmeal. Without hesitation, the four feline paws sprang into action, deftly twisting open the cap of the milk carton. Subsequently, they expertly controlled the angle of the carton, allowing the pristine white milk to cascade smoothly into the cat bowl like a waterfall. Once the milk completely enveloped the cat food, Lin Lu uprighted the carton and closed the lid. Meow, a fragrant breakfast awaits. Lin Lu rubbed his paws together, gazing at his creation in the cat bowl, unable to resist licking his lips, his fingers itching with anticipation. He then lowered his head slightly and used his tongue to curl up a morsel of cat food soaked in milk and brought it to his mouth. To his dismay, the initial taste was underwhelming, but as the flavors burst forth on his tongue, Lin Lu found himself utterly taken aback. The once delectable cat food had transformed into a mushy consistency, reminiscent of cookies soaked in water. Yet, at that moment, the myriad flavors of the ingredients embedded within the cat food surged forth. The gaminess of beef, the fishy notes, and the subtle scent of milk nearly made him gag. As for the milk, the originally mildly sweet liquid was now tainted with an array of peculiar flavors, coupled with a sticky texture from the soaked cat food. Lin Lu had never anticipated that such delightful ingredients, when combined, could yield such an unpalatable result. Nonetheless, he managed to swallow the food without expelling it. Though his eyes remained fixed on the bowl, clearly displaying his dissatisfaction, it seemed he could still tolerate it. After a moment of contemplation, savoring the lingering taste in his mouth, he murmured to himself. He realized he had no choice but to consume the bowl of cat food. Wasting food was a disgraceful act, and at least he had that awareness. However, It was undeniably a grave sin to make food taste so terrible. Yet, what could he do? The mistakes he made were his to bear alone. Lowering his head, he cautiously took another bite, his tongue curling slightly. This time, the cat food had completely disintegrated in the milk, transforming into a gooey paste, with bits of meat clearly visible inside. Surprisingly, the flavor was not as abhorrent as the first bite. With this thought, Lin Lu furrowed his brow, forcing himself to disregard the initial taste, and finally lowered his head to clean the bowl entirely. Alas, it seemed he could not afford to be overly fanciful in the future. What had begun as a delightful breakfast, heralding a vibrant day, had now left him with nothing but a painful memory. After carrying the cat bowl into the kitchen and rinsing it clean, he returned it to its rightful place. With all tasks completed, he leaped onto the couch, his expression engulfed in contemplation. What should he plan for today? It seemed there were no arrangements. Staying at home to scroll through Douyin, play video games, or watch television. Those options were decidedly out of the question. He could not squander the rare opportunity of being home alone without Mu Yuqing. No, absolutely not. So what then? Perhaps he could venture out to find a little female cat for a rendezvous? As the thought crossed his mind, he shuddered. He realized he preferred the company of beautiful women instead. Just then, an idea illuminated his mind, prompting a sudden spark of excitement. However, it was not the right time. This notion required the presence of other cats. At this hour, the market and the trash heaps were prime hunting grounds for stray cats. Thus, he decided to wait until his brethren were well fed before taking action. With that in mind, he retrieved his phone from the first drawer under the coffee table and skillfully opened Douyin, indulging in a delightful experience. Around 8 o'clock, after estimating the time, he finally set his phone aside, exited through the window, and made his way through the cat hole, heading straight for the trash heap where the feline group resided. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast of Pet Base, the screen finally illuminated. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's live stream of Pet Base. I am your host, Anan. I am Professor Hu Che, a pet research expert. I am Mu Yuqing. As the broadcast commenced, eager fans who had been waiting outside surged in. Good morning, Anan. Good morning, Anan. Good morning, Goddess Yuqing. Since yesterday's broadcast ended, I've had only thoughts of Goddess Yuqing. It kept me up all night. That won't do. I dreamt last night that Anan was lying beside me. That's quite the beautiful dream. But guess what? Just as I confirmed it was Anan, I woke up in excitement. Woke up in excitement? My friend, that's quite the predicament. Ha ha ha. Did you get up in the middle of the night to wash your underwear? ISNT. Anyone concerned about Professor Hu? Why not? I care a lot. I have immense respect for experts, scholars, and professors who are dedicated to research and contribute significantly to society. Thus, I extend my highest regards to Professor Hu. Old man, why are you here again? I advise you to be kind. I am very kind. Today marks another vibrant day. I wonder if our little Lu has woken up by now and what he is doing. Noticing the lively barrage of comments, Anan paid no mind to the off-color remarks and flashed a sweet smile as she spoke. Afterward, she turned her gaze toward Hu Che and gently inquired, Professor Hu, what are your thoughts? And Anne's words imply that with the dawn of a new day, we shall commence with some nonsensical chatter. Congratulations to Professor Hu for embracing a new day and the first task of being face-slapped. Please accept it. I feel that being asked by Anan is more reliable than being queried by this old man. By the way, has anyone seen the cat language doctor? We can't endure without subtitles later. Cat language doctor, I'm here. Seeing you here brings me relief. Your translations are far more reliable than this old man. Do not speak so. Professor Hu is a senior, and we must respect our elders and promote the traditional virtues of China. Indeed. Why are you all so hard on Professor Hu? Do you know how difficult it is for him to be face-slapped every day? Thank you for your concern. Hu Che glanced at the barrage of comments on the screen, forcing a wry smile onto his stiff face. Why did this group of netizens not believe in his expertise? Today, without fail, he must reclaim the stage and demonstrate to these viewers just how authoritative a professor dedicated to pet research for decades can be. And he wouldn't have to wait long. Anan's question was the perfect opportunity. As a professor with decades of experience in pet research, he had an astute understanding of feline behavior. Thus, he began to speak. Chapter 41. If one observes felines, they will notice that they spend the majority of their time in slumber. Is this due to their inherent fondness for sleep? Not quite. We are aware that cats are primarily nocturnal creatures, which implies that their daily rhythms are inversely aligned with those of humans. Consequently, when we observe them, they appear to be sleeping most of the time. However, domestic cats are somewhat different. They are cared for by humans and do not need to forage in the early hours. Thus, they tend to pass the night in slumber. Yet, One might wonder why household cats are frequently seen napping. This is because many overlook the innate nature of cats. Indeed, felines are sensitive and cautious by nature. So even while they sleep, they remain vigilant of their surroundings. This leads to an average sleep duration of approximately 16 hours per day. In truth, like humans, cats require only about 6 hours of deep sleep to fulfill their bodily needs. Therefore, it is likely that Xiao Lu is currently in a deep sleep, snoring thunderously. Hu Che adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. Having engaged in pet research for decades, such inquiries were trivial for him. He was confident that Lin Lu would not be able to disprove him. After all, no matter how intelligent Lin Lu might be, the innate nature of cats is unbreakable. We are grateful for Professor Hu's insights. He is indeed a leading figure in pet research in the country. His scientific explanations enable us to better understand our pets' habits, fostering a harmonious coexistence between humans and their companions. Anin nodded in agreement, a sweet smile gracing her lips. In fact, after Hu Che's numerous defeats yesterday, she meticulously reviewed his credentials and found no discrepancies. His resume was purely commendable. Hu Che's recent statements resonated with her. Indeed, regardless of how clever a cat may be, it will adhere to its nature. Just as cats eat meat and dogs exhibit different behaviors, human emotions and desires are also immutable traits. The caution of cats is a well-known fact. Professor Hu is finally making some reasonable points. Some commented, "I believe what Professor Hu said is correct. My cat seems to sleep all day, and I was worried it might be ill." Now, after hearing Professor Hu's explanation, I understand. While Professor Hu's predictions may lack reliability, his scientific discourse remains highly professional. Many cat owners are well aware that felines indeed adore slumber. The audience largely concurred with Hu Che's perspective, as most ardent fans of pet programming are pet owners themselves, with a significant number having cats. In fact, many viewers might even have a cat snoozing beside them at this very moment. However, one individual appeared perplexed, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. This was Mu Yuqing, who, upon hearing Hu Che's earnest assertions, could no longer contain her amusement. "Yuqing, what are you laughing at?" Anin inquired, turning to Mu Yuqing with a hint of confusion in her eyes. They had not discussed anything particularly humorous. Hu Che also cast her a glance, a foreboding feeling creeping into his mind. "Oh, I just suddenly thought of something amusing." Mu Yuqing intended to mention that Xiao Lu was quite unlike other cats, maintaining a daily routine akin to hers, requiring only about 8 hours of rest. However, considering the live broadcast, she decided against undermining Hu Che's authority and simply smiled, deflecting the conversation. "Is that so?" And Anne's confusion deepened, but she did not press further. She merely nodded, signaling the director to prepare for a scene change. "So, is the reality truly as Professor Hu predicted? Let us switch to Xiao Li's perspective and investigate." Subsequently, the dimmed monitors in the studio flickered to life, revealing a vibrant new scene. In the frame, a cat strolled along a sidewalk, meandering and swaying its head, savoring the lush spring scenery of the suburbs. "Professor Hu, is this what you meant by deep slumber with thunderous snores? Is Lu Gu exercising, perhaps?" Clearly, Lu Gu is embracing the essence of spring. I can't help but notice that Professor Hu has been contradicted again. After all that scientific talk, this is the outcome. What is Lu Gu up to, I wonder? One cannot entirely blame Professor Hu. Lu Ji's behavior is indeed unpredictable. Moreover, Professor Hu's assertions aren't entirely incorrect. My cat is currently in a deep slumber, snoring loudly. Yes, mine too. And Professor Hu did say should, which implies there are times it may not be the case. Indeed, nothing is absolute, so Professor Hu isn't entirely wrong. I feel like today's audience has changed. Can they really shift opinions so easily? Could it be that Professor Hu has hired a team of supporters overnight? Professor Hu is truly impressive and professional. He is undeniably a role model in the field of pet research. Your comment has revealed your bias. This netizen's remark was astute. Nothing is absolute. While Professor Hu may not have anticipated Xiao Li's actions, he has still contributed valuable knowledge to pet ownership. Meanwhile, Anin was equally bewildered, casting a questioning glance at Hu Che, as if to inquire about the supposed deep slumber and thunderous snores. She now understood Mu Yuqing's earlier laughter. After all, who could know a cat's routine better than its owner? Yet, this was a live broadcast, and she did not wish to witness Hu Che being publicly humiliated so soon after the program began. Given Hu Che's age, she pondered how well he could handle the pressure. What if he became flustered and a mishap occurred during the broadcast? Hu Che, upon hearing this, forced a smile, internally lamenting. What kind of cat is this, exhibiting behaviors and habits so unlike its peers? This was utterly absurd. He had assumed this issue was well within his expertise, certain of his infallibility. Little did he know that the outcome would be so unexpected. Alas, after decades in pet research, participating in pet camp, he found himself in a position of utter disgrace. Chapter 42. Precisely seizing the moment of being slapped in the face, it seems that Yuqing was already aware that Xiaola would rise early. After Anin spoke, she turned her gaze towards Mu Yuqing and, with a smile, remarked, Xiaola indeed has a habit of waking up early. Typically, when I go for my morning jog, Xiaola accompanies me. It appears that even in my absence today, Xiaola has not been lax. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqing looked at the screen where Lin Lu was clearly standing on the running trail, and she smiled as she spoke. While she could not claim to take delight in Hu Chei's face being slapped, she felt a sense of joy that her little cat could be exceptional and maintain good habits. Oh, is Xiaola exercising? Anin exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Regardless of her busy work schedule, she often goes for morning runs to maintain her perfect figure. However, she felt that Lin Li's swaying and stopping did not resemble a dedicated morning jogger. Rather, it seemed he was venturing out with eager anticipation for an outing. Oh, that must be it. Hearing Anin's question, Mu Yuqing hesitated. It was evident that Lin Lu was not in their usual jogging park. No, Xiaola is not running. Unexpectedly, Hu Chei interjected, adjusting his glasses and speaking with piercing clarity. We can observe that Xiaola's breathing is steady, indicating he is not engaged in vigorous exercise. Moreover, aside from hunting, cats prefer tranquility over activity. Under normal circumstances, they would not run. After speaking, a faint smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of Hu Chei's mouth. Cats jogging in the morning? What a farce. Although he found Lin Li's actions absurd, the idea of a cat partaking in morning runs was utterly impossible. One must remember that cats are generally quite lazy. Barring the pursuit of food, they could be described as quintessential homebodies. Expecting a cat to jog in the morning is akin to expecting a sedentary person to do the same. Does that seem plausible to you? The barrage of comments flooded in. Professor Hu, have you lost your mind? You dare to contradict Anin and Goddess Yuqing? Though Professor Hu makes a valid point. Anin and Yuqing are right. Le Guo must be jogging. Live life, embrace fitness. That's my Le Guo. Take a break, Professor Hu. If Anin and Yuqing had not spoken, I might have given you some credibility, but now, they are correct. I believe Professor Hu's argument is not without merit. Where have you ever seen a cat jogging? Indeed, as a leading researcher in pet studies, Professor Hu's words carry weight. While I find Anin and Yuqing quite attractive, I stand with Professor Hu. After all, he is the expert, and his analysis is well considered. Something feels off today. Professor Hu, did you really hire internet trolls? These comments make me feel as if I've entered the wrong live stream. How could we be trolls hired by Professor Hu? He is a top-tier expert in the field, and his numerous published papers lend credibility to his claims. Right. We are not the kind to lose our minds over pretty faces. Hey, you forgot to delete your parentheses. Meanwhile, amidst the overwhelming comments and the awkward atmosphere in the live stream, Lin Lu remained blissfully unaware. He gazed at the world teeming with spring, inhaling deeply, a comforting sensation. In his former life as a beleaguered 996 worker, he had never had the opportunity to pause and appreciate the beautiful scenery around him. However, as he became engrossed in the view, he seemed to forget the purpose of his outing. When he finally recalled, he discovered that time was slipping away. If he delayed any longer, he would miss the chance to meet his friends at the garbage dump, rendering his efforts futile. With this thought, his little paw instinctively curled, and he shifted from his leisurely pace to a brisk run. Hu Chei could only watch in astonishment as Lin Lu, who had been standing still and admiring the scenery, suddenly broke into a run right after Hu Chei's words. Was this cat actually watching the live stream, poised to counter his remarks? He remained still until Hu Chei spoke, and then he began to jog. Was there some sort of game at play here? Anin and Mu Yuqing were equally perplexed. Just as their conversation had gained momentum, Hu Chei's sudden interjection disrupted their flow. While Hu Chei's argument held some merit, the timing of Lin Li's morning jog immediately after his words made it appear as if Hu Chei had inadvertently set himself up for a slap in the face. How absurd. Observing Hu Chei's bewildered expression, the two women felt no sympathy. Instead, they struggled to suppress laughter. Wow, Professor Hu is incredible. Perfectly timing his own embarrassment. Earlier or later would have made no difference. I said it before, Anin and Yuqing are right. Why didn't you believe me? Professor Hu's actions were bold, yet his track record speaks for itself. 0 wins, 5 losses. To willingly present oneself for a slap. How foolish. There's truly no need for such harshness. Although Professor Hu erred, nothing is absolute, and making a mistake once is entirely normal. Indeed, Professor Hu's analysis is quite reasonable. Though Lu Ji's behavior is somewhat unpredictable, though Professor Hu's prediction was incorrect, his analysis remains valid for most cat owners, providing us with significant insights. Making one mistake is normal, but consistently being wrong is a different matter. Since the inception of Pet Camp, the instances where Professor Hu has been correct are few and far between. Something is definitely amiss today. Why are so many people siding with that old fool? How many trolls did Professor Hu recruit overnight? It's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with Professor Hu hiring trolls. After all, if he doesn't, his reputation will suffer. In a moment of realization, Hu Che took a deep breath to compose himself and suddenly exclaimed, I initially intended to say that Xiaola is unlike ordinary cats. And considering Yuqing's fondness for exercise, perhaps he would also engage in morning running. Yet before he could finish his thought, Xiaola had already commenced running, rendering his comment unnecessary. With a wry smile, Hu Che displayed a demeanor of nonchalance, devoid of any embarrassment from being proven wrong. Upon hearing Hu Che's words, Anin and Mu Yuqing fell into a profound silence. They couldn't help but wonder if Hu Che had truly spent decades in pet research rather than in the entertainment industry. Chapter 43. Brothers, embrace the light. Professor Hu pondered, what would Xiaola do after finishing his run? Observing Hu Che's unabashed demeanor, Anin felt a mischievous urge rise within her, her eyes glinting with cunning as she softly inquired. Since Hu Che was so adept at evasion, she was curious to see just how much he was concealing. Upon hearing her words, Hu Che's gaze momentarily faltered, his expression laden with inquiry. Why did he feel as if she was targeting him? How could he possibly know what a cat would do after its run? However, in the live broadcast, to avoid a scandalous defeat, he reluctantly responded. Generally, after physical exertion, all creatures experience significant fatigue, which is an undeniable truth for any animal. Following such depletion, naturally, sustenance and hydration are needed. If I am not mistaken, after Xiaola finishes running, he will surely return home to drink and eat. After a brief contemplation, Hu Che finally delivered what he believed to be his most flawless prediction. Despite a prior miscalculation regarding Lin Li's wake-up time, he still held steadfast belief in his judgment. Even though Lin Li was no longer at home during the broadcast, he surmised that the cat had only recently awakened. If this feline was indeed on a morning jog, it likely had not yet had breakfast. After all, no one would choose to run after a meal. Thus, combined with the energy expended during the run, it was inconceivable for a cat to refrain from eating or drinking. Professor Hu's assertion seems sound. Xiao Lu indeed consumes food and water upon returning home from his runs, exclaimed Mu Yuqing. As Lin Li's owner, she was well aware of her cat's habits. Every time she took Lin Lu for a morning jog, he would devour 2 large drumsticks upon returning home. However, she was astonished to see Hu Che finally make a successful prediction this time. Is it true? Truly, as a leading pet researcher in the country, Professor Hu possesses remarkable insights into pet behavior. Anin had initially hoped to witness Hu Che's blunder, but upon hearing his reasoned arguments and receiving Mu Yuqing's endorsement, it seemed unlikely he would err this time. However, she remained skeptical. Could Hu Che, who had been metaphorically nailed to the pillory, truly manage a comeback? Having gained the approval of an and the goddess Yuqing, I feel confident that Professor Hu is correct this time. I can't shake the feeling that Professor Hu merely spoke meaningless words. Isn't it simply a matter of eating after running? I could make that prediction too. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, did Professor Hu not appear to be correct this time? Let us remain rational. While a slap in the face may be delayed, it will never be absent. Legu will not allow Professor Hu to succeed so easily. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? Indeed. As a premier pet researcher in the nation, what grounds do you have to assume he would be repeatedly embarrassed? On what basis? Merely because you failed to pay close attention to yesterday's broadcast? It seems rather familiar. I shall state it plainly. This path leads from Lu Ji's home to the rubbish dump. Legu traversed it just yesterday. Goodness, now that you mention it, I do recall. Thus, Legu would not be returning home, but rather heading to the rubbish dump to find Xiao Huang, correct? Astute, indeed. So, Professor Hu will once again be proven wrong. Absolutely. Do not be absurd. How can one remember a path walked only once so clearly? Moreover, even if this path leads to the rubbish dump, what makes you think Legu will definitely go there instead of turning back home for a meal? Indeed, it is premature to draw conclusions before the facts are revealed. Professor Hu, with his vast knowledge, would would surely not make repeated errors regarding a mere cat. I believe you are overthinking this. Certainly, Professor who possesses decades of experience in pet research. How dare you oppose him? Meanwhile, the trio in the live broadcast noticed the barrage of comments. The first to realize was Mu Yuqing, who remarked how familiar the path looked. Anin, after a moment of reflection, recalled that when Lin Lu returned from the rubbish dump yesterday, he had indeed taken this route. However, she had been too shocked at the time to note the details of the path, which is why she had not recognized it sooner. As for Hu Che, upon seeing the viewers point out that this was the route to the rubbish dump, he immediately panicked. Could it be? Would his prediction truly fail? Who doesn't he eat after a morning run? Unless, of course, Lin Lu was not on a morning run. Upon further contemplation, this possibility indeed seemed plausible. If that were the case, his previous prediction would hold true. Yet, gazing at the screen where Lin Li's forepaws were racing faster than ever, his thoughts felt utterly futile, and the audience was unlikely to heed his explanations. They would only amplify his embarrassment. At that moment, Lin Lu approached the destination, and the outline of the rubbish dump became visible, with several cats foraging in the distance. Upon witnessing this, Hu Che's heart sank, and with a resigned sigh, he reclined on the sofa. Now, he awaited the revelation of the facts, bracing himself for yet another public humiliation. However, one must admit, the anticipation of being proven wrong was indeed torturous. Clearly, the viewers had an astute eye. It truly was the rubbish dump ahead. Seeing the outline of the dump, Anin glanced at the despondent Hu Che sprawled on the sofa, a smile creeping onto her lips as she spoke softly. Moreover, she seemed to have uncovered a flaw. Every prediction made by Hu Che, if countered, seemed to yield accuracy. After all, skillfully avoiding all correct answers could be considered a form of talent, could it not? Truly, as a leading pet researcher in the country, this ability was unprecedented. Look at Professor Hu's expression. It appears more pained than if he had consumed bitter herbs. I warned you, Hu Che's words are hardly credible. The fact that Professor Hu can consistently evade the correct answers is quite impressive. Perhaps Professor Hu should predict the winning numbers for the lottery. I'll buy the remainder. Let us not be excessive. After all, Professor Hu is a top pet researcher in the country. Does he not deserve some dignity? Currently, Legu has not yet stopped. So declaring Hu Che's prediction a failure may be somewhat premature. Indeed, even if Professor Hu's prediction fails, it does not diminish his esteemed position in the field of pet research. Professor Hu is remarkable. I can't help but notice that today's comments seem excessively harsh. How many trolls did Professor Hu recruit? Alas, Professor Hu has already resigned himself to waiting for his downfall. Why do you trolls persist in your folly? Indeed, abandon the darkness and embrace the light. While the comments were unrelenting in their critique of Hu Che, Lin Lu had already arrived at the rubbish dump, waving his paw at his foraging feline brethren. Chapter 44, Daily Gatherings of Felines. Meow. It is Brother Lu. Brother Lu has arrived. Upon the appearance of Lin Lu, a throng of cats immediately surged forward, encircling him, each respectfully calling out his name. Observing this scene, the viewers in the live stream experienced a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the way the monkey kin in Journey to the West hailed Sun Wukong as their king. Where is Xiao Huang? Where has he gone? Lin Lu inquired, scanning the group of cats, yet failing to spot Xiao Huang's figure. Logically, the junkyard was under Xiao Huang's jurisdiction, and given that it was currently the feeding time for the feline brethren, he should have been present to maintain order. Brother Lu, Boss Huang went to the Sanli Food City. After we finished eating, he took the brothers along. A scruffy tabby among the stray cats spoke up, displaying a look of anticipation for praise. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu recalled the task he had assigned to Xiao Huang yesterday, to keep an eye on the activities at Sanli Food City concerning the short-haired yellow cat and the intelligent cat at Ping and Bridge. Thus, it made sense that Xiao Huang would head there after their meal. As for whether Xiao Huang would face any danger while swaggering over, Lin Lu felt no concern. Xiao Huang had distinguished himself among hundreds of cats, becoming a core member of the team, undoubtedly possessing the cunning of a cat. Have you all finished your meals? I have a game that requires 10 cats. If anyone wishes to participate, raise your paw. With that, Lin Lu's words hung in the air, and instantly, every cat present raised their paws in unison. They were well aware that Brother Lu was exceptionally clever and had a repertoire of delightful games. Is Brother Lu going to host a game? Are we going to eat chicken together? One cat mused. But we don't have that many devices. Could it possibly be a real cat simulation of eating chicken? Just thinking about it feels thrilling. Another chimed in. Bah, what are you all thinking? Just because Brother Lu is skilled at eating chicken doesn't mean every cat is. Yet another voice interjected, If Brother Lu played with a bunch of novices, such a one-sided affair wouldn't interest him. It must be another game. Could it be that Brother Lu is going to lead the cats in a game of dodiju? Speculated another. Perhaps a game of mahjong is also a possibility. No. Brother Lu mentioned needing only 10 cats, indicating that the game must involve 10 participants, so it definitely cannot be something like eating chicken, dodiju, or mahjong. But what game could it be? Have you all forgotten to count Brother Lu? Including him, we have exactly 11 cats, the perfect number for a football match. Football? Have you lost your mind? Only someone with a head like yours could suggest cats playing football. Can cats even kick a football? Moreover, while you counted Brother Lu, you neglected to consider the opponents. Without opponents, what is the point of kicking a ball? Listening to you, I realize I might have been mistaken. So, what game could it be? Why not see what Professor Hu has to say? Never mind. Hu-che, you're just rambling. Your insights probably aren't as reliable as our comments. What game are Xiao Lu and the others planning to play? I really want to join. A cat language expert translated the comments, and Anin, with her delicate fingers covering her mouth in surprise, remarked, with a cat like Xiao Lu. Yu Qing must be very happy every day. Her gaze turned enviously towards Mu Yu Qing. While other pets required their owners to devise ways to entertain them, Xiao Lu could independently conceive games to play. Well, it's okay. Mu Yu Qing struggled to respond. Indeed, her time spent with Xiao Lu was filled with joy. However, the notion of Xiao Lu independently suggesting games had never occurred before. In fact, when Xiao Lu was in a foul mood, he would often ignore the teasing of the cat wand. Yet, perhaps this time she had caught him in action, and she wondered how the aloof cat would maintain his cool demeanor henceforth. But what game could Xiao Lu possibly be planning? I am so eager to find out. Does Yu Qing have any thoughts? Anin inquired, her voice light with curiosity. Like many netizens, she too was fascinated by the upcoming game orchestrated by Lin Lo. However, upon hearing Anin's question, Mu Yu Qing simply shook her head, saying, I don't know. This response left Anin somewhat exasperated. It was rare to find a pet owner so blissfully unaware of their pet's daily antics. Consequently, she shifted her attention to Hu-che, gently asking, Professor Hu, do you have any insights? Hu-che, momentarily startled from his contemplative state, offered a faint smile. The inevitable had arrived. Although Anin's question might come late, it would always be present. Regarding games, I must admit I'm not particularly knowledgeable, as I am solely focused on my research and pet studies, completely detached from worldly affairs. However, I believe since Xiao Lu has gathered the cats together, the game must inherently involve teamwork. When Lin Lu announced the need for 10 cats, Hu-che had also instinctively thought of football. Yet, having observed the backlash against the first netizen who suggested it, he hesitated to voice his thoughts further. After all, the netizen's analyses were astute, and even he found them quite compelling. Not wishing to tarnish his reputation, he opted for a more ambiguous statement. Indeed, he was merely a professor engaged in pet research. How could he possibly possess knowledge about games? What? A game involving a group of cats? Forgive me, but that requires the expertise of a sports professor specializing in pet research. Professor Hu, you are remarkable. You always inspire a sense of I could do it too in me. Listening to you is indeed enlightening. Isn't that obvious? With Brother Lu, we have 11 cats. How could it be a solo game? Congratulations to Professor Hu on taking another crucial step down the path of rambling. Does anyone know what game Brother Lu is planning? I am truly anxious. I believe Yu Qing is impressive, managing to be a Mongolian every day under her cat's rule. Who would have thought Brother Lu is so extraordinary? If it were you, you'd be just as clueless. Let us not disparage Professor Hu. His analysis this time is evidently quite reasonable. If Brother Lu isn't playing a team game, I will stand on my head and eat 3 pounds of dung. Alas, the plan to deceive and feast has failed. Meow? Lin Lu gazed at the myriad of raised cat paws, momentarily bewildered. He recalled that cats were typically known for their tranquility rather than their activity. Why, then, were all 50 or so cats eager to participate? However, given the circumstances, he didn't wish to disappoint his fellow companions. Thus he declared, then I shall not go to the market today to recruit more cats. We can still accommodate 21 more brothers. For the others, please bear with it, and there will be opportunities to participate again. Chapter 45. Hu-che's hidden identity. What? 21 cats, along with Brother Lu, could it be? It's confirmed. Initially, Brother Lu had only 10 cats, and now he has added 11 more, which perfectly divides into 2 teams. What else could it be but football? I admit, the brother who predicted that Brother Lu was going to play football. My previous exclamation was perhaps a tad excessive. Goodness, you must be a prophet to foresee such absurdity as cats playing football. I can't help but wonder. Can those tiny bodies even kick a football? In a team game with 22 cats, what other activities could there possibly be? Moreover, Brother Lou has already stated that the other brothers are substitutes. Forgive me for offering my own knee. If cats can play football, then surely that bodes well for our national team. Perhaps, after all, one can always place faith in the national team, for they are bound to disappoint. The last time I found something ludicrous, I witnessed a chicken playing basketball. Who would have thought today I would see cats playing football? Oh no. You little black sheep upstairs, do not insult my brother Lou, please. What are you saying? Why can't I comprehend? Is it truly football? Gazing at the screen, divided into two teams of 11 cats each, Huche's eyes widened in disbelief. Regret filled his heart. Just moments ago, he had surmised that it was football. Why did he let himself be swayed by others and keep silent? After all, this was a rare opportunity for a comeback. Had he foreseen a group of cats playing football, his fame would have skyrocketed. With the barrage of comments, he would no longer face challenges to his authority. Yet this chance quietly slipped away right before his eyes, leaving him seething with frustration, nearly grinding his dentures to dust. Let us go, brothers, to a new venue. Selecting 21 robust and clever cats to form two teams, he allocated the remaining willing participants to the substitutes. Soon after, he waved his paw and called out with fervor. If they were to compete nearby, with people coming and going, witnessing a group of cats playing football would be a spectacle that might even lead them to believe they had seen a ghost. Thus, a change of location was imperative. Fortunately, this was not an official match, and the cats were small enough not to require a vast area. He had already decided on the site for the match during his journey, the very open space where they had rallied the previous day. Meow. The cats echoed in agreement, promptly following Lin Lu's lead. Lin Lu, having found a tennis ball amidst the refuse, strutted ahead with confidence. Before long, they arrived at the designated open area. After a brief inspection, he felt satisfied and began to draw lines in the dirt, ultimately outlining the shape of a football field. Once this was accomplished, he returned to the stump where he had spoken the day before and began to announce the rules of the match. His gaze swept across the field, revealing a contemplative expression. Cats lacked recreational activities, and this spot was seldom visited by humans. If today's football venture proved successful, he might consider acquiring some paint to transform the space into a proper football pitch. This would enrich the cat's leisure time. Furthermore, he could organize teams from the market and the rubbish heap, allowing them to compete. Thus, the feline brothers would have more entertainment, and he would not be so bored anymore, would he? Resolving to proceed with this plan, Lin Lu decided to wait until the match concluded to assess its effectiveness. After announcing the rules, he assigned two brothers to keep an eye on their surroundings, ready to report if any humans appeared, and only then would the match commence. Wow, Brother Lu has clearly put in effort. There are so many rules for football, even I am not that knowledgeable. I can hardly believe I am not dreaming. How can a group of cats play football? Indeed, a bunch of cats can play football, yet among 3 billion people, we cannot find 11 who can play. Just stubbornly deny it. Can it really be compared? Come now, enlighten me on what is different. Is it merely because they consume more sea cucumbers? Just wash it away. What more is there to cleanse? All right, brothers, let us not stir the pot. Isn't it better to happily and earnestly watch the live broadcast? Indeed, cats playing football is not the same as a chicken playing basketball. It's a rare occurrence. Don't miss out on the highlights. Hey, little black sheep, why do you refer to him as brother? Who is this brother of yours? What brother? What are you talking about? I can't comprehend. I'm not the one saying it. It's an old internet meme. Why can't people let it go? It seems they're addicted to blackening. What is this? Your chicken not only plays basketball, but also loves to meddle? Dear audience, welcome to the Cat Football World Cup, Jiangxing North Preliminary Round. Next, I, the world-renowned host, Anan, will provide commentary for you. As Anan noticed the escalating tension in the comments, her expression momentarily faltered, her brows knitting together. No live broadcast wishes for such discord. Regardless of who is right or wrong, any debate inevitably sows discord. Thus, it is crucial to redirect the comments' momentum. She subtly signaled to the back end to send a massive barrage of virtual gifts, and with a flash of inspiration, she devised a solution. With a smile gracing her lips, she spoke softly. Next to me is our internationally renowned retired football superstar, Huche, the king of football. Huche was taken aback by Anan's words. Well, it turns out that he is not only a leading professor in pet research in the country, but also moonlights as an international football star. Yet, upon seeing the comments, he quickly grasped Anan's intent and continued, I apologize for keeping this hidden for so long. I can no longer conceal my identity. Today, I will reveal that the long-lost king of football, Shukyaminguo, is none other than me, Hu Che. Seeing Hu Che instantly embrace his role, and then felt even more assured of his identity. Indeed, the so-called international football superstar was a facade, and the pet research professor was also a ruse. His true identity should be that of an Oscar-winning actor. After all, an actor who cannot play football is hardly a good professor. Delighted by Hu Che's willingness to cooperate, she turned her gaze to Mu Yuqing, contemplating how to introduce her. Hello everyone, I am CCTV's special guest, the ambassador for the Cat Football World Cup, referee for the Jiangxing North preliminary round, and mascot, Mu Yuqing. In truth, when she heard the voices of the two, Mu Yuqing was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had she woken from sleep and entered the wrong channel? How could these two individuals be so absurdly dramatic? As a senior student, her on-the-spot experience paled in comparison to An and Hu Che. However, being an academic achiever, her reaction time was swift. The moment An's gaze fell upon her, she instantly understood the current situation. Straightening her posture, she focused on the screen, stacking her titles to become the most ordinary identity in the room. Chapter 46, the Cat Football World Cup, qualifying round in the northern district of Jiangxing. What on earth is happening? Forgive me for my bewilderment, overwhelmed with questions. Have An and Goddess Yuqing been possessed by the spirit of the best actors? This is utterly hilarious. International football superstar Shukyaminguo, Professor Hu. You are too amusing. So Professor Hu is a football giant, yet why does he consistently mispredict Lu Ji's actions? Now I finally understand. Am I the only one who thinks Goddess Yuqing has accumulated the most titles, culminating in the most ordinary of identities? Haha, An is a world-class host. Professor Hu is an international football king, and Goddess Yuqing is merely a mascot. I hadn't noticed that Professor Hu's predictions may not be spot on, but he certainly possesses a gift for humor. Did I enter the wrong live stream? This is not Pet Home Base, but a sports channel, isn't it? I cannot contain my laughter. My stomach aches from your antics. Stop typing. The match has begun. Meow, let the game commence. Lin Lu not only plays as a player, but also serves as the referee. He picked up a tennis ball he scavenged from the garbage and proceeded to the center line between the two teams of cats. With a swift motion, he tossed the ball high into the air while emitting a cat-like sound. He then stepped back, refraining from seizing the ball himself, for with his prowess, no cat could possibly outmaneuver him at the serve. Hence, to ensure fairness, he chose to step back first. To facilitate remembering his team, Lin Lu designated the 22 cats into red and blue teams, with himself in the red team. With a swift motion, the ball soared into the air, and a throng of cats lunged forward. Due to the absence of one cat in the red team, the ball naturally landed at the feet of a blue team lion cat. Meow, defend, quick, Lin Lu commanded, urging the red team to retreat and swiftly organize their formation to hold back the blue team's advance. A group of cats, inexperienced in football, displayed no distinction between forwards and defenders. They either swarmed defensively or charged offensively, lacking any coordination. However, their agility suited the game remarkably well. The football danced beneath the lion cat's paws, and before anyone realized, it had slipped into the red team's half. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Lu rushed forward, positioning himself in front of the lion cat. Noticing Lin Li's presence, the lion cat hesitated momentarily. Do not hesitate, we are opponents in this match. Just play freely, Lin Lu encouraged, not wishing to intimidate his fellow players with his defensive prowess. Meow, be careful, I'm coming, exclaimed the lion cat, regaining its resolve. With its legs coiled, it unleashed a burst of power, maneuvering past Lin Lu while maintaining control of the ball. Lin Lu was momentarily taken aback, and upon turning back, he saw the lion cat charging towards the penalty area. Despite being a mere pet cat, the lion cat had been occasionally trained by a certain woman, but its speed and strength could not compare to that of the street cats that lived on the edge. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Yet, the lion cat's sudden burst of speed caught the other cats off guard. Although it had advanced to the edge of the penalty area, there were no blue team cats following closely behind. Within the penalty area stood a host of red team cats, swiftly encircling the lion cat and leaving it isolated. Realizing that several cats were closing in while 3 more blocked its path, the lion cat recognized that it could no longer dribble past them. In a moment of determination, it took a shot, sending the ball soaring toward the goal. However, being no professional athlete, its aim was not particularly precise, and the ball narrowly grazed the goal line before veering off. Indeed, Lin Lu had merely outlined the field without any actual goals. He had simply marked the goal line. As long as the ball crossed into the goal line area, it would be considered a goal. Regrettably, the Lion Cats' attempt fell just short. Upon witnessing this, the red team cats collectively exhaled in relief. Wow, that was absolutely thrilling. It's not often one sees such skill domestically, exclaimed one. This lion cat is truly formidable. Even Lugu couldn't react in time as it broke through. Another chimed in. Right. If only its teammates had kept up, that could have been a goal. The red team's defense was impressive. As soon as the lion cat made its move, all the cats rushed to support. And the goalkeeper was incredible too, standing still and scaring the ball out of bounds. Oh, if only our national team had such a cat, someone lamented. Alas, the lion cat's breakthrough poses a significant threat to the red team. How unfortunate that its teammates failed to follow up, surrounded by the blue team. What choice will the lion cat make? Oh my, it chose to shoot directly. That attempt. Oh dear, it almost hit the crossbar, what a pity. Meanwhile, Anin and her companions remained engrossed in the live commentary, just as they had at the beginning. The most animated among them was none other than our international football king, Shukiamaingwo, Professor Hu. The lion cat's attempt posed a considerable threat to the blue team, yet its teammates had not followed closely, resulting in a disjointed line of attack. We held our breath for the red team. This perilous offensive maneuver is not something anyone wishes to face. Observing the unfolding action, Anin couldn't help but express her astonishment. She had been riveted to the game, never expecting a group of cats could orchestrate such a captivating match. The lion cat clearly possessed a natural talent for football, bold and unyielding in its approach. What a shame that human football leagues do not permit animal players. Otherwise, who would worry about qualifying for the World Cup? The recent offensive sequence was free of fouls, and the match continued. With Anin and Hu Che sharing their insights, Mu Yuqing, serving as both referee and mascot, could not remain idle. Glancing at the screen, she spoke up. However, to be honest, she knew little of football rules. Aside from obvious fouls, she couldn't discern any issues. Nevertheless, seeing the red team's goalkeeper had retrieved the ball, she announced the continuation of the match. On the field, the red team's goalkeeper retrieved the ball that had gone out of bounds, while the lion cat retreated to its half. Securing the ball, the goalkeeper surveyed the field and spotted Lin Li's position. With a powerful kick, the ball soared through the air, heading straight for Lin Lu. Chapter 47. Nice. Playing nice. As Lin Lu saw the soccer ball hurtling towards him, he noticed that no teammates were approaching. He instinctively shifted into a cat-like stance and leaped. With a deft motion, he controlled the ball with his chest, halting it with precision. Being in his own half, there were no blue team cats to challenge him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Lu advanced, effortlessly breaking past the midfield line and charging towards the blue team's penalty area. Behind him, the red team cats swiftly reacted, closing in. Several cats attempting to defend Lin Lu were promptly obstructed by their red team companions, allowing Lin Lu to advance unimpeded into the blue team's box. Gazing towards the goal, which was tantalizingly close, and noting the blue team cats on either side who had yet to provide support, Lin Lu lifted his foot and struck powerfully. The ball soared through the air like a missile, descending towards the blue team's goal. The blue team's goalkeeper, witnessing Lin Li's strike, leaped to intercept. Yet his dive was misguided, going in the opposite direction of the ball. In the next moment, the ball crossed the goal line, rolling into the nearby bushes. Good shot. Nice, Clang, nice. Congratulations to our red team for securing their first point. This marks our star cat, Xiao Li's, inaugural goal in this World Cup. Let's extend our congratulations to Xiao Lu. In the live commentary booth, Professor Hu, who had been fervently narrating the events, was visibly excited upon witnessing Lin Li's finesse. He suddenly felt that being a soccer commentator was far more enjoyable than being a pet research professor. At least he wouldn't be publicly embarrassed. Congratulations to our Xiao Lu for bringing home the first point. And then chimed in with a sweet smile. While Lin Li's goal was indeed impressive, the blue team's defense appeared lackluster. In contrast, the red team charged forward with fervor, aggressively positioning themselves to support Lin Lu. The goal was valid, with no fouls committed. Our referee and mascot, Mu Yuqing, also sounded the whistle to signal the goal. Wow, that was an incredible shot from Lugu. Although Lugu scored, I can't shake the feeling that something's off. Indeed, while Lu Ji's goal was spectacular, it was clear the blue team was rather apathetic, hardly pursuing him. Right? And the red team was like they were on fire. If the lion cat had such teammates, how could they not score? Cough, brothers. How come your emotional intelligence is lower than a bunch of cats? Who would dare to block Lu Ji's shot? That would just narrow the path. Wow. Hearing you say that, it does seem plausible. Cat social dynamics. No wonder, I said. Even the previously stellar lion cat seemed to run out of steam. Now I see why. Looks like you all need to brush up on sociology to elevate your emotional intelligence, lest a bunch of cats outsmart you in social interactions. I thought only the national team would perform this way. I didn't expect the cats to be the same. Alas, the heavens have forsaken our Chinese soccer. Bro, don't be like that. We still have the women's team. Right. The women's team is my pride, while the men's team, what even is that? Though Lin Lu had scored, the joy on his face was subdued. Despite the rapid pace of the game, he had observed the actions of the other cats. What was the point of such a match? Could it be that even the free-spirited cats could not escape the nature of flattery? Listen to me, Lin Lu proclaimed. On the soccer field, we are all teammates, opponents, and equal. There are no distinctions in status. You should regard me as just an ordinary cat, with no preferential treatment. Only then can we all enjoy the game and have fun. If I see anyone hesitating to defend against me or attacking me, I shall confine them to a dark sewer for 3 days. Understood? Lin Lu walked to the center of the field, gesturing for all the cats to gather around. Standing atop a stump, he raised his voice. He organized this match so that all cats could enjoy themselves, not for his own display. Understood. As soon as Lin Lu finished speaking, a chorus of meows erupted in response. Seeing this, Lin Lu felt relieved and waved his paw to signal the continuation of the match. After hearing Lin Li's words, many cats found their mindset shifting. The fear that had previously hindered them from approaching him dissipated. Lin Lu was quite pleased with this change and returned to his position. The match resumed with the blue team taking the kickoff. Following the lion cat's earlier spectacular display, the ball found its way back to its paws after several passes. The lion cat looked towards Lin Lu, filled with determination. With a deft flick of its paw, the ball danced beneath it, and the lion cat surged forward, breaking through. Having learned from the earlier experience of being isolated, the blue team swiftly regained momentum, applying pressure on the red team's half. The red team cats sensed the impending threat and sprinted desperately to intercept the advancing blue team. At that moment, the lion cat approached Lin Lu once more. Gazing at the formidable lion cat, Lin Li's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, this is a true athletic cat. Now, let me engage with you and see just how strong you are. Lin Lu cracked his knuckles, ready to intercept the lion cat. But suddenly, a flash of white dashed past. The lion cat nimbly maneuvered around him, slipping behind. Lin Lu was momentarily bewildered, quickly turning around to see the lion cat's graceful silhouette. Wow, that cat is fast. But he had no time to ponder, immediately pursuing after it. The lion cat's speed was impressive, moving with the wind, leaving ordinary cats in its wake. Soon, it had breached the penalty area, where 2 cats awaited, along with the goalkeeper poised to defend. Seeing this, the lion cat slowed down, scanning for an opportunity. Hey, I'm here. You should move to the side to prevent it from breaking into the penalty area. The lion cat's deceleration allowed Lin Lu to catch up. Having realized that trailing the lion cat would only leave him in the dust, he quickly returned to his penalty area, signaling another cat to step aside. Seeing this, the lion cat's eyes lit up. With a quick step, it chose to break through. Just as Lin Lu steadied himself, he saw the lion cat charging towards him, a smile creeping onto his face. You may have caught me off guard before, but this time, luck won't be on your side. Chapter 48. A job well done. Lin Lu swiftly approached the lion cat, whose feline body trembled slightly. With a sweeping motion akin to a dragon's tail, it aimed to intercept the soccer ball beneath the lion cat's feet. This forceful strike posed a clear threat to the lion cat. However, it remained unperturbed. Instead, it crossed its left leg over the right, twisted upward, and jumped effortlessly into the air. Naturally, the soccer ball ascended alongside the lion cat due to its adept maneuvers. In the blink of an eye, Lin Li's attempted interception arrived, but the outcome was evident. He succeeded only in striking the air, sending a cloud of dust billowing in his wake. The lion cat, momentarily airborne, deftly maneuvered past Lin Lu, swiftly making its way towards the goal. Witnessing Lin Li's failure, the goalkeeper's demeanor shifted to one of urgency, its keen eyes fixated on the lion cat's every move. The lion cat halted the ball, glancing at the pursuing cat ball beside it, and without hesitation, bent its legs and unleashed a powerful kick. The goalkeeper, intensely focused on the lion cat's actions, anticipated the ball's trajectory and lunged forward. Yet, the lion cat's strike was abruptly halted, redirecting its position before making solid contact with the ball. The goalkeeper, having committed to its dive, now faced an unguarded goal, devoid of any defensive support. Realizing its blunder and attempting to recover, it found itself too late. The The soccer ball grazed the goal line, successfully nestled into the net, before veering into the bushes beyond. A splendid goal. The crowd erupted in cheers as the blue team celebrated their first point in this match, leveling the score to 1-1. A truly exhilarating contest. As the ball crossed the goal line, Huche leaped from the sofa, his fist raised in jubilant celebration. The Lion Cat's goal stood in stark contrast to Lin Li's earlier strike. Not only was it spectacular, but it was also untainted by any feline politics. The Lion Cat had demonstrated its prowess, showcasing undeniable strength as it navigated through challenges with ease. The goal scorer, the Lion Cat, hailed from the garbage dump in the northern district of Jiangxing, possessing exceptional soccer skills. It had served at top international football clubs and participated in no fewer than 20 major cat football leagues, earning the title of top scorer 3 times, a burgeoning star in the world of feline football. Meanwhile, Anin meticulously crafted her narrative in her mind, spontaneously sharing. The Lion Cat's skills are evident. Though my story may be a stretch, it certainly achieves the intended effect. Wow, Anan's tale sounds almost believable. I can't stop laughing. Serving at top international clubs is quite a stretch. If I'm not mistaken, these cats might be experiencing soccer for the first time today. Yet the Lion Cat has already played in over 20 major leagues? No wonder the Lion Cat's skills are so formidable. It's been in top-tier clubs, which explains everything. Alas, a group of cats playing soccer for the first time can showcase such talent. What a pity for our national team. I don't even want to get into it. I just want to know if the Lion Cat has cornered Lin Lo. Indeed, especially during that last play in the penalty area. It was evident that the Lion Cat was more cautious of the original defensive cat ball. Upon seeing Lin Lu seize the position, it promptly struck, clearly treating Lin Lu as an easy target. And in the earlier play, before Lin Lu could react, the Lion Cat had already breached his defense, utterly disregarding Lin Li's presence. Alas, a star rises only to fall. The Lion Cat has left itself no escape. The ways of cat politics. Trusting what the leader says is akin to courting disaster. Only the Lion Cat would take it to heart. Do you really think Lin Lu is that petty? Exactly. There's no way Lin Lu would dwell on such trivialities. Alright, after discussions with the officiating team, the Lion Cat's goal stands valid. Let the game continue. At the opportune moment, the referee and mascot, Mu Yuqing, blew the whistle. She accepted the scoreboard from the production team, turned it to reveal the score of 1-1, and announced it softly. In comparison to Huche's fervent commentary and An's elaborate storytelling, she found her role to be considerably more comfortable. Meow, Lion Cat, well done. Following the goal, cheers erupted from the sidelines, and the blue team radiated joy. Only the red team appeared disheartened, grappling with the equalized score and an indescribable sense of disappointment. In truth, the Lion Cat's goal seemed interceptable. Lin Lu approached the Lion Cat, gently patting its shoulder and speaking softly. He genuinely felt happy for the Lion Cat's achievement. Meow, thank you, Lugu. I will keep striving. The Lion Cat responded with an encouraging gesture before dashing back to its half of the field. Lin Lu, observing this, chuckled and shook his head before returning to his position. Meanwhile, the goalkeeper had retrieved the soccer ball from the bushes, placing it on the ground and preparing for a powerful kick directed towards Lin Lu. This did not surprise Lin Lu in the slightest. After all, while the blue team boasted formidable players like the Lion Cat, the red team had only Lin Lu, who possessed a deeper understanding of soccer and a bit more skill. Thus, receiving the ball was entirely justifiable. Indeed, it was the optimal choice. With a similar leap, Lin Lu skillfully stopped the soccer ball with his chest and immediately initiated an attack. The red team, in perfect harmony, surged forward, while the blue team, equally resolute, pressed on, firmly holding the red team's line. Upon crossing the midfield, Lin Lu spotted a familiar figure blocking his path, the very Lion Cat that had just scored. Lin Lu was not surprised. After all, the strongest cat ball naturally required an equally formidable defender. Given that the Lion Cat had successfully breached his defense earlier, Lin Lu felt confident in his ability to outmaneuver the Lion Cat now that the roles were reversed. This was the essence of self-assurance. As this realization dawned on him, Lin Lu wasted no time. His paws deftly maneuvered the soccer ball, creating an illusion. In an instant, he darted forward, his eyes locked onto the Lion Cat's movements. As he closed the distance, a twinge of displeasure crept into his heart. Was the Lion Cat planning to let him through? However, this notion was fleeting, as the Lion Cat finally made its move, charging towards him. Observing this, a smile crept onto Lin Li's lips. The Lion Cat's blatant attempt to tackle was entirely predictable, allowing Lin Lu to anticipate its position. Thus, with a flick of his left leg, he deftly maneuvered the ball and shifted his body. Indeed, the lion cat's tackle was aimed to the right. This minor adjustment placed Lin Lu in an advantageous position. However, a sudden realization struck him. The lion cat's earlier actions had merely been a feint, and its true objective was the space Lin Lu had just vacated. Chapter 49, Where Did My Ball Go? A gentle sound of a ball being kicked echoed, and Lin Lu suddenly realized that the football beneath his feet had inexplicably vanished. Along with the ball, the lion cat before him also disappeared. Lin Lu was taken aback and quickly turned around, only to see the lion cat, ball in tow, charging ahead into the red team's half. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The red team's ball cat was also cooperating with Lin Lu's relentless advance, positioning itself perfectly. The two agile felines had already penetrated deep into the blue team's territory. This sudden turn of events caught all the cats off guard, and the red team was left astonished, scrambling to defend, but too late to respond. No cat could have anticipated that the football could be lost so easily from under Lin Lu's feet. Thus, the lion cat surged forward as if in an unimpeded realm, carrying the ball and facing minimal resistance as it breached the red team's penalty area. Once again, the goalkeeper stood alone at the goal line, utterly bewildered. Inside, the goalkeeper felt a sense of despair, thinking, "Is this for real, Lu? This ball could be intercepted?" However, the goalkeeper had no time to ponder further, as the lion cat made its move. This time, the goalkeeper refrained from rushing into action, waiting until the lion cat's paw made contact with the ball before leaping into action. To everyone's surprise, the lion cat executed a curved shot. Although the goalkeeper's dive was impressive, successfully pawing at the ball, it proved futile. Ultimately, the football grazed the goal line and sailed into the net, crashing into the bushes beyond. Goodness, the lion cat's skills are truly remarkable. Indeed, that interception just now had me completely baffled. Wasn't it supposed to go right? How did it suddenly appear on the left? We can't blame Lu. The lion cat's prowess is terrifying. I'm starting to believe in an praise. It doesn't seem fabricated. With such skills, I doubt even I could compete against the lion cat. Don't say that. Even the national team would struggle. Let's not even mention the national team. The lion cat had struck again with a beautiful curved shot, and the goalkeeper's position was indeed tricky. The ball found its way into the net. What a spectacular goal. While the goalkeeper managed to touch the ball, it did not alter the outcome. Let us congratulate the blue team's player, the lion cat, for scoring again, bringing the score to 2-1 in favor of the blue team. In the live broadcast, Puche was passionately narrating the events. Upon witnessing the goalkeeper's impressive dive angle, he had thought the goal was impossible. Yet, the lion cat's curved shot deceived the goalkeeper, causing the ball to slip into the net right before his eyes. This young talent, the lion cat, was making its debut on the grand stage of the Cat Football World Cup, showcasing such formidable skill. I eagerly anticipate its performance in the upcoming matches. Anin chimed in as well. Although she did not understand football, she could discern the lion cat's command over the game through its fluid maneuvers. Clearly, its innate talent surpassed that of other felines. With the goal validated, the score stood at 2-1, and congratulations were in order for the blue team as they took the lead. The match continued, and we look forward to every player's performance in the forthcoming plays. Mu Yuqing blew the whistle and softly announced, turning the scoreboard to reflect the new score. Although Xiao Lu was her own cat, she took great pleasure in witnessing the lion cat repeatedly besting him. After all, Xiao Lu had kept so many things from her. Was this not poetic justice? On the field, Lin Lu watched as the football sailed into the net, and the blue team's cats erupted in celebration. He was left with a multitude of questions, pondering who the true protagonist was. Even now, he remained bewildered as to how the ball had been lost from under his feet. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. The lion cat's strength was evident. Even if another cat had taken his place, the outcome would likely have been the same. Still, he wished the lion cat would at least show him some courtesy. After all, what would become of his pride if this continued? Of course, these thoughts were merely fleeting, for he had just stated that once on the field, there were no hierarchies, only teammates and opponents. Meow, everyone, focus on defending against the lion cat. When I have the ball, keep it away from me. Lin Lu quickly instructed as the goalkeeper retrieved the football. He was confident that as long as the lion cat did not intercept him, he could undoubtedly penetrate the blue team's penalty area. At that point, scoring would be a piece of cake. Rest assured, Lu, I'll keep an eye on it. It won't get past me. A nearby black cat assured him, promptly positioning itself against the lion cat, its gaze fixed warily on the opponent. All right, let us begin, Lin Lu replied. He was uncertain whether the black cat could truly hold back the lion cat. given its formidable prowess. However, with the black cat's assurance, he felt compelled to trust its abilities and signaled for the goalkeeper to commence play. With a swift and unrefined kickoff, the football arced gracefully through the air, landing right in front of Lin Lu. No longer hesitating, he deftly maneuvered the ball and initiated his advance. The red team quickly followed suit. But having learned from their previous encounter, they hesitated to rush in, perhaps believing Lin Lu would fumble the ball again. This time, the red team stationed 2 ball cats at the edge of the penalty area, waiting cautiously. As Lin Lu dribbled, he closely monitored the lion cat's movements, still shaken from the prior interception. However, seeing the black cat firmly guarding the lion cat and forcing it back with every attempted advance eased his worries. It seemed the black cat possessed considerable skill, a talent worth nurturing. With the lion cat no longer a threat, Lin Lu felt emboldened and charged forward with the ball, crossing the midfield line into the blue team's half. The lion cat, once again thwarted by the black cat, seemed to accept its fate and ceased its attempts. The blue team could not afford to let Lin Lu advance unchecked, and soon dispatched another ball cat to defend. This was a lean tabby cat that suddenly appeared in Lin Lu's path. Lin Lu noticed the newcomer but felt a surge of confidence in the absence of the lion cat. After all, not every cat could possess such extraordinary talent, could they? Moreover, the tabby cat's frail physique suggested it would not pose a significant challenge. Thus, with a slight pivot of the football, Lin Lu launched into a breakthrough. A swift movement, accompanied by a feint, caught the tabby cat off guard, allowing Lin Lu to slip past the defense. At that moment, he felt elated, realizing that his previous failures were merely due to the lion cat's overwhelming prowess. However, as he continued running, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Where's my ball? Where did it go? Chapter 50. Masterful play could it be? A mere cat can snatch away Lu Ji's ball. I initially thought the lion cat's skills were simply too formidable. Little did I know that it was Lu Gu who was lacking in prowess. The tabby cat appeared so scrawny that I assumed it was merely a novice, yet, goodness, I didn't even see how it happened. The soccer ball just rolled right to the tabby cat's feet. Lu Gu had yet to react, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his ball had vanished. We observed as the tabby cat executed a stunning maneuver, effortlessly intercepting Little Li's ball, unbeknownst to Little Lu, who continued his advance. The tabby cat had no intention of waiting for a response and had already embarked on an offensive. From this position, the tabby cat's interception posed a significant threat to the red team. In the streaming room, witnessing the tabby cat's miraculous play, Huche couldn't help but pump his fist, his whiskers fluttering in excitement. Yet, none of this dampened his exhilaration. For men, the love for soccer holds an irreplaceable place in their hearts. Meow, quickly stop him. Fall back, Lin Lu shouted, glancing back to see the tabby cat charging into the red team's half. The other cats finally realized that Lu Gu had lost possession yet again and hurried back to defend. However, Lin Lu was still skeptical of his teammates' abilities. He wanted to sprint back to intercept, but felt a sense of helplessness. At that moment, he spotted the black cat intercepting the lion cat nearby. And his eyes lit up. Little Black, hurry back to defend and stop the tabby cat. Leave the lion cat to me. If the black cat could hold back the formidable lion cat, then the scrawny tabby cat would surely be no challenge. Thus, he quickly made the arrangement. The black cat hesitated briefly but nonetheless darted forward, creating a whirlwind as it rushed back toward the penalty area. Meanwhile, Lin Lu positioned himself to block the lion cat's route of advance. Simultaneously, the tabby cat skillfully maneuvered past several defenders, reaching the outskirts of the penalty area. The red team's defensive forces had converged, with many blue team cats also pressing forward, nearly crowding the space. The black cat had arrived on the scene, closely observing the tabby cat's movements. As long as the opponent dared to advance, it was confident in its ability to intercept the ball. Faced with a sea of cats, the tabby cat found itself in a quandary. The penalty area was filled with red team cats, forming an impenetrable wall. Attempting to break through would be akin to a delusional cat chasing dreams. However, having labored to reach this position, retreating felt unacceptable. If only a teammate were available to support. As the thought crossed its mind, the tabby cat scanned its surroundings. Most of its teammates were behind it, and there were no openings elsewhere. No, there was an opening. Suddenly, the tabby cat's eyes sparkled. Without hesitation, it bent its legs and delivered a powerful kick to the soccer ball. The tabby cat's sudden strike alerted the black cat, which rushed to intercept. Yet, it was futile. The tabby cat's kick was neither a shot nor a forward pass, but rather a cross. From that position, regardless of the black cat's exceptional skills, interception was impossible. But what direction was it aimed? All the cats turned their gazes toward the ball's trajectory, only to find the landing area perplexing. Some were taken aback, others wore smiles, while some expressed awe or regret. For there, at the landing point, stood a familiar cat, Lin Lu. But Lin Lu was on the red team, and the tabby cat belonged to the blue team. Just moments ago, the tabby cat had snatched the ball from Lin Li's feet. Why now was it passing it back to him? Yet, as their eyes fell upon the lion cat behind Lin Lu, understanding dawned. A sense of foreboding arose in the hearts of all red team cats. Surely, Lu won't be able to seize this ball, will he? Meow? Lin Lu was filled with confusion as he saw the ball soaring toward him. Had the tabby cat become so flustered amidst the chaos that it could not distinguish friend from foe? Had it truly passed the ball to him? Such a splendid opportunity was not one Lin Lu wished to squander. He bent his legs, leaping high into the air, chest out, ready to intercept the ball. However, unexpectedly, a shadow leaped behind him, even higher. Feeling a sense of impending doom, Lin Li's heart sank as he looked up. The lion cat had positioned itself in front of him, its foot nearly grazing the ball. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this? Lin Lu lamented, filled with regret, yet it was too late to make amends. He could only hope that the lion cat's kick would lack precision and veer off course. Bang! Before Lin Lu could finish his prayer, a resounding thud echoed as the ball soared through the air, leaving a green trail behind. While the lion cat and Lin Lu both landed back on the ground, the goalkeeper stared in bewilderment at the rapidly approaching ball. How on earth am I supposed to save this? After repeated goals against him, any observer might assume this goalkeeper was utterly incompetent. But could one blame him? He leaped in a desperate attempt, but it was in vain. The ball zipped past him at high speed, even creating a sonic boom. This ball smashed into the center of the goal line. Yes, indeed, it was a smash, unlike previous goals that had bounced into the bushes. This ball embedded itself into the ground, immovable. In an instant, all the cats were left in stunned silence. Good heavens, another goal. The lion cat has achieved a hat trick in this match, scoring 3 goals before the first half has even concluded. Only in the streaming room did Huche erupt in a frenzied roar, jumping up and down in celebration. If one were unaware, they might think this was the World Cup final. But who could have guessed that such a simple cat soccer match could elicit such fervor from Huche? This goal was legendary. The lion cat showcased an extraordinary performance in this inaugural match of the Cat Soccer World Cup, heralding a future brimming with potential. Of course, credit must also be given to the tabby cat for its brilliant assist. Together, the two cats secured another point for the blue team. Even Anin, who had little understanding of the game, was momentarily entranced. She was certain that this goal was something humans could never replicate. Only cats, with their remarkable leaping abilities, could execute such a spectacular play. She suddenly found herself anticipating what further surprises this group of cats might deliver. Chapter 51. Changes in the northern forces. The blue team's goal is valid, and the match continues. Mu Yuqing, with a peculiar expression, flipped over the scoreboard, gently blew her whistle, and spoke in a soft voice. Even though she wasn't well versed in the game, it was evident that the lion cat's performance was impeccable. However, she soon began to question whether Xiao Lu was truly that incompetent. It seemed that he needed to enhance his training. Otherwise, losing a match would reflect poorly on her. Mu Yuqing. Wow. The goal by the lion cat is indeed legendary. It could easily be among the top 10 goals in the World Cup. The tabby cat's coordination is quite impressive too. In such a situation, daring to make a cross pass to the lion cat requires a certain boldness, doesn't it? Alas, we can't blame Lu, who knew he would select such formidable cats for the blue team. Indeed, the red team's performance pales in comparison to the strength of the blue team. Is this really the caliber of play that a group of cats can achieve? Why does it make my blood boil with excitement? Is anyone placing bets? I wager that the blue team will win by at least 5 goals. Anyone else want to join in? Forget it. Lu dug his own grave by assigning top talents like the lion cat and tabby cat to the blue team. What can we do? Let us just continue watching the match. At least the red team hasn't been completely humiliated. That's a small mercy. Yes, let's keep watching. Meow. Upon witnessing the lion cat score yet another goal, completing a hat trick, Lin Lu felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If only he had jumped just a little higher, he could have intercepted that ball before it reached the lion cat. Unfortunately, he had been careless. Nevertheless, the seamless cooperation between the lion cat and the tabby cat left him defeated but in admiration. It seemed he had indeed placed all the skilled players on one team. Next time, he must ensure that either the lion cat or the tabby cat is assigned to his own team. For now, however, he decided to focus on finishing the match. As both teams positioned themselves and the goalkeeper retrieved the ball, he lifted his paw to signal readiness to commence play. Just then, he noticed Xiao Huang had arrived, looking anxious and standing at the sidelines, clearly with something urgent to discuss. Meow, can you substitute me? Recognizing the importance of the matter, Lin Lu casually pointed to a substitute cat on the sidelines, signaling for it to take over, and dashed off the field. Upon seeing Lin Lu approach, Xiao Huang finally relaxed. Lugu, there's a serious problem. As Lin Lu reached him, Xiao Huang spoke with an expression of urgency, panting heavily, clearly having rushed over. Meow, what is it? Speak slowly. Noticing Xiao Huang's distress, Lin Lu furrowed his brow and inquired softly. He recalled that Xiao Huang had gone to the Sanli Food City. Could it be that something had transpired with the short-haired yellow? Lugu, I just learned that the short-haired yellow from Sanli Food City has allied with the clever star from Pingan Bridge. Right now, the clever star is still dining with the short-haired yellow at Sanli Food City. Xiao Huang swallowed hard, unable to contain his excitement as he divulged the information. Earlier that morning, he had diligently followed Lin Li's instructions and, accompanied by 2 agile companions, infiltrated Sanli Food City. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a shocking sight. The usually incompatible clever star and short-haired yellow were seen together near a trash can, appearing friendly and engaged in conversation. He had even contacted a stray cat lurking nearby and, in exchange for 3 small fish, managed to overhear their discussion. Indeed, it was revealed that the short-haired yellow and clever star, wary of Lin Li's consolidation of power over the northern parking lot, had decided to join forces against him. Having obtained such crucial intelligence, he had wasted no time returning to deliver the news. Initially, he had gone straight to Lin Li's villa, only to find it empty. And after discovering that his companions were also absent at the trash site, he had finally sought Lin Lu here. Meow, this information is incredibly valuable, Xiao Huang. You've taken a significant risk, and I appreciate your efforts. Lin Lu reflected for a moment before placing a reassuring paw on Xiao Huang's shoulder, speaking gently. Xiao Huang had ventured deep into enemy territory to uncover such pivotal news. One could only imagine the danger he faced if discovered by the short-haired yellow or clever star. However, the alliance between the short-haired yellow and clever star did not seem to concern Lin Lu too much, as he had never intended to wage war against Ergo. This matter can wait. We will deal with it as it comes. We currently possess a formidable force, and even if they ally, they would not dare to provoke us lightly. However, we must not grow complacent. We must keep our brothers in check and avoid unnecessary conflicts. After all, any battle could lead to bloodshed, and I would never wish for any of my kin to suffer. That being said, he felt it necessary to inform Xiao Huang, and even to relay the message to Xiong Ba, Garfield, and De Hui. In truth, this situation was precisely what he had hoped for. This did not mean he lacked ambition or desire to unify the northern region. However, he understood that conflict inevitably leads to casualties, and his initial intention was simply to ensure that his feline brethren could enjoy a hearty meal. Now, with control over the trash dump and the vegetable market, every cat brother was well fed. What more could he wish for? All right, Lugu, I understand. Xiao Huang, after pondering for a moment, finally grasped Lin Li's meaning and eagerly responded. With a brother like him who cared for their well-being, how could the others not rally behind him with steadfast loyalty? By the way, Lugu, what game were you playing? I caught a glimpse earlier, and it seemed quite entertaining. Since Lin Lu assured him that the issue was manageable, Xiao Huang's curiosity about the match piqued. He had only watched from the sidelines for a brief moment, but he felt an urge to join in. Meow. I was just about to explain. This is a sport from the human world known as football. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu chuckled and began to elucidate the rules of the game. After all, since Xiao Huang had infiltrated the enemy's ranks to gather intelligence, he couldn't possibly leave his brother out of the fun. I'll switch out a player shortly, and you can give it a try. I must say, there are indeed many talented cats in your trash site. The red team I led just suffered a hat trick from the lion cat, conceding 3 goals without taking a breath. After explaining the rules, Lin Lu continued, lamenting his misfortune. In fact, he had begun to think that football might be quite suitable for cats. He planned to form 2 teams from the cats in the trash dump and vegetable market for a match in the future. Wow, the lion cat is that formidable? Not giving Lugu any face. I'll have a word with him later. However, Lugu, you're not doing too badly either. The red team scored 4 goals. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang chuckled. He thought Lin Lu was merely trying to showcase his own prowess, and promptly offered his compliments. Little did he know, Lin Lu was left utterly perplexed by this comment. What? The red team scored 4 goals? Xiao Huang must have made a mistake. It should be the blue team's lion cat scoring yet another goal. However, when he turned to glance at the scoreboard, he was left in utter shock. Chapter 52. Has Lin Li's undercover identity been exposed? On the sidelines, he had meticulously arranged a wooden stick for a cat to tally the scores beneath a tree stump. At that moment, the score had inexplicably reached 4-3, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Had the scoring cat made an error? Thus, he proceeded with Xiao Huang towards the scoring area. The match continued to unfold with fervor on the field, although Lin Lu was unaware of the events transpiring. The live stream, equipped with 360-degree cameras, captured everything with crystal clarity. Goodness, we witnessed the red team's black cat taking the lead, boldly penetrating the blue team's penalty area. Executing a stunning shot, the ball finds the net. Now, the blue team restarts play, passing the ball to the forward position lion cat. This feline player possesses remarkable abilities. Could it be poised to score yet again? We observe the blue team's tabby cat rushing in, forming a seamless collaboration with the lion cat. This spells trouble for the red team. In an astonishing turn of events, the red team's black cat intercepts the ball from the lion cat's feet, delivering a long pass to the advancing Garfield cat. Can such a rotund figure truly maneuver a soccer ball? Wait, is that a bicycle kick? The Garfield cat astonishingly executes a bicycle kick. The ball is in. My goodness, what extraordinary talent is on display. Meanwhile, Huche remained oblivious to Lin Li's movements, passionately commentating on the ongoing match. He had already resolved to transition from the field of pet research to football commentary. The series of thrilling goals elevated his excitement, causing his blood pressure to rise. Within mere minutes, the red team managed to score 3 consecutive goals, each executed by different cats. Whenever the red team gained possession, even the recently prominent lion and tabby cats struggled to intercept. Conversely, whenever the blue team obtained the ball, it mysteriously slipped away. These minutes were entirely a showcase of the red team's prowess. The strength of the red team was astonishing, as they had now surged ahead in the score. Anin, too, expressed her admiration, her mouth agape in surprise. Could such feats truly be accomplished by a group of cats? Especially the Garfield cat's bicycle kick. Who could have anticipated that the plump Garfield would display such agility and execute such a challenging maneuver? The red team's goal stands valid. The current score is 4-3, with the red team in the lead. Curiosity piqued within me. Given the red team's formidable strength, why had they previously faltered against the lion cat's hat trick? Nearby, Mu Yuqing observed as a soccer ball found the net and promptly blew the whistle to announce the goal. Her eyes reflected an unshakable confusion as she asked softly, "Isn't the reason quite simple? Because Lin Lu was just there?" As her words fell, Huche seized the moment. Gently stroking his goatee, he beamed with a renewed confidence reminiscent of his former self as a professor. "Yuqing, have you noticed that every goal scored by the blue team was somehow connected to Lin Lu? Moreover, due to Lin Li's identity, the red team exercised caution, prompting the goalkeeper to repeatedly pass the ball to him, while other players hesitated to request the ball from him." Huche calmly articulated an analysis regarding the red team's initial failures. Mu Yuqing pondered his words, realizing there was indeed some truth to them. The blue team's first goal occurred when the lion cat seized the ball and launched an attack, with Lin Lu confidently stepping up to intercept. The other red team players, fearing to express doubt in Lin Li's abilities, refrained from assisting. Consequently, the lion cat effortlessly maneuvered past Lin Lu and surged into the penalty area. The blue team's second goal emerged when the goalkeeper passed the ball to Lin Lu, who, brimming with confidence, advanced into the blue team's half, only to be intercepted by the lion cat's feint. In a split second, the lion cat broke into the penalty area and shot with only the goalkeeper to beat. For the third goal, Lin Lu again led the charge, but this time he had the foresight to assign the black cat to intercept the lion cat. The black cat displayed remarkable stability, thwarting the lion cat's attempts to shine. However, at that moment, Lin Lu lost the ball once more, as the oncoming tabby cat intercepted it without warning. Subsequently, Lin Lu opted to swap positions with the black cat, allowing the latter to defend the penalty area while Lin Lu confronted the lion cat. The outcome was predictable. The tabby cat passed to the lion cat, who, with Lin Lu in defense, easily regained possession and scored with a powerful strike. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that each blue team goal was indeed intricately linked to Lin Lu. Moreover, with Lin Lu firmly in control of the ball and defense, the red team's cats could scarcely showcase their abilities. It dawned on Mu Yuqing that Lin Lu might indeed be the origin of the red team's downfall. Could it be that Lin Lu is in the red team yet his heart lies with the blue, intent only on playing the role of an undercover agent? Goodness. Professor Hu's insight has illuminated everything for me. It was Lin Li's presence that constrained the red team's performance. I was wondering why, As soon as Lin Lu left, the red team began scoring rapidly. Could Lin Lu be an undercover agent sent by the blue team? It seems that while Lin Lu possesses high intelligence, his skills appear somewhat lackluster compared to these stray cats. Enough said. I'm bewildered. Who could have imagined that a plump Garfield cat could execute a bicycle kick? Lin Lu truly is a liability to his teammates, causing the red team's cats to harbor pent-up frustration, hence their rapid scoring. Let us not dwell on Lin Lu. With such a caliber of feline players, even the national team would be left in awe, let alone Messi. What nonsense is this? The national team could never compete with Messi. Let us not stir the pot. Why must there always be conflict over a mere cat football match? Humans will act as they will. There's no need to say more. If they don't act, words are meaningless. Enough of this bickering. Let us continue watching the match, shall we? On the sidelines, Lin Lu, accompanied by Xiao Huang, approached the scoring cat, only to be informed of the remarkable plays that had transpired in such a brief span. He was left utterly perplexed. How had these cats hidden their prowess while he was on the field? As soon as he stepped off, they unleashed a torrent of goals. At this moment, Lin Lu remained unaware of the pivotal nature of his undercover identity with the blue team, mistakenly believing that the red team cats had merely concealed their skills or were still acclimatizing. Yet, when he witnessed the subsequent scene, he truly grasped just how lacking his own football skills were. Chapter 53, Flawless Coordination. The arena is ever-changing, and this time it is the blue team that sounds the horn of attack. The lion cat takes the lead, dribbling the ball forward, closely followed by the tabby cat. The football dances seamlessly between the two felines, showcasing their impeccable teamwork. Before long, the blue team has advanced to the outskirts of the penalty area, poised to strike at any moment. However, the red team is not one to remain passive. The black cat immediately steps up, positioning itself in front of the lion cat. Sensing the impending defense, the lion cat hesitates briefly, aware of the opponent's prowess, and deftly nudges the ball back to the Garfield cat behind. At that moment, an unexpectedly comical figure appears, a plump orange cat, whose rotund form seems to shake the ground with every step. Yet, this hefty feline bursts forth with astonishing speed, darting between the lion cat and the tabby cat, taking the rolling football with it. The blue team is taken aback, as their advanced position allows multiple cats to swiftly encircle the orange cat, effectively blocking its path. In such a scenario, most cats would likely concede defeat, for attempting to both attack and defend while surrounded seems futile. However, the orange cat remains unfazed. It calmly secures the ball with a paw, bends its knee, and channels a formidable force into its hind leg. With a resounding thump, the ball transforms into a green flash, soaring over the heads of the encircling cats. Witnessing this, both the players and the spectators express admiration for the orange cat. This simple yet powerful kick relieves the blue team from the threat they posed, whether by sending the ball into their half or out of bounds. The ability to react so swiftly is beyond the imagination of average cats. But as their gazes follow the ball, their expressions shift to shock. The orange cat's intention was not to defend or clear the ball. They soon realized that, unbeknownst to them, a Garfield cat has appeared at the edge of the blue team's penalty area. The ball's trajectory aligns perfectly with the Garfield cat's positioning, and by the time the blue team reacts, it is already too late. In the blue team's half, only the goalkeeper and two defensive cats linger, the latter attempting to advance but finding it too late. The Garfield cat leaps high, chesting the football, and immediately charges forward. The two pursuing blue team cats trail behind, but the Garfield cat remains undeterred, barreling into the penalty area. As the Garfield cat approaches, each step seems to tremble the ground, prompting the goalkeeper to abandon caution and rush to intercept the ball. Yet, the rotund Garfield cat displays remarkable agility, deftly maneuvering the ball in midair. The goalkeeper can only dive into the mud. Unfazed, the Garfield cat arrives at the goal line, glancing back at the closely approaching defensive cats, and with a calm kick, sends the ball rolling into the net. Wow, incredible! Another goal. The red team is destined to win. Did anyone see that bet on the blue team winning by 5 goals or more? What does coordination mean? This is what coordination looks like. The black cat defends, the orange cat intercepts, and the Garfield cat attacks. This teamwork is astonishing. I feel like I'm watching a sci-fi movie. Can a group of cats really perform like this? Wait, wasn't that Garfield cat offside? Yeah, looking at it that way, it does seem offside. I'm a bit confused. What exactly is offside? Same here. As a football novice, what is offside? Offside is like this. Imagine you and your buddy are on a team, and your girlfriend is the opposing team's goalkeeper. When you pass the ball to your buddy, if he is closer to your girlfriend than any of the opposing players, He is offside. Understand? So if that's the case, then that last play might have been offside, right? Not necessarily, since at the moment the orange cat kicked the ball, no one was paying attention to Garfield Cat's position. The offside rule is judged at the moment the ball is touched. True, but think about it, at that distance. How could Garfield Cat possibly run into an offside position in just a few seconds? That does make sense. Garfield Cat was too far ahead of the defenders. This is hilarious. A bunch of smart cats. Who cares about offside when cats are just having fun playing football? Exactly. They're just here for entertainment. No need for all those rules. Alright, enough chatter. Let's hear what the referee, Goddess Yuching, has to say. With a beautiful goal, the red team once again demonstrates their prowess. Indeed, the presence of Shaola only seems to disrupt the red team's full potential. In the streaming room, Hu Che's fists are already sore from cheering. Who knew a group of cats could score so many goals? This match is truly exhilarating. The red team's coordination is impeccable, leaving even the rising star, the lion cat, in awe. I also forgot to introduce the red team's roster. The Garfield Cat, who has just scored twice, is a player from the world's top leagues, having participated in the World Cup twice with commendable results. Currently, Garfield Cat plays for the prestigious international club, Black Donkey. And it is no wonder the lion cat struggles in its presence. At this moment, an N's voice softly rises, playfully covering her lips as she smiles mischievously. After stealing a glance at the chat, she turns her gaze toward referee Mu Yuching and softly inquires, Yuching, I noticed some viewers questioning whether Garfield Cat's goal was offside. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Mu Yuching is momentarily taken aback. What is offside? She may be the referee for this Cat Football World Cup qualifier in Jiangxing's North District, but that is merely for show. She doesn't truly understand the rules of football. Her brows furrow as she begins to search the chat for explanations. Finally, she spots a comment explaining offside and breathes a sigh of relief. So, this is what offside means. However, whether Garfield Cat was offside remains unclear to her. Yet, given the overwhelming sentiment in the chat, it seems likely that it was offside. Just as she is about to speak, the backstage director swiftly switches the large screen to a live replay. Is there such a feature? The truth will be revealed with ease. All eyes are glued to the screen as the director thoughtfully splits the view. One side shows the moment the orange cat was surrounded, while the other displays Garfield Cat's positioning in the blue team's half. This way, everyone can clearly see whether Garfield Cat's goal was indeed offside. Chapter 54. Are we all kicking the same football? The spectators hastily turn their gaze towards the large screen, witnessing the moment when the orange cat seized the ball, and Garfield had already begun to sprint. However, Garfield seemed particularly vigilant about the offside rule, his keen feline eyes meticulously monitoring the movements of the two defensive blue team cats. At last, the orange cat's paw struck the football, and in that instant, Garfield launched himself towards the blue team's penalty area. Without a hint of hesitation, as if it had been rehearsed, Garfield exhibited unwavering confidence in the orange cat's pass. In stark contrast, the blue team's defensive cats were caught off guard by the time they realized the orange cat had passed the ball. Their bodies were still propelled forward by inertia. After a struggle to halt, their eyes remained fixated on the ball, taking several seconds to react and attempt to pursue. Yet, by then, Garfield was already outside the penalty area, and their frantic chase proved futile. At this juncture, everyone comprehended the situation. Garfield was not offside. In fact, Garfield displayed remarkable attention to detail, constantly adjusting his position. This was intimately connected to the rules Lin Lu had conveyed prior to the match, which elucidated why Garfield was aware of the offside rule. Wow, this is truly spectacular, such synergy. National team, stop watching, you'll never learn this. This must have been a pre-planned tactic. Otherwise, how would Garfield know to position himself there? I concur, it seems premeditated. Otherwise, if this were spontaneous, these cats would be utterly terrifying. Why does it feel like any cat playing football could outshine Lu Gu by a mile? Indeed. Just look at Lu Ge's bewildered expression on the sidelines, as if questioning whether these are truly his teammates. Lu Ge's confused demeanor is simply adorable. Oh my Lu Gu, I want to have little kittens with you. What is that smell? Did something burn in your house? Wow, isn't that the kindergarten bus? Let me off this thing. On the sidelines, Lin Lu observed Garfield's impressive goal, his head filled with questions. What was happening? Why did he feel utterly perplexed? Could it be that everyone was not kicking the same football? Lu Gu, this football is rather intriguing. How is it that humans think in such peculiar ways? I could never conceive of such an amusing game. Beside him, Xiao Huang, witnessing Garfield's maneuver, felt a surge of excitement. When Lu had just mentioned the prowess of the lion cat, he had been skeptical. As the overseer of the junkyard, he was acutely aware of the caliber of cats under his management. The lion cat, in any aspect, should not compare to Garfield or the black cat. Even the orange cat, tabby, British shorthair, and blue cat were at least on par with the lion cat. Why had Lu singled out the lion cat? Now it dawned upon him that Garfield and the others had yet to showcase their true abilities, which explained their absence from Lu's notice. Indeed, it was fascinating. Lu murmured in acknowledgement, yet internally he harbored discontent. It was becoming clear to him that the root of the issue was his own lack of skill, which had led to the red team's consecutive defeats. Realizing this, any notion of enjoying the game evaporated, leaving him feeling embarrassed and wishing to vanish into the ground. Lu, how about we join in for a match? Xiao Huang suggested, oblivious to Li's discomfort, his curiosity piqued by the excitement on the field. Please, I just remembered I have something to attend to. You all enjoy yourselves, but do remember to train well and form a team when the opportunity arises. I'll arrange a friendly match with the cats from the market. Lu hastily declined, aware that stepping onto the field after acknowledging his own ineptitude would only be self-inflicted misery. It seemed that his desire to unwind with a game of football would have to be relinquished. However, he reaffirmed his intention to establish a football team comprising cats from the market and the junkyard. After all, even if they played poorly, watching the game was still enjoyable. Consider the World Cup. Countless individuals tune in to watch, but how many can genuinely play? What's up? Do you need my assistance, Lu? Upon hearing that his leader had something to address, Xiao Huang eagerly offered his help, a hallmark of a devoted subordinate. Yet, upon seeing Lu merely wave him off in embarrassment, confusion washed over him, though he refrained from probing further. He then waved to the field and substituted the weakest blue team cat. Indeed, Xiao Huang possessed commendable skills, but he couldn't simply insert himself into the red team to seize their victory. That would jeopardize his own reputation. Moreover, since the red team was previously led by Lu, it implied that this triumph was his doing. If he intervened, would Lu be displeased? Xiao Huang considered all these factors meticulously. As he left the field, Lu recalled the lie he had concocted and realized he could not linger any longer. Yet, just as he stepped out of the open space, he heard a chorus of cheers. Turning back, he saw Xiao Huang celebrating within the red team's penalty area. It was evident that a goal had been scored. Shaking his head, Lu recognized a new truth. In football, the national team truly lacked skill. No. That's incorrect. He inadvertently spoke the truth. What he meant to convey was that his own football abilities were decidedly subpar. Seeing Lu depart alone with such a forlorn silhouette makes me want to weep. When arriving amidst a sea of cats, now leaving with just one. Is this the twilight of a hero? Even amidst wealth and bustling lights, one cannot forget the valiant battles of yore. Hey, did you lot wander into the wrong scene? Lu is merely returning home. He hasn't passed away, right? It sounds as though Lu has been usurped. How audacious to speak such words. Such literary pretentiousness. One might think something grave has occurred. Cough, cough. I can't help but laugh. Lu said he feels like the worst player on the field. If you still dare to laugh, brothers, take him down. Alas, a splendid match was now lost to view. In the live broadcast, Huche gazed at the fading arena, tears of longing streaming down his face. He genuinely cherished the role of football commentator. After all, this job spared him from the sting of criticism, the jibes of the audience, and the need to decipher what astonishing feats this peculiar cat, Xiao Lu, might conjure next. Yet now, all of this had slipped away from him. Like the twilight run under the setting sun, a symbol of youth long past. Chapter 55, The Blind Cat Discovers Splendor Upon Returning Home. Lu savored a sip of mineral water from 1982, feeling instantly refreshed. A glance at the clock revealed that it was nearing noon, and his stomach began to voice its discontent. Thus, Lu resolved to prioritize his meal. But what to eat? Should he continue with the grilled sausages? Eating the same thing day after day could become rather tiresome. Moreover, while he had mastered the art of opening canned goods, there was something about them that lacked allure. They could fill his belly but did not ignite his appetite. What then would he choose? Contemplating this, Lu tiptoed into the kitchen. In the corner stood a refrigerator, distinct from the one in the living room. The latter was reserved for beverages, cakes, chocolates, and ice cream, while the kitchen fridge housed an array of unprocessed ingredients. What is Brother Lu up to now? Is he about to start cooking? Ha. Brother Lu is about to embark on his grilled sausage journey again. True. If he wishes to prepare something, it must be something simple like grilled sausages. Upstairs, you seem to have forgotten to mention that Brother Lu is not incapable. Rather, His feline paws limit his abilities. I don't think Brother Lu will continue with the grilled sausages, considering he just had them yesterday. Indeed, no matter how much one loves a dish, it cannot withstand daily consumption. So, what will Brother Lu choose for this meal? We find Lin Lu back in the kitchen, pondering what whimsical culinary creation he might devise this time. What does Professor Hu think of this? The atmosphere in the live stream remained quite lively, excluding Hu Che, who appeared disenchanted and nostalgic for the football field. An who had been conversing with Mu Yuqing, instinctively inquired upon observing Lin Lu's movements. Hu Che, sprawled on the sofa, was momentarily bewildered. As a professor in pet research, he was not a chef, so how could he possibly know what Lin Lu would cook? Although Lin Lu was indeed a cat, was he truly just a cat? I suspect Lin Lu will repeat yesterday's routine and continue grilling sausages. After all, certain kitchen tasks are quite challenging for a cat, such as chopping vegetables or stir-frying. Hu Che pondered for a moment before responding. While not a culinary expert, he had a profound understanding of feline behavior. Some kitchen tasks were beyond the capability of a cat, leading him to surmise that Lin Lu would stick to grilling sausages. As for whether Lin Lu would attempt something more extravagant, that remained a mystery. His role in the show seemed to have shifted from that of a pet behavior analyst to a target for humorous irony. What does Yuqing think? Anin glanced at the lounging Hu Che, silently mourning for him for 3 seconds. She recognized that Hu Che was likely to be proven wrong again. The reason was simple. Based on her observations, if Lin Lu intended to continue grilling sausages, he would not hesitate for long. Yet, Lin Lu's expression revealed some indecision. One would think that a professor of Hu Che's caliber, with decades in pet research, should easily pick up on such subtleties. What was happening? In the end, Anin attributed it all to Hu Che's desire for dramatic effect. Noticing Lin Lu still hesitating by the refrigerator, she turned her attention to Mu Yuqing, softly inquiring, "Ah, little Lu, he must be about to open the fridge, right? Let me recall what's inside. Vegetables can be ruled out, but there should be a steak, a bag of chicken fillets, and a bag of marinated Orleans chicken legs. I believe little Lu will choose one of these to prepare." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqing's eyes sparkled with contemplation as she responded. In truth, the double-door refrigerator contained far more than just that. However, Hu Che's comments had inspired her. No matter how clever little Lu was, he remained a cat, incapable of executing overly complex tasks. Hence, the whole pig trotter, skin-on pork belly, and whole chickens were not viable options. After much thought, she concluded that only these 3 items were suitable for little Lu to work with. Oh, it seems our master knows the contents of his refrigerator better. Yet, while these ingredients were relatively easy to prepare, they all required frying. Could little Lu manage that? Anin giggled at the thought, but also raised a new question. Heating these in the microwave seems somewhat impractical. Thus, frying or pan-searing might not suit little Lu either. Upon hearing Anin's query, Mu Yuqing frowned slightly. However, as she recalled a certain detail, Lin Lu finally took action on screen. He leapt up and pressed the control panel on the refrigerator, which slowly swung open. With the trend of smart home technology, it was quite advantageous. The refrigerator was substantial and the doors heavy. One could easily risk injury if not careful. Lin Lu appreciated the design of this refrigerator. Otherwise, with his strength, it would have been a challenge to open such a seemingly cumbersome door. He opened the freezer compartment and was greeted by an array of frozen meats piled high. Mu Yuqing had a passion for cooking, and with ample resources, it was not surprising that the fridge was well stocked. Lin Lu's gaze instinctively bypassed the whole chickens, skin-on pork belly, and pig trotters. Gradually, he spotted the frozen fish in the seafood section and unconsciously licked his lips, as it had been some time since he had enjoyed fresh fish. Nevertheless, his paws did not reach for the delectable frozen fish. Ultimately, he selected one of the 3 items mentioned by Mu Yuqing, a bag of marinated Orleans chicken legs. Although the bag was labeled as containing multiple pieces, it contained only 2, so Lin Lu did not need to divide them further. After all, he believed that consuming 2 chicken legs was hardly a challenge. Brother Lu indeed chose the chicken legs. But I'm curious, how does he plan to cook them? Probably in the microwave, though it might take a bit longer. Brother Lu says, "Who do you all look down upon? Just watch me heat the oil. Guys, have your brains been kicked like a ball? Do you think Goddess Yuqing, being so wealthy, would lack an oven in her spacious kitchen? Wow, who? You've uncovered a blind spot." Exactly. Just because we haven't seen the oven doesn't mean Goddess Yuqing doesn't have one. In the kitchen, there truly was an oven. Noticing the comments in the live stream, Mu Yuqing paused for a moment, then finally spoke. "I sometimes bake cakes myself, so an oven is an essential tool." She couldn't help but admire the keen insight of the online audience, who had managed to deduce that. Chapter 56. Who bestows his confidence? Lin sauntered into the kitchen compartment, a chicken drumstick gripped between his teeth. Most of the kitchen utensils were housed here, which also explained why the oven remained unseen to viewers relying on a 360-degree panoramic camera. He strode directly to the oven, pulled open its door, and proceeded to unwrap a package of Orland's chicken legs. With deftness, he placed one into the oven, followed promptly by a second. Satisfied with his actions, he closed the oven door and turned the dial to set it to bake at 180 degrees for 15 minutes. Upon hearing the oven's cheerful ding, Lin clapped his paws together, then discarded the empty packaging into the trash bin. Thus began the interminable wait. Leaning against the kitchen windowsill, fatigue nearly claimed him until the timer's completion rang out, jolting him awake. He hurried to the oven, swinging the door open, and was met by a rush of warm air. Alas, another tedious cooling period ensued. Lin had to wait for both the oven and the chicken legs to cool before retrieving them, as becoming a roasted cat was not on his agenda. To alleviate the boredom, he fetched a clean plate and a plastic bag, placing them nearby. Observing this, viewers expressed their confusion. Yet, as Lin continued his actions, they soon realized the extent of their folly. Once the oven had cooled sufficiently, Lin extended his head inside, grasped a chicken leg, and placed it delicately on the pristine plate. Only then did the viewers comprehend the purpose of the plate. After all, what else would he do with the chicken leg? Leave it on the floor? For an ordinary cat, this might not seem significant, but Lin was clearly no ordinary feline. Having placed the chicken leg on the plate, he did not rush to indulge, but instead waved a paw to close the oven door before beginning to feast. Lugu, quickly look at the comments. You forgot a chicken leg. Does Lugu not remember he placed 2 chicken legs? I think Lugu can only eat 1 chicken leg in a sitting, saving the other for later. Exactly, 2 chicken legs would fill me up, let alone a cat. I still believe Lugu is too clever, meticulous, and cleanliness obsessed. Not only did he use a clean plate for the chicken leg, but he also needed a plastic bag for the bones. Indeed. I had no idea of the purpose of those 2 items. I must be rather ignorant. With your IQ, do you really think you can challenge Lugu? Go study for a few more years. Wait, for those who claim Lugu forgot the chicken leg, and those who speculate he can't eat too. Could it be possible that Lugu simply wanted to keep the chicken leg warm in the oven? Oh no. I feel like the IQ in this live stream has collectively plummeted, right? It's just a live broadcast. Must we lower our intelligence this much? Brothers, I advise you to embrace 9 years of compulsory education. Don't let your lack of culture be your downfall. Bah, who says no one has culture here? The mystery isn't revealed yet. How can you know who is right or wrong? What if Lugu simply can't handle 2 chicken legs? Before you type, should you not consider the livestream footage? Lin swiftly devoured 1 chicken leg, discarding the bones into the plastic bag. He then leisurely reopened the oven door to retrieve the second chicken leg, followed by the closure of the oven door, leaving the live stream in silence. Is little Lee's appetite truly this vast? I hadn't noticed, remarked Anun, her lips slightly parted. While 2 chicken legs might not seem excessive for a human, it could satiate some petite women entirely. Moreover, one mustn't forget that little Lu was a cat. The size disparity between cats and humans is significant, perhaps 3 to 5 times greater. Yet, little Lu consumed 2 large chicken legs in one sitting. How reasonable is that? Lin Lu's appetite was indeed astonishing. This might relate to his past experiences as a stray, leading him to overindulge at every meal. Hearing this, Mu Yuqing nodded in agreement, recalling her own astonishment when she first brought Lin home. In a typical household, witnessing such a gluttonous cat might lead to its return to the streets. Yet Mu Yuqing felt it was a consequence of his past hunger, thus she indulged him further. Actually, I beg to differ. Although animals and humans differ in size, they still follow similar principles. We observe that little Lu leads a fulfilling life, engaging in considerable physical activity, unlike the usual cycle of eating and sleeping. Therefore, it is only natural for him to consume more due to his higher energy expenditure. At this moment, Hu Che, lounging on the sofa, finally straightened his posture and chuckled softly. A renewed confidence graced his face, his demeanor shifting from that of a sports commentator to a professional pet researcher. Of course, he might also hold the title of the face-slapping specialist. That man, he has returned, riding on a cloud of vibrant colors. Indeed, it is that familiar smile, brimming with confidence and anticipation for the future. The man who has faced countless defeats has once again risen. Sometimes I truly admire Professor Hu. His mindset adjusts swiftly, restoring his confidence. But I still wonder, who grants him this confidence? Liang Jingru. To all you detractors of Professor Hu, can't you listen carefully to what he says? Is there any issue? There is none. You are merely indulging in negativity for its own sake. Is that amusing? It is not. Exactly. Where did Professor Who err? Why are you here to criticize? Not at all. The two brothers above may have misunderstood. When did we ever criticize Professor Who? Indeed, our admiration stems from the heart. A resilient man who can always regain his confidence. Why would we criticize? The only man I can think of who resembles Professor Who is Grey Wolf. Despite his constant failures in capturing the lambs, he always picks himself back up, full of confidence. Keep it up, Professor Who. Why do I feel somewhat moved? I want to cry. Apologies. I think something got into my eyes. Excuse me, is this an inspirational live stream? While the comments teased Uche, Lin Lu had finished both chicken legs, meticulously cleaning up the aftermath. Now, he had only one thought on his mind: where to play this afternoon, and what to do. Chapter 57. Beyond the mountains, beyond the sea. Lin Lu pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling the fish in the kitchen, and an idea sparked within him. If that were the case, he could expedite that matter. Lin Lu was a pragmatic individual who acted on impulse. Thus, he promptly set off to his secret base in the basement. After skillfully inputting the password to unlock the door, he began rummaging through the contents within. Hey, what is Brother Li searching for? It seems Brother Li's secret base is rather cluttered. Indeed, there's cat food, dog food, black stockings, and white stockings all in here. Upstairs, something feels off. Where are the black and white stockings? I haven't seen them. Don't slander Brother Li. He's just a pure-hearted kitty, all right? Speaking of which, why hasn't Goddess Yuqing had Brother Li neutered? That's right. Neutering is beneficial for cats. Goddess Yuqing, perhaps you should consider it. Brother Li says he truly appreciates you all. Brother Li says he genuinely would express his gratitude. But it seems the ones being neutered aren't you. Brothers, stop spamming the chat. Brother Li has found something. Let us examine what it is. As Lin Lu continued to search, he felt a fleeting chill between his legs, but he paid it no mind. Soon dragging out a small canvas bag from amidst a pile of packages. Based on my years of travel experience, this should be a tent. Brother Li seems to be preparing for a spring outing. From my culinary experiences, this appears to be a barbecue grill. Brother Li must be gearing up for a barbecue feast. With my fishing expertise, this is undoubtedly a fishing tackle set. Brother Li is likely heading for some wild fishing. From my romantic encounters, this must be a peculiar spirit trap. What could Brother Li possibly be up to? I believe I need not elaborate further. What? Upstairs. You truly have talent. Haha, I can't help but laugh. How could you think so poorly of Brother Li? For those who don't know, what exactly is a peculiar spirit trap? Don't you know about the Smurfs? Beyond the mountains and the sea, there exists a tribe of Smurfs. Yes. And there's also the witch. Seriously, can anyone be a bit more serious? Does anyone actually know what's in Brother Li's bag? You all are becoming increasingly outrageous. I could tolerate the spring outing and barbecue ideas, and even begrudgingly accept fishing, but how did we end up with a wheel running over my face? What wheel? You are slandering me. This is defamation. It seems little Lu indeed has other plans this afternoon. But what could be inside that bag? Professor Who, what is your perspective on this? In the live stream, and observed Lin Lu pulling out a small black canvas bag, her face a mask of curiosity. She was also intrigued about what surprises little Lu would unveil next. Thus, instinctively turned to Uche and posed the question. Uche, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with confusion. What could possibly be inside the canvas bag? How was he to know? He was merely a spectator. Casting a dissatisfied glance at Anon, he mentally grumbled. It was imperative to clarify that he was a professor studying pets, not some fortune-telling charlatan. Could he possibly divine what lay within the bag? I believe. Uche scratched his thinning white hair, his brow slightly furrowing, and finally sighed, stating honestly, Anon, you have truly put me in a predicament. How could I possibly know what is in the canvas bag? After speaking, Uche felt a wave of irritation. Surely, he could not entertain such ludicrous speculations as those in the chat, taking a tent on a spring outing, setting up a barbecue for a feast, or bringing a fishing rod for wild fishing. Could anyone genuinely conceive such notions? And what about that spirit trap mentioned in the chat? How had that account not been banned yet? Upon hearing Uche's response, Anon was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated he would seize this opportunity to create another wave of live-stream excitement. Unexpectedly, he had directly admitted ignorance, which seemed out of character for him. But as the question remained unresolved, she shifted her gaze to Mu Yuqing and gently inquired, What do you think, Yuqing? Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she too fell into contemplation. She was quite unfamiliar with what lay within Lin Li's secret base, and what was inside the canvas bag was even more of a mystery to her. Thus, she could only shake her head and softly reply, "I don't know either," seeing that neither had provided her with an answer, and then swiftly comprehended the complexity of the situation. Nevertheless, her ability to manage the atmosphere remained commendable, and with a smile, she remarked, "It seems little Lu has become a symbol of mystery in Professor Hu's eyes. Moreover, even Yuqing, as the owner, finds it difficult to ascertain the contents of the canvas bag. Therefore, the secret must be left to little Lu himself to unveil." With that, and then playfully winked, and the director promptly switched the screen back to Lin Lu. On the screen, Lin Lu stared at the canvas bag before him, deep in thought. Although the bag was small and not heavy as a cat, carrying it in his mouth would be quite laborious. If only he had a helper. As this thought struck him, Lin Li's eyes brightened, and a plan formed in his mind. He laboriously dragged the canvas bag out of the secret base, turned, and kicked the door shut behind him. After taking the elevator to the living room, he exited through the front door, placing the canvas bag in the yard. Having completed this task, he then scaled the wall of the villa and headed toward the northern junkyard. Indeed, if he struggled to carry it, why not seek assistance? Xiong Ba would be an excellent choice. With his size, lifting such a small canvas bag would be effortless. However, the only drawback was the considerable distance to the northern junkyard, which meant he would need to make the trek himself. If only there were a way to notify Xiong Ba directly. Contemplating this, Lin Lu considered whether he should equip Xiong Ba with a mobile phone. A simple device for calls would suffice, costing only around 100 to 200 yuan. However, obtaining a phone card posed a challenge. He certainly couldn't steal Mu Yuqing's ID to acquire another. Never mind, let's go for now. Lin Lu shook his head, discarding the impractical thoughts in his mind, and continued steadily toward the northern junkyard. Fortunately, he would pass through the vegetable market along the way, so he called upon a cat to assist in notifying Xiong Ba to come. As for himself, he simply needed to return home and wait patiently. Not long after returning home, he heard a deep bark, instantly realizing Xiong Ba had arrived. Timing was just about right. After all, he had strolled back leisurely, while the cat tasked with the mission could not afford to dawdle. Moreover, considering Xiong Ba's long legs, his speed was to be expected. Thus, it was not at all surprising that Xiong Ba had arrived just moments after Lin Lu returned home. Consequently, Lin Lu approached the front door and opened it, only to behold Xiong Ba's imposing figure standing at the threshold. Chapter 58. Except for the monkeys of a May mountain brother Lo. Upon seeing Lin Li's appearance, Xiong Ba quickly straightened his posture and respectfully spoke. Once merely a stray dog expelled from his home, he had now become the leader of dozens of dogs at the junkyard in the northern part of the city. He understood that all of this was due to the unassuming cat before him. Moreover, Lin Lu entrusted him with significant responsibilities during their first encounter, a gesture of trust that was more than sufficient to earn his unwavering loyalty. "Well, little Xiong, come help me with something." Lin Lu, noticing Xiong Ba's demeanor, was not surprised. He waved his paw, beckoning him closer. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiong Ba trotted up behind Lin Lu, his powerful legs moving with purpose. Upon reaching the center of the courtyard, Lin Lu pointed at a package on the ground. Without a word, Xiong Ba approached and picked it up with his mouth. "Let's go back to the junkyard in the north." Witnessing this scene, Lin Lu felt a surge of satisfaction at his own intelligence. Indeed, what was a strenuous task for him was but a trivial matter for Xiong Ba. He gestured toward the entrance, his face lighting up with joy. Woof! At that moment. However, Xiong Ba did not rush to depart. Instead, he emitted a low growl and tilted his head slightly to indicate behind him. Though his mouth was occupied, making his words indistinct, Lin Lu immediately grasped Xiong Ba's meaning. He wished for Lin Lu to ride on his back, to be carried to the junkyard in the north. Taken aback for a moment, Lin Lu pondered but ultimately shook his head and replied, "No need, I can walk alongside you." For an ordinary cat, who could refuse the offer of riding such a majestic mastiff? How impressive it would be to stroll down the road like that. Lin Lu admitted that even he was somewhat tempted by the idea, but it was merely a fleeting thought. He harbored no desire for absolute power or to compel all animals to bow before him. Just as his initial intention in uniting the cats was simply to ensure they could have a full meal and possess their own social standing. He believed that every creature willing to follow him was a brother, not a subordinate or a beast of burden. Thus, he could never bring himself to ride Xiong Ba. Upon hearing Lin Li's refusal, Xiong Ba seemed somewhat disappointed. Yet, upon seeing Lin Lu turn to leave, he wasted no time and quickly followed him with purposeful strides. Why did Brother Lu refuse to ride on Xiong Ba's back? One viewer pondered. Exactly. For such a lazy cat like him, why not accept the chance to save energy by riding? Another chimed in. And think of how imposing it would be to ride such a mastiff. Xiongba's stature could rival that of a Ferrari. Someone remarked. Careful comparing a Ferrari to a dog, or it might seek legal action against you. Another warned. I just don't understand. Is Brother Lu allergic to dog fur? Perhaps he has a fear of heights? Those long legs of Xiongba do seem rather imposing, another speculated. Given all this, it makes sense that Brother Lu might be concerned about being pulled over by the police for riding without a license, another added. You all misunderstand. Brother Li's refusal is a testament to deep brotherhood. Would you want to ride on your brother's back? Someone questioned. Wait, is that even an option? I'd be more than willing. Another exclaimed. Where can I find such a brother? Someone queried. Would you let me ride on your neck? Was the bold request. How would you like to ride? Came the confusing response. Wow, even I, a bit eccentric, find this conversation bewildering, another commented. Can you truly find sincere brothers in such a manner? Someone wondered aloud. Are we brothers for life? Came a rhetorical question. Indeed, what's the matter? Let me ride for a moment. How would you like to ride? Came the bewildered response. The chat was filled with absurdity, and the three in the live stream could hardly contain their laughter. Huche's laughter resembled the sound of a pig being slaughtered. In contrast, Inen and Mu Yuqing maintained a more restrained demeanor, covering their mouths as they chuckled softly. I believe that the depth of thought exhibited by Xiao Lu is something many cannot attain. We ought to learn from him, Huche finally said after the laughter subsided. As he gazed at the silhouette of the cat and dog on the screen, his expression turning serious. To not be blinded by the lust for power. To remain true to oneself amidst the rise of status. These are easy words to utter, yet how many can genuinely embody them? In this murky world, who can remain untainted throughout their life? This brought to mind a quote from the Analects. When three walk together, one of them is bound to be my teacher. It seemed that not only humans, but also animals possessed many virtues worthy of our emulation. Upon hearing Huche's words, everyone fell into contemplation. Indeed, in today's world, it is a mire of struggles for survival, where the values of morality and quality are often cast aside. But to whom can we attribute this? Should we blame those who are themselves ensnared in the muck? Ahem, of course, except for the monkeys of a May Mountain. With Lin Li's actions elevating the live stream to an unexpected height, and cleared his throat, drawing everyone's thoughts back to reality. With a jest, he rekindled the lively atmosphere. Haha, and dear, be careful lest the monkeys of a May Mountain see you for defamation. The monkeys of a May Mountain say, I won't utter a word until my lawyer arrives. And dear, just wait for the court summons. Are the monkeys of a May Mountain polite? I'm dying of laughter. Anan's quip about the monkeys of a May Mountain is a classic. It nearly had me in stitches. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. And dear, how do you plan to make it up to me? Make it up? Brother Lu has already reached the junkyard in the north. And you're still here thinking about my wife. Chapter 59. The impossible task upon arriving at the northern junkyard of the city. Lin Lu and Xiongba were greeted by the sight of dozens of dogs scattered about. Some basked in the sun, enjoying a midday nap, while a few others congregated in low murmurs of conversation, and younger pups frolicked nearby. However, as Lin Lu and Xiongba approached, the dogs instinctively straightened their postures. Woof, Brother Lu, Brother Xiong. The canine assembly chorused in unison as the duo drew nearer. In truth, while Lin Lu was their ostensible leader, the dogs had yet to fully acknowledge him in their hearts. They seemed to hold Xiongba in higher regard, after all. Their allegiance to Lin Lu had been born out of necessity. Previously, they had endured the oppressive reign of the starving dogs, only remaining passive when Lin Lu led the cat army to their aid. Their promise to submit to Lin Lu stemmed from his assurance of meeting their survival needs. Yet now, nothing had truly changed. They lingered at the northern junkyard, still facing the same plight of erratic meals. Under such circumstances, how could they instantly pledge unwavering loyalty to Lin Lu? Their respect for Xiongba was naturally a reflection of the dog's instinctive admiration for strength. But Lin Lu was, after all, their official leader, and with barely a day having passed since their submission, expecting immediate transformation was unrealistic. The dogs were well aware that haste would yield no fruitful results. They had grown accustomed to the erratic sustenance of life at the junkyard over the years. So what was another year and a half of cautious trust in Lin Lu? Nevertheless, they still formed a line to welcome his arrival. My dear brothers, you have worked hard. Lin Lu greeted with a smile, carefully managing his demeanor. He was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling within the dogs' minds. Thus, he could not adopt the same casual approach he would with his former feline comrades, at least not until the dogs fully trusted and respected him. I understand that my canine brothers harbor some doubts about my ability to resolve your survival needs. However, I have come today to impart the ways of survival. Indeed, it is far more beneficial to teach one how to fish than merely to provide a fish. It is not that I am unwilling to share food with you today or to allocate territory for your foraging. Rather, such measures are not sustainable. Should circumstances change in the future and unforeseen factors arise, you may find yourselves once again wandering the streets, unfulfilled. Today, I shall teach you the ways of survival, which will enable you to secure food independently of human refuse, regardless of external changes. Lin Lu leapt atop the roof of an abandoned bus, gazing down at the sea of canine heads below, and spoke in a measured tone. The dogs, upon hearing this, erupted into a cacophony of animated chatter. They had always toiled for sustenance, relying primarily on the discards of humanity. Leftovers, even spoiled food, posed no issue for their consumption. Beyond that, they had no means of securing food, entirely dependent on human generosity. Yet today, Lin Lu was revealing a path to survival that would free them from human dependency, which seemed unfathomable. If such a thing were possible, their loyalty to Lin Lu would be unwavering, perhaps even elevating him to the status of a deity. I'm quite curious about what Brother Li's survival method entails. Cat Language Doctor, is your translation truly accurate? If you doubt the Cat Language Doctor's translation, feel free to leave. No one is compelling you to believe. Goodness, even if I racked my brain, I can't fathom how dogs could procure food without humans. Exactly. In the wild, perhaps dogs could forage for plants or hunt, but in the urban jungle of steel, what could they possibly eat? I can't bear it. My head feels itchy. I think I'm growing a brain. Do you think there is a possibility that Brother Li's survival method is linked to the items in his canvas bag? Wow, now that you mention it, that could actually be the case. What on earth is in that canvas bag? Why hasn't Brother Lu opened it yet? Seems like little Lu is quite cultured, knowing that it's better to teach one to fish than merely to provide fish. However, I am quite curious about what this survival method entails. Professor Hu, what are your thoughts on this matter? In the live chat, Anin chuckled at the comments surrounding the Cat Language Doctor's translations. She acknowledged that translations often carry embellishments, implying that little Lu might not have uttered that exact idiom. Yet, this also indicated that little Lu was articulating a fundamental truth, showcasing the extent of his intelligence. I believe this is utter nonsense. Hu Che, the ever-pragmatic assistant, adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Looking at the screen displaying the Cat Language Doctor's translation, he calmly asserted, "To suggest that dogs could survive without relying on human refuse is utterly preposterous." Upon hearing this, Anin and Mu Yuqing straightened in their seats, eager to hear Hu Che's elaborate discourse. Little Lu claims he will teach the dogs a method of survival that does not depend on humans for food, which is, quite frankly, absurd. With decades of experience in pet research, I can confidently say this. It is well known that in today's world, humans reign supreme over nature. The construction of cities has erected steel jungles where wild flora and fauna are exceedingly rare, with only the rats in the sewers thriving. And it is common knowledge that dogs have no interest in rats. While dogs are omnivorous, aside from human discards, they have no other food sources. Therefore, this is utterly nonsensical. Unless, of course, little Lu intends to teach them how to catch the rats they refuse to eat. Hu Che concluded, his expression hinting at unquenched thoughts. He acknowledged his excitement, admitting that his phrasing may not have been entirely precise, but the essence was clear. In human cities, dogs would find it nearly impossible to secure food sources beyond what humans discarded. Finally, he couldn't resist a parting jab at Lin Lu, suggesting that if Lin Lu stubbornly pursued teaching dogs to catch rats, he could do little to assist. The fervor in Hu Che's tone was fueled by the prospect of reclaiming lost dignity, seizing the opportunity to right the wrongs of past dismissals. Thank you, Professor Hu, for your insights. I too believe that for dogs to find food sources beyond human refuse in the city is nearly impossible, unless little Lu can somehow teach them to change their habits and consume rats. Of course, even if dogs were willing to eat rats, it remains a fact that cats are more adept at catching them, while dogs struggle. Observing Hu Che's fervor, Anin hastily took the opportunity to interject with a smile. Chapter 60. The Three Questions of the Soul as an and Hu Che elucidated in the live stream. The audience found their explanations quite reasonable. Firstly, setting aside whether dogs would eat mice, one must consider if dogs could even catch them. Mice inhabit the sewers of the city, their small and nimble bodies eluding even the grasp of some cats, let alone the larger dogs. Thus, Lin Lu would hardly impart the skill of mouse catching to the canine pack. What other survival techniques could a cat possibly teach? Brother Wang, please enlighten us. Indeed. At Lin Li's comment, Even Xiongba set aside his package and spoke up. He too was curious about Lin Li's ingenious ideas that could enable their pack of dogs to thrive independently of humans. The other dogs echoed his sentiments in agreement. Meow, follow me. However, Lin Lu merely smiled in silence, withholding the answer, and led the pack of dogs to the back entrance of the northern junkyard. Beyond this point lay an expanse of desolate land, vast and seldom trodden by human feet. On the other side of the wasteland flowed a wide river, a significant waterway traversing Jiangqing. Upon reaching the riverbank, Lin Lu gestured for Xiongba to unveil the contents of the canvas bag. A slender rod tumbled out, prompting the dogs to exchange puzzled glances, uncertain of its purpose. Yet, the moment the rod appeared in the live stream, the chat exploded with excitement. No way. Is that really a fishing rod? I suddenly don't understand. What does this mean? Is Brother Lu going to teach a bunch of dogs how to fish? But dogs don't eat fish. You're being short-sighted. Dogs don't eat fish simply because they can't catch them. Hold on. I'm a bit confused. Let me sort this out. So, a cat is going to teach a group of dogs to fish. Something feels off here. Dogs eating raw fish could choke on the bones. I really wouldn't recommend it. I don't understand why Brother Lu would even consider this. Teaching dogs to catch mice seems much more practical. This is a vital survival skill. What can't they learn? Are you questioning Brother Lu? Can dogs eat fish? In the live stream, An posed a profound inquiry, admitting she had never witnessed a dog eating fish, especially not raw fish. She turned her gaze toward Hu Che, softly inquiring. Meanwhile, Hu Che, observing the scene unfold on the screen, was left in disarray. Could it be that a fishing rod was indeed intended for fishing? What unusual ideas could this cat possibly conceive? Yet, upon hearing Anand's question, he straightened up, realizing that the matter of whether dogs could eat raw fish fell squarely within his realm of pet research. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke thoughtfully. Regarding whether dogs can eat raw fish, I would advise against it. Most fish possess numerous bones, which can easily become lodged in a dog's throat, posing a severe risk. Moreover, raw fish may harbor parasites and bacteria that, if not cooked to eliminate, could lead to intestinal infections in dogs. Therefore, I recommend that if you wish to feed dogs fish, it should be cooked and all bones removed. After finishing his remarks and reflecting on what he had said, Hu Che nodded pensively. However, regarding whether dogs would eat raw fish, he maintained his previous stance. Each animal has its own instincts, and most can discern edible from inedible without contemplating the potential consequences of consuming a particular food. Thus, some dogs may simply sniff at raw fish without partaking, while others might eagerly consume it. Pausing as if recalling something, Hu Che continued, whether one can or will is, in fact, two different concepts. For example, can cats drink cola? The answer is certainly no. But will they drink cola? Little Lu has already addressed that in the live stream. Similarly, regarding humans, can one smoke or drink alcohol, which are harmful habits? Everyone knows these are detrimental practices not to be sustained long-term. Yet, will there be those who persist? The answer is evident. Thus, whether dogs would eat raw fish ultimately depends on the dog's will. If they choose to eat, then they will, and if they choose not to, then they won't. Thank you, Professor Hu, for your insights. Did everyone remember that if you feed dogs fish, it is best to cook it and remove the bones? As Hu Che concluded, Anand's voice chimed in, smiling at the camera. She felt that Hu Che's explanation was quite sound. Indeed, the distinction between can and will is significant, and nothing is universally appealing. The same principle applies to pets like cats and dogs. Yet, this raised a concern. If Little Lu were to teach the dogs how to fish, would that not be perilous? The potential risks associated with raw fish, such as choking on bones or contracting diseases, could adversely affect the canine pack. Anan immediately contemplated this issue. After all, Lin Lu was merely a cat and might not consider the broader implications of such teachings. Within Anne's words, a wave of tension swept over everyone. If this were the case, Lin Li's well-meaning intentions could inadvertently jeopardize many dogs' lives and lead to chaos within Lin Li's domain. Should they intervene to halt Lin Li's instructional endeavors? Absolutely not. That scenario is unfathomable. As everyone fretted, Hu Che remained calm, adjusting his glasses as he spoke. Do you truly believe that cats catch fish by fishing? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, perplexed. Even Anan turned to Hu Che, eager for his next words. Perhaps only Mu Yuqing grasped Hu Che's intent, her eyes reflecting a moment of realization. Even humans experience skunked fishing outings. What could be expected of a cat? More importantly, would anyone genuinely think that a cat could fish? And even if a cat could fish, whether it could actually catch any fish is another matter entirely. Surely, No one would believe that a cat could teach a pack of dogs how to fish. Huche's soul-searching questions left everyone in contemplative silence. Indeed, what had they been thinking? How could a cat possibly fish? Could a cat wield such a long fishing rod? Could it manage the fishing line? Would it be able to secure a fish hook? Could it attach bait? If it cannot accomplish these tasks, then what fish could it possibly catch? The very notion that a cat could fish was utterly absurd. Chapter 61. This cat named Lin Lu. I find Professor Hu's argument quite compelling. Why should we assume that a cat can fish? Indeed, even if it could, what gives it the right to teach a pack of dogs to fish? What reason? Just the fact that this cat is named Lin Lu. I must say, you are being utterly absurd. I could accept the gaming and scrolling through Douyin, but to claim that a cat can fish? That truly makes me feel as though this world has gone mad. Mad is you, not the world. Is the world not already mad enough? Regardless, I stand with Professor Hu. I believe he is right. Of course, if Goddess Yuqing and my beloved Anin were to speak, that would be a different matter altogether. If it were any other cat, I might agree with Professor Hu. But having followed Lin Lu since the beginning, I believe he might truly be capable of such a feat. Consider it. Scrolling through Douyin, playing games, achieving the rank of champion in Battle Royale, taming the fierce mastiff, and uniting the pack of strays in the northern junkyard. Is that something you can comprehend? Yes. In our eyes, these are tasks that no cat could accomplish, yet Lin Lu has indeed achieved them. Do you not see? Lin Lu is a miracle. No matter how miraculous, the notion of a cat fishing and teaching a group of dogs to do the same is simply impossible. Indeed, where is the miracle in that? Shall he also control nuclear fusion with his bare hands? Things can be strange, but they cannot be absurd. Cats can be unconventional, but they cannot be supernatural. As Professor Hu's words resonated, countless comments flooded the live stream. Some echoed his sentiments, deeming the idea of a cat fishing utterly ludicrous, let alone teaching dogs how to fish. Others contended that Lin Lu had already created too many miracles for fishing to be out of the realm of possibility. However, the majority of comments leaned towards the former opinion. After all, a cat without a fishing rod fishing seems rather far-fetched, does it not? Perhaps the fish in the water are even larger than this cat. Meow? Everyone, gather around and watch how I do it. Lin Lu instructed, having the formidable mastiff hold one end of the fishing rod while he grasped the top and began to extend it. Soon, a fully extended fishing rod was revealed to the bewildered dogs. Yet, they remained perplexed, unsure of Lin Lu's intentions. Only the mastiff seemed to grasp the situation. His previous owner had loved fishing and recognized the fishing rod. However, was Lin Lu truly planning to teach them how to fish? How could dogs eat raw fish? At least the mastiff showed no interest in the slimy, scaly creature. If it were cooked by humans, it might be palatable. But the tiny bones would undoubtedly pose a nuisance. Being a loyal dog, the mastiff wisely kept silent, patiently awaiting Lin Lu's next move. Behold, this is a fishing rod, and I will provide each dog with one, Lin Lu declared after unveiling the rod. Indeed, he had ordered a batch of fishing rods while purchasing dog food on the online marketplace. However, it was clear these rods were not of the finest quality. Yet, what did it matter to a pack of dogs? Upon hearing Lin Lu's words, the dogs began to stir. The term fishing rod made some of them realize its purpose. They speculated that Lin Lu intended to teach them how to fish. However, even as strays, the majority had little interest in raw fish or understood the significance of Lin Lu's actions. We will dig up worms and use them as bait, Lin Lu continued, finding a patch of earth to scratch at, revealing wriggling worms. He deftly hooked one onto the fishing line and showcased it to the eager dogs. Worms are among the most common baits, easily found in the soil, and Lin Lu had no intention of teaching the dogs to use commercial bait, as he lacked the means. Although the dogs were baffled by Lin Lu's fishing lesson, they refrained from questioning him, quietly observing. As Lin Lu's paws skillfully dug into the earth, many dogs followed suit, scratching at the ground. The fertile soil yielded a bounty of worms, and the dogs became enchanted, playfully pawing at them. All right, let us not rush the worm digging. First, listen to my explanation, Lin Lu said, waiting for the dog's excitement to settle before continuing. Once all eyes were on him, he lifted the fishing rod, giving it a gentle flick. The hook soared through the air, plunging into the river below. What we see floating on the surface is the bobber, Lin Lu explained. Typically, it would float with the current, bobbing gently, but when a fish bites, it will rise and fall. Pointing to the red and yellow bobber, he elaborated. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the dogs growing restless, seemingly confused. Could they not comprehend such straightforward information? Lin Lu, the bobber has gone under, one of the dogs exclaimed. just as Lin Li's confusion began to surface. It vanished upon hearing the mastiff's words, who pointed towards the river's surface. Lin Li turned swiftly, and indeed, the bobber had completely submerged. Was there a fish on the line? How considerate. With urgency, Lin Li grasped the fishing rod with both paws and pulled back, the line tautening instantly. The sudden force nearly caused Lin Li to lose his grip on the rod. Realizing that the catch was not a small one, he quickly enlisted the mastiff's help. The mastiff, understanding the task, seized the rod from Lin Li and pulled back with all his might. Given the mastiff's large size and strength, the fish, after a brief struggle, surrendered and was drawn closer to the shore. At that moment, all the dogs beheld the captured fish, a hefty crucian carp, weighing roughly half a pound. It was no wonder it nearly pulled Lin Li into the water. Meow, did you see that? Wasn't he it easy? Lin Li exclaimed, triumphantly lifting the fish and tossing it onto the ground, his head held high with confidence. This was the assurance that enabled him to teach the dogs to fish. Unlike certain anglers who return home empty-handed day after day, the dogs, witnessing Lin Li's effortless catch, were taken aback. However, after sniffing the fish, they shook their heads in unison. Raw fish was not on a dog's menu. Lin Li, the mastiff, understanding the group's reluctance, spoke up gently. But before he could finish, Lin Li interrupted him. I am fully aware of your aversion to raw fish, my dear canine companions. But have you ever considered that cats love fish? In the past, this would have seemed irrelevant, but now, along with you, I have countless feline friends from the market and the garbage dump under my command. As members of my family, you are all brothers. Thus, if a dog catches a fish but does not wish to eat it, it can be exchanged with the cats for other food at the market or the garbage dump. Upon hearing Lin Li's words, the dogs suddenly understood. Yes, they may not eat raw fish, but the cats would certainly relish it. Chapter 62. This is not scientific. Once the dogs grasped the concept, they were immediately eager to try. Even the audience in the live stream suddenly realized the truth. It turned out that Lin Li had never intended for the dogs to consume the fish directly. Rather, he aimed for an exchange between the dogs and the cats. Li is truly a genius. I admit my earlier outburst was a bit excessive. This might just be the earliest form of commerce, bartering. I'm quite curious. If Li continues down this path, could we really witness the birth of a new civilization in a few years? Li, you are amazing. Honestly, I never considered this method. Li is simply extraordinary. How does he even think of such things? Millions are watching tomorrow's live stream, and a cat's intelligence has outshone them all. Wait, brothers, I concede that Li's idea is brilliant. But isn't it essential for the dogs to catch fish for this to work? Exactly. While it has been confirmed that Li can fish, whether the dogs can learn remains an open question. I think not every cat is named Lin Li, and not every dog possesses Li's intelligence. Must we question this? Wasn't that fish just caught by the help of the mighty gang for Li? I'm dying of laughter. Fishing requires skill. It needs to be learned. Oh, little Li actually caught a crucian carp. In the live stream, and Anne's eyes widened, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. What was she witnessing? A cat using a fishing rod to catch a half-kilogram crucian carp? Was this truly reality and not a dream? Was this a scientific society and not a fantasy realm? Was little Li merely a clever cat or a legendary creature? I knew it. Little Li is the best. Moments ago, the comments were rife with disparagement, asserting that Lin Li could never fish, even claiming that teaching the dogs to fish was detrimental to them, even within the live stream. Anin and Huche held steadfast in their beliefs, which made Mu Yuqing feel somewhat uneasy. Now, witnessing Lin Li's success in proving himself, she couldn't help but smile joyfully. As for a cat fishing, it didn't strike her as overly shocking. After all, younger individuals tend to be more receptive to novel ideas. And moreover, Lin Li was her cat. This is not scientific. On the other side, Huche sat on the sofa, his hands tangled in his hair, pulling at it forcefully, his face unable to conceal his astonishment. He had worked in pet research for decades and had seen cats catch fish by the riverbank. But a cat fishing with a rod was unheard of. He acknowledged Lin Li's intelligence, but surely, even brilliance has its limits. Could a cat really take a fishing rod to the riverbank? He began to doubt whether his eyesight had failed him or if he was still dreaming. Yet the sharp pain from his scalp reminded him that this was no illusion. In truth, given little Li's intelligence, fishing didn't seem entirely out of reach. Regaining her composure, Anin swallowed hard, reminding herself they were still in a live stream, and spoke softly. After all, the reason people struggled to accept the cat fishing was that they found it hard to believe a cat could manage such a task. However, it was clear that the crucian carp had been aided by the mighty gang. In this light, Lin Li hadn't displayed any extraordinary strength. As for threading the line and baiting the hook, those tasks were quite mundane, even less challenging than previous activities like gaming or cooking. Thus, Anin concluded that this was not an impossible feat. What surprised everyone was that the moment Lin Lu cast the hook into the water, a fish bit immediately, an unexpected turn of events. One could only say that the crucian carp had indeed shown Lin Lu some respect. I think it's quite all right. Little Lu is inherently clever. Some individuals might not know how to cook or play games, but when it comes to fishing, surely no one is entirely inept. All it takes is tying a fishing line to a rod, attaching a hook, and baiting it. Compared to little Li's other antics, this hardly seemed remarkable. Beside her, Mu Yuqing seized the moment to defend Lin Lu. She always harbored a sense of foreboding, fearing that if pet headquarters continued this broadcast, the more astonished the audience became, the more trouble little Lu might encounter. Therefore, she felt it necessary to align with Anin to temper the viewer's astonishment, presenting the situation as entirely reasonable. Indeed, after hearing and Mu Yuqing's explanations, the comments gradually calmed down. Exactly, what's all the fuss about? It's just a cat fishing. It's not like we've never seen that before. Stop making a big deal. A cat wants to eat fish, so why not catch one? Are we all adults here? Can we not react like children, gasping at every little thing? As you gain more experience, you'll come to see that a cat fishing is genuinely impressive. I've traveled far and wide, and I've seen countless cats that fish. In fact, I once saw a cat fishing at 81 Square in Los Angeles. What is the big deal? It's just a cat that caught a fish. I once witnessed a person being dragged away by a fish. Enough, you're getting more ridiculous. You should really consider writing novels with your talent. To sum it up, Anin and Goddess Yuqing are right. What about Professor Hu? YISNT speaking. I distinctly remember Professor Hu adamantly claiming that a cat fishing was utterly impossible. Right? I almost believed his nonsense. Indeed, Hu Che's words cannot be trusted. Hu Che's vacant gaze fell upon the comments, filled with confusion. Hadn't they just been discussing fishing? How had it suddenly turned to him? Cough cough, who would have thought little Lu possessed such skills? It's just unfortunate that he didn't manage to catch the fish alone and required the gang's assistance. Otherwise, I would have been quite embarrassed. Hu Che cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, then recalled Anin's explanation, which sparked a realization. Of course, he had assumed Lin Lu couldn't fish due to the mismatch in size and operation, believing Lin Lu lacked the strength to pull the fish ashore. In this light, he hadn't been entirely wrong. After all, without the gang's help, that crucian carp would surely have escaped. Thus, Hu Che quickly found his defense, speaking without a hint of shame, as if he were the ultimate victor. The audience, hearing Hu Che's audacious claims, felt speechless, but his reasoning held some merit, and ultimately, the mocking comments were drowned out in the barrage of messages. Chapter 63. Why would a cat cook with fire? As the pack of dogs eagerly watched the lively crucian carp, Lin Lu nodded in satisfaction and spoke softly. Upon hearing his words, the dogs erupted into excitement once more, and the live chat became a flurry of activity. Xiongba, please gather some dry twigs and branches, Lin Lu instructed, no longer withholding information. The dogs promptly sprang into action. In this desolate land, dry grass was abundant, and many fallen branches lay scattered in the distant woods. Wait, what is Brother Lu planning? Could it be that Brother Lu is going to teach the dogs how to start a fire? Not just starting a fire, he must be planning to grill the fish. Oh my, is this really just a cat? Why does this feel so absurd? The difference between humans and animals is the ability to utilize fire for cooking. Is Brother Lu about to bridge that gap? Impossible. This cannot be real. I must still be dreaming. Still dreaming? If it's a dream, just open the window and jump out. What's there to fear? Wow, you're quite bold. I'm just curious, how exactly will Brother Lu start the fire? By friction? Perhaps. But is that really the main point right now? Professor Hu, taken aback, exclaimed. Could it be that little Lu is indeed going to teach the dogs how to start a fire for cooking? In the live chat, Anin was equally astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. If a cat could cook with fire, the shock would be akin to fishing with a rod, wouldn't it? Cough, cough. This is Professor Hu hesitated. The idea of a cat starting a fire seemed utterly ludicrous. Having dedicated decades to the study of pets, he had never encountered such an outrageous notion. Even the primates, recognized for their resemblance to humans, had limited capabilities with tools. The prospect of them starting a fire was nearly unfathomable, as he understood well that firemaking was an exploratory process from scratch. Human ancestors took countless years to evolve from witnessing lightning strikes to mastering fire through friction. Could a cat achieve this? His heart already held the answer. It was impossible. Yet, why did he still hesitate? Because this cat was named Lin Lu, who continually challenged his understanding. Moreover, through the translation of the cat language and the dog's movements, it was clear that Lin Lu indeed intended to attempt fire-making. To oppose him in this scenario would be akin to inviting trouble. After a moment's reflection, Professor Hu finally spoke. We must approach this matter rationally. Whether a cat can start a fire depends on the existing conditions that could support such an endeavor. The ability to create fire is intrinsically linked to the environment. Whether a cat can succeed hinges on whether the environment will cooperate or resist. After an extensive monologue, the audience quickly realized that Professor Hu had entered his verbose mode once again. Listening to you is akin to hearing a lengthy discourse. Whenever Professor Hu speaks, it feels like a dignitary addressing a formal gathering. After all that, I gathered only one thing. He himself is uncertain whether Brother Lu can start a fire. Sigh. Is this the plight of intellectuals? Unable to simply admit ignorance and instead rambling on endlessly. Can the production team replace a guest? What purpose does Professor Hu serve here? Is it merely for comic relief? That's too harsh. Do you have any idea how hard Professor Hu works to feign ignorance just to entertain us? Professor Hu, with a head full of questions, exclaims, feign ignorance? When did I do that? Wait, didn't I recall Professor Hu hiring online influencers? Where have they gone? Where could they possibly be? Even the influencers can no longer tolerate this. Let us not criticize Professor Hu. After all, he is a respected elder. Let's show some respect. Meanwhile, by the river, Lin Lu observed Xiang Ba leading a troop of dogs in search of dry twigs. He too began to direct the remaining dogs. Clear away the weeds around here to reveal an open space. Lin Lu guided the dogs in clearing the surrounding weeds, fully aware of the importance of fire safety. If they were to successfully start a fire, the surrounding flora posed a significant hazard. A single spark could lead to disaster. The dogs diligently cleared the weeds, while Lin Lu focused on the crucian carp, which still occasionally wriggled. With a swift paw, he struck it down, ending its life. He proudly dubbed his technique the invincible meow fist. Meow ba. After personally dispatching the fish, Lin Lu offered a brief, remorseful prayer before using his claws to scrape off the scales. Once the scales were mostly removed, he deftly opened the fish's belly, allowing its insides to spill out. In no time, Lin Lu had efficiently cleaned the crucian carp. At that moment, the dogs had successfully cleared the weeds, revealing a large, clean area by the riverbank. The dogs who had gone to gather branches returned with their bounty. Lin Lu washed the cleaned fish in the river to remove any blood before bringing it back to the cleared space. After placing the fish on a clean patch of ground, he instructed the dogs to pile the twigs and branches together. However, the most crucial question remained: how to cook the fish. Tossing it directly into the fire would undoubtedly reduce it to a pile of charred remains. Grilling it over the flames might work, but the intensity of the grass and branches would surely lead to an overly burnt outcome. Thus, cooking became a dilemma. Yet, this challenge posed no obstacle to Lin Lu, a culinary virtuoso. His gaze fell upon the open ground, and inspiration struck him. Xiang Ba, dig up some mud from this spot, he commanded, pointing to where he had previously unearthed earthworms. Indeed, he had drawn inspiration from the beggar's chicken and wondered if he could create a beggar's fish. Although Xiang Ba was puzzled by the purpose of this task, he trusted Lin Lu implicitly and began excavating. Lin Lu returned to the riverbank, swiftly selecting a lotus leaf, snapping it off, and bringing it back. The soil by the river was moist, and Lin Lu filled a discarded plastic bottle with water to mix with the mud, achieving the right consistency. Once this was accomplished, Lin Lu wrapped the crucian carp in the lotus leaf and enlisted Xiang Ba's help to encase it in a thick layer of mud before tossing it into the pile of twigs. With everything in place, all that remained was to kindle the fire. Chapter 64. Is there a fish on my face? Not only the pack of dogs, but also the millions of viewers in the live stream were intently focused on Lin Lu. They were exceedingly curious about what method Lin Lu would employ to start a fire. Would it be the legendary technique of friction from wood? As the audience pondered, Lin Lu gracefully approached the canvas bag, rummaging through it. Moments later, he produced a lighter. What were we expecting? I mean, what era are we in? Is he really going to start a fire by rubbing sticks together? Does he have any sense? Exactly. Brother Lu can cook, play games, and scroll through Douyin. Do you really think he wouldn't know about lighters? Honestly, this should have been predictable. Have your IQs been lowered by Professor Hu? I feel there is a mysterious force compelling us to think less. I just can't discern its origin. From where? Unless Professor Hu is leading us down this path. Or you all are too enamored by Anun and Goddess Yuqing's beauty to think straight. Forget it, at least he has a lighter. I wasted my anticipation for nothing. However, I must admit, Brother Lu possesses a remarkable talent for culinary arts, coming up with such a method for grilling fish. Come on, Wild fish without seasoning? It must taste horrendous. Hey, do you know why they say there's no cat that doesn't cheat? Cough cough, I told you. Little Lu is quite clever. How could he not start a fire? With a lighter in hand. It's just a matter of flicking it. At that moment in the live stream, Huche noticed Lin Lu had taken out the lighter and quickly cleared his throat, then said softly, "Indeed. I just thought Lin Lu couldn't start a fire because I was misled by the comments. How could a cat start a fire by rubbing wood together? Of course, if he uses a lighter, that's a different matter altogether." Thus, he had always been a supporter of Lin Lu, merely distracted by the barrage of comments. Certainly, it must be so. Anan, upon hearing this, was momentarily puzzled, recalling that Huche had rambled on about a multitude of trivialities and concluded with an utterly ignorant statement. Yet, she could see that Huche's face had become quite thick-skinned, unyielding to embarrassment. I never doubted little Li's capabilities. After all, he is an astute cat. As Anan's gaze shifted to her, Mu Yuqing smiled gently and remarked, "Starting a fire doesn't seem all that surprising to me. At least I remember bringing little Lu along on a camping trip last year. He witnessed my entire process. Given little Li's intelligence, it would be quite easy for him to learn after observing once. Moreover, if I recall correctly, the lighter he produced was the very one I used during our last camping adventure. It seems our classmate Yuqing has already acknowledged little Li's cleverness." Simultaneously, our professor who had predicted little Lu would successfully start a fire. Thank you both for your contributions. Let us now continue to see if little Li's fish grilling feast encounters any further obstacles. Anin, slightly taken aback, still managed to smile as she spoke, inadvertently referencing Huche's thickened skin. Yet internally, he was engulfed in profound bewilderment. What is wrong with this world? One believes a cat could start a fire with a lighter is no cause for alarm, while the other shamelessly fabricates claims of having said something he never did. Ha ha, this is too much. Who Professor's skin grows thicker by the day. Look at Anne's bewildered expression. She seems to be pondering when Who Professor ever said such a thing. Who Professor maintains that as long as I don't read the comments, they are all praising me. Who Professor claims, I've hired a team to bolster my presence. Who dares to challenge me? What surprised me most was how calm Goddess Yuqing appeared after witnessing Brother Lu's actions. Am I falling behind the times? Exactly. Why isn't Goddess Yuqing astonished? Surprised? Is Brother Lu's astonishment not enough? Goddess Yuqing has long since become accustomed to it. A bunch of fussmakers. Back in my day, when I swam in the Pacific, there was even a talking shark. I wasn't fazed. Swimming in the Pacific? A talking shark? That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? How is that absurd? I remember it vividly. The shark nearly devoured me. And then, how did you escape? How did I escape? Let me tell you, it was thrilling. My wife merely slapped me, and then I woke up. Wait, so it was all a dream. Sigh. Thinking about getting up in the middle of the night to wash the sheets is just heartbreaking. Wow, you were scared out of bed by a dream? That is quite impressive. While the comments flourished, Lin Lu finally managed to ignite the fire. He placed the lighter beneath the pile of kindling, and with a flick of his paw, flames erupted. The fire quickly ignited the dry grass at the bottom, and soon, a roaring flame swept through the entire pile. Naturally, Lin Lu had already retreated, placing the lighter back into the canvas bag. Wow, Brother Lu, you're incredible. The dogs, witnessing the sudden blaze, were awestruck. The warm flames offered a comforting reprieve from the chilly river breeze. Today's display of extraordinary events had made them realize that Lin Lu was no ordinary cat. All right, did everyone understand the previous steps? If anyone didn't, fret not. Each dog will have a chance to try it out while I observe and guide. Xiongba, you go first. Since the fish would take some time to cook, he decided to teach the dogs how to fish first. Having already demonstrated once, he felt confident they could learn. He stepped back, signaling for Xiongba to take his turn. Xiongba, hearing this, offered no objections and stepped out from the pack. Approaching the fishing rod, the rod had already been drawn out, so there was no need for him to pull it again. Recalling Lin Lu's earlier movements, Xiongba began to dig into the soft earth with his paw. In no time, he unearthed a worm. Without hesitation, one paw pressed down on the worm while the other grabbed the fish hook, attempting to thread it through. Dog paws, however, lacked the dexterity of cat paws, and Xiongba's large frame caused him to falter several times. Eventually, under Lin Lu's guidance, he managed to pierce the battered worm onto the hook. Having completed this task, Xiongba turned his gaze towards Lin Lu, seemingly inquiring what to do next. Why are you looking at me? Do I have a fish on my face? Just toss it into the river. Lin Lu replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. This clumsy dog, unable to remember such a simple sequence of steps? Yet, Despite his words, he stepped forward to help Xiongba refine his movements. With a swift motion, Xiongba swung his paw, and the hook, now laden with the worm, plunged successfully into the water. Chapter 65. The Art of Deboning Fish. The dogs eagerly gazed at the bobber floating on the river's surface, patiently awaiting a catch. After approximately 10 minutes, the bobber gave a slight dip. Seizing the moment, Xiongba swiftly grasped the fishing rod and yanked it with vigor. The rod danced effortlessly in his grip, and the dogs beheld a silver-scaled whitefish flung ashore. This marked Xiongba's inaugural attempt at fishing. Although the whitefish was modest in size, barely enough to fill a gap between teeth, he was nonetheless elated and rushed over, carefully extracting the fish from the hook with his teeth. He proudly displayed it before the other dogs. "Well done, Xiongba." Linla chuckled at Xiongba's exuberance. The whitefish was indeed small, and there was no rush to prepare it. Instead, Lin Lu suggested that the crucian carp roasting over the fire was likely ready. He instructed Xiongba to fetch a stick and rummage through the embers to retrieve the clay-covered fish. After allowing it to cool slightly, Lin Lu guided Xiongba in breaking apart the outer layer of mud. In an instant, the charred lotus leaves emerged, releasing a faint aroma. At this juncture, Lin Lu grew apprehensive that Xiongba's clumsiness might damage the fish. He approached with utmost care, peeling back the layers of lotus leaves to unveil the steaming crucian carp. The fish exuded warmth, and the tantalizing scent of roasted fish wafted through the air, causing the dogs to salivate. "Brothers, while the fish is technically done at this point, we must attend to a crucial matter, the fish bones." Lin Lu did not rush to indulge, despite his long-standing craving for roasted fish. He remained focused on their objective for the day. With a flourish of his paw, he captured the attention of all the dogs and spoke earnestly. "Fish bones can easily become lodged in our throats, causing us significant harm. Thus, before we partake, our paramount task is to remove the bones." As he spoke, Lin Lu employed the claws on his paw to delicately peel away the fish flesh, revealing glimmering bones beneath. He meticulously searched through every morsel of fish, eliminating all potentially hazardous bones. After approximately 10 minutes of careful work, he presented a plate of pristine, snow-white fish meat. Without hesitation, he took a small bite, savoring the delectable flavor that lingered on his palate. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the freshness of the wild crucian carp surpassed all expectations. "Come, Xiongba, though this crucian carp is small and meager in flesh, let us share it so each brother can enjoy a taste." After relishing a bite, Lin Lu refrained from indulging further, suppressing his appetite and addressing the eager crowd of dogs, who were visibly drooling in anticipation. Upon hearing Lin Lu's words, the dogs were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had not anticipated a share for themselves. Even Xiongba found it hard to believe that such a small fish would be divided among them. Yet, without hesitation, he obeyed Lin Lu's instructions. Each dog received a minuscule portion, roughly the size of a fingertip. Typically, this amount would barely suffice for them. Yet today, each dog relished their morsel with extraordinary joy. Some savored the roasted fish, while others devoured it hastily, feeling a sense of emptiness afterward. However, without exception, all dogs were left yearning for more. "Brothers, do not rush. As long as you learn to fish with me today, opportunities like this will abound in the future. But remember, it is imperative to extract the bones." Noticing the dogs' gazes fixed upon him, Lin Lu spoke solemnly, particularly warning those who devoured their portions without patience. "In the future, I can also invite the cats from the markets and dumpsters to collaborate with you. But it is vital to remember that under my command, we are brothers, and we must uphold principles of equality, reciprocity, fairness, harmony, and camaraderie. Have you all understood?" After a brief silence, Lin Lu raised his head once more. In truth, dogs seem to possess limited patience, while cats appear more suited for the meticulous task of deboning fish. Yet, dogs certainly have their own strengths. This is precisely why he had not taught the cats to fish. There were several reasons. Firstly, cats are not adept swimmers and may encounter danger near the water. Secondly, while cats are nimble, attentive, and patient, they lack the strength, and if they were to catch a large fish, it would be a challenge to pull it in without being dragged under. The ideal scenario would be for the dogs to fish while the cats handle the deboning, fostering teamwork and collaboration. Moreover, this arrangement would allow for the repurposing of food from dumpsters and markets to fill the dog's nutritional needs. Upon reflection, this idea seemed quite feasible. Upon returning, he would prioritize implementing this plan. However, for now, the focus remained on teaching the dogs how to fish. Woof! The dogs responded in unison. raising their heads and barking in agreement, their voices echoing loudly, causing passers-by to flee in fright. Of course, not all fish bones need to be removed. For instance, this little whitefish has exceedingly small bones, and searching for them would be a daunting task. In such cases, what should we do? We simply need to remove the central backbone after cooking, allowing for direct consumption. However, it is essential that the fish is sufficiently chewed in the mouth before swallowing the tiny fragments. Do you understand? As Linla heard their synchronized response, he felt a surge of satisfaction and continued, discussing another possibility. He had not rushed to cook the whitefish because it was too small. Starting with a single fish felt cumbersome. Given the abundance of time, it was unlikely that this would be the only small fish caught. So he decided to wait until more were caught before cooking. Otherwise, using a lotus leaf for a single small fish would quickly deplete their limited supply of leaves along the riverbank. Speaking of lotus leaves, he suddenly realized that their scarcity, compounded by the changing seasons, would undoubtedly fail to meet the needs of the dogs. Should he then consider acquiring a pot for them? After surveying the area, Lin Lu deemed it necessary and even contemplated allowing the dogs to dig a fire pit for the pot. This approach would not only conserve fuel and enhance heat efficiency, but also ensure greater safety. With this thought in mind, Lin Lu promptly resolved to purchase a few iron pots from the market upon returning home that evening. Chapter 66. Fishing skills inferior to dogs. As Lin Lu pondered, the barrage of comments erupted once more. Wow, whoever said that Brother Lu teaching fishing was harming the dog group, please step forward. Step forward if you dare. Who would have thought that Brother Lu would also teach the dogs how to remove fish bones? Brother Lu's moves are simply impressive. Now that Xiong Ba has learned to fish, who was it that claimed the dog group could never learn? I still have my reservations. Do you think Xiong Ba might be benefiting from a beginner's aura? Once that wears off, will the dog group still be able to catch fish every day? What if they all fail one day? Will they go hungry? That seems plausible, with a contemplative expression. No. As an experienced angler, I can assure you that this is undoubtedly a beginner's aura. Gazing at the empty fish basket after a day of fishing, I shed tears of unfulfilled desire. Ha, this is hilarious. Can I mock your fishing skills for being inferior to a dog? It appears that our dear Lu has anticipated the issue of fish bones getting stuck in the dog's throats, and has taken measures accordingly. Xiong Ba was quite impressive as well, successfully reeling in a whitebait on his first attempt. In the live stream, and spoke softly, in fact, I was just about to add that Xiao Lu and Xiong Ba have effectively silenced their critics with their actions. However, upon noticing Hu Che's awkward demeanor, she chose to swallow her words. I told you, with Xiao Lu's intelligence, how could he possibly make such a trivial mistake? But Hu Che, a professor with decades of experience in pet research, quickly regained his composure and shamelessly remarked, it's as if everything unfolding on screen was anticipated by him. Upon hearing Hu Che's words, not only an Enmu Yuqing, but all the viewers in the live stream were left utterly bewildered. When did Professor Hu say that? Am I misremembering? Professor Hu, are you speaking in human language? Should I pull up your previous comments? Professor Hu has truly mastered the art of shamelessness. I feel like Professor Hu's face has become calloused, making him indifferent to criticism. I distinctly remember Professor Hu saying, is it so difficult to acknowledge others' excellence? Exactly. After all, he is a professor with decades of experience in pet research. Could he possibly make a mistake over such trivial matters? Did Professor Hu hire a team of trolls? It's evident that this is a case of reverse trolling. I just want to know, can the dog group really catch fish? At this moment, Lin Lu remained oblivious to the happenings in the live stream, standing by the riverbank outside the northern scrapyard. All right, next dog, Xiao Bai, you go first. After thoroughly consuming the crucian carp and concluding his explanations, Lin Lu proceeded to direct each dog to execute the fishing actions. Hearing this, a white dog stepped forward, somewhat at a loss. However, under Lin Li's scrutinizing gaze, the white dog paused for 3 seconds, then recalled the first step and promptly began to dig with its paws. Soon, a small pit appeared, and lively earthworms emerged before the eager dogs. The white dog, sensing the opportunity, excitedly pressed down on the worms. Subsequently, it carefully threaded the worm onto the fishing hook, demonstrating greater agility than Xiong Ba, as it successfully pierced the worm while leaving it intact. However, when it came time to cast the fishing rod, the white dog made several blunders. Ultimately, it was only through Lin Li's adjustments that it successfully cast the hook into the water. Next came the quiet waiting period, which tested their patience immensely. After approximately 5 minutes, the bobber finally moved. The white dog, fixated on the bobber, immediately yanked back. Yet, this time, there was no resistance. The other dogs could see the gleaming hook glinting in the sunlight. The fish had slipped off the hook. The white dog looked dejectedly at Lin Lu, its eyes seemingly pleading for another chance. All right, when the fishing rod returns tomorrow, there will be plenty of opportunities to try again. For today, Xiaobai, you can step back. There are still other brothers waiting. Despite feeling a pang of sympathy, Lin Lu addressed the dense crowd of dogs, not wanting to wait until they learned to fish and ended up walking home alone in the dark. After all, cats must learn to protect themselves when outside, and wandering in the dark is far from safe. Upon hearing Lin Lu's words, the white dog reluctantly retreated, and another gray stray dog stepped up to repeat the identical actions. Everyone, please remember to conceal the hook within the worm when baiting to prevent obstruction. Likewise, do not allow the worm to remain exposed on the hook for too long, or it may be swallowed by the fish, resulting in a wasted effort. Just like what happened with Xiaobai. As the gray dog was threading the bait, Lin Lu's voice resonated softly. Indeed, the white dog left too much of the worm exposed on the hook, leading to the loss of both bait and fish. However, when it was the gray dog's turn to bait, the shiny hook remained entirely visible. If one were a fish, they certainly wouldn't take the bait. Upon hearing this, the gray dog hastily adjusted the worm, then looked back at Lin Lu with a questioning expression. Upon receiving a nod from Lin Lu, it finally sat down, grasped the fishing rod, and with a synchronized effort of its legs and mouth, cast the hook into the water. As anticipated, there were no surprises this time. After a brief moment, the bobber dipped slightly, and the gray dog anxiously yanked back, the fishing line clearly taut, indicating a fish was caught. Witnessing this scene, the gray dog pulled with all its might, gradually bringing the fish closer to shore. This was a walleye, weighing around 7 taels, larger than the crucian carp Lin Lu had caught earlier. Seeing the sizable fish, Lin Lu rushed forward to assist in reeling it in. At this point, the gray dog had already backed away several meters, clearly unable to retrieve the fish on its own. This indeed highlighted one of the disadvantages of dogs fishing. They lack the agility of humans and must devise a solution. Thus, Lin Lu silently noted this down. After Lin Lu successfully reeled in the walleye, the gray dog appeared exuberant, casually tossing the rod aside. It rushed up to receive the walleye from Lin Lu's mouth, proudly parading it among the other dogs. This was the largest fish caught thus far, and it filled him with immense pride. All right, Xiao Hui, follow the steps I just demonstrated to process the fish. Seeing the gray dog's childlike actions, Lin Lu chuckled and shook his head, softly stating, indeed, the dog group is akin to children in their mentality, yet circumstances have forced them into a life of wandering. Upon hearing Lin Lu's words, the gray dog ceased its display and began to recall Lin Lu's actions, preparing to gut the walleye. Chapter 67. Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. As the greyhound dealt with the fish, Lin Lu promptly arranged for the next dog to step forward. With the demonstration from Lin Lu and the 3 dogs, the subsequent canines exhibited a remarkable proficiency in their movements. They skillfully dug for worms, threaded bait, cast their lines, and waited patiently. Meanwhile, under Lin Lu's guidance, the greyhound expertly gutted the fish, removing its entrails with precision. Following this, they approached the riverbank to clean the fish thoroughly and, with Lin Lu's assistance, wrapped it in a lotus leaf. At this juncture, Xiongba had already prepared some mud, applying it to the exterior of the leaf. The fire had dwindled somewhat, so he added more dry grass and twigs, causing the flames to roar back to life in a vibrant dance of heat. Witnessing this scene, Lin Lu felt a twinge of haste. It seemed a considerable amount of fuel was being wasted, akin to depleting a resource without foresight. It would be wiser to wait until more fish were caught before cooking them all together. Thus, he conveyed his thoughts to the dogs, urging them to take heed. What? Brother Lu understands the importance of waiting until more fish are caught before cooking? What kind of cat is this? Yuqing, have you ever considered sending Brother Lu to school? School? What grade? Kindergarten? Primary school? Are you underestimating Brother Li's intelligence? Exactly. I feel Brother Lu could skip straight to university. Perhaps we should inquire if Jiang University has any special admissions available. Am I the only one salivating at the sight of the grilled fish? What's so appetizing about it? That fish was just bitten by a dog. Are you sure you don't mind? In that case, perhaps we'll pass. To everyone's surprise, Lin Lu's culinary skills were exceptional, and the dogs displayed remarkable eagerness to learn, quickly mastering the art of fishing. In the live stream, Anin spoke softly. The unfolding scenes were genuinely astonishing to her, especially Lin Lu's suggestion to wait for more fish before cooking to conserve fuel. Goodness, what kind of cat is this? Not only is it exceptionally clever, but it also understands the value of conservation. Ahem. In truth, dogs possess significant learning capabilities and even the ability to think independently. In our daily lives, we can teach dogs complex maneuvers, even when there is a language barrier. Moreover, with seamless communication like Lin Li's, this is hardly surprising. Upon hearing this, Hu Che stroked his goatee, adjusted his glasses, and spoke with an air of profound wisdom. If one were merely to observe his demeanor, he indeed resembled a learned professor. But wait, was he not a professor already? Hu Professor sounds so reasonable, I almost believed him. Remember, hardly surprising is key. Make sure to note that for the exam. Yeah, today someone informed me that dogs can fish. It's hardly surprising. Haha, I can't stop laughing. After the ordinary person, Hu Professor has redefined the phrase hardly surprising. I often wonder what Hu Professor has been up to in his decades of pet research. Please do not speak ill of Hu Professor. Isn't he correct? Indeed. Hu Professor makes valid points, though his phrasing could use refinement. The water army is in position. I just saw a comment asking when we plan to send Xiaola to school. What do you think, Yuqing? Anan noticed the escalating banter and felt somewhat overwhelmed. It seemed the audience had begun to spar with Hu Che, finding fault in everything he said. At least she believed that aside from the phrase hardly surprising, Hu Che had not erred at all. Yet, as the conversation heated up, she felt compelled to redirect. Thus, she posed a question to Mu Yuqing. School? That's an excellent idea. However, I suspect no teacher would be willing to instruct such a mischievous cat. Mu Yuqing pondered for a moment before responding with a gentle smile. Of course, she understood An's intent and was merely playing along. Yet, in truth, she had always believed Xiaola to be an obedient and docile cat. If not for the live stream of Pet Base Camp, she might still be unaware of the truth. Fighting, climbing walls, breaking out of prisons, hoarding treasures, forming criminal syndicates. Which of these could be deemed obedient or docile? Moreover, I have no plans to send Lin Lu to school. My reasoning is simple. Almost everyone dislikes school during their own time there. And I believe cats would feel the same. Additionally, cats have a short lifespan and should be free to play without worry. Why should I impose unnecessary suffering upon Xiaola? Even if Xiaola were exceptionally intelligent, the principle remains unchanged. This is akin to how I did not subject Xiaola to sterilization. Not everything one assumes is understood by a cat. Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. Haha, I find Xiaola quite adorable, but alas, I am not a teacher. Initially, An's question had been lighthearted, and upon hearing Mu Yuqing's response, she chuckled softly. However, midway through her laughter, she suddenly paused, her gaze involuntarily drawn to Hu Che. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, she asked, "Wait, speaking of teachers, Professor Hu, are you still teaching? Have you considered enrolling Xiaola as a student?" Hu Che, seated on the sofa, was relishing his recent eloquence, feeling quite distinguished. Then he heard An's question and was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Enroll a cat as a student? Had he lost his mind? Moreover, the most critical aspect was that this particular cat had exasperated him to the point of nearly losing his breath, wanting to send it away. Now, he was to consider making this cat his student? Wasn't An genuinely testing his patience? If Lin Lu were willing to be his guinea pig, perhaps he would entertain the thought. At present, Hu Che could not claim to abhor Lin Lu, but he certainly felt a strong resentment. Thank goodness one was on screen and the other off. Otherwise, a confrontation between the two would be inevitable. Ahem. If I had such a student, I would wager it wouldn't last 3 days. Either it would end up as a cat meat hot pot, or I would find myself carried up a mountain in a blaze of fire. The mere thought of this cat becoming his student only fueled Hu Che's ire. Yet, he had to respond to An's inquiry. After clearing his throat, he spoke softly. What? Hu Professor still wishes for a showdown with Brother Lo? Hu Professor has it wrong. It wouldn't last 3 days. You would be the one carried up a mountain in flames. The first scenario is simply impossible. What? Old Hu, do you still want to clash with Brother Lo? Have the dozens of dog brothers at the junkyard in the north consented? And what about the hundreds of cat brothers at the trash heap and the market? Alas, Hu Professor, this line of thinking is ill-advised. Harmony should be paramount. By the way, judging by Hu Professor's expression, is Brother Lu really that detestable? Of course. In just 2 days of streaming, Hu Professor has been slapped in the face over 10 times. If it were you would be grinding your teeth too. I feel Hu Professor has been quite restrained compared to the adjacent live stream, where the professor reportedly ended up hospitalized from anger. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore, truly. It is said that everyone on Douyin is exceptionally talented and articulate. Chapter 68. Cats feast on fish, dogs devour meat. Ultraman battles monsters as the gentle spring breeze mingled with the fading sunlight. The sky gradually dimmed. On the desolate land by the river in the northern junkyard of the city, fierce flames danced. Within the inferno, clods of earth cracked under the intense heat. This was the bounty of the dog pack after a long afternoon. Having completed their fishing, the dogs eagerly gazed at the fire. Lin Lu, too, rubbed his paws with satisfaction, clearly pleased. That should be sufficient. Let's unearth it all. Judging the time, Lin Lu finally spoke after deeming the fish adequately cooked. The dogs, waiting expectantly, rushed forward to pry apart the clods of earth with sticks. Hold on, it's still a bit hot. Lin Lu cautioned as a gray dog yelped in pain after a brief touch of its paw against the clay. He sighed, recognizing the dog's impatience. It's fine for now. But if I weren't here, I can only imagine how some might recklessly consume the fish without removing the bones. I must reiterate, fish bones can become lodged in your throat. Before eating fish, you must remove the bones and thoroughly chew the flesh before swallowing. Any defiance will result in expulsion from the northern junkyard. Now let's dig in. The coolness of the spring afternoon still lingered by the riverside. After a brief wait, the earth had cooled sufficiently. Lin Lu issued one last warning, his gaze stern, for maintaining discipline was paramount in managing a team. Thus, he would show no mercy to dogs lacking in discipline. The commotion among the dogs, stirred by the roasting fish, quieted under Lin Li's words. After all, they were a pack of strays, accustomed to the whims of fate regarding their meals. With the fish now roasting before them, many dogs harbored a false sense of security. Thinking, surely, a fish bone won't lodge itself in my throat. I can sneak a bite without him noticing. However, Lin Lu's declaration dispelled such thoughts completely. Where else could they wander if they left the northern junkyard? Moreover, Lin Lu had proven himself worthy of their trust today. The pack fell silent for a moment. But with Lin Lu's command to dig in, excitement surged again. One by one, the dogs eagerly clawed at the mud, revealing the golden lotus leaves beneath. All right, take it slow, lift the leaves, and begin removing the bones. Lin Lu commanded with calm authority, having already calculated the distribution of the clods among the dogs. In the end, each group of 5 dogs was allotted one clod of earth. These clods were fairly uniform in size, and the fish within were similarly comparable. If a large fish was present, it would be solitary, while a small fish would number several within a single clod. Considering this, today's yield appeared rather meager, clearly. One fish would not suffice for 5 dogs. However, today was primarily about teaching the pack to fish, and with only one fishing rod in their possession. Lin Lu felt quite satisfied with the outcome. Under Lin Lu's orders, the dogs began peeling back the lotus leaves, their mouths watering at the aroma of the roasted fish. Yet, with Lin Lu's command echoing in their minds, they dared not indulge recklessly. From the 5 dogs, 2 were designated to extract the bones. At that moment, those fortunate enough to receive the smaller fish rejoiced. For any small fish Lin Lu had placed in a clod was uniform in type, allowing for direct consumption without bone removal. Imagining the other dogs laboriously extracting bones while they feasted heartily was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Even small fish had bones, albeit less threatening. However, you must still chew carefully. Heed my warning. Just as they were about to indulge, Lin Lu appeared behind them, silent as a shadow, his voice cutting through the air. The dogs, startled, dared not argue. They nodded vigorously before cautiously picking up the small fish and swallowing them whole. Stray dogs rarely savored their food, yet under Lin Li's watchful gaze, they adhered strictly to his orders, chewing each morsel thoroughly, ensuring no bones remained intact before swallowing. Seeing this, Lin Lu finally felt reassured and gracefully padded away. After inspecting a few more dining spots and correcting some dog's bone extraction techniques, he contentedly approached the other side of the fire. Here lay another clod untouched by any dog, reserved for himself. After all, he had been craving roasted fish all day. It wouldn't do for the dogs to relish their meal while he merely watched idly. The clod in front of Lin Lu was slightly smaller than the others, containing just a modest-sized crucian carp. Such a small fish could hardly satisfy his appetite. Yet it was a deliberate choice. He was not a famished dog. His brothers could not feast while he indulged. Although Lin Lu could have selected the largest fish available without objection from the dogs, fostering their loyalty required his own restraint. Ah, how delightful! Gazing at the golden, crispy fish before him, Lin Lu wasted no time and took a hearty bite. As the saying goes, cats eat fish, dogs consume meat, and Ultraman battles monsters. As a cat with a particular fondness for fish, Lin Lu was quite adept at devouring it without preemptively removing the bones. In no time, His barbed tongue meticulously scraped every morsel of fish, leaving behind only a skeletal structure barely resembling a fish. Upon finishing, he elegantly wiped his mouth and looked up to find the dogs still struggling with their bone extraction. This illustrated the notion that mastery comes with experience. One cannot rush the process. After letting out a satisfied belch, Lin Lu rejoined the pack, imparting wisdom on the art of bone removal. Wow, as expected, Lu Gu is impressively swift. I barely caught a glimpse of the fish before it was reduced to a pile of bones. Indeed, a cat-eating fish is a true professional. So quick. Yes, let it be known, Lu Gu is incredibly fast. I hope you're implying that Lu Gu eats fish rapidly. What? Lu Gu needs only 3 seconds? What? Is Lu Gu incapable? To the one above, Lu Gu and his knife will arrive at the battlefield in 3 minutes. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. The dog pack is so earnest. I've never seen such serious dogs before, right? This shows Lu Gu has great leadership qualities. They all respect him, not just the dogs. Even I find myself admiring Lu Gu. Is there a difference? To the one above, I advise you to be kind. We can see that the dogs, under Lin Lu's guidance, are methodically extracting the bones. This scene is truly unprecedented for me. Professor Hu, do you have any insights on this phenomenon? As she observed the unfolding scene, and gently covered her lips, speaking softly. When one thinks of a dog pack, chaos often comes to mind. Yet, a pack so orderly and obedient has indeed never been heard of. Chapter 69. The day is late. We shall reconvene tomorrow. What insights do I possess? Upon hearing Anne's inquiry, Hu Che felt a wave of apprehension. Such a scene was unprecedented, not only for an inn but even for him, a professor engaged in pet research for decades. Therefore, what insights could he possibly offer? However, since he was participating in a live broadcast, he could not allow the conversation to languish. Thus, he spoke softly. Indeed, a well-disciplined and obedient canine team is quite rare. Yet we understand that dogs, comparatively, are more amenable to training than cats. Dogs are our loyal companions, frequently visible in our daily lives. In fact, various specialized roles, such as military, police, rescue, and drug detection dogs, involve canines that exhibit remarkable discipline due to rigorous training. Thus, while such orderly dog groups are uncommon, their existence is not entirely absent. At this juncture, Hu Che felt somewhat parched and took a sip from his thermos before continuing. However, this discipline is cultivated through extensive training. The dog groups at the Northern Junkyard achieved their current level of orderliness in a short time largely due to Xiao Li's exceptional leadership. Nonetheless, I urge everyone to approach this matter with rationality. Fishing and removing fish bones are tasks that trained dogs can accomplish, but they do not necessarily need to. With Hu Che's words, he reflected on the content and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He had articulated some very sound points, and surely the barrage of comments would find little to mock him about. Indeed, Professor Hu speaks the truth. Comparing military, police, rescue, and detection dogs to the strays from the Northern Junkyard shows just how highly Professor Hu regards our Lu Gu. What can't be compared? They are all dogs. Their instincts and intelligence levels are quite similar. Do you think there is no selection process? Being on the payroll is vastly different from being off it. Wait. Professor Hu mentioned that these dogs undergo extensive training, yet Lu Gu effortlessly achieved similar results with the junkyard strays. Doesn't that imply that Lu Gu is stop right there? My friend, such thoughts are not welcome. I don't know what you're calculating. But how can you express such veiled thoughts? Professor Hu already stated that Lu Gu's ability to instill discipline in the dog pack stems from mutual understanding. Exactly. If humans could master the language of dogs, they too could train them in a short time, much like the relationship between a boss and an employee. Whoa. Can you speak more respectfully? I admit I am working hard for a few paltry coins, but must you be so blunt? In summary, this underscores the significance of foreign languages. So, my brothers, are you still resistant to learning a foreign tongue? What does learning a foreign language have to do with this? Why can't foreigners learn our language? Why, you ask? It seems you still do not understand. What he means is that the first step to training a dog is mastering its language. Ahem, I clarify that I am referring solely to dogs. Any misinterpretation or distortion of meaning leading to legal consequences is not my responsibility. Oh, I see. I'll find a movie to learn the language of the islands. Ahem. Let us take this conversation elsewhere. Just as the discussion in the chat room heated up, Lin Lu finally awaited the dogs to finish their meal. As for cleaning up the area, he need not concern himself with it. He had assigned it to Xiongba. In fact, there was little to clean up, as ashes, fish bones, and lotus leaves were not strictly considered waste, and nature would rapidly decompose them. However, This area would certainly become a foraging ground for the northern junkyard dog pack. An excessive mess would be somewhat inconvenient. There were other plans as well, all delegated to Shomba. All right, brothers, the day has grown late. I must take my leave. Farewell. Lin Lu yawned, stretched languidly, and spoke softly. He then walked out with the grace of a cat. By this time, night had fully descended, but fortunately, Lin Li's cat eyes possessed night vision, preventing him from losing his way. Woof. We bid you farewell, Lugu. The dog pack promptly ceased their activities, gazing at Lin Lu with respect, standing tall and barking in unison. A chorus of barks resounded across the wasteland, startling a few passers-by who fled in fright. The dog's farewell was heartfelt, a stark contrast to their previous performance. Lin Lu's teachings that day had imparted immense value to them, a skill they would carry throughout their lives. Thus, they bid him farewell with genuine sincerity. Upon hearing the harmonious barking, Lin Lu paused, momentarily perplexed. Had he not understood dog language, he might have thought the pack was plotting against him. Yet, he offered no reply, merely continuing forward, waving a paw as he vanished into the underbrush. The journey home was shrouded in a hazy atmosphere. Despite the dim glow of the streetlights, it barely sufficed. In the live broadcast room, the chatter had subsided, and Anun and the others appeared somewhat listless. The moment the dogs feasted on the fish, darkness had nearly enveloped the area, compounded by the lengthy night ahead with little content to share. After a long day of sitting, they were weary and yearned to conclude their shift. However, uncertain if Lin Lu would spark any new developments upon returning to the villa, and lacking directives from the backstage leaders, they hesitated to end the broadcast. Well then, let us conclude today's live stream here. Thank you all for tuning into Pet Headquarters. We shall reconvene tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp. Farewell, dear viewers. Anun joyfully exclaimed upon receiving instructions from the backstage. Her spirits lifted. Clearly, it had been another exciting day. As if Lin Lu would continuously surprise them with the extraordinary. Ah no, what if Lugu returns to the villa for other projects? Anun, please don't. I haven't seen enough yet. Don't end the stream, Professor who hasn't finished his mocking quota for the day. I just want to admire Goddess Yuqing a little longer. She is simply stunning. Enough. Who can sit for an entire day without fatigue? If you truly care for an and Goddess Yuqing, you should let them end the stream. Indeed. What about Professor Hu, that old soul? I wonder if he can endure. If not, he shouldn't return tomorrow. Haha. Alright, I'm off. Good night, Anun. Farewell, Goddess Yuqing. Professor Hu. Keep up the good work tomorrow. Good night. Chapter 70. A group of mischievous children. Lin Lu was immersed in his journey. The dim yellow glow of the streetlights and the sparse silhouettes of passers-by wavering before his eyes. The night always enveloped one in a sense of tranquil repose. Walking along the sidewalk, Lin Lu felt as though everything in the world was detached from him. However, was that truly the case? Oh look, there's a lovely little cat over there. Indeed, as Lin Lu strolled leisurely, he soon found himself under the watchful gaze of a group of mischievous children. Upon hearing their voices, he glanced up and realized he was in a children's park, a favored spot for parents to bring their young ones for play. A cluster of approximately 10 mischievous kids was eyeing him with keen interest. At this sight, Lin Li's heart sank, and an ominous intuition took root within him. In his previous life, he had heard tales of the notorious reputation of such children and had always steered clear of them. Moreover, he was currently in the form of a cat. Hence, once he was targeted by the group, he took but a moment to contemplate before making the most prudent decision, to flee. With a swift leap, he darted into the nearby bushes. Through the shadows of the foliage, he indeed caught sight of the group of children rushing towards him, arms flailing in excitement. Meow. Lin Lu let out a resigned chuckle. Intending to take advantage of the darkness to make his escape, cautiously maneuvering around the group of children. There's the cat. However, a child from who knows where spotted him, pointing in his direction. Instantly, Lin Lu saw the children change course and charge towards him. He remained unfazed, confident that with his speed, it would be impossible for a group of children to catch him. Thus, he bent his legs, preparing to spring away. Yet, he was met with an unexpected sight. Some of the children, having inexplicably procured stones, were hurling them at him. Meow. Grass. Lin Lu mentally exclaimed, quickly dodging. Even a mud doll has its temper. The phrase "don't stoop to the level of children" was non-existent in his lexicon. Consequently, Lin Lu decided to teach these children a lesson, boldly advancing towards them instead of retreating. Wow. The children, seeing Lin Lu approach with a fierce demeanor, were momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, some began to cry. What does a child's cry signify? It is the call of a parent. Lin Lu's heart momentarily halted as he noticed large figures emerging from the crowd, shouting at him. Faced with this, he felt helpless. How could a mere cat contend with humans, let alone a multitude of them? Thus, he begrudgingly abandoned his intention to reprimand the children and turned to leave. Yet, one had to question the caliber of parents who could raise such mischievous children. He suddenly heard a formidable gust of wind behind him, and a stone, roughly the size of a fist, whizzed past him. Witnessing this, Lin Lu dared not hesitate and bolted forward. However, the strength and accuracy of adults were markedly superior. A small stone struck his hind leg squarely. Meow. Lin Lu yelped in pain and dashed into the woods ahead, while the parents, having exceeded their range of attack, ceased their efforts. It was only then that he crouched behind a tree, glancing back at the children and their parents, silently committing the identity of the one who had struck him to memory. After this ordeal, he began to assess the injury on his leg. Fortunately, the distance had diminished the stone's force, and he merely had some redness and swelling. His bone remained unscathed. A bit of ointment upon returning home, and he would likely recuperate within 2 days. Nevertheless, he silently vowed to remember this grievance. Who was right or wrong in this situation was evident to any discerning eye. Yet, the one who bore the brunt of the injury was he, simply because he was but a creature. With a heavy heart, Lin Lu continued his trek homeward. And with each step, the path seemed interminable, the night increasingly daunting. Finally, after an undetermined duration, he arrived at the entrance of the villa. Slipping through the cat door, he opted not to climb through the window, instead opening the front door and stepping inside. Extending his paw to press the switch, the room was instantly illuminated. Observing the state of his injury, he refrained from immediate treatment, instead wiping his paws on the carpet before venturing into the kitchen. Indeed, after a long afternoon, he had only consumed a small fish, leaving his stomach yearning for sustenance. Compared to the moderate injury on his leg, he found his hunger to be of greater significance. Moreover, he had further plans for the evening. Thus, Lin Lu dragged his weary body to the kitchen, preparing to roast himself a chicken leg. This was not due to a sudden reduction in his appetite, but rather a desire for something more varied than just a single chicken leg. After discarding the refuse, he returned to the living room, approached the cat food shelf, and selected a modest bag of cat food to pour into his bowl. However, at that moment, he could not ignore the lingering effects of his injury. At least when jumping down, the pain in his leg was decidedly uncomfortable. While revenge was assured, the method of enacting it required careful consideration. Whether he arranged for a pack of cats or dogs to exact vengeance, he was acutely aware of the ramifications that would ensue. As a former human, he understood the intricacies of human society well. In the northern junkyard, there existed a vast multitude of stray dogs, while the refuse heaps and markets harbored stray cats. If no incidents occurred, all could coexist peacefully. But should news emerge of these strays injuring humans, the consequences would be dire. This was precisely why Lin Lu was reluctant to deploy either the dogs or the cats. As for taking matters into his own paws, he dismissed that notion as well, for he did not wish to burden Mu Yuqing with trouble. Thus, he concluded that this matter required prolonged deliberation. After all, a gentleman's revenge is best served cold, and there was no need to jeopardize himself over a less than admirable individual. With these thoughts in mind, the oven timer chimed, prompting Lin Lu to cease his musings and head into the kitchen. There were more pressing matters at hand. Eating was of utmost importance. After consuming a chicken leg and the cat food, he washed the dishes, ensuring the kitchen was spotless before entering the bathroom. Indeed, the reason he had not tended to his injury first was that he needed a bath. After playing soccer with the cats in the morning and commanding the dogs to fish by the river in the afternoon, he was covered in sweat and the distinct odor of fish. Lin Lu prided himself on his cleanliness. Under such circumstances, a restful slumber was impossible. As he turned the faucet, warm water enveloped him. He retrieved a cat-specific shower gel, lathered it over his body, and reluctantly rinsed off the foam before shutting off the water. Stepping out of the bathroom, he used his personal towel to dry his damp fur before activating the blow-dryer. The warm air caressed his body, invigorating him. If not for the persistent ache in his leg, it would have been even more delightful. After a brief moment, once his fur had dried, Lin Lu limped toward the medicine cabinet. Upon reaching the cabinet, he noticed something peculiar. Pet headquarters? What could this be? Lin Li's gaze fell upon a delivery box in the corner, and he focused on the sender's details, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Chapter 71. This is quite reasonable. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's live broadcast of Pet Headquarters. I am your host, Akin. At 9 o'clock the following morning, the live stream of Pet Headquarters commenced punctually, once again graced by Anne's radiant smile as she greeted the audience. Beside her, occupying the central position on the sofa, was our familiar face, Professor Hu Che, a distinguished scholar in the field of pet research. After a night of adjustment, a confident smile adorned his aged visage, leaving one to wonder how many more humiliations he must endure before his confidence shatters completely. I am Mu Yuqing. In contrast to Hu Che and Anan, Mu Yuqing's expression appeared rather lackluster. Even with subtle makeup, the dark circles under her eyes remained evident. There was an air of melancholy about her, a stark departure from her usual demeanor. If yesterday she exuded grace and elegance, today she seemed akin to a fragile beauty reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. Good morning, my dear Anan. It's wonderful to see you again. Anan, I love you. Oh, Professor Hu dares to show up today? Professor Hu has come with a mission. He won't leave until he has been embarrassed at least 10 times. Only 10 times? Surely, you underestimate our esteemed Professor Hu. Exactly, if he can't manage 10. Wouldn't that mean he has to sit at the children's table? Professor Hu, are you all polite now? Have you noticed that Goddess Yuqing looks rather unwell today? Indeed. Did she not rest well last night? Those dark circles are glaring. My heart aches for Goddess Yuqing. Just looking at her makes me want to give her a warm hug. Upstairs, your thoughts are rather fanciful. Yuqing, your complexion seems off today. Did you not rest well last night? Upon noticing the barrage of comments, Anan finally acknowledged Mu Yuqing's unusual state, her surprise evident as she inquired. Last night, they had all finished work on time and even gathered for a celebratory dinner to mark the splendid launch of Pet Headquarters. The evening had concluded quite early, allowing ample time for rest. Yes, I had insomnia last night. Mu Yuqing forced a smile, her voice soft. However, unbeknownst to An and Hu Che, after the dinner, Mu Yuqing had approached the leadership of the Pet Headquarters production team, requesting to withdraw from the live broadcast. Given the current popularity of the show, the producers, not being foolish, could not acquiesce to her request. Thus, the situation ended in discord. She had contemplated leveraging her family connections to persuade the production team or even the television station, yet her conscience held her back. After all, this hesitation is a common trait among kind-hearted university students, leading her to ponder throughout the night, resulting in her lack of rest. Even now, she remained uncertain about how to proceed. Is that so? You must take care to rest. Anan blinked, her skepticism evident. After all, with Mu Yuqing's affluent background, what could possibly trouble her sleep? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and a glimmer of contemplation appeared in her gaze. What if her insomnia was related to Pet Headquarters? Anan, being quite astute, quickly surmised Mu Yuqing's concerns. It was evident that Xiao Li's behavior had long surpassed that of an ordinary cat. Even Professor Hu Che, a globally renowned expert with decades of experience, found himself at a loss when it came to Xiao Lu. Could this unusual behavior attract the attention of the authorities? Might they take Xiao Lu away for research purposes? Even if not, Xiao Lu would likely spend the rest of its days in a dismal confinement. Thus, Mu Yuqing's sleepless nights must be due to these worries. In truth, based on my extensive experience in pet research, Xiao Li's behavior, while indeed peculiar, does not warrant excessive alarm. Therefore, dear viewers, do not be overly astonished. I also have plans to cultivate a similarly intelligent feline after the program concludes, hoping to bring it to this grand stage. I wonder if our audience anticipates that. And Anne's musings momentarily cast a silence over the broadcast. Hu Che, perceiving the exchange between Mu Yuqing and Anan, seized the opportunity to interject with a smile, while his words were delivered in jest for the audience. They served to reassure Mu Yuqing. From his professional perspective, Xiao Lu's current behavior, though exceeding the norm for a cat, had not yet reached the threshold of his research interest. As long as Xiao Lu refrains from exhibiting incomprehensible behaviors or causing conflicts with humans, the authorities would likely remain oblivious to this feline. However, he harbored concerns that Xiao Lu might still possess undisclosed peculiarities. To cultivate a cat that could rival Lugu, old Hu, do you really think you stand a chance? What level are you at to even dare compare to our Lugu? Although Goddess Yuqing may not have rested well, I can't shake the feeling that Professor Hu seems to have not woken up at all. Surprised? What is there to be surprised about? Even if Lugu spoke, we would hardly be astonished. Professor Hu, don't mind the disparagement in the comments. After all, no one is perfect. No one can please everyone. When they insult you, just consider it as them barking at a dog. Am I the only one who is truly excited? If such an intelligent cat like Lugu could be mass-produced, I would certainly want one. Want another one? Aren't you afraid it would disdain your intellect? All right, everyone, let us not dwell on Professor Hu. He acknowledges his missteps. Professor Who slowly typed a question mark, stating, "I have no such intentions." Professor Who's reasoning was sound. The marvels of nature lie in its diversity, which inevitably gives rise to the extraordinary. Just as humanity comprises individuals with varying intelligence, from those with an IQ of 90 to geniuses reaching 300, the emergence of a cat like Xiao Lu is entirely justifiable. Now, let us see what the feline prodigy Xiao Lu is up to. Anin observed the comments targeting Hu Che and chuckled helplessly. Since the broadcast began, the animosity directed at Professor Who had indeed stabilized. But now that the live stream had commenced, there was no possibility of interruption. She gathered her thoughts and, smiling, spoke gently. Then, signaling to the director. The screen in the live studio flickered before revealing the scene. There lay Lin Lu, sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. However, before anyone could discern the contents of the phone, Lin Lu had already turned off the screen, setting it aside. Chapter 72. I suggest you keep your cawing to yourself after putting down her phone. Lin Lu yawned out of boredom. Then picked up the remote control and turned on the television, casually selecting a program to watch in silence. Our little genius seems rather subdued today. Anin remarked softly in the live stream, noticing Lin Li's lack of enthusiasm. It was the first time she had seen him so unremarkable. It felt somewhat unusual. But wait. Unremarkable? A cat watching television is hardly unremarkable. If it were any other cat, it would surely astonish the audience. Yet they had grown accustomed to Lin Li's peculiar antics. So it was not surprising to see him simply engrossed in a show. Wait, is that an injury on Lin Li's leg? Meanwhile, Hu Che's keen observation skills kicked in. His gaze briefly scanned before settling on Lin Li's hind leg, which bore an evident swollen bruise. Lin Lu had instinctively placed that leg on top, likely to avoid putting pressure on it. Seeing this, Hu Che quickly deduced, based on his decades of experience in pet research, that Lin Lu must have sustained an injury, prompting him to express his surprise. What? The one who reacted most intensely to the news of Lin Li's injury was Mu Yuqing. She sprang from the couch, her gaze fixated on the screen. After scrutinizing Lin Li's entire body, she too noticed the swelling on his leg and instantly felt a surge of concern. How could Lin Li be injured? Upon hearing Hu Che's words, Anin also observed the swelling on Lin Li's leg and became puzzled. Given Lin Li's intelligence and agility, coupled with the fact that he had become the dominant force among the local animals, it was hard to believe that anything could harm him in the vicinity of the villa. But why was he injured now? Did he twist his ankle while climbing a wall? That theory seemed implausible. She had never heard of a cat twisting its ankle. Could it have been an altercation with the short-haired yellow cats from Sonli Food City or the clever ones from Pingan Bridge? That too seemed unlikely, as there had been no visible conflict during yesterday's livestream. Was it a human who did this? Anin paused, her expression turning contemplative. What's wrong with Le Gu today? He seems rather low-spirited. Indeed, even this television program isn't worth a dog's attention. Le Gu, get up and rally the dogs for some fishing. As the comments poked fun at Lin Lu, Hu Che's startled exclamation shifted the mood entirely. What? Lin Gu is injured? Where? Let me see. Goodness, it's true. The swelling on his hind leg is quite pronounced. I wonder how severe the injury is. Does he need to go to the hospital? I hope it's not broken. Exactly. If it is broken and not treated promptly, he might limp for the rest of his life. He might even earn a nickname in the underworld. Lame Lu. Uft. You're the one who is going to be lame. I'm a medical student. It's clear that Lin Gu's injury is merely superficial and will heal within 2 to 3 days. Medical student? What level is that? Do medical students even qualify to treat Lin Gu? We need a chief physician or a medical school professor. A chief physician would suffice, but let us skip the professor. Just look at Professor Hu. Hello everyone. I am the chief of orthopedics at the First People's Hospital in Los Angeles. Let me take a look. Wow, a foreign doctor. Hurry, help Lin Gu and assess the severity of the injury. Damn it, scammer. What are you doing here at such a critical time? Lin Ji's leg is the priority. Right. Even the name of the hospital is misspelled. How can he be a chief? Have you considered that the First People's Hospital in Los Angeles doesn't sound credible at all? At this moment in the live stream, Mu Yuqing was nearly on the verge of abandoning the broadcast due to her worry. Yuqing, please don't fret. What if Lin Lu is just fine? Anin quickly reassured her. She then cast a questioning look toward the backstage team, silently urging them for guidance on how to proceed. It would be quite inhumane to continue the live stream while a pet was injured. The backstage leadership felt overwhelmed. They had encountered similar situations before. However, past participants had all joined for a grand prize, and none had chosen to withdraw midway. After offering some compensation, the contestants had remained in the live stream without issue. But Mu Yuqing's situation could not be handled in the same manner. considering the villa's worth of 80 million. Yuching, there's no need to panic. With my decades of experience in pet research, I can confidently say that Lin Lu has only sustained a superficial injury. There's no need for treatment, and he will recover in a couple of days. Hu Che, having observed the screen for a while, finally lifted his head, adjusted his glasses, and spoke earnestly. Indeed, look at the comments. Even a doctor has stated that Lin Lu's injury is merely superficial. We shouldn't be overly anxious. Let us just observe for now. And then chimed in, hastily urging the backstage team with her gaze for a resolution. Though she was comforting Mu Yuqing, she also wished to avoid any lasting repercussions from Lin Li's injury. After all, how could anyone not adore such a clever and lovable cat? Damn, Professor Hu. It would have been better if you had kept quiet. Now it seems even more dubious. Exactly. While I also believe Lin Gu's injury is just superficial, the moment Professor Hu spoke, the situation seemed to grow more ambiguous. Professor Hu, I suggest you keep your calling to yourself. If anything happens to Lin Gu, you're in serious trouble. I still think it's more important to pause the live stream and let Goddess Yuqing take Lin Gu home for treatment. Absolutely. The production team shouldn't be so heartless. Indeed, a longtime pet is akin to family. Witnessing a beloved pet in pain is a heart-wrenching experience that those without pets could never comprehend. So you're saying having a pet is like having a father, and you treat your father that well? What is wrong with you? What does my affection for my pet have to do with how I treat my father? Exactly. Even if you only feed your dog cornmeal 3 times a day, you would still feel heartbroken if it got injured. What does that have to do with being good to pets? Should we all be cold-blooded creatures without emotions? Damn, what is wrong with you? If you can talk, then speak. If you can't, get lost. We're not your family to coddle you. Indeed, while I don't favor those who spoil their pets excessively, your words are truly harsh, and you've insulted everyone who loves their pets. All right, everyone, let us all calm down. There is no need to let such individuals ruin the atmosphere of the live stream. Let us wait and see how the production team arranges things before proceeding. Chapter 73. The National Treasure Level Professor. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room plummeted to an icy silence due to Lin Li's leg injury. Mu Yuqing, as Lin Li's caretaker, was naturally worried about her feline companion's condition and insisted on leaving. Meanwhile, an uncomforted Mu Yuqing from the side, frequently casting pleading glances toward the backstage. Yuqing, how about this? You may not fully trust my judgment, but I know a veterinary authority. Perhaps we could ask him for assistance. Hu Che furrowed his brow deeply, feeling helpless regarding the disbelief from both the bullet screen and Mu Yuqing towards his judgment. However, after a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked in his mind, and he gently spoke up. Upon hearing Hu Che's words, Mu Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, a trace of contemplation flickering in her eyes as she quieted down a bit. After all, even if she returned home now, she would still need to take Xiao Lu to the hospital for treatment. Since Hu Che mentioned knowing a veterinary expert, it would be prudent to have him take a look first. Then it's settled. Professor Hu, I entrust this to you. Noticing Mu Yuqing's hesitation, Anin sensed the opportunity and softly encouraged her. After all, an incident occurring mid-broadcast could tarnish her professional reputation if not handled well. The beads of sweat on her forehead were a testament to her previous anxiety when she couldn't think of a solution. Now that Hu Che had proposed a resolution, she naturally felt relieved and cast a grateful glance at him. Regardless of the outcome, whether Xiao Li's injury was severe or not, Mu Yuqing's decision to stay provided the broadcast leadership with time to contemplate and make a decision. All right, thank you, Professor Hu. Mu Yuqing finally relented, speaking softly. At that moment, Hu Che took out his phone and began searching through his contacts until he found a friend. My mentor is truly remarkable. A veritable giant in the field of veterinary medicine, having received the lifelong honor of being an academician of both academies. He formerly served at the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences and has made outstanding contributions to our country's livestock industry. Taking a deep breath, Hu Che spoke calmly. This individual was none other than his doctoral advisor after returning to the country, who had a profound influence on him and could be considered his guide in the realm of pet research. Wow, an academician, a true luminary. In the professional field, this is akin to a living fossil. For the nation, he is a treasure of immeasurable worth. Could you please refrain from using such informal language at the beginning of your comments? Do you understand what respect means? Okay, I apologize. I wonder how Professor Hu came to know such a national treasure. Indeed, what extraordinary luck has Professor Hu encountered? Do you think it's possible that Professor Hu is also one of the leading authorities in the domestic pet industry? Wow, I almost forgot. Professor Hu seems to be quite capable. Now that Professor Hu mentioned it, I think I know which esteemed elder he is referring to, Xiao Jinyuan, the living fossil of veterinary medicine, who is already 85 years old. Wait, I suddenly have a question. Is it really necessary for someone of such stature to examine Lu Ji's minor injury? Exactly, Professor Hu. Perhaps it would be better not to disturb Elder Qiu at his age. In truth, Hu Che hesitated, reluctant to make the call. Although Elder Qiu was advanced in years, his sharp tongue, when reprimanding students, had not dulled with age. If Elder Qiu learned that his student nearly faced disgrace during a live broadcast due to a cat, he might very well be enraged to the point of bloodshed. In reality, even if he were to consult a lesser expert, that would suffice to gain the audience's trust. The viewers, witnessing the usually confident professor who displaying hesitation, began to mock him in the comments. As Hu Che recalled Elder Qiu's teachings, he reflected on the scholar's mantra: always maintain reverence for knowledge, and when confronted with unfamiliar subjects, seek counsel if possible. If no one knows, then one must bravely practice to uncover the truth. With this in mind, Hu Che glanced at the screen where Lin Lu lay with her legs crossed, taking a deep breath. This cat had caused him to face humiliation countless times. Perhaps it could be deemed a lesson in the unknown. Moreover, he realized it had been far too long since he last contacted Professor Qiu. Thus, he decided to take this opportunity. Without hesitation, Hu Che pressed the video call button. Hello, I am academician Qiu's assistant. How may I assist you? Shortly after, the call connected, but instead of Elder Qiu, a female voice greeted him. Hello, I am Hu Che, a student of Professor Qiu. Is it a convenient time for him to take a call? Hu Che inhaled deeply and spoke gently, aware that Professor Qiu had dedicated his life to the nation, which would not forget him. Thus, this assistant was hired to care for the professor's daily needs. Oh, Professor Hu, please hold on. The assistant clearly recognized Professor Qiu's students upon hearing Hu Che's introduction. She promptly walked to the courtyard where Elder Qiu was conducting research in the sheep pen and quietly informed him, Academician Qiu, your student, Hu Che, is calling via video. Elder Qiu, slightly stooped with a head full of white hair and a face lined with age, appeared to be in good spirits despite his advanced years. Upon hearing the assistant's call, he turned to look at the phone screen, recognizing Hu Che's familiar visage. After washing his hands at the water trough, he took the phone. Professor Qiu, it is I, your student Hu Che? Upon seeing Elder Qiu's face on the screen, Hu Che spoke first. He had not contacted Professor Qiu in a long time and feared that the professor might have forgotten him. After all, while Elder Qiu was a titan in the scientific community, he was also an elderly man, and memory decline was inevitable. Hu Che. Ah, that young rascal. I remember you. The expression on Elder Qiu's face brightened as he recognized Hu Che, chuckling amiably. In reality, among the many students he had, Hu Che left the most profound impression on him. What he could not forget was the ever-present smile on Hu Che's face, which seemed to persist regardless of the challenges faced, radiating unyielding confidence. Such a confident disposition was well-suited for academia, yet perhaps not entirely fitting for it as well. It seemed he had heard that this young man was doing quite well now. Professor Hu, Academician Qiu's eyesight is not great, and the doctor has advised him to limit screen time. Just as Hu Che was about to engage in small talk, he heard the assistant's voice nearby, prompting him to chuckle wryly. After gathering his thoughts, he finally spoke. Professor Qiu, the reason I called today is to discuss an important matter. Chapter 74. Just a minor injury, is this an academic issue? As soon as Hu Che's words fell, the resounding voice of old Master Qiu echoed, still vibrant. Though the smile on his face gradually faded, he knew well that this young man would not concern himself with the old man unless something significant arose. Indeed, Hu Che responded, immediately understanding the source of old Master Qiu's displeasure. He managed a wry smile and weakly remarked, if that's the case, then do share. Upon hearing that it pertained to an academic matter, a glimmer of interest flickered in old Master Qiu's eyes. After all, if Hu Che was unable to resolve it, it must surely be a formidable challenge. In the live broadcast room, upon hearing this, Hu Che finally sighed in relief and turned the camera towards the large screen. There, Lin Lu was sprawled on the sofa, nonchalantly watching television. Ah, that cat. Old Master Qiu paused, momentarily taken aback by Lin Li's posture, which evoked a peculiar sentiment within him. However, merely lounging and watching TV hardly seemed remarkable. Professor Qiu, I am currently participating in a live broadcast of Pet Paradise. During the stream, I discovered that this cat has an injured leg, and I would like you to assess whether it is serious. Hu Che finally spoke up. The director, understanding the situation, zoomed in on the screen, clearly capturing Lin Li's injured hind leg. Injured? Old Master Qiu's expression darkened as he focused on the screen. Seeing his countenance shift, Hu Che felt a shiver of unease, sensing an ominous foreboding. Isn't this merely a minor injury? It has already been treated. Hu Che, have you truly become so oblivious that you cannot discern such a trivial issue? Or have you returned all your knowledge to me since graduating? Old Master Chio's irritation was not due to the severity of Lin Li's injury, but rather from the fact that Hu Che, a professor in his own right, could not perceive a mere scratch, despite having once been his student. Moreover, the slight sheen on the injury indicated that it had already been treated, and such an ailment would heal within a couple of days. Professor Chio, it isn't as you think. Hu Che's face fell, feeling the sting of indignation. It was not that he hadn't noticed. Rather, he realized that no one believed him. However, being chastised by his esteemed mentor was not a trivial matter. After a brief moment of discomfort, he allowed a smug expression to resurface, as if to flaunt, see, I was correct. It is merely a minor injury. Hearing the esteemed expert declare it just a minor ailment, Mu Yuqing finally relaxed and settled back onto the sofa. She had been genuinely concerned about little Li's injury and was baffled as to how it occurred. Seeing her calm down, and it also felt a wave of relief. Firstly, grateful that little Lu was unharmed, and secondly, relieved that the broadcast could continue without affecting her career. Isn't it so? Old Master Chio, having scolded enough, responded with a hint of annoyance at Hu Che's words. The latter felt a twinge of awkwardness. Should he confess to his mentor that his frequent misjudgments had led both the audience and the cat's owner to doubt his assessments? Such a revelation would undoubtedly invite a torrent of rebuke. Contemplating the well-being of his mentor, Hu Che resolved to keep that matter to himself. Actually, Professor Chio, you misunderstand. I simply haven't called you in ages and have missed you dearly. I have been preoccupied with my research and did not wish to disturb your rest, which is why I delayed in reaching out. This program provided the perfect opportunity to check in on you. After a moment's thought, his eyes brightened as he devised his explanation. Having lived a considerable life, he was adept in academics, but possessed enough emotional intelligence not to falter here. Upon hearing his words, Old Master Chio's ire dissipated significantly. After all, what could be more important to an elderly person than to know they are remembered? Professor Chio, the time is approaching. The doctor advises that you should prioritize rest. Just as the teacher and student were reminiscing, the assistant's voice intruded at an inopportune moment. Being Old Master Chio's personal aide, she had to consider his health. Upon hearing this, Old Master Chio fell silent, clearly vexed. After finally managing to converse with his student, how could this be interrupted? Apologies, Professor Hu, but Professor Chio needs to rest. I hope you can understand. The assistant reiterated. Hu Che, taken aback, quickly responded, yes. Of course. I must continue with the broadcast. Goodbye, Professor Chio, and I shall visit you later. Old Master Chio did not respond, but the knowledge that his student cared for him alleviated the annoyance stirred by his assistant's insistence on rest. Soon after, the call was terminated. Xiaolong, please pull up that program Hu Che mentioned, Pet Paradise, for me. After a moment of reflection following the call, Old Master Chio finally spoke. He found Hu Che's demeanor to be somewhat unusual. Indeed, the cat's injury, with even a modicum of knowledge, should have been classified as a minor scratch. How could a professor, who had once studied under him, fail to recognize that? There must be something amiss. Was it due to the live broadcast? Ah, Professor Chio, you have already viewed your phone. It is time to rest your eyes, the assistant interjected, momentarily taken aback. Today, Old Master Chio seemed different. He would usually never express interest in television shows. However, considering it was a pet program and his student was a guest, it seemed reasonable. Nevertheless, she still declined his request, prioritizing his health. Very well, find it for me, and I shall watch it later. Old Master Chio replied calmly, rising to return to the sheep pen. Meanwhile, after disconnecting the call, Hu Che allowed a slight smirk to curve his lips, surveying the room with a look of self-satisfaction. As if to proclaim, see, this professor is not without merit. Now that he had received Old Master Chio's diagnosis confirming that little Li's leg injury was merely superficial and inconsequential, he assured Mu Yuqing, you needn't worry too much. Seeing this, Anin chimed in at the right moment. She could no longer bear to watch Hu Che's smug and confident demeanor, for it was well known that whenever he displayed such assurance, he was invariably met with a harsh reality check. Chapter 75. The fishing rod is in place. As the elder Chio made his decisive statement, the atmosphere in the live stream room settled into a tranquil calm once more. However, a new question emerged in everyone's minds. How did Lin Lu sustain his leg injury? Consequently, Anin turned her gaze towards Hu Che and gently inquired, Professor Hu, do you know the cause of Xiao Li's injury? At that moment, Hu Che, who had been basking in his own confidence, suddenly froze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at Anin, feeling somewhat at a loss. How could he possibly know how a cat got hurt? After all, he was a professor of pet studies, not a fortune teller, incapable of divining such mysteries. Yet, aware of the viewer's expectations looming over the live broadcast, he collected his thoughts and began to analyze the situation regarding the cat's injury. We must approach it from an objective perspective. First, we need to determine when Xiao Lu was injured. It was after last night's broadcast and before today's stream, correct? With the timeline established, we can proceed by elimination. Initially, when we commenced the broadcast, Xiao Lu was evidently watching television, indicating that the injury did not occur during this morning. Furthermore, Xiao Lu has a habit of sleeping at night. Being at home, it would be impossible for him to sustain an injury. Therefore, the only time Xiao Lu could have been injured is during the period after our broadcast concluded last night. At this juncture, Hu Che took a sip of water to clear his throat, casting a confident glance at the camera before continuing. But what could have caused Xiao Li's injury? Let us recall what Xiao Lu was doing when we signed off last night. Indeed, he was hurrying home in the dark. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that in the darkness, Xiao Lu was unable to see the path and stumbled over flat ground. Upon delivering this conclusion, Hu Che surveyed the audience, seemingly inviting further discussion. Yet, upon hearing Hu Che's final deduction, Inan and Mu Yuqing were left perplexed. Was it truly so absurd? A cat unable to see its way in the dark and tripping on flat ground? Seriously, I expected Professor Hu to articulate something profound, but it turned out to be this. I'm dying of laughter. A cat can't see in the dark and stumbles on level ground? Professor Hu should consider a career in comedy. With a way with words like his, it's a shame he doesn't perform stand-up. After all that, he comes up with such a ridiculous answer. Thankfully, the call has ended. Otherwise, Elder Chiu would surely be furious. I was genuinely engrossed in Professor Hu's reasoning, but I couldn't hold back with that last line. Oh, you all failed to see Professor Hu's good intentions. He was clearly enhancing the live broadcast experience. Haha, I can barely breathe. Someone get me oxygen, the large tank, please. Hu Che glanced at the barrage of comments with a smile. Indeed, his earlier remarks were crafted to heighten the entertainment value of the broadcast. Yet, this was also born out of necessity. He was, after all, a professor of pet studies, not a mystic capable of predicting how a cat might have been injured. If he were to speculate based solely on a cat's behavior, being chased by a predator, sustaining an injury while hunting, or miscalculating a jump, he would merely invite ridicule. Hu Che had ample experience with such ridicule and trusted his instincts profoundly. Thus, rather than passively facing derision, why not take the initiative? This way, the impact might be lessened. After all, his face had already endured its share of mockery. It had thickened to the point where he no longer felt embarrassed. Of course, due to this live broadcast, his reputation might suffer irreparably. However, all of this was inextricably linked to Lin Lu and, indeed, to Inan as well. With a playful smile, Hu Che expressed his gratitude for the lively dialogue. But the truth of the past would forever remain elusive. Now, let us see what plans Shala has for today. Upon hearing this, Inan stifled a light laugh. Hu Che's ability to command the room was indeed impressive. He knew when to be serious and when to loosen up. It appeared that Hu Che transitioning into a hosting role might not be such a far-fetched idea after all. As An's words faded, the director finally switched the camera, zooming in on Lin Lu. At that moment, Lin Lu was watching a melodramatic fantasy romance on television with a hint of exasperation. Today's screenwriters truly had a knack for crafting plots. After all, cats typically found such narratives intolerable. Stretching his limbs, Lin Lu tentatively nudged the sofa with his hind leg, only to discover, to his surprise, that it didn't hurt. How delightful. What was on the agenda for today? Glancing at his phone, he noticed an unread message and promptly opened it. Hello, your package has been placed in the designated location. Please check. Wow, that was fast. It was clear that the message was from the delivery person, notifying him that the dog food and fishing rod he had ordered for the dog pack at the junkyard in the northern city had arrived. The thought of it made him quite excited. After a diligent afternoon of instruction yesterday, he was finally going to reap the rewards today. With that enthusiasm, he jumped off the sofa. Meow. However, the moment his paws hit the ground, a sharp yowl escaped him. Oh no, I completely forgot about my injury. Consequently, Lin Lu stood on 3 legs, stretching out his joints until the pain subsided, before cautiously placing his injured leg back on the ground. Indeed, as long as he didn't recklessly leap about, the injury was manageable. Once assured he could venture outside, Lin Lu felt liberated from any psychological burden and made his way out the front door, heading towards the junkyard in the northern city. Haha, I can't take it anymore. Lin Gu got so excited he forgot about his injury. Seeing this, I'm torn between laughter and sympathy for Lin Gu. Forgive me, I find it amusing. Oh no, my karma. Wait, did the message say the package was for the dog food Lin Gu bought for the junkyard? If I recall correctly, it should be. The delivery speed is quite impressive. Don't you think there should also be a fishing rod? Seriously, is Lin Gu really going to get each dog a fishing rod? Wait, when did Lin Gu buy a fishing rod? You almost led me astray. Exactly, Lin Ji's every move is captured by the camera. I didn't see him buying a fishing rod. Did you forget? After Lin Gu bought the dog food, he seemed to have purchased something else. But the pillow blocked the camera. Even so, that doesn't confirm that Lin Gu bought a fishing rod. Conversing with you all is such a struggle. Can't you just watch the live stream properly? Yesterday, Lin Gu explicitly stated by the river that the fishing rod would arrive today, unless there's an issue with the translation by the cat language expert. I can confirm that the cat language expert indeed translated that statement yesterday. Alright, whatever it is, we'll find out when Lin Gu arrives at the junkyard. Chapter 76. Formation. Lin Lu proceeded along the same path to the northern junkyard, pausing briefly to glance at the children's park. The park, in the morning, was relatively empty, devoid of rowdy children, as if the world had quieted considerably. Without lingering, he soon arrived at the eastern gate of the northern junkyard. Upon entering, Lin Lu was met with a large gathering of dogs, led by a particularly impressive figure, Xiongba, who stood atop an abandoned car, overseeing operations. Brother Lu, Xiongba exclaimed, spotting Lin Lu immediately as he approached the gate, flashing a bright smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. He hopped down from the car and trotted over to Lin Lu, lowering his head slightly in respect. Have all the supplies arrived? Lin Lu inquired, nodding in response. He intercepted a dog carrying dog food, inspecting the outer packaging as if assessing its quality. He then retrieved a fishing rod from a nearby box, unfolding and bending it to test its resilience. Although he had meticulously selected these items, which had garnered favorable reviews and offered great value, one could never be too cautious. Some merchants had a penchant for deceit. Hold on before moving it. Open this bag and give it a taste, Lin Lu instructed, gesturing toward the dog food bag. It was imperative to ascertain the flavor and texture, as well as to check for any signs of spoilage or mold. As for the safety of the dog food, he had thoroughly researched the business licenses, trademarks, and manufacturers the night he placed the order. Everything matched, ruling out any substandard products. The reason he wanted Xiongba to taste it first was simple. What if this batch of dog food was unpalatable? While the dogs at the northern junkyard were strays accustomed to hunger, he did not wish to deceive them with unappetizing offerings. If Xiongba found it acceptable, then they could proceed with distribution. If not, he would simply arrange for a return, sparing the dogs unnecessary toil. All right, Brother Lu, Xiongba replied, nodding eagerly. He swiftly tore open a bag of dog food with his sharp teeth, and dark brown pellets spilled out, carrying a faint aroma of fruits and vegetables along with a meaty scent. Without hesitation, Xiongba bent down to take a substantial bite, his eyes half closed in enjoyment. Since Brother Lu had asked him to sample the food, he felt obligated to provide feedback on its taste and texture. While savoring the food, Lin Lu also took a pellet from the pile and chewed it lightly. Brother Lu, it tastes quite good, and the texture is decent. However, the proportion of meat and vegetables seems minimal. It's mostly corn and wheat bran. Of course, it's nothing compared to the dog food I had at your place. Xiongba thought to express, but then reconsidered. Given his current state as a stray, food quality was no longer a priority. Simply having something to eat was already a blessing. Indeed, it does fall short. Lin Lu concurred after spitting out the chewed food. His assessment mirrored Xiongba's. The flavor was passable, especially for dog food priced at just over 2 yuan per pound. It sufficed for sustenance. But Lin Lu lamented his inability to procure better quality food. After all, money did not grow on trees, and his generous spending had left Mu Yuqing's scholarship card nearly depleted. He could not sustain dozens of stray dogs alone, especially without a source of income. He was left with little choice but to wait for Mu Yuqing, the affluent young lady, to forget another bank card. Hence, he was determined to teach the dogs to fish, advocating for self-sufficiency over reliance on handouts. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a dog to fish than to simply provide it with fish. Lost in thought, Lin Lu suddenly frowned. If that were the case, could the barren land next to the northern junkyard also be utilized for the dogs to cultivate grains and vegetables? He felt a surge of cleverness wash over him. Fishing combined with the ability to farm would ensure the dogs could sustain themselves. Yet, he needed to investigate the government's plans for the vacant land upon returning home. It would be unfortunate if they planted grains only to have unforeseen developments arise. Additionally, he needed to purchase seeds online and learn about farming techniques. Despite having been human in his previous life, he remained quite inexperienced in agriculture. Brother Lo, what about this dog food? At that moment, Xiongba interrupted Lin Li's musings, gesturing toward the scattered dog food on the ground, hesitating to speak further. The other dogs, having not received Lin Li's command, ceased their movements, eyeing the fallen dog food with eager anticipation, but none dared to act. After all, to them, whether it was yesterday's fishing lesson or today's unexpected bounty, Lin Lu had proven himself to be a remarkable new leader. Consequently, the dogs now held him in high regard, far surpassing their previous attitude under their former leader. Therefore, without Lin Li's command, even with the food lying at their feet, they remained still. Let us gather the brothers first. I have a few words to share. Upon hearing Xiongba's voice, Lin Lu snapped back to reality, pondering briefly before speaking calmly. He then leaped atop a nearby van, surveying the gathered dogs below. With a formidable bark, Xiongba's voice echoed throughout the northern junkyard. Instantly, all the dogs, regardless of their previous activities, converged towards the van, forming an orderly line. In no time, dozens of dogs stood awkwardly in front of the van, their gazes respectfully fixed on Lin Lu. However, upon observing the disarray of the assembled dogs, Lin Lu could not help but furrow his brow. Their formation resembled a chaotic scrawl, utterly lacking the organization he had seen with the cats. Yet, this could hardly be blamed on the dogs. After all, he had only recently become their leader and had yet to train them. Nevertheless, there was no time like the present to begin. Thus, he spoke firmly, from this moment forward. You have 3 minutes to line up in order of height from left to right. Any dog failing to find its place within 3 minutes will face an hour of punishment standing. Chapter 77. Those who defy orders shall be executed. Well, Brother Lu is quite the strategist. Is he preparing for additional training for the dogs? No. It's evident that Brother Lu intends for the dogs to undergo military training. This is hilarious. Who would have thought that being born a dog wouldn't exempt one from military drills? Darling, please refrain from calling me a licking dog from now on, for I have just completed military training and am now a military dog. No wonder the cats were so orderly when they lined up. It turns out Brother Lu had trained them beforehand. Wow, cats training dogs? What an absurd scenario. Has the plan of the cat planet finally been uncovered? Is Brother Lu preparing to train an army to launch an all-out offensive against humanity? I just want to know how such military training information leaked to the cats. Could there be a spy among humans? Little Lu's intentions puzzled An, who was left with a large question mark floating above her head. Cats training dogs? How ridiculous. This is utterly ludicrous. She could not help but wonder how Little Li's feline intellect developed. Ahem. I finally understand why Little Li's cat faction has been able to ascend to the position of the fourth power among the 3 dog factions in the northern part of the city. Meanwhile, Huche appeared equally astonished, but, before An could speak, he cleared his throat and interjected. It is essential to recognize that a well-trained group of cats is entirely different from a disorganized assembly of stragglers. Any creature, no matter how insignificant, can wield immense power when united in cooperation. Moreover, 100 well-trained cats, when commanded effectively, could face not just dozens of dogs, but could potentially stand a chance against an equal number of dogs. This might explain how Little Lu unified the cat factions in just a few months since arriving in the Northern District. Professor Hu, if Little Lu were to train this group of dogs to follow orders as the cats do, what do you think their combat capability would be? Anin finally regained her composure and, upon hearing Huche's analysis, raised an eyebrow and inquired softly. Little Lu only possesses 100 cats, yet commands respect in the Northern District. What if he were to train this group of dozens of dogs? The entire animal kingdom would have no equal. Remember, the entire animal kingdom. Huche, upon hearing this, adjusted his goatee, pushed up his glasses, and confidently replied. Dogs are inherently social animals, thriving on teamwork and cooperation. In the animal kingdom, we have hyenas, which primarily hunt in packs. Typically, hyenas hunt in small groups. But there are instances where dozens hunt together. On the savanna, they can even take on large animals like zebras and wildebeests. In the wild, a pack of hyenas can intimidate lions and tigers. This is without any training. One can only imagine the terrifying power they could unleash if trained appropriately. As previously mentioned, Genghis Khan once commanded a fierce army of 30,000 dogs, all composed of mastiffs, instilling fear wherever they went. While the dogs here are of various breeds and not the valiant mastiffs, with proper training, their combat capabilities could be formidable. Thus, I assert that no one in the animal kingdom would stand a chance against them. After all, even a single bite from a dog could translate into dozens of attacks. Under such circumstances, even lions and tigers would meet their end. Wow, does that mean little Lou will soon unify the Northern District? Anin gasped, her lips partially covering her astonished expression, her eyes wide with disbelief. The mere thought of possessing such a formidable team was almost unfathomable. Furthermore, little Lou is exceptionally clever, with outstanding leadership capabilities and tactical prowess. It is unnecessary for him to exhibit extraordinary brilliance. He merely needs to outsmart the opposing leader. Moreover, Anin is entirely aware of how the dogs from the northern junkyard came under Lin Lu's command. This implies that after a series of conquests, Lin Lu's influence will only continue to grow. However, I believe, Professor Hu, that you might be indulging in excessive alarmism. They are just a bunch of dogs. As Hu Che spoke confidently, Anin, still in shock, was interrupted by Mu Yuqing, who could no longer remain silent. And Anne's thoughts were not lost on her. If Hu Che's assertions held any truth, the potential of this group of dogs post-training would indeed be terrifying. The implications were crystal clear. In such a scenario, to ensure the safety of the surrounding residents, the government would undoubtedly take action. Furthermore, given that this is a live broadcast on all platforms, could Lin Lu, the instigator, evade responsibility? This is why she felt compelled to outright dismiss Hu Che's claims and prepare herself to abandon the broadcast at any moment. Why does it feel like the atmosphere in the live stream has suddenly turned strange? Wow, if what Professor Hu says is true, then the potential of this pack of dogs is unimaginable. Perhaps the dog-catching squad is already on the move. Sigh, Brother Lo, what can I say? Training a dog army in front of so many viewers is akin to courting disaster. Is there a possibility that Brother Lu is unaware he is being broadcasted? Even if Brother Lu harbors no malicious intent towards humanity, the government wouldn't allow such a threat to emerge. Indeed, after all, the government is also concerned for our safety. It's difficult to determine who is right or wrong in this matter. It was evident that Lin Lu's actions were perceived as a form of militarized training. Yet, little did they know, he merely disapproved of the dog's disorganized lineup. 3 minutes quickly passed, and the dogs successfully arranged themselves in order of height from left to right, forming a neat formation resembling the number 77. As Lin Lu gazed down at the assembled dogs, he suddenly recalled something. Today, I have a few matters to discuss. Everyone, perk up your ears and pay attention. This is imperative. The first point, of utmost importance, is that all dogs under my command are strictly prohibited from launching any attacks on humans for any reason whatsoever, beyond their basic needs. They must not enter areas frequented by humans to avoid causing alarm. Those who defy this order shall be executed. Standing atop the van, Lin Lu cast a fierce gaze over the crowd below, his tone brooking no dissent. The final command was nearly a roar, the word execute tearing from his throat with palpable intensity. He did not wish to convey such a grave consequence, but without strict orders, how could the dogs take it seriously and comply? He understood far better than the dogs the calamity that would befall them should they violate this decree. Thus, this punishment is not excessive. After all, the lives of all the dogs hinge upon this. Chapter 78. Cherishing peace and harmonious coexistence. As Lin Li's words fell, a commotion erupted among the pack of dogs, who were perplexed by the rationale behind his command. After all, they had previously scavenged in human territories. Moreover, was it truly forbidden to retaliate against humans regardless of the circumstances? What if humans were the ones to initiate an attack on them? Obey Brother Li's orders. As the dogs grappled with Lin Li's profound intention, their dissatisfaction palpable, it was Xiong Ba who first expressed his understanding. He bowed respectfully, his voice resonating powerfully in the ears of the gathered canines. With Xiong Ba's declaration, the unrest among the dogs swiftly subsided, giving way to silence. Eventually, a few dogs echoed, "Obey Brother Li's orders." In truth, after a moment of contemplation, they began to grasp the situation. While they were unaware of Lin Li's deeper motives, he had previously stated that their movements in human-populated areas should be limited to essential needs. This implied that they could still traverse these places for the purpose of foraging. Even though Lin Lu had recently assumed the role of their leader, his impressive methods had left them in awe. Thus, they concluded that his command must indeed hold merit. Moreover, Lin Li's adept fishing techniques had already proven beneficial for them throughout their lives. Wow. Just moments ago, we were speculating whether Brother Li's faction of dogs would provoke a crackdown from the authorities, and now he has made his stance clear? Brother Li's attitude remains commendable, Surely no one would have cause to act against them now? Perhaps not. After all, they are an unstable factor, akin to a ticking time bomb. One cannot be entirely at ease. I can't help but wonder if Brother Lou is watching the live stream. His response is remarkably timely. Indeed, the dog-catching squad had just assembled, and upon hearing this, they turned back. How wonderful it would be for humans and nature to coexist harmoniously. I truly hope Brother Lou doesn't have to engage in conflict with the authorities. Engage in conflict? You overestimate Brother Lou. Even if he successfully trains the pack, they would be of little concern to the authorities. I'm just curious if Brother Lee's punishment for this command might be a tad excessive. Excessive? Not at all. I believe your awareness falls short compared to Brother Lou's. I concur with the previous sentiment. 50 dogs in the northern junkyard might escape trouble. But should any incident occur, a purge would be inevitable. Each dog possesses a unique temperament. If strict measures aren't enforced, some may disregard the rules, leading to disastrous consequences for the northern junkyard's pack. Alright, enough of this discussion. It was you who initiated the rhythm. Brother Lou merely wishes to maintain order for aesthetic purposes, and you speculate about him training a canine regiment. Exactly. Let us not incite further chaos. I genuinely don't want to see any more dogs perish because of this. In the live stream, upon witnessing Dr. Cat's translation, Mu Yuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly settled back onto the sofa. As long as Lin Lu refrained from training a canine army, he should not attract the authorities' attention. Furthermore, his issuance of such a stern command served as a clear statement of intent. Haha. It seems our dear little Lu is indeed a peace-loving cat. His presence can restrain the dogs from causing disturbances in human society. If that is the case, I find myself quite eager to see little Lu unify the northern territories. Meanwhile, Hu Che, after a brief moment of contemplation, understood the reason behind Mu Yuqing's ire and fell into a heavy silence, his heart racing with anxiety, wondering if he had inadvertently misspoken. Despite Lin Li's vexation towards him, which could tarnish his reputation, he was not petty. He not only dismissed the matter, but also began to view the cat in a new light. Thus, he did not wish to see Lin Lu come to harm. When he saw Dr. Cat's translation, he quickly interjected, I must say, Professor Hu's insights are quite profound. He first identified Lin Lu as a peace-loving cat who would not instigate conflict. He then emphasized Lin Lu's contributions to human society, illustrating how he can keep the dogs and humans from clashing. In such a manner, even if the authorities contemplated eradicating the dog pack, they would weigh the pros and cons. Indeed, little Lu has always been a champion of peace. Even when we encountered a mouse during our outings, he remained utterly indifferent. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqing cast a grateful glance at Hu Che and gently replied, That is indeed true. The sudden appearance of the mouse startled me. Yet little Lu, nestled in my arms, showed no interest, even waving a paw impatiently to shoo the mouse away. Thank you, Professor Hu and classmate Yuqing, for your analysis. I too believe that such an adorable cat as little Lu must be a lover of peace, relishing life. The relationship between humans and nature, as well as between humans and animals, need not be fraught with animosity. We should strive for harmonious coexistence, co-creating a beautiful life filled with clear skies, flowing waters, and the songs of birds amidst blooming flowers. Anin merely felt that the pace of the live stream was excessively rapid, leaving her exhausted. It seems that earning this small sum of money is indeed quite challenging. Yet, for the sake of her professional image, she maintained a smile as she summarized the sentiments expressed by Mu Yuqing and Hu Che, gently stating, Of course, my words, like those of Yuqing and Hu Che, are intended to support Lin Lu. After all, having spent 2 days together since the broadcast commenced, I have grown fond of this lively and charming cat, and I wish for nothing untoward to happen to him. I believe in Goddess Yuqing and Professor Hu are all correct in their assessments. Indeed, let us fill the screen with messages celebrating peace, harmonious coexistence, and positive energy. Cherishing peace, harmonious coexistence. Cherishing peace, harmonious coexistence. Cherishing peace, harmonious coexistence 10086. Positive energy 1. Positive energy 10086. Actually, I wonder if the indifference little Lu displayed towards the mouse might indicate that he simply has no interest in it. Precisely. How could little Lu possibly eat something as disgusting as a mouse? Speaking of mice, it seems modern pet cats no longer catch them. Indeed, in human cities, mice are ubiquitous, lurking in the shadows and sewers, unseen by the light of day. I find mice to be far more terrifying than stray dogs. If the authorities truly wish to take action, they should embark on a campaign to exterminate the mice. Respectfully, are you a mouse? The mouse slowly typed a question mark and expressed gratitude for your concern. Mouse. Brothers, tonight we shall relocate to this household, and our only motto shall be, eat clean. Steal clean, not clean. Meanwhile, Lin Lu remained oblivious to the live stream's unfolding events. Reflecting on the recent discourse, he felt assured that no issues would arise. He then turned to the gathered dogs and spoke. The second point is, Chapter 79, Unlimited Dog Food. The second point to remember is your current position. From now on, each time we gather, you must stand according to this position. Of course, I understand that some of you may have poor memories and might forget your spots, but fret not. It merely results in a 1-hour penalty of standing on your hind legs. Observing the pack of dogs, Lin Lu spoke in a soft voice, revealing his characteristic smile. Upon hearing this, the dogs shuddered in fear, hastily glancing around to memorize their positions in the lineup, ensuring they knew who was in front, behind, and beside them. Although they had no experience of what standing on their hind legs entailed, they were resolute in their desire to avoid such an ordeal. Furthermore, the third point, today, I will distribute fishing rods, one for each dog. From this moment forth, the fishing rod will be your means of sustenance. You must cherish and protect it from any harm. Do you understand? Naturally, if extenuating circumstances arise, we shall make special accommodations. Now, each dog, step forward to collect your fishing rod and place it properly. Lin Lu waited for about a minute, allowing the dogs to memorize their positions before he continued speaking. After finishing, he gestured to Xiongba, who, being astute, immediately took his position in front of the fishing rods without needing further instructions. First row, step forward to collect your rods. Maintain your formation. After collecting, return to your original positions from the back. Second row, follow suit. You there, the gray dog, what are you doing? Hurry up and catch up. Lin Lu remained atop the van, directing the movement of the entire pack. As a result, dozens of dogs formed an orderly line, collecting their fishing rods from Xiongba before returning to their spots. Before long, the formation was re-established, and each dog had a fishing rod at its feet. Observing the disciplined and neatly aligned pack, Lin Lu was evidently pleased and nodded in approval. He then addressed the dogs. Brothers, when you chose to follow me, I made a promise. As long as I, Lin Lu, have a morsel of meat to eat, you shall have a bowl of soup. Ensuring you all have enough to eat has become my aspiration. However, I must confess, I lack the means to provide you with lavish feasts. So I can only teach you the survival skill of fishing. Nevertheless, I can still provide a hearty meal. At this point, Lin Lu paused and signaled to Xiongba. Upon seeing this, Xiongba stood by the dog food, tearing open the packaging with his teeth, causing the large, dark brown kibble to spill forth. Today, all my canine brothers, you may indulge in unlimited dog food, without restrictions. But I have but one request. Eat until satisfied. Do not overindulge, and waste not. For this afternoon we shall assess the results of yesterday's fishing training. Now 1 bag of dog food per row, commence feasting. As the dogs fixated on the food with eager anticipation, Lin Lu chuckled softly and spoke gently. During his address, Xiongba had already tossed a bag of dog food to each row, meticulously tearing the packaging to ensure the openings were ample. Upon hearing Lin Li's command, the dogs immediately sprung into action, encircling the dog food and devouring it eagerly. Thus, within the northern junkyard, a comical scene unfolded, 7 circles formed by dogs. An absurd sight indeed. Wow, this is making me hungry. What? You want to compete with the dogs for food? What are you saying? Do you intend to eat dung? What's going on? Why do I feel like jumping off a building? Seriously, the speed at which you spread rumors is astonishing. At this rate, the graveyard grass on the first floor will be 3 meters high. Did you not see how orderly the lineup of dogs is? Even our class does not have such discipline. Upstairs, your homeroom teacher will likely cry in the bathroom all night after seeing your comment. Isn't this just a buffet? The only difference is the menu is a bit dull, and the diners are dogs. I'm envious of the dog's life. Do I still have a chance to be reborn as one? Indeed, reborn as a dog, the tyrant of public toilets. Wow, this book is a gem, you see? You all really have peculiar tastes. Unexpectedly, the disorganized pack of dogs appeared remarkably disciplined after Lin Li's simple training. Lin Lu has once again reshaped our perceptions. In the live stream, and then watch the scene of the dogs eating in harmony, covering her mouth in surprise. This order, this quality. Is it truly a pack of dogs? Why is it so outrageous? The absurdity lies not in the situation itself, but in the fact that it is a group of dogs. However, this phenomenon is not entirely surprising. As previously mentioned, the structure among dogs is quite rigorous. Moreover, Lin Lu has employed various methods to win over the pack in the northern junkyard. Consequently, the dogs are exceedingly loyal to Lin Lu and do not defy his commands. While it may be exaggerated to say they follow orders without question, they certainly adhere to his instructions closely. Meanwhile, Hu Che, comfortably seated on the sofa, adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. Clear the way. I am about to showcase my prowess. Furthermore, while this scene may seem astonishing to us, it is, in reality, not so exceptional. It merely appears outrageous because the subjects are dogs. Yet, upon closer examination, one might find that even kindergarten children can form lines. So why not a group of dogs? Additionally, among humans, there may be rebels or hyperactive individuals, but within the canine ranks, such considerations do not exist. The dogs respond to Lin Li's commands with utmost seriousness. After finishing his statement, Hu Che stroked his goatee, a smile gracing his face, clearly pleased with his remarks. Training a group of dogs is a simple task. He could manage it as well. After all, he has dedicated decades to pet research and is confident that he could train a group of dogs more disciplined than those in the northern junkyard. It is hardly surprising. It seems that everything is trivial in Professor Hu's eyes. I truly admire his inexplicable confidence. Is this still the Hu Professor I remember? Why is he speaking so rationally today? Indeed, it feels like Hu Professor has undergone a transformation. Could he have been possessed by something? Hu chatter. Hu not Hu chatter. This is unscientific. Haha. I find Hu Professor's analysis quite reasonable. Lining up is something even those with a basic level of intelligence can accomplish. Is no one considering the feelings of kindergarten children? Hu Professor is comparing them to dogs. Indeed, as the leader among kindergartners, I simply cannot hold back. Tell me, what did you mean by if kindergarten children can do it, why can't a group of dogs? Gather round, kindergartners. An old man claims we are less intelligent than dogs. Quickly, let us confront him. Chapter 80. The pioneer of reverse marketing. The barrage of comments criticizing Professor Hu showed no signs of abating, yet Lin Lu, lounging nonchalantly with his legs crossed in the northern city's junkyard, quietly reveled in the enchanting warmth of the spring sun. Below the van, Xiongba guarded the area, cheerfully tearing open a bag of dog food and indulging in its less than appealing taste and texture. However, recalling his days of wandering, he deemed it a delicacy of the mortal realm. In no time, the supply of dog food was dwindling, with some dogs possessing particularly voracious appetites, especially the one assigned to the last row by Lin Lu, a large specimen only slightly smaller than Xiongba. Unsatisfied, he boldly approached for more. Once the dogs finished their meal, they gazed longingly at Xiongba and Lin Lu atop the van. Sensing their stares, Lin Lu, without lifting his head, nonchalantly waved a paw. At his cue, the dogs in the back row promptly advanced, retrieving another bag of dog food to continue their feast. The smaller dogs in the front row could only swallow hard, yearning for more, yet their bellies would not permit it. Thus, after devouring 3 bags of dog food, the 7 dogs in the last row returned to their ranks, their eyes brimming with satisfaction. Are you all full? Lin Lu eventually rose, surveying the crowd of dogs, and inquired softly. Instantly, a cacophony of barks echoed throughout the junkyard. Even Xiongba hastily stood up, still chewing on dog food, producing a gurgling sound. Since you're full, Xiongba, tidy up the area. Let us store the remaining dog food. Lin Lu had procured 400 pounds of dog food, which certainly could not be consumed in one sitting. Such rare commodities, after all, could only be enjoyed at specific times. No household could afford a daily feast. Fortunately, there was not much dog food left. After satisfying their appetites, the dogs were invigorated and began transporting the remaining food in groups of 1, 2, or even 3 to 5. As for Lin Lu, the labor of moving dog food was beneath him. He continued to lounge atop the van, quietly basking in the spring sunshine. I can't believe how relaxed Brother Lu looks soaking up the sun. I'm about to grind my teeth in frustration. This job is unbearable. Being the boss is delightful. There's no need to get your hands dirty. No. My dear friend, some matters still require a personal touch. What sort of road can you drive on? I'm a traffic officer. Please present your license. Is the dog food really that appealing? It's making me hungry just watching. It's delicious. I've tried it. Gourmet and chic. You should give it a shot. Give it a shot, and you'll meet your demise, right? Not at all. Today's major brands of cat and dog food are quite clean and hygienic, fully meeting food safety standards. Come on, if pet food doesn't meet food safety standards, how can you claim that cat and dog food does? Are our health and well-being less important than that of cats and dogs? Enough of that. What in today's world isn't reliant on technology and hard work? Having food is already a blessing. Who is picky? Goodness, how can the barrage of comments escalate over trivial matters? Don't you all have anything more pressing to attend to? In truth, both cat and dog food are edible for humans, though I would not recommend it. In the live stream, Huche glanced at the barrage, adjusted his glasses, and spoke softly. The thoughts of today's youth are indeed perilous. Isn't it more delightful to savor sumptuous meat dishes than to sample cat or dog food? Oh, Professor Hu, in your line of work involving pet research, do you delve into the study of pet food as well? For instance, what ingredients and proportions are necessary for cat and dog food to ensure nutritional balance and appeal to pets? Beside him, and in turn to Huche, inquiring softly. She had just been pondering Lin Lu's laziness under the sun, finding the live stream a bit too quiet, and was surprised when Huche began speaking. Of course, the habits of pets are indeed part of our research. Many large brands of cat and dog food seek our advice. For instance, a well-known cat food brand once offered me a substantial fee to be their consultant. However, due to my academic commitments, I had to decline. Huche nodded with a smile. If not for his passion for research, he could have been a wealthy man. With his reputation in the field of pet research, many companies would line up to hire him as a consulting expert. As for his invitation to appear on the program Pet Headquarters, it was not due to a handsome remuneration from the production team, but rather an irresistible request from an old friend, coupled with an opportunity to educate the public on proper pet care. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Professor Hu. A renowned brand? Which one? I could use a heads up to avoid it. What nonsense. Avoid what? Exactly. A brand that would invite Professor Hu probably lacks discernment. I wouldn't dare feed their cat food to my feline. Oh dear. You're really something, thank goodness Professor Hu didn't name names. Or it would turn into reverse marketing. I would genuinely thank you if it were a certain well-known brand. Professor Hu, are you truly polite? I believe the comments in the live stream consistently unite in their critiques of Professor Hu. No, I find some flaws in your statement. Yet I still question whether any reputable brand would be so misguided as to seek Professor Hu's counsel. As the comments soared, the dog successfully transported all the dog food into an abandoned bus. It provided a perfect shelter from wind, sun, and rain, ideal for storing the food. After securing the supplies, the dogs naturally returned to the area beneath the van. Brother Lu, wake up, the pack has returned. At that moment, Lin Lu was soundly asleep, basking in the caress of the spring sun. In a hazy dream, he envisioned a revival of spiritual energy, transforming back into a human, surrounded by beautiful women and throngs of brothers. Just as his hand reached toward the face of a nearby beauty, he vaguely heard Xiong Ba's voice. Drowsily opening his eyes, he was startled to see the beauty's visage morph into Xiong Ba's canine face, sending a shiver down his spine. Meow? Noticing Lin Lu wake, Xiong Ba paid no mind to the sudden shift from tranquility to terror on Lin Lu's face. Instead, he leaped down from the van, clutching his fishing rod, and settled down patiently. Once Xiong Ba's face disappeared from view, Lin Lu finally exhaled in relief, yawning and stretching. After completing these motions, he turned to the expectant eyes of the neatly arranged pack of dogs, revealing a smile as he gently gestured with his paw and softly declared, "Let us set off." Chapter 81. The unrestrained Professor Hu. A pack of dogs marched in an orderly fashion, trailing behind Lin Lu and Xiong Ba as they made their way to the northern gate of the abandoned vehicle yard. Indeed, beyond the northern gate lay the desolate stretch by the riverside. Goodness, doesn't this resemble a group of children on a spring outing, if not for those canine faces? A child might say, "Thank you, but you are the dog." Speaking of which, will the pack catch any fish today? I have my doubts. I can foresee a day of empty nets. That seems improbable. Just look at this vast river. It is indeed wide and long. How could they not catch any fish? Brothers upstairs, you must not fish, or you wouldn't make such statements. Professor Hu, what do you think? Will Xiao Lu and his companions have any luck today? In the live stream, Anin cast her gaze toward Huche and gently inquired. Upon hearing her, Huche paused briefly, scratching his nose. Anin seemed to regard him as an omniscient fortune teller. How could he possibly know if the dogs would catch any fish today? He understood her intent was merely to enhance the entertainment value of the show. However, as a professor with decades of experience in pet research, he could not afford to compromise his integrity for the sake of a live broadcast. Thus, even if it were merely speculation, he could not utter baseless claims. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally spoke. The weather is splendid today, with radiant sunshine, which should encourage the fish to be more willing to bite. Therefore, it is unlikely that the pack will come back empty-handed today. However, the quantity of their catch will require further examination. At this juncture, Huche raised his fingers. Recalling that yesterday, with 50 dogs and 1 cat, they had spent an entire afternoon casting their lines 50 times, ultimately catching a total of 18 fish, regardless of size. Given that the afternoon spanned 6 hours, dividing 18 by 6 indicates that, on average, they caught 1 fish every 20 minutes. Since each dog would have its own fishing rod today, if they fished for 6 hours, wouldn't that amount to 850, 900 fish? Huche was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Was it not absurd to suggest that 50 dogs would catch 900 fish? After careful calculation, he estimated that the pack would likely catch around 800 fish, a figure he could not doubt as a diligent researcher. Hence, he confidently declared, "I believe the dogs will catch approximately 800 fish today." "What? 800? Professor Hu, are you serious?" Mu Yuqing, initially eager to hear Huche's insights, was taken aback by this proclamation, her disbelief palpable. She began to suspect that he might be feverish or perhaps driven to delirium by Lin Li's antics. 800 fish? How could that be possible? Trust in my judgment. As a professor, though my field is pet research, do not underestimate my mathematical prowess, Huche asserted, his tone rising with conviction. Of course, he acknowledged that fishing is often a matter of chance and considered the potential discrepancies arising from Lin Lu's inability to simultaneously guide 50 dogs. Thus, he settled upon the estimate of around 800 fish, confident that there would be no issues. Mu Yuqing hesitated, glancing at an incensing Huche's unwavering confidence. Anin responded with a hint of resignation. "We appreciate Professor Hu's assessment. Will Xiao Lu and his team indeed have a smooth sailing day as predicted? Let us wait and see." Anin was all too aware that whenever Huche displayed such confidence, it often led to unexpected outcomes. But what could she do? 800 fish, such a bold prediction. This was a live broadcast. She could not edit Huche's remarks. Goodness, 800 fish? Expressions of astonishment. 800? There might not even be that many fish at the market near my home. You claim the pack can catch that many in an afternoon? Professor Hu's predictions are audacious. He dares to say anything. It's utterly hilarious. Even if the pack could catch 800 fish, they couldn't possibly eat them all. Once that figure is mentioned, Professor Hu might as well be ruined. Do you understand what 800 fish entails? It means each dog would need to catch 16? That doesn't seem like much when you think about it. 16, regardless of size, does seem quite manageable. If the hooks Lin Lu procured for the pack are not particularly large, and if they are merely catching small fish like whitebait or yellow catfish, then perhaps 16 is not too much at all. From this perspective, perhaps Professor Hu is not entirely off base. Yet, we cannot overlook a crucial factor. Not all dogs will be adept at catching fish. Moreover, it is certain that they will not only catch small fish. Once the pack has enough to eat, Lin Lu will surely stop them from fishing further. Blind student, you've made an astute observation. Goodness, we have a prophet here. Where are the werewolves? Quick, bring the knives. As the crowd marveled at Huche's predictions, Lin Lu had already led the pack to the riverbank. They returned to yesterday's location, but Lin Lu instructed the dogs to arrange themselves in a line along the river's edge. 50 dogs, what a sight. If they bunched together, it would be insignificant, yet if they spread out, it would create a considerable expanse. Thankfully, the vast river running through Jiangsheng was sufficiently long. Even on this stretch of barren land, the pack occupied less than 1/5 of the riverbank. Meow, all dogs, heed my command. Having organized the dogs, Lin Lu swiftly climbed a willow tree on the riverbank. Looking down, he called out in a firm voice. The river's winds were fierce, and the line of dogs was extensive. Without raising his voice, his commands would go unheard. Upon hearing Lin Lu's voice, the dogs fell silent. Their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed up at the feline figure in the tree. Now, commence with the fishing rods. Inspect the fishing lines and hooks to ensure they are intact. Seeing this, Lin Lu nodded and began issuing orders. His gaze swept across the dogs, noting that none faltered in this initial step. After all, when the fishing rods were distributed among the dogs, they had already checked to confirm their condition. Adjust the bobbers and fish at the bottom. Lin Lu continued. He and Huche shared the sentiment that on such a sunny day, with appropriate water temperatures, the fish would be inclined to bite. Furthermore, with the sun shining brightly, the water below was not too cold. Compared to the surface, the fish preferred to linger beneath. Now let us dig for worms. Once all the dogs had adjusted their bobbers, Lin Lu spoke again. He felt there was a slight procedural error. They should have first allowed the pack to dig for worms in the barren land, distribute them evenly, and then head to their fishing spots. This would prevent the area from becoming riddled with holes. However, it mattered little, as it was their first fishing attempt. They could record this experience and refine their methods in the future. Chapter 82. Coordinating the cooperation between cats and dogs before long. The pack of dogs had dug up several holes, and nearly all had uncovered worms. Even those who had not found any borrowed from their companions. All right, let's begin threading the worms. Lin Lu commanded upon witnessing this. The dogs, eager and anxious, hurriedly began to attach the worms to the fishing hooks. To be honest, their paws were not particularly suited for such delicate work, but having learned from yesterday's attempts, they managed to successfully hook the worms before they were too damaged. Now, let us cast the lines. Lin Lu surveyed the dogs and, seeing no unusual occurrences, spoke with satisfaction. It appeared this group of dogs was not as foolish as he had assumed. However, it was evident that they had yet to master the technique of casting, causing a flurry of confusion among them. Observing this scene, Lin Lu sighed and leaped down from the willow tree to guide those dogs struggling to cast their lines into the water. Fishing, it must be said, truly is a skill reliant on luck. Just as Lin Lu was halfway through teaching the dogs the casting technique, one of them had already caught a fish. Excellent. Lin Lu nodded in approval, feeling quite pleased. After instructing the remaining dogs who had yet to grasp the casting, he finally approached the dog that had caught the fish. This was a yellow mutt, beaming with joy as it danced about, proudly showing off its catch to the nearby dogs. Lu, brother Lu. Upon noticing Lin Lu standing behind, the exuberant yellow dog froze momentarily, feeling a bit shy. Lin Lu then focused his gaze on the fish beneath the dog's paws, a nearly 2-pound grass carp. This single fish would be more than enough for one of the smaller dogs to enjoy a hearty meal. Thus, Lin Lu, with a satisfied grin, patted the yellow dog's shoulder and praised, "Very well done. Keep it up. For now, let us leave the fish as it is and attend to it later." At this point, Lin Lu realized he had not fully considered the situation. He had not procured a fish basket, and without timely handling, there would be no place to store the caught fish. However, a fish basket seemed unnecessary. Recalling his earlier statement about fostering cooperation between the cats and dogs in their fishing endeavors, it appeared that the time had come to put this plan into action. Indeed, the dogs would serve as the primary force in fishing, while the cats would be tasked with handling the caught fish. This arrangement would also resolve the awkward situation of having no place to store the fish, which would otherwise be carelessly tossed onto the grass behind them. With this thought, Lin Lu summoned Xiongba. "Brother Lu, what's the matter?" Xiongba, noticing that his pack was continuously catching fish, looked visibly anxious. His gaze fixed on the bobber as if resenting the lack of bites. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Li's call, he turned around and trotted over, lowering his head and speaking softly. "I need you to keep an eye on things while I make a trip to the market and the garbage dump. Ensure nothing goes awry here." Lin Lu directed upon Xiongba's arrival. "Brother Lu, why don't you let me go instead? I can help you with errands." Xiongba hesitated, clearly troubled. The thought of leaving the inexperienced dogs to fish on their own was daunting. He was still a novice himself. What if something went wrong? Would he still have any face as the leader of the dogs? "No, it must be me who goes." Unexpectedly, Lin Lu declined Xiongba's offer. After all, this was the first collaboration between the cats and dogs, and he felt it necessary to lead this initiative himself. Moreover, the cats chosen to assist the dogs in fishing must possess calm dispositions, a diligent work ethic, and gentle temperaments. This would facilitate the ensuing collaboration between the two groups. Additionally, he needed to assign tasks to Xiao Huang and De Hui, as sending only Xiongba would be inappropriate. "Very well," Xiongba sighed, taking a deep breath and weakly acquiescing. He could only hope that no mishaps occurred during Lin Li's absence. Lin Lu, meanwhile, turned away and left the riverbank, heading towards the garbage dump. The northern scrap yard was evidently closer to the garbage site. What does Brother Lu need to do at the market and the dump? Watching the dogs fish here is so much better. Indeed, I was hoping to give Professor Hu a piece of my mind when we tally the fish caught this evening. Is Brother Li's business something mere mortals can inquire about? What audacity! How dare you question Brother Li's plans? Look at Xiongba's pitiful expression. He almost seems ready to cling to Brother Li's leg, begging him not to leave. I believe Brother Lu's sudden visit to the market and dump must involve some arrangement. Hee, when did you start speaking on the same level as Professor Hu? Surely Brother Lu isn't planning to declare war on the short-haired yellow and the clever one? I'm quite eager to see what unfolds. With your memory, you'd still be watching the live broadcast? Didn't Brother Lu mention that if the dogs caught more fish than they could eat, They could exchange food with the cats from the garbage dump and market. He must be off to coordinate that. But can Brother Lou really trust a pack of novice fishing dogs to manage on their own? What if they come back empty-handed? Wouldn't that leave them with nothing to eat? Hasn't he, the yellow dog, already caught a grass carp? How could they be empty-handed? True. Suddenly, Anin exclaimed, "Oh, Xiao Lu has left the riverbank. Is he heading to the garbage dump?" In the live stream, Anin was taken aback by the unfolding events. She had initially thought today's broadcast would be limited to the riverside, not anticipating any further developments. She then turned her gaze towards Huche. Feeling Anin's gaze, Huche's mouth twitched. If nothing else, Anin was bound to ask him, "Professor Hu, what do you think?" What could he think? He was merely a spectator. However, after his momentary twitch, he began to ponder what Lin Li's purpose for visiting the garbage dump could be. I see many viewers are curious about Xiao Li's intentions at the garbage dump. Professor Hu, what is your perspective? As if awakened from his reverie, Huche realized he had been caught off guard by Anan's probing question. Yet, he still struggled to formulate a coherent deduction. Nevertheless, he had to respond. So he spoke awkwardly. Earlier, Xiao Lu was guiding the dogs in their fishing efforts, and it was only when one of them caught a fish that he suddenly thought to visit the garbage dump. What does this imply? It suggests that his trip to the garbage dump must be related to the fish. At this point, Huche took a deep breath, growing somewhat anxious about his own forthcoming statements, which he felt might lack credibility. As one viewer noted, it was quite plausible that Xiao Lu was heading to the garbage dump to negotiate food exchanges with the cats. However, I suspect there may be another possibility. Recalling that when the dogs were processing the fish yesterday, they did not perform particularly well, and most of the fish were handled with Xiao Li's assistance. Could it be that he is seeking the cats to help the dogs with the fish they have caught? After saying this, Huche collapsed onto the sofa, his eyes vacant. Reflecting on his own words, he couldn't fathom why he had come up with such a ridiculous theory. Was he not already racing towards the brink of disgrace? Chapter 83. Apologies, I am here to save you. Ah, Professor Hu. You never cease to amaze with your audacious conjectures. Haha, this is simply too amusing. The idea of cats and dogs collaborating sounds utterly implausible, doesn't it? While dogs might technically be considered the natural enemies of cats, the prospect of having these two inherently antagonistic species work together seems quite a stretch, especially under Brother Li's command. However, I find Professor Hu's arguments compelling. Regarding the relationship between cats and dogs, given Brother Li's esteemed position in their eyes, I believe a resolution could be reached quite effortlessly. Indeed, one should not become overly critical of Professor Hu. It seems that any statement he makes invites rebuttal. Nevertheless, I stand by Professor Hu's analysis. Although the notion of cats and dogs working together to fish is astonishing, Brother Lu has certainly surprised us before. As a professor with decades of experience in pet research, Professor Hu's insights carry weight. Yes, I wholeheartedly support Professor Hu. I am willing to trust him, regardless of his speculative assertions. In the live stream, Huche was taken aback to see supportive comments flooding in, prompting him to sit up straight, adjusting his glasses. Even in the face of potential disgrace, he vowed not to disappoint those who believed in him. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to revise his previous statement, striving to deliver a flawless response. He began, "Of course, my earlier thoughts were merely speculative." After uttering these words, he glanced at the encouraging comments on the screen, allowing a familiar confident smile to emerge. I am immensely grateful for Professor Hu's analysis. I wonder if our classmate Yuqing holds a different perspective? Anin, initially engrossed in the discussion, was unfazed by Huche's weariness as he slumped back onto the sofa. Such occurrences were hardly novel since the live stream began. So long as Huche refrained from displaying that self-satisfied demeanor, all was well. Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed Huche, previously disheartened, suddenly sit up straight. A sense of foreboding washed over Anin. True to her instincts, Huche began to overturn his previous conjecture, his lips curling into a confident smile. Aware of the potential crisis concealed behind that smile, Anin hastily interrupted him, turning her gaze toward Mu Yuqing and gently inquiring, "Ah?" Anin's abrupt question caught Mu Yuqing off guard, her large eyes reflecting innocence. Professor Hu had barely completed his thoughts, and Anin's sudden interruption seemed rather inconsiderate. Moreover, why was she posing this question? She hadn't prepared for it. Thus, Mu Yuqing could only muster an awkward yet polite smile, stating, "I believe Professor Hu is correct." Huche, baffled by Anin's interruption, found himself at a loss. Still, with the topic now directed towards Mu Yuqing, he swallowed his prepared reasoning. It appeared that his disgrace and the disappointment of his audience had become inevitable. Yet, at that moment, He heard Mu Yuqing's response, and the light in his eyes rekindled, his confident smile returning to his face. Finally, it seemed it was his turn to speak. He began, regarding my earlier conjecture, it actually does not. But before Hu Che could finish, Anin interrupted him again, saying, "Thank you, Yuqing, for affirming Professor Hu's analysis. Now, little Lu has arrived at the garbage dump. Let us see what unfolds next." Casting a sympathetic glance at the bewildered Hu Che, Anin apologized. "Professor Hu, I sincerely apologize. I am merely trying to save you." As a guest on the program, Anin wished to prevent Hu Che from suffering a heart attack and collapsing in a dramatic fashion during the broadcast. Upon hearing Anin's words, the director graciously enlarged the screen, revealing Lin Li's image. At that moment, Lin Lu stood in the desolate garbage dump, questioning whether he had arrived at the correct location. As it was devoid of any cats, the expansive dump was filled with various refuse, including an abundance of food. Typically, these garbage bins would attract a multitude of cats rummaging for scraps. Yet today, they were conspicuously absent. In fact, Lin Lu even spotted mice, usually too timid to venture out in the presence of cats, scavenging for food among the refuse. Mice. Wait, mice? Suddenly, Lin Lu recalled something. However, this thought was irrelevant to the current situation, and due to the live broadcast, he decided to set it aside for later discussion. His primary objective was to discover the whereabouts of the cats. Could it be that he remembered he had taught the cats to play soccer yesterday? Surely, these cats were not. With this realization, Lin Lu promptly changed direction, heading towards the former gathering place, now transformed into a soccer field. After approximately 10 minutes, upon reaching the open area, he was delighted to find all the cats from the garbage dump gathered there. Even Garfield was present, accompanied by a few pet cats, clapping and cheering for the match. "Lugu? Lugu." Upon seeing Lin Li's arrival, the surrounding cats rushed forward to greet him. Meanwhile, the score had just changed as a goal was scored, prompting several cats to turn around and respectfully acknowledge Lin Lu. Xiao Huang quickly called for a substitute before hurrying to the sidelines, softly asking, "Lugu, would you like to join the game?" Lin Lu paused, feeling a surge of excitement. However, recalling his soccer skills, he decided it was best not to embarrass the cats. Just then, Garfield approached, and he shared his thoughts with the two cats. "What? Lugu, you actually taught those silly dogs to fish? That's incredible." Upon hearing Lin Li's revelation, the two cats reacted with astonishment, exclaiming in unison. Indeed, in the eyes of cats, dogs were merely large, clumsy creatures. Little did they know, dogs possessed intelligence far superior, leaving the question of who the true fool was open to debate. Cough, cough. What did you say? I have stated that under my command. We are all brothers from now on. Should I hear such discussions again, there will be no mercy. Lin Lu, initially prepared to elaborate on how to select cats to assist the dogs in fishing, was abruptly choked by the words of Xiao Huang and the other cat, leading to a fit of coughing. Gradually, his expression turned serious as he formally warned the two cats. His intent in personally overseeing this matter was to prevent such occurrences. The biases that cats held against dogs, and vice versa, must be transformed. Only through such change could they achieve cooperative success and foster a harmonious existence. Chapter 84. Unexpected predictions. Lin Li's sudden seriousness caused Meow to straighten his expression, promptly nodding in agreement. "Yes, Brother Lo." Upon hearing Mew's response, Lin Lu finally exhaled in relief. It was imperative to dissolve the barriers between cats and dogs in order to achieve the remarkable feat of their cooperation. Otherwise, if it were merely under his intimidating influence, the cats and dogs might appear united on the surface while secretly engaging in intrigue behind his back. In such a scenario, even if the short-haired Huang and Ji Duoxing did not target him, his own power would inevitably crumble. Xiao Huang, you know the personalities of the brothers in the junkyard best. The task of selection is entrusted to you. Remember, it must be voluntary. Coercion is unacceptable. The cats must also exhibit gentleness, attentiveness, and caution. No carelessness is permitted. Seeing that Meow was genuinely taking his words to heart, Lin Lu then softened his tone and shared his thoughts with him. He subsequently assigned the task to Xiao Huang. As for Garfield, he did not plan to involve the pet cats for the time being. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, the pet cats lacked for food, and secondly, their time was certainly not as free as that of the stray cats. "Don't worry, Brother Lo. I guarantee the task will be accomplished," Xiao Huang replied earnestly. He then gracefully padded over to the base of the stump, halting the ongoing football match. The reason he did not ascend the stump was that it was Brother Li's exclusive position, and he dared not covet it. "Garfield, let's head to the market first," Lin Lu stated, Deciding not to observe how Xiao Huang selected the cats, he began to walk toward the market, with Garfield naturally following behind. Along the way, the two cats engaged in casual conversation. Football isn't something that should only be limited to the brothers from the junkyard. The market brothers and the pet cats could also join in the fun. For instance, regarding football, Linlu proposed a constructive idea. The more participating cats, the more enjoyable the game becomes. If it were solely the junkyard cats playing, what would be the point? Moreover, if he were to wait until he had the time to organize training for the market cats, they would inevitably lag behind the junkyard cats, which would be quite unfair. Thus, he casually tossed this matter to Garfield. After all, Garfield's foreign owner was often absent for 10 days to half a month, granting Garfield relatively more freedom. All right, Brother Lu, once you select the cats, I will take the remaining ones to participate. Garfield nodded in agreement. Indeed, when he witnessed the sport, he found himself deeply attracted. However, his interest was limited to spectating. As a pet cat, his physical prowess could not compare to Xiao Huang and the other stray cats. If he were to play, he might end up being kicked silly. Speaking of being kicked silly, he had heard that Brother Lu had personally played yesterday. At this thought, Garfield quickly shook his head, dispelling the terrifying notion from his mind, and resumed pondering the details of arranging practice sessions for the market and pet cats. Meanwhile, as the two cats made their way to the market, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became tense. Hu Che, who had been slumped on the sofa, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Xiao Lu actually went to the junkyard to seek the cat's help in dealing with the dog's catch? It dawned on him that everything he had just analyzed was complete nonsense. Who would have thought that this would turn out to be an unexpected success in his predictions? Recalling that he had almost overturned those theories, Hu Che felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, Anin had intervened. With this thought, he cast a grateful glance at Anin. Without her, he would have likely faced disgrace at this moment. Professor Hu actually deduced correctly. This is beyond reason. Am I dreaming? Professor Hu actually succeeded in his prediction? No, this must be a dream. Otherwise, the laws of the universe have collapsed. I would rather believe I have gone mad than accept that Professor Hu could make a successful prediction based on his reasoning. What did I just say? After all, Professor Hu is a seasoned expert in pet research, and his insights carry substantial weight. Professor Hu, hurry up, you did it. Professor Hu, wipe that confused look from your eyes. You are now the victor who laughs last. Long live the esteemed Professor Hu. Cough. I almost feel embarrassed to expose this. Professor Hu clearly wanted to refute his own guess, but was fortuitously interrupted by Anin. So what? Let me ask you, was Professor Hu's prediction correct or not? Exactly. Little black cats, what else do you have to say? In response, I can only say, may there be no Anin in heaven. Heaven indeed lacks Anin. But I have her. Phew. The tense atmosphere in the live broadcast room finally dissipated, and Anin breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, as long as Professor Hu's remarks were not made in a state of overconfidence and arrogance, they possessed a certain validity and would not result in him being publicly embarrassed. It seemed her judgment was entirely accurate. Meanwhile, Mu Yuqing appeared somewhat perplexed, feeling that something was amiss but unable to articulate it. Just as a new atmosphere enveloped the live broadcast room, Lin Lu and Garfield arrived at the market. Unlike the sparse presence at the junkyard, the market was bustling with activity, chaotic and filled with incessant noise. With lunchtime approaching, the crowd was overwhelming, making it an understatement to say that people were jostling one another. Typically, in such circumstances, stray cats would avoid appearing in the market. After all, weaving through the throngs of people posed the risk of being accidentally trampled. It was wiser to wait until after lunch, when the crowd thinned out a bit. To make an appearance, vendors would collectively discard their leftover food, and the cats could select from it later. Let's check on Dehui first. Upon reaching the market entrance, Lin Lu halted his steps, speaking thoughtfully. As one of his core members, Dehui had sustained severe injuries from the jaws of the hungry dog, Hui. Although Lin Lu had rescued him later and spared him from life-threatening danger, he had yet to visit him, a clear dereliction of duty on his part. Dehui is doing quite well in the market warehouse. Garfield replied promptly. The two cats then circumvented the market, passing through an iron gate along the wall. They entered a spacious steel and wood structure with its large iron door wide open. Beside the door lay a reclining chair, upon which a small old man with an exposed chest and belly was sound asleep, drooling profusely, clearly enjoying an exceptionally deep slumber. Chapter 85. The elderly should anger less meow? Oldly, everything has been stolen. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Lu could not help but smile. He then slightly bent his cat legs and leapt high, landing like a meteorite on the old man's belly. Who? Who dares to sneak attack an elderly person like me? Old Li, awakened from his slumber, sprang to his feet, only to see Lin Lu climbing onto his shoulder. Realizing the situation, Old Li's face turned red with anger as he exclaimed, "So it's you, that wretched cat." After uttering those words, Old Li settled back into his reclining chair, retrieving his teacup from 1982, covered in layers of tea stains. He blew on the foam and took a gentle sip. Meow, meow, meow. Garfield, observing Lin Li's antics and Old Li's furious expression, burst into laughter. This, of course, drew Old Li's ire. "You're no better, are you? Why didn't you stop him when he jumped? At my age, my back can hardly withstand such antics. If anything goes wrong, you lot of cats will be in for it." Old Li tightened the lid on his cup and unleashed a torrent of scolding towards Garfield, before turning his gaze back to Lin Lu, his words laced with resentment. "What have I done to deserve this? I'm merely keeping an eye on the door, enjoying the sunshine, and taking a short nap. Just as I was drifting off, dreaming of discussing life aspirations with a group of lovely ladies, you know what happened? A cat fell from the sky, shattering my beautiful dream." Meow. Old Li, don't be so angry. Experts say that as people age, they should be less irritable, otherwise they won't live to see 200. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu jumped down from Old Li's shoulder, approached him, scratched his fur, and spoke softly. Garfield, glancing at Old Li, felt a tinge of fear from the old man's glare, yet suppressing laughter was proving to be quite a challenge, causing his body to convulse in amusement. Bah, which expert said that? Live to 200? Let him try not being angry, and see if he can reach that age. Old Li retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Lu. Meow, it was the expert who said so. Lin Lu replied nonchalantly. What? Do you have any objections? In the past, he had merely lacked the ability to spout nonsense like the experts. Now that he possessed this talent, what difference was there between him and the so-called experts? You? An expert? What kind of expert are you? Spare me. Old Li waved his hand dismissively, clearly irritated as he reclined back into his chair. Witnessing this, Lin Lu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. If there had been a white cloth nearby, he would have unhesitatingly covered the old man with it. However, seeing that Old Li had no intention of engaging with them, Lin Lu could only touch his nose in disappointment and beckon Garfield to follow him into the warehouse. Just as Lin Lu and Garfield stepped into the warehouse, Old Li suddenly seemed to recall something, sitting up and saying, "Don't touch the food in the warehouse." With that, Old Li lay back down in his chair, falling silent once more. Lin Lu and Garfield exchanged glances. Had Old Li not mentioned it, they might have completely forgotten about that. After all, if something went missing from the warehouse, it would be Old Li's salary that would be deducted, and it had nothing to do with them. Ha ha ha, I can't breathe. That move Lin Lu just did was like a meteorite falling, and it even had subtitles. This Old Li is quite the character. It seems he has a good relationship with Lin Lu, right? I wonder how Lin Lu and Old Li got to know each other. Old Li clearly has fed the cats plenty from the warehouse. Old Li's line about his old back at 70 made me laugh so hard, and when he said, "You lot of cats, one counts as one," it sounds like he plans to pin it all on Lin Lu. Ha ha. I think Lin Lu's line about how elderly people who get angry want to live to see 200 is even funnier. Lin Lu even called himself an expert. Doesn't he know that expert has become a derogatory term? I think Lin Lu makes a valid point. Nowadays, there are hardly any barriers to becoming an expert. Even if you know nothing, as long as you can spout nonsense with a straight face, you can call yourself an expert. Professor Who, what do you think? I feel like Old Li is quite amusing. He embodies the spirit of a mischievous old man. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. Why is Lin Lu so impressive? Did you all not notice that Old Li seems to understand what Lin Lu is saying? Whoa. Whoa 10086. Well, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized. Whoa, this. Congratulations, blind man, you've discovered a point. Could it be that the cat language expert in the live stream is actually Old Li? A 70-year-old man using the avatar of a young beauty? Cat language expert, you all think I'm Old Li? I'm truly flattered. But that doesn't make sense. The cat language expert has always been in the live stream. Just now, Lin Lu and Old Li's dialogue was translated by the cat language expert. This doesn't seem right, does it? Could Old Li also be a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university with a doctoral degree in cat language? This is too confusing. My mind is entirely muddled now. Little question mark. Do you have many friends? What on earth is going on? Can someone explain it to me? Meanwhile, in the live stream, the three individuals were rolling with laughter at the cat language expert's translation of Old Li and Lin Lu's conversation. But suddenly, upon seeing a particular comment, they all froze in unison. Yes, why can Oldly understand cat language? Instantly, a sea of question marks appeared above their heads as they exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Ahem. I think it's quite possible that Oldly was once a doctoral graduate in cat language from a foreign language department, and only came to the market to guard the gate after retirement. Seeing Ann's gaze shift towards him, Huche realized the next question would likely be, Professor Hu, what do you think? Thus, without waiting for An to ask, he cleared his throat, regaining his voice that had become hoarse from shock. In that brief moment, he had contemplated many ideas, ultimately concluding that only this explanation could account for Oldly's ability to understand cat language. Oh, I see. If that's the case, Oldly might indeed be an alumnus of the cat language expert. And nodded in agreement, finding Huche's explanation quite reasonable. Beyond that, she couldn't think of any other possibilities. Beside her, Mu Yuqing also nodded in agreement. In truth, had she not participated in the live stream, she might never have known that such a field as cat language existed in the world. While the three in the live stream continued to analyze Oldly, Lin Lu had already taken Garfield into the warehouse. Chapter 86. A piece of dried fish. Meow. A visit to the sick cat necessitates a token gift. Does it not? Let us offer this piece of dried fish. As Yiling strolled through the warehouse, his eyes fell upon the piles of goods amassed by various vendors on either side. He approached a partition, rummaging until he unearthed a piece of dried fish, which he then presented to Garfield. As for the notion of taking without permission being theft, what nonsense! Could one possibly classify the actions of a cat as theft? It is borrowing. No, rather it is appropriating, but that is not quite right either. In any case, this partition belongs to Oldly, and after years of camaraderie, how could he possibly begrudge it? The relationship between Lin Lu and Oldly is quite extraordinary. They share a bond that transcends species, known as a friendship beyond kind. It is akin to his relationship with Xiongba, an exceptionally fitting analogy. Garfield, upon receiving the dried fish from Lin Lu, was immediately filled with confusion. He pondered, Lugu, is it truly appropriate to gift a cat with Oldly's belongings? Lin Lu, in response, cast a natural roll of his eyes. After all, Oldly had once pilfered his own cat food without a word. The imported cat food was far more valuable than a mere piece of dried fish. Garfield, oblivious to the unspoken meaning behind Lin Li's gaze, followed him deeper into the warehouse. They entered a cluttered partition that housed an old bamboo basket overflowing with tattered cotton jackets and straw. There, De Hui lay nestled, blissfully asleep. However, the commotion caused by Lin Lu and Garfield roused him, and he blinked his weary eyes open. Ah, Lugu, Garfield go, what brings you here? He exclaimed, attempting to rise, only to wince in pain from his abdominal injury. Observing this, Lin Lu quickly stepped forward to assist De Hui, signaling him to remain still. Rest easy and focus on your recovery. We come bearing gifts, but you should save the dried fish for when you are feeling better. Once De Hui was settled back down, Lin Lu gently indicated the dried fish in Garfield's mouth. Understanding the cue, Garfield obediently placed the fish atop a nearby cardboard box. Yet, De Hui, with his weakened state, couldn't shake the sense of familiarity with the dried fish. It was strikingly reminiscent of the one he had stored with Oldly, almost identical. But how could this piece be his when it was brought by Lugu? With a weary push of his paw, De Hui expressed his gratitude. Lugu, thank you for your thoughtfulness. Since you've come all this way, there is no need for gifts. Lin Lu felt a twinge of embarrassment at this remark. He had always intended to visit De Hui. It was merely serendipity that led him to the market, where he borrowed a piece of dried fish from Oldly. After all, given his status, how could he ever offer such a modest gift? De Hui's injury from the hungry dog was indeed a noble cause. Focus on healing, and once you're well, I'll take you fishing for fresh fish. Lin Lu reassured De Hui, patting him gently to alleviate his concerns. Following some casual conversation, he elaborated on the arrangements made for the dog pack in the northern city, explaining that they were selecting a few cats to assist the dogs in managing their catches. Furthermore, the brothers from the market and the dump could gather resources to exchange with the dogs, creating a beneficial cycle for mutual growth. However, for now, prioritize your recovery. Garfield will handle the market affairs, so do not fret. Lin Lu reflected on the fact that fish merely served as a basic sustenance for dogs, while for cats, it was a true delicacy. Thus, he intended to formalize the trade partnership between the two species. Indeed, with Garfield Gu here, I feel reassured. It's just a pity I cannot accompany you, Lugu, during this time. De Hui responded. His words were not mere flattery. Being by Lu Ji's side allowed him to learn so much. Let us leave it at that for now. We shall return when time permits. Lin Lu nodded, rising alongside Garfield to take their leave, while De Hui gazed longingly at their retreating figures, unable to shake his feelings. He felt that acknowledging Lin Lu as his elder brother was the wisest decision of his life. No matter the circumstances, Lu Gu always remembered his friends. As an elder brother, it was already commendable for Lin Lu to visit him, and he was pleasantly surprised to receive a piece of dried fish as well. After all, he had kept the one at Old Li S for quite some time, reluctant to consume it. Now, with 2 pieces, he was filled with excitement at the prospect of flaunting one upon his recovery. At that moment, Old Li entered, noticing the dried fish atop the box. "Oh, so that's where my fish has gone. I thought it was missing," he muttered, lifting the fish and turning to leave the partition, leaving De Hui in a state of bewilderment. "What is going on? Is this piece of dried fish mine?" he pondered, struggling to accept the situation. "Lu Gu, I have sacrificed so much for you. How could you give me my own possession back? Isn't this a bit unjust?" However, De Hui's grievances were short-lived, as thoughts of fresh fish ignited his anticipation. When was the last time he savored fresh fish? Lost in such musings, he soon drifted back into slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Lu and Garfield had arrived in a grove behind the market. This was indeed the refuge for all the stray cats of the market, where they would rest among the fallen leaves and play. Some clever strays would scavenge rags to fashion makeshift nests, but these offered little comfort during the rains, taking weeks to dry. Others, more charming and adept at playing the innocent, fared slightly better, charming kind-hearted ladies nearby into constructing shelters for them. Yet, this was the exception rather than the rule. Most cats preferred simply to find a warm spot to lie down. As Lin Lu observed this scene, he felt a pang of empathy. Despite his time in the northern city, he had overlooked the struggles faced by these stray cats. He could only imagine how many perished from the cold in winter or succumbed to the torrential rains in summer. It seemed he could change this plight. Thus, once the issues concerning the dog pack were resolved, he would prioritize addressing the needs of these strays, providing every one of them with a home. This was now his foremost aspiration. Chapter 87. How should I know? As Lin Lu arrived, the cats in the grove stirred with excitement, promptly gathering around him to offer their respectful greetings. Although their current circumstances were far from ideal, they paled in comparison to the dire situation they faced before Lin Li's arrival in the northern part of the city. At that time, the area was completely dominated by packs of dogs, leaving the stray cats in a desperate struggle for survival, often going days without a proper meal. They lived in constant fear, many losing their lives to the relentless pursuit of dogs. It was only when Lin Lu began to connect with the surrounding cats, utilizing his feline charm to form a coalition, that they managed to reclaim the market and the garbage dump from the dogs. This provided them with a safe haven where they could enjoy a full meal each day, free from the torment of being hunted. Consequently, each day upon awakening, their first act was to silently express gratitude for Lin Li's efforts. Undoubtedly, Lin Lu was perceived as a figure of greatness, sanctity, and inviolability among the northern cats. This was why they were willing to stand resolutely in front of him when confronting the dog packs. For them, without Lin Lu, there would be no present. "Cough, cough, my friends," Lin Lu said, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. At once, the cats fell silent, adopting a serious demeanor and forming an orderly line. "All right, let's relax a bit. I have 2 matters to discuss today." Observing their attentiveness, Lin Lu paused and began to outline his plans. Indeed, he had just conferred with De Hui and Xiao Huang about selecting a portion of cats to assist the dog packs at the northern junkyard with their catch. However, this led to immediate logistical concerns. While the garbage dump was a mere half-hour away from the northern junkyard, the market was over an hour's journey. Spending 2 hours daily traveling between the 2 locations was exhausting and impractical. Furthermore, the route traversed areas with heavy foot traffic and required crossing streets, posing significant dangers. Lin Lu could not allow his companions to face such risks daily. Even for the cats from the garbage dump, he deemed it unnecessary to subject them to such peril. Thus, he conceived the idea of having the selected cats settle directly at the northern junkyard. In truth, aside from the challenges of foraging, the junkyard was an excellent location, particularly due to its sparse human traffic, which alleviated numerous concerns. With the food supply now secured, the junkyard was almost devoid of drawbacks. Yet, this would require the cats to abandon their familiar territory and coexist with a group of dogs, which might raise apprehensions among some. Therefore, he earnestly instructed Xiao Huang that everything must be voluntary. "Lu Gu, we will follow your lead." To Lin Li's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, All the cats simultaneously raised their paws and eagerly voiced their agreement. They had immense trust in Lugo, confident that his decisions were always made with their best interests in mind. Moreover, the prospect of moving to the northern junkyard to assist the dogs with their catch promised a future filled with fresh fish, an enticing offer that no cat could refuse. "Are you all certain you've thought this through?" Lin Lu asked again, somewhat uncertain. Yet, upon witnessing the eager glint in the cat's eyes, he realized his concerns were unwarranted. After a brief pause, he began selecting the cats. His plan entailed picking 25 cats from the garbage dump and 15 from the market to relocate to the northern junkyard. Subsequently, he would choose 10 dogs from the dog pack at the junkyard to assign to the garbage dump. This way, there would be exactly 40 dogs remaining at the junkyard, with each dog paired with a cat for collaboration. As for why he did not allocate stray dogs to the market, Lin Lu had his reasons. Stray dogs, unlike stray cats, were ill-suited for areas with high foot traffic, which could instigate panic. Thus, locations like the garbage dump and the northern junkyard were more appropriate for stray dogs. With this in mind, Lin Lu proceeded to select the cats. Before long, 15 cats were assembled in a new formation, while the remaining cats cast envious glances at them. However, they did not dwell on it too much, for life at the market was already quite pleasant, allowing them to enjoy their meals daily. Though they still faced the elements, they did not dare to ask for more. "Now, I will announce the second matter. Garfield, please take the floor." Seeing the smooth progress of his plans, Lin Lu was quite pleased. The second matter was the formation of a cat football team, which he believed Garfield could handle independently. Sure enough, Garfield confidently stepped up, clearly explaining the rules of football in just a few words, prompting all the remaining cats to sign up. The newly selected cats now cast envious glances at their counterparts. "What is this football? It sounds like such fun. Lugo, it's already noon. Will you take the cats over now? Or shall we wait until after lunch to go together?" After finalizing the football arrangements, Garfield turned to Lin Lu with a question. Noticing the time, which coincided with the market cat's meal time, Lin Lu replied, "Let us wait until the brothers finish their meals." With a glance at the sky, he added, "Cats are iron. Meals are steel. One meal missed can lead to hunger." He was uncertain how many fish the dog pack had caught so far. If they returned empty-handed, the cats would go hungry. Thus, he decided to wait until they had eaten before heading to the northern junkyard. With a flick of his paw, Lin Lu dismissed the cat assembly. The cats, like unleashed beasts, rushed into the market. Garfield followed suit, ensuring order during mealtime. Meanwhile, Lin Lu lingered in the grove, contemplating his surroundings. "Hey, is Lugo lost in thought? I'm just curious. The cats have gone to eat. Why isn't Lugo joining them? Huh? Do you really think Lugo would rummage through the trash for a meal? If Lugo were still rummaging through bins, I fear that Goddess Yuching would kick him out the moment she got home." Exactly. Lugo's quality of life is better than mine. Why would he need to scavenge with his feline brothers? Hey. You all seem to have strayed from the original question. What is Lugo pondering while staring at the branches? Wow, are you alright? How should I know what Lugo is thinking? I'm not a cat. In the live stream, as Lin Lu became engrossed in the trivialities of travel and explanation, the audience had long since grown drowsy. Now, seeing Lin Lu in deep thought, they buzzed with renewed energy, eager to speculate whether he was concocting some clever scheme. Chapter 88. Professor Who's Superpower. It seems our little Lu has some thoughts brewing, does he not? Gazing at the branch, what could it possibly be used for? What do you think, Professor Who? Anin looked at the cat on the screen, lost in contemplation, and her weariness instantly dissipated as she exclaimed with excitement. Throughout Lin Li's journey, he had either been rushing or repeating himself. Aside from the slight rhythm observed when visiting Old Li, everything else could be described as utterly mundane. This had caused a significant drop in the viewer count of the live stream, so when Anin noticed Lin Lu seemingly having a new idea, she couldn't let it slip by. Thus, she turned her gaze toward Hu Che, realizing that such professional matters should be addressed by an expert. Ahem. Hu Che, upon hearing this, was clearly caught off guard and coughed softly. He wholeheartedly agreed with a recent comment in the chat, which stated that he was not a cat, and thus could not fathom what Lugo was contemplating. He also wanted to assert that even if he were a cat, it would still be impossible for him to discern Lin Li's thoughts. After all, with decades of experience in pet research, understanding feline behavior was almost childish play. Even if he were a pet cat or dog, it would hardly be remarkable. However, when it came to Lin Lu, he felt utterly powerless. Akin to a scholar encountering a soldier, reason could not prevail. Despite his profound knowledge, it was of little use. Yet, Anin's words sparked a realization within him. Although he might not grasp what Lin Lu intended to do, He could deduce it by considering the potential uses of the branch. Indeed, Lin Lu was staring at the branch in deep thought, and whatever he was pondering must surely pertain to it. But what practical applications could a mere twig possess? To start a fire? To discipline a child? To construct? At this point, Hu Che experienced a flash of insight, and a confident smile graced his lips as he spoke softly. I just noticed that none of the cats at the market have a place to roost. Given that Lin Lu is currently fixated on the branch, might it not be possible that he intends to use it to build a shelter for the cats? As soon as Hu Che's words fell, Mu Yuqing and Anin displayed expressions of enlightenment. Yes, as the leader of the feline group. How could Lin Lu stand idly by while his brethren lacked even a refuge? That simply defied logic. Thus, Hu Che's analysis made perfect sense. Wow, Professor Hu. You're amazing. Professor Hu must be having a lucky day. His predictions are spot on. I seriously suspect that Professor Hu has been possessed. In his mind, it's no longer a human consciousness, but that of a cat. Upstairs, are you implying that Professor Hu is hired a stand-in? Come on. You can't seriously think that is possible. No. I believe there's some truth in this. Look how clever Le Go is. Perhaps he has indeed been possessed by someone. So, isn't it reasonable for Professor Hu to have been taken over by a cat? Bro, you've read too many fantasy novels. This is a contemporary script. No. You're all mistaken. We must trust in science. Professor Hu's successful predictions could merely be a case of a lucky coincidence. How can you say that about Professor Hu? Please don't be upset. Just consider their remarks as an expression of affection. As the viewers speculated on Lin Li's next actions, he finally emerged from his reverie. He approached a segment of the branch, gently pressing his paw down, and it broke into two. In truth, Hu Che's prediction was not entirely erroneous. Lin Lu had indeed been contemplating using the branch to aid the cats in constructing a shelter. However, Hu Che overlooked a critical issue. The twigs on the ground had long since rotted due to the elements and were utterly unsuitable for use. If Lin Lu attempted to build a cat house with these branches, the structure could collapse at any moment. And he was not foolish enough to proceed with such a plan. Thus, after stepping on several dry twigs in succession, he helplessly spread his paws. It seemed that the endeavor to construct a shelter for the cats would require further consideration. However, he then spotted a few cat houses nestled among the bushes by the roadside, and suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. No, why should he deliberate? Lin Lu recognized that he had fallen into a misconception. Since his reincarnation as a cat, he had constantly measured himself by feline capabilities, completely ignoring the assistance he could receive from humans. Just as those cats had charmingly won their shelters from kind-hearted ladies, Lin Lu certainly had no desire to beg for favors from anyone aside from Mu Yuqing. But that was inconsequential. He had wealth at his disposal. Yet, some might argue, what use is money to a cat? A cat with money could only acquire air from a convenience store. Nevertheless, they would overlook one vital point. Lin Lu not only possessed wealth, but also had a dear friend in Old Li. With this thought, a smile spread across Lin Li's face as he hurried toward the market warehouse. I can't breathe. I initially thought Professor Hu would finally make a successful prediction, only to find out that Le Gu merely wanted to stomp on some branches for fun. Hey, I thought old Hu was on a roll. Turns out, he is still at his usual level. Upstairs, do you think there's a chance that this is the level of Hu Professor after his lucky streak? I take back my earlier statement. How could a cat possibly possess Professor Hu? He simply doesn't deserve it. Your ability to change opinions is quite impressive. Professor Hu, although the comments are harsh and critical, I still choose to believe in you, support you, and cheer for you. Please stay strong, keep pushing, and never give up on seeking help. At that moment in the live stream, Hu Che's smile froze upon witnessing Lin Lu snap the first twig. His expression more pained than if he had consumed bitter herbs. He genuinely yearned to understand where the issue had arisen this time. He had approached the situation from a human perspective, objectively analyzing all potential uses of the branch. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Lin Lu would treat it as a toy, simply stepping on it. Now, even a person as self-assured as he was could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. Such a twist of fate caught both Mu Yuqing and Anin off guard. Just moments before, after Hu Che's analysis, even they had found his reasoning quite compelling. After all, with Lin Li's intelligence and maturity, he would certainly not gaze vacantly at a branch without cause. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would leap atop it and snap it? Perhaps the outcome was not entirely unexpected. Anin suddenly recalled Hu Che's enigmatic smile before his analysis. Could it be that Professor Hu truly possessed superpowers? That with a mere confident smile, he was destined to be proven wrong. Chapter 89. Who would undertake a task without a kickback? As the barrage of comments teased Hu Che, Lin Lu had already returned to the warehouse. From a distance, he spotted Old Li dozing in a wicker chair, drool pooling around him, occasionally smacking his lips. Clearly, he was lost in another delightful dream. However, much to his chagrin, Lin Lu had become the harbinger of nightmares, consistently transforming into a demon within Old Li's slumber. With a playful meow, Lin Lu gracefully approached, bending his legs as he emitted a series of fierce yet adorable sounds. Then, with a sudden leap, he obscured the sun's rays, casting a shadow over Old Li. At that moment, Old Li seemed to sense a disturbance, abruptly awakening and reaching out with a grasping hand, pinching Lin Lu under his armpit. Caught by surprise, Lin Li's mind was flooded with questions, pondering how Old Li had acquired such reflexes. Yet, feeling the firm grip, he refused to surrender easily. With a swift motion, he executed a backflip and landed gracefully on the ground. Cats are not frightening. What is truly alarming is a cat skilled in martial arts. Lin Lu thought to himself, if he were to be captured by this old man, what would become of his dignity? After all, hundreds of thousands were watching the live stream. How could he continue his endeavors if he were humiliated? Little rascal, back again? My frail body cannot endure your antics. If you scare me into a stroke, I wonder how you would cope. Old Li exclaimed, still shaken but chuckling as he scolded Lin Lu. In truth, having such a mischievous cat to amuse him was a rare delight, especially while guarding the empty warehouse, which could be so desolate and lonely. Meow, what can be done? Just cover me with a white cloth and bury me in the ground. Heed this in your next life. Lin Lu remarked indifferently, stifling a yawn. If I die, I'll drag you along as a ghost. Old Li retorted, clearly unimpressed, as he unscrewed a cup of tea from 1982, blowing on the surface before taking a sip. He understood this troublesome cat all too well. Lin Lu would only appear at the warehouse when he wanted something. Hey, I need a favor, Lin Lu said, grinning as he spoke. Indeed, he sought Old Li's assistance to summon a construction crew to build a shelter for the cats, capable of shielding them from the elements. Humph. Old Li scoffed, setting down his teacup, a haughty snort escaping him. You greet me with thunderous antics. This hardly reflects a humble request for assistance. Lin Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. This old man seemed to hold grudges. I require a budget of 500 yuan to construct a shelter for my feline brethren, Lin Lu stated unabashedly, unconcerned about Old Li's possible resentment. This figure stemmed from meticulous calculations. After relocating 15 cats, approximately 30 would remain in the market. They didn't need a vast space. Moreover, the shelter's requirements were minimal, merely needing to provide protection from wind and rain, easily achievable with a few sheets of metal and wooden boards. Even accounting for labor, 500 yuan would suffice. 500 yuan? Are you jesting? That's mere pocket change for materials alone. Old Li rolled his eyes. A shelter for 30 or 40 cats at that price. It's laughable. The most expensive aspect isn't the materials, it's labor. While I might get a discount from the market's material supplier, what about kickbacks? Who would undertake such a thankless task without compensation, especially when it involves extending a favor? Do you think I'm broke? Where would I acquire such funds? Old Li's expression shifted to one of suspicion, scrutinizing Lin Lu closely. All right, it's settled then. I shall deliver the money to you tomorrow. After all these years of friendship, can you not trust me? Lin Lu replied confidently, waving a paw dismissively, assuring Old Li that he was a respectable figure in the community and would never default on a mere 500 yuan. Such rumors would tarnish his reputation and that of his owner, Mu Yuqing. Would he dare to risk his standing in Jiangxing for such a trivial sum? After stating his intentions, Lin Lu noticed a group of stray cats returning from their meal in the nearby grove. Without affording Old Li a chance to protest, he pranced away, leaving the old man in a state of perplexity. This cat truly acted as if he were not a mere feline, speaking with the air of a grandson demanding a debt repaid. Just how long has it been since we forged this bond? And how long has this cat been alive? Old Li mumbled to himself, unscrewing his cup of tea once more, sipping thoughtfully as he made his way to the market. Is there more of Old Li's storyline to unfold? This little old man is quite entertaining. No wonder he and Lu Ge share such a deep bond. Cat linguist. Any confirmation? Is Old Li your senior or fellow apprentice? Cat linguist, uncertain. Seriously? Given Old Li's age, how could he possibly be a peer to you? Just imagine their teacher's age. This cat seems far too familiar, lacking in basic courtesy. Hey, why are you criticizing Lu Ge? Do you comprehend the nature of their friendship? Hilarious. This segment has me in stitches. I'm curious how Lu Ge will hand Old Li the 500 yuan. We chat. Alipay? Or cash? If cash, wouldn't he need to visit the bank? Imagining a cat withdrawing money with a bank card has me oddly thrilled. Do you think it's plausible that Lugu and Old Lee's relationship means it's more of a debt repayment? Debt repayment, my foot. I still feel Lugu is exceedingly generous to his little brother, even building a shelter for the cats. I wish to reincarnate as a cat, becoming Lu Ge's loyal subordinate. Reborn as a cat, I declare, from this moment forth, I shall officially serve as Lu Ge's little brother, ever obedient and compliant. If Lugu says east, I go west. If he says west, I go east. Chapter 90. Who doesn't adore a kind little kitten? Oh, it appears that Professor Who's predictions were not entirely erroneous. Rather, Xiao Lu made a different selection concerning the materials. In the live broadcast, Anin gazed at the images on the screen and the translations provided by the cat language doctor, promptly exclaiming. The production team has already highlighted the cat language doctor's comments, bolded, enlarged, and colored them, placing them in the most prominent position, making them easily noticeable, akin to subtitles. Through the translation, Anin learned that Lin Lu approached Old Lee specifically regarding the establishment of a cat shelter. Thus, it seems that Professor Who is not entirely without merit. Ahem, with decades of experience in pet research, how could I possibly err? Huche, having noticed the cat language doctor's comments, couldn't help but display a smug expression upon hearing Anan's words. What a jest! As a world-renowned pet professor, how could he fail to anticipate a cat's behavior? Observing Huche's demeanor, Anan felt a sense of foreboding. Fortunately, there was nothing at that moment that required his predictions, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She then turned her attention to Mu Yuqing, casually remarking, Xiao Lu treats his feline companions quite well. This indicates that he must be a kind-hearted cat. Hearing someone praise her cat, Mu Yuqing's eyes narrowed with delight, revealing a crescent-like smile as she responded. Indeed, Xiao Lu is very compassionate. He once helped a blind person cross the street. As she spoke, Mu Yuqing was lost in reminiscence, recalling a time before she adopted Xiao Lu. Once, at an intersection near her school, she witnessed a blind person struggling to navigate the traffic signals. She was about to step forward to assist when she noticed Xiao Lu tugging at the person's pant leg, guiding them across the road. Such a benevolent cat was the reason she resolutely chose to adopt him. However, others were unaware of this heartwarming story. Upon hearing Mu Yuqing's words, they were left in utter confusion. A cat helped a blind person cross the street? How is that even possible? Is Goddess Yuqing perhaps exaggerating for the sake of entertainment? Xiao Lu is indeed quite kind. Just the fact that he does not exploit his companions and always considers their well-being speaks volumes, a quality many could scarcely emulate. But Goddess Yuqing, to say that he helped a blind person cross the street seems somewhat implausible, doesn't it? Are you all being reduced to folly by Professor Who? What do guide dogs do? They assist blind people in crossing the street. Do you think Xiao Li's intelligence is inferior to that of a dog? Surely, he is capable of such a feat. Perhaps Goddess Yuqing's expression was not precise enough. Using the word help made it sound absurd. But I believe tugging at the pant leg is indeed the truth. The truth revealed. In the live room, upon witnessing the barrage of doubts, Mu Yuqing immediately sensed she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. The commenter is correct. It was indeed tugging at the pant leg. She then recounted the story from her memory, dispelling the confusion among the viewers. After all, given Lin Li's demonstrated intelligence, guiding a blind person by tugging at their leg was clearly not a daunting task. That said, I still feel something is amiss. Indeed, how conveniently coincidental. Could this be Xiao Li's scheme to draw closer to Goddess Yuqing? It appears Xiao Lu has succeeded. Goddess Yuqing has indeed adopted him. How can you all think so poorly of Xiao Lu? Is he truly that kind of cat? Exactly. Must you all perceive Xiao Lu as cunning and unscrupulous? Consider this. How could a cat possibly recruit a blind person to perform for him? Right? I concede Xiao Lu is quite clever, but such calculated schemes seem too far-fetched. Everything is destined by fate. All right, let us shift the topic. Let us quietly observe Xiao Lu. Meanwhile, Lin Lu returned to the small grove, and the stray cats soon gathered in groups, each full of energy, their mouths glistening with remnants of their lunch, clearly indicating a satisfactory meal. However, each cat had other preoccupations, such as afternoon football or fishing, which caused them to hastily consume their meals and return. After a brief wait, Garfield finally appeared, dragging his plump body. Only then did the cats begin to line up under Lin Li's watchful gaze. Brother Lu, there are no other cats behind. The number should be complete. Garfield approached respectfully and spoke to Lin Lu. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu nodded and turned his attention to the assembled group, solemnly declaring, Now, let us count. Although the formation appeared orderly, and it was evident that no cats were missing, he preferred to have them count, as it seemed more meticulous. Meow, 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 meow. With Lin Li's command, the sound of synchronized counting echoed through the grove, reverberating back and forth. Fortunately, it was not the dead of night. Otherwise, the cacophony of meows might frighten many children. After the counting concluded, Lin Lu nodded. There was neither an excess nor a deficiency. Thus, he and Garfield took the lead, following a narrow path that led away from the grove. This path, while challenging for humans, offered the advantage of being sparsely populated, allowing them to avoid crossing roads. After all, a procession of dozens of cats might alarm some bewildered residents. Choosing this route would help avert unnecessary troubles. Although the path was arduous for humans, it posed little difficulty for the cats. However, Lin Lu recalled that this small hill seemed to abut a 4A-rated tourist attraction, often attracting monkeys that wandered from the scenic area. Lin Lu held no fondness for monkeys, as they are commonly regarded as a band of thieves in the memories of most people. Nevertheless, it seemed unnecessary to dwell on this. During this season, it was unlikely that a troop of monkeys would venture from the tourist area to this hilltop. Everyone, stay close and do not fall behind, Lin Lu called from the front, occasionally glancing back to remind his companions. However, after walking a short distance, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The usually tranquil wood seemed restless today. The sun's heat and the allure of spring appeared to ignite the deepest instincts within the animals. Just then, Lin Lu noticed rustling sounds emanating from the thicket beside the path, accompanied by the swaying of branches. Chapter 91. Upholding the essence of feline nature and promoting positive energy, Lin Lu felt a sudden heaviness in his stance as he raised his paw, signaling the team to halt their advance. Could it be that the troop of monkeys from the scenic area had already made their way here in this season? Although Lin Lu was accompanied by dozens of cats, which constituted a formidable force, monkeys were social creatures that appeared in overwhelming numbers. Moreover, the agility of macaques was on par with that of cats, and their ability to leap from branch to branch posed a significant threat. Lin Lu recalled a video he had seen of a pack of dogs engaging in battle with a troop of monkeys. As expected, the outcome was not surprising. The monkeys emerged victorious. Furthermore, macaques are notorious for their lack of reason, even when they are in the wrong. It is impossible to reason with them. Thus, Lin Lu promptly ordered the cats to cease their advance and prepare for battle. However, after observing for a while, he sensed something was amiss. Only the branches were swaying, yet the monkeys did not make an appearance. Additionally, he thought he heard an odd noise. Meow, don't move. I shall investigate the situation first. Lin Lu furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly uneasy as he instructed the cats behind him. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward toward the thicket. Beside him, Garfield felt a twinge of worry and attempted to dissuade Lin Lu, but was halted by the latter's stern gaze. Reluctantly, Garfield instructed the cat squad to remain on standby, ready to spring into action should Lin Lu find himself in danger. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the audience, along with Mu Yuqing, was engulfed in a tense atmosphere. They gazed at the screen, uncertain of what terrifying presence lay hidden within the thicket. Yet, from Lin Li's vigilant posture, they could surmise that this adversary was far from ordinary. What's happening, Brother Lo? Don't go in there. With such commotion, could there be a large beast in Jiangxing? What if a tiger, lion, black bear, or wild boar bursts forth from the thicket? What will Brother Lo do? Tiger, lion, black bear, wild boar? Can you be any more absurd? Where would such creatures come from in Jiangxing? What if an animal from the zoo escapes? Setting aside whether they can escape, if they did, there would have been an announcement, and the authorities would be fully armed to conduct a search. You need not worry. Living in Huaxia, safety is assured. Exactly. I believe it might just be a monkey hiding in the thicket. Anything beyond that would be too much to hope for. But monkeys are dangerous too. Can Brother Lo handle it alone? Bah, don't speak such defeatist words. Are you belittling my Brother Lo? As the comments heatedly debated, Lin Lu successfully approached the slope behind the thicket. However, when he peeked out with his feline head, he was instantly taken aback. This was no monkey. There were a man and a woman catching crickets. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was warm, with the season not yet overrun by mosquitoes. Spring seemed to exude a potent air of vitality. At this time, crickets were robust and vigorous. Thus, it was not uncommon to see people out catching crickets during this season. Suddenly, Lin Lu recalled that he was still being live-streamed. He wondered if the camera collar had captured the earlier scene and whether the stream would be shut down. If the stream were suspended, it might actually be a blessing in disguise. Consequently, Lin Lu extended his head once more to observe the duo's technique for catching crickets. Indeed, it was the very technique for catching crickets. Lin Lu firmly asserted that as a model feline of the new society, he adhered to the principle of prioritizing feline essence while promoting positive energy, resolutely opposing gambling and drugs. At this moment, it was not his intention to spectate this cricket-catching tutorial. Rather, circumstances had dictated his actions. All present could attest to this. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers were left in a state of bewilderment. More importantly, the director had initially assumed that a dangerous beast lurked in the thicket. For the sake of the broadcast, a close-up shot had been provided. Although the director switched the camera away upon realizing the content of the scene, it did not prevent the viewers from having seen what they should not have. What was that just now? It flashed by so suddenly. If I'm not mistaken, there seemed to be two people. Oh my, is the official live stream trying to stir controversy? Haha, this is hilarious. The director even gave a close-up shot. I doubt he expected this situation behind the thicket. Let us cherish this moment. If I'm not mistaken, in another 30 seconds, the live stream will be shut down. Brother Lu is truly brave. We thought he was about to face a ferocious beast, but who would have guessed it would turn out like this? We could see that little Lu seemed to have sensed the stirring of the beast. However, unfortunately, the camera appeared to have encountered some technical difficulties, rendering it incapable of capturing the creature. Anin was immediately flustered. What was going on? How could the director allow this? The content of the broadcast made her blush with embarrassment, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. After a long pause, she resolved to minimize the impact of the situation. Thus, she would insist that the entity in the thicket was indeed a beast, and nothing else could possibly exist. Having said that, she cast a glance at Hu Che and Mu Yuqing. At this moment, Hu Che, having just emerged from his shock, met An's gaze and awkwardly adjusted his glasses. Indeed, he had also believed that Lin Lu might encounter some terrifying creature, unable to tear his eyes away from the screen. Yet, what he witnessed was an utterly disgraceful scene. Who would have thought that on such a chilly day, someone would venture into the wild to catch crickets? Surely, staying at home would be more pleasant. Indeed, they should be two macaques. I wonder why they appeared here. I was just seeing things. I almost mistook them for humans. Hu Che adjusted his glasses and spoke somewhat sheepishly. It was understandable for him to feel sheepish. After all, he was a professor who had dedicated decades to pet research, known for his integrity and never having told a lie. However, he recognized that in this situation, he would have to resort to deception. Thus, he cleverly employed the similarity between macaques and humans to muddy the waters, hoping to convince the audience that it was merely an illusion. What? Upon receiving the glance from Anan, Mu Yuqing was momentarily puzzled. What exactly had everyone just witnessed? Why did they all appear to bear such expressions? Even the comments section was abuzz. At this point, Mu Yuqing felt a pang of regret. When Lin Lu had ventured into the thicket to investigate, she had been exceedingly worried and anxious, fixated on the screen. However, she had forgotten that she was holding a cup of water. Consequently, as Lin Lu stretched his head forward, her nervousness caused her to knock over the cup, spilling water all over her skirt. It was while she was dealing with the cup that she seemed to have missed some spectacular moment. Chapter 92. A great terror lies ahead. I advise you to retreat swiftly yet. Mu Yuqing still heard the words exchanged between An and Hu Che, causing her a wave of concern. Could it be that Xiao Lu was truly facing some ferocious beast? If so, what should be done? Surely, Xiao Lu would not be in danger. Goodness, and dear, are you truly distorting the truth and turning black into white? And you, Professor Hu, clearly complicit in this deception. How could you not see the obvious? Let's all consider the situation. After all, this is sensitive content, and the production team had no prior knowledge of such occurrences behind the bushes. Indeed. Let us not let the atmosphere escalate to the point where the live stream gets banned. If that happens, where will we be able to watch Le Go? Let us all keep the chat positive. Positive energy. Positive energy 111. 10086. Wait a moment, if it's that sort of scene, why on earth is Le Go still peering in? I can't believe Le Go is such a cat. Le Go, please stop looking. Le Go, there is great terror here. I strongly advise you to retreat without delay. Seeing that the live stream was still buzzing with activity, the backstage staff and leaders were thrown into disarray. After an urgent discussion, the staff quickly sent out a command bag and blocked certain keywords in the comments. Meanwhile, the leaders hurriedly contacted the relevant departments to mitigate the fallout from this live streaming incident. This timely action prevented the live stream from being banned immediately, showcasing the advantage of having connections. After all, if the live stream were to be shut down, it would only serve to confirm the existence of forbidden content. However, Lin Lu remained blissfully unaware of all this. After watching for a while longer, he withdrew his head, feeling that the other party's cricket catching technique was less than perfect, with numerous areas for improvement. Yet, this was inconsequential. Lin Lu thought that if the live stream could be banned, then an additional minute and a half of viewing time would hardly matter. He then returned to the group of cats. "Lego, what was it? What did you see for so long?" Upon returning to the front of the group, Garfield anxiously inquired. "Nothing of importance. Children should refrain from asking too many questions." Lin Lu shot a glare at Garfield. Did he truly wish to watch for that long? It was merely his desire to ascertain if there was any danger, and thus he had bravely ventured into the enemy's territory to gather intelligence. The crowd in the live stream could attest to that. Garfield, taken aback, kept his head down, recalling that Legu was not usually like this. "Meow. All right, all cats, let us take a detour below and keep quiet." Lin Lu paused before turning to the group of cats behind him, extending a paw to indicate the pile of rubble below. This was no proper path, and even humans would struggle to find footing upon it. But what were they? They were cats. For them, was there truly a road too difficult to traverse? After all, those two cricket catchers had likely already ensured the live stream was secured. He could not be so inconsiderate as to disturb their affairs, right? This was called reciprocity, a feline courtesy. Though the assembly of cats did not comprehend why Lugu insisted that there was nothing in the bushes, yet still opted for a detour. They held no objections to his command. One by one, they extended their paws and carefully followed behind Lin Lu and Garfield. As they passed, Lin Lu noted that the commotion in the bushes had ceased, leading him to surmise that the two individuals had likely caught their crickets. After all, in the wild, aside from excitement, speed was of the essence. Once they crossed the mountain peak and walked a short distance further, they would arrive at their usual gathering spot, a place that had once been their assembly hall, now a football field. Thus, this little path was indeed much shorter. Typically, the cats from the market would use this route to convene. Fortunately, during their journey, Lin Lu and the others encountered no further unexpected events and soon arrived at the football field. At this point, the cats from the garbage dump had been divided into two teams by Xiao Huang and were all neatly lying on the football field, awaiting Lin Lu's arrival. "Lugu, everything is set. All the brothers are eager to sign up." Upon seeing Lin Lu and his group, Xiao Huang hurriedly approached, excitement evident in his voice. To be honest, the prospect of having fish for every meal was quite tempting, making him contemplate joining the northern junkyard. Alas, he still had responsibilities at the garbage dump. However, it was likely that his appearances at the northern junkyard would increase significantly in the future. "Very good." Lin Lu nodded in approval, speaking calmly. He firmly believed that this gathering would undoubtedly represent a groundbreaking event in the feline community. From this point forward, the fate of cats would be transformed, and the discord between cats and dogs would gradually dissipate, creating a new society where different species could coexist peacefully and collaborate was a prospect that lay just around the corner. "I just spoke with Garfield. Football is such an enjoyable sport that it shouldn't be limited to just you. The brothers from the market should also be included. I have matters to attend to at the northern junkyard, so I leave this responsibility to you and Garfield." After delegating a few tasks to Xiao Huang, he led the assembled group of cats away. The journey ahead would be significantly more arduous than their previous trek from the market. The difficulty lay not in the terrain, but in the necessity of traversing human habitation areas. Indeed, they would need to cross a street. Although traffic was not particularly heavy at this time, there remained a degree of danger. Moreover, the sight of so many cats moving simultaneously would surely astonish unsuspecting pedestrians, creating potential complications. Sure enough, as Lin Lu and the cat troop advanced steadily, they soon encountered their first human. It was a middle-aged man in a suit, speaking on the phone, his expression one of hurried urgency, a quintessential office worker. Upon noticing the cat procession, he paused, his words trailing off abruptly. Naturally, Lin Lu and the others noticed the man but chose to ignore him, proceeding straight into the children's park. Perhaps sensing the potential rudeness of this action, Lin Lu turned back just as his silhouette began to fade, extending a paw to wave a brief greeting to the bewildered middle-aged man. This gesture left the already perplexed man even more flabbergasted. Was he seeing things? A perfectly aligned line of cats walking along the sidewalk, and one of them had just waved at him? It felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. Was it possible that the endless hours of overtime had finally driven him to hallucinations? The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes, yet by the time he looked again, the cats had vanished, leaving him alone in his bewilderment. Wang Tai Chue? What is going on?" Why did your report suddenly stop? Are you slacking off again? Just then, his boss's voice crackled through his phone, pulling him back to reality. Boss, I just saw a bunch of cats. Wang Taichui instinctively replied, only to be met with his boss's furious reprimand for neglecting his work to watch cats. Feeling a surge of anger, Wang Taichui contemplated hanging up. However, the thoughts of his mortgage, car payments, and family held him back. Reluctantly, he unclenched his fists and replied softly, all right, boss. I understand, I'll be back right away. Chapter 93. Encountering the cricket duo again in the afternoon, the children's park was not particularly crowded. Most of the children were still in class, and adults were busy at work, with only a few elderly folks sitting on benches, engaged in casual conversations. This leisurely retired lifestyle was indeed enviable to many. Lin Lu had no objections to this. After all, the elderly had poor eyesight, and as long as they were careful to avoid each other, they might not even notice their presence. Upon exiting the children's park, they were confronted with the most challenging segment of their journey. Indeed, to reach the abandoned car lot in the northern part of the city, they had to cross this busy road. Meow, stay close to me, and if any danger arises, remember to evade at once. Lin Lu cautioned, glancing back with concern, before leading the feline group through the park and arriving at the intersection. At that moment, the traffic light was red, so Lin Lu and the cats patiently awaited their turn. However, by chance, a young couple approached, cozily entwined, seemingly oblivious to the feline gathering. Oh, so many cats. Suddenly, the woman caught sight of the cats out of the corner of her eye, and with a startled cry, she broke free from her boyfriend's embrace. What do you mean? So much fur? That's a symbol of masculinity. The man, momentarily taken aback, pondered for a moment before flashing a mischievous grin and replying, I meant that over there. So many cats. The woman rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated with her boyfriend's lack of decorum. She then pointed towards the intersection. It was only then that the man looked, his eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, so many cats. Honey, I want just one, can I? The woman, unable to resist the allure of the adorable fur balls, gazed at the multitude of cats with a glimmer of longing in her eyes. She began to select her favorite from among the 40 cats. Unsurprisingly, Lin Lu, with his striking appearance and rebellious spirit, was chosen. She pointed at Lin Lu and softly said, Honey, I want that one. The man, slightly miffed, muttered about the nuisance of having such a pet and the costs involved. Yet, unable to withstand the woman's pleading, he begrudgingly approached the cats. At this point, Lin Lu was acutely aware of the commotion, furrowing his brow. Although he couldn't overhear their conversation, he sensed the man harbored ill intentions. Thus, Lin Lu quickly assumed a defensive stance. As the man drew near, Lin Li's expression shifted to one of amusement. Wasn't this the very same pair who had been catching crickets on the hill? Just because they donned clothing didn't mean he wouldn't recognize them. Little kitty, be good. The man stealthily advanced, hands poised as if to catch Lin Lu. The woman followed closely behind, her fists clenched in anticipation, clearly hoping for her boyfriend to succeed. However, as a stranger approached with overtly aggressive behavior, the feline group became agitated, arching their backs and emitting low growls. It was clear that if the man dared to attack Lin Lu, he would be met with the ferocious wrath of dozens of cats. Meow. Lin Lu urged the cats to remain calm. They must not retaliate against humans. This was crucial for their survival in the city. As for the man's antics, they appeared utterly ridiculous to Lin Lu. He mumbled phrases of obedience. But little did he know, Lin Lu was no one's obedient pet, nor a cricket to be caught at will. Thus, as the man lunged forward, Lin Lu simply leaped backward, causing the man to stumble awkwardly. Little creature, I still can't catch you? With his girlfriend watching, the man's competitive spirit surged, and he shouted in frustration before lunging once more at Lin Lu. Lin Lu felt a sense of resignation. He wished to convey that he already had an owner. Even if he didn't, he would never choose this pair. He leaped again, evading the man's grasp, leaving him empty-handed. Just then, the traffic light changed, and Lin Lu swiftly called the cats to cross the crosswalk. As the man stumbled, the cats surged forward like a whirlwind, swiftly reaching the opposite side. Witnessing this, the man's pride was wounded, and in a fit of retaliation, he picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it at the cats. Meow. With such a large gathering of cats, even if he had poor aim, he should have been able to hit something. The stone sliced through the air and struck one of the cats in the back row. The cat yelped in pain, its fur bristling. The other cats swiftly turned, glaring at the man with fierce expressions. Even Lin Lu fixed his gaze upon the man, his eyes ablaze with fury. You can admire me, and I appreciate it. But if you throw stones at my kin, I am not pleased. The man met the collective gaze of the cats, and for reasons unknown, despite the sunny weather. He felt a chill run down his spine, as if something dreadful was about to unfold. He didn't understand why he felt intimidated by a group of cats, but clearly, he was cowed and turned to flee, dragging his girlfriend along with him. Lin Lu, however, committed the man's appearance to memory, refraining from instructing the cats to pursue him. After all, he was uncertain whether the live stream was still broadcasting. But even if it weren't, should an incident involving stray cats injuring someone arise, it would lead to an inevitable crackdown by the authorities, regardless of the truth. Although Lin Lu was furious, he had to remain rational, for he was not alone, with hundreds of lives relying on him. Thus, he took out a small notebook and began to jot down notes for future reference. Vengeance would come, but not just yet. However, there were still actions he could take, such as ensuring the other party faced disgrace first. No need to chase. It was them earlier on the mountain behind the market. Lin Lu remarked with a faint smile. He then approached to check on the injured cat, finding it merely slightly swollen, with no serious harm. Indeed, it was less severe than Lin Li's own leg. Although this incident seemed to have passed, the live stream was ablaze with fervent discussions. Wow, how could that man be so outrageous? It's not just him. Clearly, the couple is complicit. Even if he was pushed to anger, what right does he have to lash out if he couldn't catch Lin Lu? I wonder how such a man finds a girlfriend. It's utterly bewildering. Does anyone understand this? Initially, the audience in the live stream expressed righteous indignation towards the couple, their discerning eyes easily discerning right from wrong. However, following Lin Li's murmured comments, the narrative swiftly shifted. Wow, they're the couple from the little grove, getting quite playful. Impressive. I was wondering who would be so reckless. Turns out they're just young and fiery. Winter? Isn't it spring? Wow, it's been as chilly as winter these past few days. Didn't you notice? Ahem. There is something I'm unsure whether to say or not. Don't say it if you're unsure. Well, I think I might know that guy. But since you're not interested, I'll drop it. Wow, you're my big bro. I admit I was a bit loud just now. Chapter 94. Abundance of fish. Lin Lu was unaware of the subsequent events in the live broadcast room. At this moment, he was leading a group of cats to the northern junkyard of the city. The sun was slightly tilted, and after much back and forth, it seemed to be around 4 o'clock, with 6 hours having passed since the dog pack began fishing. Lin Lu was concerned about the situation with the dog pack's catch in his absence. He hoped they had not returned empty-handed, for that would truly result in a comical standoff. Meow, from now on, you shall reside in the northern junkyard. You may choose from these abandoned vehicles. And for specific arrangements, just follow the instructions of Xiongba. Lin Lu paused at the entrance of the junkyard, speaking softly to the cats. The advantage of the northern junkyard lay in the countless discarded vehicles, which could easily provide shelter for all the cats and dogs, protecting them from the elements. Moreover, the genuine leather seats of some luxury cars were far more comfortable than an ordinary cat nest. This was also why the numerous dogs under the command of the former leader, Ego, preferred to settle in this corner of the northern junkyard. The cats, upon hearing this, gazed around with curiosity. This was not their first visit to the northern junkyard. They had previously come to rescue Dehui. However, the last time was amidst chaos, and upon returning with the injured Dehui, they had not properly surveyed the territory. Now, under closer inspection, the place was indeed perfect, and it surpassed the quality of their previous residence. Consequently, the cats felt a deeper sense of gratitude towards Lin Lu. It appeared that their decision to come to the northern junkyard was, in fact, a brilliant one. Yet, they wondered if there would be fresh fish to enjoy. All right, let us head to the riverbank. While working near the water, you must remain vigilant and avoid wading too deeply. Lin Lu instructed as he led the way. Exiting through the northern gate of the junkyard, they found themselves in an expanse of desolate land, with a small grove visible in the distance. The weeds in the wasteland were quite tall, capable of concealing a dog's back, allowing the group of cats to move about without detection. However, the dogs had a keen sense of smell, and before Lin Lu could arrive with the cats, he heard Xiongba's excited voice. Lugu, Lugu, how can such a large dog still be so impulsive? Can it act a bit more mature? Lin Lu murmured to himself, yet he strode forward. As he approached the exit, he caught sight of Xiongba, who appeared anxious. Did the brothers catch any fish? Lin Lu inquired, noticing Xiongba's restlessness. He began to worry that the dog pack might have encountered difficulties while fishing. Could it be that they truly returned empty-handed in the afternoon? The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Xiongba's canine expression betrayed no secret emotions, prompting Lin Lu to hasten his steps and weave past Xiongba. Wait, Lugu. Let me explain. Xiongba panted, eager to speak. only to realize that Lin Lu had already reached the clearing created by the dog pack. He was momentarily stunned. As it seemed there was no longer a need to elaborate, Lin Lu, now rooted in place, stared at the ground littered with fish, his mind buzzing. What in the world is happening? The group of cats following Lin Lu rushed forward, their faces lighting up with ecstatic smiles. Heavens, is this place a paradise? Meow? Xiongba, why did you let the dogs catch so many fish? Lin Lu snapped back to reality, unsure whether to express joy, anger, or helplessness. The ground was strewn with fish of all sizes, easily over 500, weighing around 200 jin. Would the dog pack be able to consume all this? No. Even combined with the cats, could they finish it all? Thus, Lin Li's first instinct was to question Xiongba. Lagu, I have no idea. The brothers kept catching fish, one after another, and since you didn't give any orders, I didn't know what to do. Xiongba replied, revealing a look of grievance. He too wished to halt his companions from continuing to fish, but without Lin Lu's presence, he hesitated to issue commands. After all, Lin Lu had not instructed them to limit their catch before he left. Lin Lu wanted to say more, but ultimately swallowed his words. The river flowing through Jiang City was quite large. Though it could not compare to the Yangtze or Yellow rivers, it was still a notable waterway. Consequently, the aquatic resources were abundant. Additionally, due to recent fishing restrictions imposed by the authorities, and given that Jiang City residents lived by the water, the number of fishing enthusiasts was relatively low, leading to an overpopulation of fish and shrimp in the river. However, catching so many fish would surely result in waste, as the dog pack could not possibly consume all of it. Furthermore, given that the fish had been left on the ground for so long, even releasing them back into the water would no longer be feasible. All dogs, stop fishing immediately, Lin Lu declared, intervening to prevent the remaining dogs from continuing their catch. Meanwhile, the live broadcast captured this scene, causing the comments section to explode. Wow, so many fish, all fish. Can the dog pack eat all this? Eat it all. Are you kidding? Even if you include all of Lu Ji's cats, it seems a bit much. Upon counting, there must be several hundred here. What will happen to the leftover fish? It is well known that fish can become unpalatable after some time. How about making dried fish? Dried fish is easy to store. No, my friend, this is a pet live broadcast. I admit Lagu is impressive and intelligent, but making dried fish would be putting him in a difficult position. I think there's nothing wrong with that. The smaller fish can be strung up to dry and turned into little fish snacks, without needing any special process. Do you have any idea how many fish there are? I just counted, and there are over 700. Goodness. Wait, what did you say? Over 700? Yes. What's wrong with that? I seem to recall that professor who predicted the dog pack's afternoon catch would be around 700 fish. Wow. I remember now. Professor who did say that, and I mocked him for it. So, Professor who actually predicted it correctly? Has Professor who really hit a streak today? His predictions have been spot on multiple times. Within the live broadcast, the trio had not initially recalled this detail, but after the barrage of comments, Anin could not hide her surprise, glancing at Hu Che. Today, Hu Che seemed to possess an unusual aura, and nearly every time he spoke during the broadcast, his predictions had been correct. Even the segment about the market branch, while not directly accurate, was validated later when Xiao Lu confirmed that indeed, a cat shelter was to be constructed. Could it be that Hu Che was truly experiencing a stroke of luck today? For me, such predictions are merely child's play. Hu Che thought to himself, his tail now standing upright, and a confident, triumphant smile spread across his face. Initially, he believed his reputation in the live broadcast room had already been irreparably damaged. Little did he expect that a turnaround was still possible. Chapter 95. The initial cooperation between cats and dogs. A large question mark loomed over Mu Yuqing's head. Everyone had witnessed Hu Che's performance during the previous live broadcast. To her astonishment, today he had successfully predicted outcomes multiple times, leaving her curious. Had this professor been concealing his true abilities all along? However, with such an abundance of fish, it was evident that the dogs could not consume them all. How would Xiao Lu handle the situation? Contemplating this, Mu Yuqing glanced at the heap of fish strewn across the ground and voiced her thoughts. Even if the dogs were permitted to feast, it was inconceivable that they could devour every last fish. Yet, based on her understanding of Xiao Lu, a cat that abhorred waste, she found herself perplexed. You raise a valid point, Yuqing. I wonder if Professor Hu has any insights on this matter, Anin remarked, nodding in agreement. She, too, had not anticipated that the pack of dogs would manage to catch so many fish in a single afternoon. Initially, when Hu Che had predicted 700 fish, She had thought he would be met with a resounding failure. I believe there is a high chance that Xiao Lu will summon the cats from the market and the dump to share in the feast, and then suggested. Upon hearing this, Hu Che paused momentarily, yet his confident and triumphant demeanor remained intact. After a brief contemplation, he asserted, "Indeed, this conclusion is the result of thorough deliberation. What is the quickest and most effective way to deal with these 700 fish? The answer is simple. Consume them, since the dogs cannot finish them. Let us include the cats in the feast." He dismissed the notion proposed by the comments that suggested preserving the fish for later. Firstly, it was already afternoon, and the sun was setting. Clearly, it was too late to dry the fish. Furthermore, while Xiao Lu was indeed intelligent, it did not necessarily follow that he possessed the skills to process fish. For instance, games like Honor of Kings or PUBG could be played by children of a few years old, but asking them to devise a method for handling fish was another matter entirely. Meanwhile, by the riverside, Lin Lu seemed to validate Hu Che's thoughts, staring helplessly at the more than 700 fish. "Forget it, let us clean up first," he sighed after a long moment of reflection. At that moment, the pack of dogs had finished tidying up their fishing rods and returned to the open area. Observing their day's haul, the dogs appeared quite pleased, each displaying a smile at the corners of their mouths. "Form a line," Lin Lu commanded, climbing a nearby willow tree before calling out. The dogs and cats, upon hearing him, immediately straightened their postures and lined up in formation. 50 dogs and 40 cats stood in 2 orderly rows, creating a scene of remarkable harmony. "Xiongba, select 10 of the least skilled fishing dogs." Lin Lu continued issuing orders. He had previously discussed with Xiongba the selection of 10 dogs to scavenge at the dump. This, of course, was not voluntary. It would be the 10 dogs with the poorest fishing skills that would be sent to the refuse site. After all, the dogs' way of life had changed, and it was essential to adapt to ensure their sustenance. This was a necessary measure, not favoritism on Lin Li's part. "Understood," Xiongba barked in response, moving among the ranks to select 10 frail dogs. Having observed and counted throughout the afternoon, he knew which dogs had caught the least. Among these 10, one had not caught a single fish. This was likely not due to skill but rather physical condition, as evidenced by their frail appearances. Fishing, though trivial for humans, could be quite laborious for dogs. A fish weighing a pound could exert far more force while struggling in the water than its weight suggested. "All right, step forward and form a separate line," Lin Lu instructed as the remaining dogs aligned themselves while widening their spacing. The 10 dogs quickly exited the formation, creating a new line behind them. However, it was evident that each dog bore a dejected expression. After all, being eliminated is a difficult reality to accept, whether for humans or dogs. The remaining 40 dogs, under Lin Li's command, began adjusting their positions, ultimately leaving a space between each of them. "All cats, take 3 steps back, turn left, and march in unison. Meow, meow, stand still," Lin Lu continued directing. The cats, having trained with Lin Lu for a longer duration and receiving more rigorous instruction than the dogs, executed the commands with precision. The current arrangement saw each cat positioned perfectly between 2 dogs. As Lin Lu commanded them to step forward and align, they merged seamlessly into a new formation. Each cat was paired with a dog, thus establishing a harmonious unit of cats and dogs. "Now, remember your positions and your partners to the left and right. From this moment forth, you are teammates. In the days ahead, you shall strive together, working diligently for your own sustenance and that of your partner. Dogs must fish tirelessly and without complaint. Cats must process the catch, enduring hardship and toil. Can you all manage this?" Lin Lu surveyed the assembled group, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He envisioned a future where the animal kingdom would no longer know enmity, where cats and dogs, as well as cats and mice, would thrive in splendid cooperation. With Lin Li's words echoing, the simultaneous meows and barks resonated across the barren land. They gazed at their partners, their eyes communicating unspoken sentiments. In that moment, any past grievances were entirely erased. Henceforth, they would be partners, coexisting in peace. "Xiongba, now lead all the dogs to gather firewood and dig." With this instruction, Lin Lu turned his attention to Xiongba, speaking gently. Without hesitation, Xiongba stood before the pack and led the 40 dogs away. "You 10 dogs. After dinner here, join me at the dump," Lin Lu called out. "Now, you have a task, to gather some lotus leaves. Can you manage that?" As he watched the 40 dogs depart, those selected for the dump felt even more isolated. Yet, Lin Lu seemed to recognize this. Leaping down from the willow tree without an air of superiority, speaking tenderly, he understood that, especially in such moments, it was crucial to consider the dog's feelings. Every creature possesses emotions. One should not issue commands or make demands from a position of superiority, disregarding their sentiments. Of course, the 10 dogs' earlier discontent vanished instantly, smiles breaking across their faces as they leaped into the river. Sometimes, bringing joy to others is to bring joy to oneself. Of course, if the others are genuine dogs. That is another matter entirely. Chapter 96. Indeed a good dog now. Each cat, take a fish and follow my lead. After watching 10 dogs leap into the frigid waters of the river, Lin Lu returned to the gathering of cats, adjusting his tone to one of mild authority. He then instructed the 40 cats to form a square, positioning himself in the center, with a fish weighing approximately 2 pounds pinned beneath his paw. With a delicate yet decisive motion, he struck the fish, which still writhed slightly. Lin Lu, undeterred by the apparent cruelty, swiftly used his sharp claws to slice open the fish's belly. Instantly, the tender white flesh burst forth, blooming like a vibrant flower. Regrettably, such beauty was ephemeral. As the fish's entrails spilled out, the scene turned somewhat grotesque. All the internal contents had to be meticulously cleaned, particularly the filthy gills that must be removed. Lin Lu worked efficiently, his claws deftly clearing the fish's belly until only the pristine flesh remained. He then picked up the fish and approached the riverbank to rinse off the blood before demonstrating to the assembled cats. True to their reputation as connoisseurs of fish, the cats quickly absorbed Lin Li's techniques. In this regard, the felines certainly proved to be far more reliable than their canine counterparts. Shortly thereafter, Lin Lu instructed the 40 cats to each process their own fish, and they accomplished the task with remarkable swiftness. Meanwhile, Lin Lu, using his own strength, cleared a large patch of weeds. Once the cats had washed their fish, he commanded them to bring them over. More than 40 fish lay upon the verdant grass, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, each appearing to radiate a golden glow. Continue, do not falter. From now on, this shall be your duty. Fear not the toil, fear not the fatigue. If heaven is to bestow great responsibilities upon these cats, they must first endure hardships, labor their muscles, starve their bodies, and suffer through confusion in their endeavors. Lin Lu nodded in satisfaction, turning to address the cats who appeared momentarily dazed. In today's society, how can a cat that does not strive expect to enjoy the fruits of its labor? Of course, Lin Lu was not reprimanding the cats. Rather, he aspired to transform the hierarchy of the animal kingdom, enabling creatures that once relied solely on humans to cultivate their independence. Only then could these animals live more freely and transparently. The cats, naturally, listened intently to Lin Li's words, as their current existence in the northern part of the city was entirely the result of his efforts. Indeed, any cat daring to defy Lin Lu would find itself at odds with them all. While the cats immersed themselves in diligent work, Lin Lu pondered how to handle the surplus fish. He considered inviting the cats from the garbage dump and the market to join in the feast. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, as the distance to the northern junkyard was considerable, requiring at least 2 hours for the round trip. Additionally, with the evening rush hour in full swing, the increased foot traffic posed various dangers. In his view, such a venture was entirely unnecessary. Thus, only one alternative remained: to store the excess fish. This was Lin Li's foremost ambition. After all, fishing often depended on fortune. It was one thing to catch fish daily, but what if there came a day of total failure? Would all the cats and dogs not go hungry? Moreover, should a streak of bad luck persist for days on end, starvation would inevitably follow. Therefore, seizing the opportunity to catch and store fish when the weather and luck were favorable seemed like a prudent strategy. Yet, he was uncertain about how to preserve the fish or create dried fish. Without his phone for reference, he found himself at a loss. He vaguely remembered that the process of making dried fish required a significant amount of salt for curing. However, both cats and dogs should not consume excessive salt. These various challenges left Lin Lu somewhat perplexed. Could dried fish be made without salt? Suddenly, Lin Lu pondered, reflecting that since cats and dogs could not ingest too much salt, perhaps it was feasible to produce dried fish without any seasoning. He was unsure if this approach would yield successful results, but every endeavor must begin somewhere. Without trying, one could never discern the outcome. With determination, Lin Lu leaped onto a willow tree and snapped off a branch. Without hesitation, he stripped the tender leaves from the willow twig with his claws before returning to the patch of grass he had flattened. By now, many fish had been cleaned and neatly arranged on the grass. Lin Lu selected smaller fish, threading them through the gills with the willow branch, allowing them to dangle from both sides. Before long, he had strung over 20 fish onto the twig. Next came the challenge of drying them. Lin Lu gazed helplessly at the sky, observing the sun gradually sinking in the west, and let out a long sigh. Heaven, must you be so unkind? Though the fish were prepared, without sunlight, how could they dry? If left overnight, they would surely spoil. Brother Lu, we're back. At that moment, Lin Lu spotted Xiong Ba returning with a pack of dogs, the leader carrying a particularly sturdy branch in its mouth. Upon seeing this, Lin Li's eyes brightened. Of course, while the sun has set and drying is impossible, we can still roast them. Do not misunderstand. It was not about grilling fish, but rather using stable, low heat to dehydrate the fish's moisture. Admittedly, this task could be quite substantial, but if they could complete part of it today, they could wait for the sun to rise tomorrow to finish the rest. Without hesitation, Lin Lu instructed Xiong Ba to bring the thick branch over. Brother Lu? What is the matter? Xiong Ba, puzzled, halted before Lin Lu and set down the branch, inquiring softly. Do not worry about it. Just dig a deep hole right here. The deeper, the better. Lin Lu replied with a mysterious smile, refraining from explaining further. After all, he was uncertain whether his method would succeed. If something went awry and he had prematurely divulged his plan to Xiong Ba, he would lose face as their leader. Xiong Ba, naturally, did not dare to object. With a flurry of movement, he began to dig, and when his paws began to ache from the effort, he looked up at Lin Lu with a pitiful expression. All right, that's enough. Now, come help me stand this branch upright and plant it in the hole, Lin Lu said, his satisfaction evident as he jumped up to pat Xiong Ba's head, his eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, you are a good dog. Encouraged by Lin Li's praise, Xiong Ba wagged his tail enthusiastically and carried the thick branch to plant it in the hole. Hold it steady. I'll finish up shortly, Lin Lu exclaimed, quickly shoveling the soil back into the hole with his paws, jumping up to stamp it down. Not content with just his weight, he summoned another robust dog to help press the earth down further until it was firmly packed. Chapter 97. Grilled fish dried. Observing the sturdy branch standing in the clearing, Lin Lu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He then called the dog that had just begun digging and instructed it to excavate another deep pit not far away. Xiong Ba, go find another thick branch, he gently urged as the dog continued its work. Indeed, he intended to plant 2 such branches and construct a frame for drying fish. While Xiong Ba was unaware of Lin Li's precise intentions, it held no doubts whatsoever. After all, it understood all too well that Lin Li's intellect far surpassed its own, making any suggestion from it futile. Thus, Xiong Ba set off with purpose, dashing back into the small grove. Meanwhile, Lin Lu continued to prepare the fish. Once Xiong Ba returned with the branch and planted it in the barren ground, Lin Lu coordinated with the dog to fasten the skewered small fish onto the branch. Following this method, he swiftly secured a multitude of fish. At this moment, the group of cats had efficiently cleaned up all the fish. Lin Lu was pleasantly surprised to note that none of the 40 cats present had succumbed to the temptation of stealing a bite. Not even a single fish had been pilfered, which delighted Lin Lu, indicating a marked improvement in the cat's discipline and laying a solid foundation for his future plans. All right. Now the dogs shall start the fire. Cats, watch closely, place the fish in lotus leaves and cover them with mud. Lin Lu nodded, imparting yet another skill to the attentive felines. The resourceful cats required little verbal instruction and soon wrapped up all the remaining fish. Meanwhile, the dogs had constructed a makeshift structure from branches and dry leaves. Xiong Ba grasped the lighter Lin Lu had left behind and pressed it gently with his paw. Flames burst forth, instantly igniting the dry leaves. Xiong Ba quickly tossed the lighter aside and ran to safety. The roaring flames ascended, and the temperature by the riverside, having dropped with the onset of evening, began to rise once more under the warmth of the fire. Lin Lu directed the 10 dogs that had entered the water to approach the fire, drying off their fur in its warmth. The other dogs carefully rolled mud balls towards the fire pit. The primary challenge for both cats and dogs resided in their paws, which lacked the dexterity of human hands. This realization further solidified Lin Li's resolve to equip the abandoned car lot in the north of the city with a few iron pots. Not that he had yet procured them, they were still en route. As each mud ball rolled into the flames, Lin Lu stepped toward the makeshift frame of branches. This location was relatively distant from the fire, preventing the heat from cooking the small fish too thoroughly. Observing the steam rising from the fish, Lin Lu nodded in approval. It appeared that this method might indeed prove effective. Yet again, it was time for the much-anticipated grilled fish feast. Oh my, why do these stray cats and dogs seem to eat better than I do? The aroma is practically wafting off the screen. I find myself consumed with envy and longing each day to be one of Lin Lu's companions. Hello, is this 110? I'm reporting a group of cats and dogs fishing by the river, causing air pollution with their barbecue. By the way, isn't fishing prohibited in this river in Jiangxing? Why not call the relevant authorities and report it? Seriously, do you really need to destroy something just because you can't have it? What is wrong with Lin Lu treating his companions to a fish meal? Do you think calling the authorities will make us look crazy? The person upstairs guessed correctly. The mental health professionals are already on their way, saying they'll take me in shortly. By the way, does fishing by cats and dogs really violate the fishing ban? After all, this is merely a natural survival instinct. That is true, but which cat or dog can fish by itself? Fishing is one thing, but catching so many is another. And to top it off, they can grill them. This group of cats and dogs clearly has no respect for us fishermen who struggle to catch anything. Did anyone else notice that Professor Hu's prediction this time was unexpectedly yet predictably incorrect? Indeed, Professor Hu claimed Lin Lu would invite the cats from the junkyard and the market to dine together, yet we still haven't seen Lin Lu take any action. It seems unlikely now. Wait, regarding the little fish that Lin Lu skewered with willow branches, what purpose does that serve? If I'm not mistaken, Lin Lu intends to dry the small fish. Aren't dried fish typically sun-dried? How can they be grilled? TSK, my dear friend upstairs. Your logic seems a bit flawed. If something can be sun-dried, why can't it also be grilled? And let us not forget, are the dried fish you consume all sun-dried? The sun isn't always so generous. I just saw the comments discussing whether Lin Lu is indeed making dried fish. And upon noticing Lin Lu flipping the small fish on screen, paused momentarily in confusion, only to be enlightened by a subsequent comment. However, she felt a bit embarrassed by the phrase used by that commenter. She wanted to inquire whether this truly had any correlation with education. Thus, she turned her gaze toward Hu Che, softly asking, "What does Professor Hu think?" In reality, and wasn't necessarily seeking Hu Che's opinion. With only 3 people in the live stream, and Hu Che being a special guest, who else could she ask? Surely not Mu Yuqing, who was perpetually perplexed by her own cat. I believe the comment has merit. Hu Che replied hesitantly, forcing a smile. He felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that the commenters seemed to possess a keener insight than he did, with their predictions proving more accurate than his own, even leaving him somewhat at a loss. Indeed, Lin Lu is truly drying fish. Yet whether he will succeed remains uncertain. After all, Lin Lu's equipment is exceedingly rudimentary. Professional production lines come equipped with precise controls for temperature, humidity, airflow, and more. In ordinary households, the most common method remains sun-drying. Of course, I am no expert in this field, so any analysis may contain errors, and I kindly ask for your understanding. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Che finally raised his head to speak. However, the confidence he once displayed was noticeably absent. Given that this topic strayed into realms he was not well versed in, such a reaction was entirely understandable. I recall that making dried fish or cured meats typically involves salting first, doesn't it? Can Lin Lu really produce dried fish without that? Beside him, Mu Yuqing voiced her confusion. Generally speaking, whether it's cured meat, fish, chicken, or duck, they need to be salted beforehand to prevent spoilage. Yuqing, you're somewhat misinformed. While it is indeed common to salt first to prevent spoilage during the drying process, this is primarily due to the unpredictability of temperature. If one could maintain a consistent 40-degree heat or engage in prolonged roasting to eliminate moisture, it would be feasible to avoid salting altogether while still preventing spoilage. Furthermore, salting adds flavor to the meat. Upon hearing Mu Yuqing's question, Hu Che seized the opportunity to enlighten them. Of course, he hadn't initially known all this, but as a professor, he certainly had his ways. As for what those methods were, well, that remained a closely guarded secret. At that moment, Anin turned her head only to notice the phone lying beneath Hu Che, her lips twitching involuntarily. Chapter 98. The subordinate hound cannot accomplish this by the riverbank of the abandoned car lot in the northern part of the city. The evening breeze caressed the face with a refreshing touch. Countless dogs and cats gathered around the crackling fire, joyfully singing. The general theme of their lyrics was a cheerful cacophony of barks and meows. At that moment, the clay balls roasting in the flames began to crack, releasing an enticing aroma of cooked food that stirred the appetites of the cats and dogs. Even Lin Lu, who had always been accustomed to the grander aspects of life, felt his stomach grumble in protest. After all, he had only consumed a bowl of cat food before heading out in the morning and had been bustling about all day without time to eat. Even the sturdiest of bodies could not withstand such neglect. Meow, they should be done now. Let us extinguish the fire. Lin Lu remarked softly as he noticed the fish was ready. He stood up, and the eager pack of dogs immediately fetched long branches to ignite a new bonfire in another clearing. Observing the enthusiastic demeanor of the cats and dogs, Linlu realized this might be a sleepless night. With roasted fish, friends, and the captivating scenery by the riverside under the night sky, it was indeed alluring. Alas, it was a pity that there was a lack of beer. Of course, Linlu had no intention of teaching the cats and dogs to drink. It was merely a fleeting thought. Once the clay balls had cooled sufficiently, Linlu called upon some of the larger dogs to step forward and crush them while removing them from the fire. The dogs' tasks concluded here, and it was now the cats' turn. At Linlu's command, the cats, who had been singing and dancing around the bonfire moments ago, instantly formed an orderly line. I need to reiterate, though it pains me to do so, when consuming fish, it is imperative to remove the bones. This is of utmost importance. I am instituting a system of accountability. Should any fish contain unremoved bones leading to issues for any dog or cat, I will hold the responsible cat accountable. Do you understand? Linlu ascended the willow tree with practiced ease and proclaimed loudly. It was not a question of whether cats or dogs could eat fish. After all, humans were even more adept at consuming fish. But has anyone ever been spared the discomfort of a fish bone lodged in their throat? Even cats cannot guarantee a 100% assurance against being pricked by bones, let alone dogs. Furthermore, the stray cats and dogs were not like humans. Should a human encounter a fish bone stuck in their throat, they could seek medical assistance to extract it and take anti-inflammatory medication. Yet what about the stray cats and dogs? Linlu was taking responsibility for their lives, not merely imparting the skill of eating while neglecting their well-being. Meow, meow, meow. The cats erupted into a cacophony of meows, collectively pledging their allegiance to Linlu. Their promise was clear. They would adhere strictly to the standards, work diligently and carefully, and hold themselves to pragmatic expectations. They would resolutely establish the first line of defense in food safety. Linlu could not find any grounds for objection, nodding in satisfaction and commending the cat's responses. Of course, the audience in the live stream saw clearly that the content of this pledge was something Linlu had taught the cats and required them to memorize. After the cats completed their oath, the roasted fish had cooled sufficiently for Linlu to command them to begin their tasks. Initially, Linlu assisted the cats in removing the bones, but as time passed, he found himself increasingly superfluous. Why would a cat need instruction to remove fish bones? Isn't it an innate skill? Thus, Linlu begrudgingly turned his focus back to the fire. Once he had eaten to a satisfactory level, he made his way toward the rudimentary roasting rack. After prolonged roasting, the moisture from the small fish was visibly evaporating, causing them to shrink. However, with such inefficiency, it remained uncertain how long it would take for the fish to become completely dried. Linlu certainly could not remain there indefinitely. In truth, had the cats not yet finished removing the bones, and had the 10 dogs not yet dined, he would have left by now. After all, he was a cat, not a deity, and even the sturdiest of beings could not endure such a heavy workload throughout the day. Besides, he was eager to prove something. Fortunately, the speed at which the cats removed the bones was indeed significantly quicker than the dogs the previous day. Soon, a batch of roasted fish was ready, which Linlu naturally allocated to the 10 dogs who had departed from the northern car lot to the garbage dump. All the cats and dogs raised no objections. After all, Linlu's words held more weight than imperial decrees. Just as the 10 dogs finished eating and had not yet had the chance to burp, Linlu appeared beside them, a mysterious smile on his face, and asked, "Are you full?" The 10 dogs exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what to do, before nodding in unison. "We are full, Brother Lu." Upon hearing this, Linlu beamed and leapt back onto the willow tree. "Brothers, I must head to the garbage dump to arrange living conditions for the 10 dog brothers, so I cannot linger here. Next, Xiongba, you shall maintain order. As we did yesterday, once the meal concludes, ensure all trash is cleaned up, and the cats that come over, you must settle them properly." Linlu cleared his throat to attract the attention of all the cats and dogs before speaking softly. Of course, this was primarily directed at Xiongba. After all, once he departed, Xiongba would be the leading dog here, and he needed to shoulder the responsibilities of leadership. "Brother Lu, rest assured," Xiongba replied solemnly, nodding. Having dealt with trash yesterday, it was a simple task for him. As for accommodating 40 cats, that posed no challenge. The northern car lot was vast enough to comfortably house not just 40, but even 400 cats. Lastly, you must oversee the complete drying of these fish. Linlu remarked with satisfaction, nodding approvingly at Xiongba, truly a dog he valued. With the tasks entrusted to Xiongba, he felt at ease. He continued, casting his gaze toward the pile of fish. Brother Lu, how long will this take to roast? Xiongba hesitated, asking. The previous tasks were manageable, but he was genuinely unsure about drying fish. Moreover, what would he do afterward in Brother Li's absence? He worried about mishandling the situation. Perhaps it will be ready by tomorrow morning. I will come early to help you pack the dried fish. Lin Lu contemplated for a moment before responding softly. Drying fish was inherently a task requiring patience. Time was essential for achieving perfect results. Upon hearing this, Xiongba's mind was instantly filled with questions. What? Tomorrow morning? Does that mean I cannot sleep tonight? The subordinate hound truly felt overwhelmed. Yet, as he began to express his plight, he noticed that Lin Lu, along with the 10 dogs, had stealthily vanished into the underbrush. Chapter 99. The big cat forgives the little dog. The journey back to the garbage dump was remarkably smooth. Lin Lu, accompanied by 10 dogs, strode confidently, leaving no one daring to challenge them. As they passed by the children's park, there were no misbehaving kids stepping forward to provoke them. After all, 10 dogs were not as docile and easily intimidated as cats. If they surged forward, even a robust man would likely meet his demise unexpectedly. Emboldened by this presence, Lin Lu and his pack swiftly approached the vicinity of the garbage dump. At this hour, it was also the time when the dump's resident cats were foraging for food, and Lin Lu quickly spotted the little yellow cat darting among the trash bins. The little yellow cat, upon seeing the 10 dogs, immediately froze in astonishment, preparing to call for reinforcements, only to recognize Lin Lu leading the group and hurriedly approached him. Brother Lu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? The little yellow cat came closer, a smile spreading across its face as it spoke softly. Naturally, it refrained from suggesting that Lin Lu join them for a meal. After all, what status did Brother Lu hold? What were his living conditions? How could he possibly eat food salvaged from their trash bins? I've already eaten, burp, grilled fish. Lin Lu replied with a hearty laugh, letting out a satisfied burp that still carried the aroma of grilled fish. Do you want some? If so, you should spend more time with the dog pack at the northern junkyard, engage more with Xiongba, and promptly establish a standard for resource exchange. Noticing the envious glint in the little yellow cat's eyes, Lin Lu adjusted his demeanor and continued. He was well aware that dogs were omnivorous creatures. They could not solely subsist on fish, as that would lead to nutritional imbalances and a plethora of health issues. The garbage dump was distinctly different. It not only offered meat suitable for the cats, but also allowed for the collection of various fruits and vegetables that the cats tended to discard. Although these may not be as enticing as meat for the dog pack, they were still edible. More importantly, if the cats did not consume these items, they would be collected by the garbage truck the following day and disposed of, which would indeed be wasteful. It was far better to engage in mutual exchange, benefiting both parties. All right, Brother Lu, I promise to get it done. I'll head over right away. Hearing that Lin Lu had grilled fish, the little yellow cat felt an immediate surge of excitement, eager to scamper off to the northern junkyard for a taste of the fish. Yet, he understood the reason Lin Lu sought him out. Even if he yearned to leave, he had to fulfill his responsibilities first. Fine, but be cautious on your way. Lin Lu nodded, saying, these 10 brothers from the northern junkyard will now be under your care. You must look after them well. Lin Lu was unconcerned about whether the little yellow cat would go for fish. A single little yellow cat could hardly consume much. The arrangement of these 10 dogs, however, was of utmost importance, as it marked the first collaboration between cats and dogs orchestrated by him. The northern junkyard was manageable with Xiongba in charge. The cats had no choice but to comply. The garbage dump, however, posed a different challenge. The dog pack inherently admired strength, and their initial hesitance to join him stemmed from their previous experience with Xiongba. Yet, they were willing to give it a try, provided that their leader was Xiongba. Although these 10 dogs had been transferred to the garbage dump due to their elimination, a latent disdain for cats lingered within them. It wasn't so much that they looked down upon cats. Rather, in their eyes, apart from Lin Lu, other cats were hardly deserving of their respect. Now, with the little yellow cat leading these 10 dogs, Lin Lu pondered whether the dogs harbored other thoughts. This would certainly test the little yellow cat's leadership abilities. Brothers, welcome to the big family of the garbage dump. The little yellow cat exclaimed, smiling brightly. He understood Lin Li's subtle hint that this task would be challenging. However, after following Brother Lu for so long, he had not mastered much, but his leadership skills were certainly commendable. Stepping forward, he addressed the 10 dogs softly, extending a paw in greeting. The dogs exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with indecision. Yet, out of respect for Lin Li's presence, they reluctantly extended their paws, touching the little yellow cat's paw one by one. As the little yellow cat felt the touch of the dog's paws, his eyes narrowed with amusement. These dogs were indeed rather dim-witted. Who would dare offend their new leader upon joining a new establishment? Were they truly unafraid of repercussions? Unlike himself, who had mastered the art of flattery during his initial time under Brother Lu. Let us coexist harmoniously. This nascent collaboration between cats and dogs bore significant meaning. Lin Lu sensed an awkwardness in the atmosphere and cleared his throat, prompting the little yellow cat to widen his eyes in response. Very well, for Brother Li's sake, I, the great cat, shall overlook the transgressions of these little dogs. In pursuit of Brother Li's vision to establish a new order among the animals, I shall charm you with my feline charisma. Brother Lu, rest assured, I will arrange accommodations for our canine brethren immediately. The little yellow cat paused before speaking again, leading the way as they exited towards the garbage dump. Most of the cats residing in the dump made their homes in the underground spaces of the nearby apartment complex. Each building had a vast area beneath it, unsuitable for parking or any other purpose, primarily housing electrical and water equipment. The remaining space was ample, making it ideal for a number of cats. Additionally, this area provided shelter from the elements, making it a favored spot among the cats. Consequently, the dogs would naturally reside there as well. However, to prevent any conflicts between cats and dogs, the little yellow cat did not place the 10 dogs among the cats, but rather separated them into 2 different buildings. Remember, while residing here is fine, wandering about this area is also permitted. However, you are strictly prohibited from entering the underground parking lot or the hallways. Your comings and goings must be through this one path. Particularly, no relieving yourselves near your residence. You must go outside for that. The little yellow cat instructed as they led the dog pack down a straight staircase to the underground area. In truth, he was aware that these dogs were likely not the most obedient of creatures. Nevertheless, in front of Brother Lu, he felt it necessary to clarify the rules first. A gesture of courtesy before asserting authority. Should any issues arise from the rules he set, or should the dogs be expelled from the complex, he could deflect blame. Woof. Upon hearing the little yellow cat's lengthy list of rules, the dog pack grew visibly disgruntled. They were accustomed to freedom and might find it irksome to have so many restrictions, especially the necessity to go outside for their needs. How far would they have to walk? Cough, cough. The little yellow cat is your leader. Whatever he says goes, so just listen. Lin Lu interjected, furrowing his brow and clearing his throat. He understood the reasoning behind these rules, but now was not the time to assert his own authority as a cat. He was supporting the little yellow cat in establishing his position. Yes, Brother Lu. The dog pack lowered their heads, reluctantly responding. Both Lin Lu and the little yellow cat recognized that convincing these dogs to comply would not be an easy feat yet. The little yellow cat displayed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he smiled and said, "All right, my dear dog brothers, you've traveled a long way and worked hard. Please rest for now. Tomorrow morning, before dawn, we shall hold a meeting at the garbage dump. Do not be late."